Chapter 1. August 18, 733. Dr. Brive walks around outside the delivery room. Inside is his soon-to-be-born daughter. In the same hospital, a loud cry of a baby could be heard in another delivery room. Keth was confused. He yelled, but he cried out. The nurse immediately coaxed gently. "Oh good, oh, you will go to the welfare home later." The nurse immediately exclaimed, "Hey, can this kid understand what I'm saying?" Gaze found that he couldn't understand the woman's language, and he felt the unfamiliar environment around him, and he was full of doubts. What the hell is going on? The Chinese cultural record system is online. Hello host. The system, why did the system find me? I don't want the system, I'm retired. I just want to enjoy my old age in peace. I have no father and no mother all my life. As soon as he opened his mouth, Geth cried, but he ignored it, and the voice in his head answered his question. This system is a record system that comes with the birth of heaven and earth at 0 year 0 month 0 o'clock, which records all the local culture of China. Only then did Jess realize that he had been put on the body by the system. Cultural recording system, what are you doing? What are you looking for me? This system records all the local culture of China. Jess secretly thought in his heart. It turned out to be a sand sculpture system, and the next task should be to promote my Chinese culture, and I don't know what year, month, and dynasty it is, or it is no longer on Earth. System, you say? What task are you going to post, whether it will be shortened by 1 centimeter or obliterated or something else? This system does not issue any tasks and does not carry out any rewards and punishments. Gi's was confused. Then what is the use of you? All the local cultures of China are recorded in the system, and the host can consult them at any time. Then tell me, what are the cultures? Rites and music, I Ching Bagua, Danshi Zuwen, ancient Chinese, various works, astrological divination, Taoist doctrine, cultivation of truth and Taoism. Do you really let me flip through it at will? There are no restrictions, no tasks, no rewards and punishments. Yes, host. Then this system is not bad. I don't know what kind of world this is. I have 5,000 years of Chinese culture as a foundation, and I haven't become the child of destiny in this world. The nurse was just thinking about whether the child could understand what he was saying, and as a result, there was a continuous, high-pitched, helpless, excited cries. The nurse also didn't know why she was able to hear so many emotions, or if it was in a baby. I can only continue to coax the child again. Good boy, good girl, you will grow up in a welfare home later. I won't leave you alone. When the nurse heard her coax, the child stopped crying again. And was stunned. This child will not become sperm. Outside the delivery room, Dr. Brive was still nervously waiting for his wife to give birth. Soon a loud cry came, and the delivery room opened. Congratulations, doctor, for being a daughter. Thank you, 100,000 yuan per person. Dr. Brive looked at the busy nurse, who was waiting at a loss even though there had been a big woman. On the other side, Jess was held in the arms of the nurse with a confused face, and walked out of the delivery room. As soon as he went out, Guys was too tired because he had just been born. And he fell asleep after crying. What can I do if I'm a baby less than an hour old? The nurse who cared for Jess passed by Dr. Brive with her arms and said, "Poor child, your mother died at birth, and she doesn't know who your father is, so she can only send you to a welfare home." When Dr. Brive heard this, his mind moved, and he immediately left the nurse who had come out to report the good news, and caught up with the nurse who had just passed by with the child in his arms. "Hello. You said that the child's mother died, and you don't know the father? What is going on?" The nurse was stopped, turned around, and immediately explained. "Hello Dr. Brive. The mother of this child is a lady who came to our hospital alone to give birth, and we don't know who the father of the baby is. That lady is unmarried in the government system, both parents are dead, and she is currently dying in childbirth. Now I'm going to send this baby to a welfare home. Dr. Brive said with pity. Is he still alive if he is sent to a welfare home? And there is no way to do it. Dr. Brive was moved by compassion and immediately decided to adopt the child, and made her think to the nurse in front of him and asked her to go through the formalities. Dr. Brive himself went to the delivery room to explain the situation to his wife, who was fortunate to be a very kind and warm-hearted person. In this way, Argesi was passed to Dr. Brive's family in ignorance due to the death of both parents. Husband, choose a name for our daughter and son. My daughter's name is Bulma, Bulma Brive. Where's the son? Said Dr. Brive, looking expectantly at his wife. My son's name is Pounds, Pounds Bridge. Husband, do you say that the son is the elder brother or the daughter is the elder sister? Pounds is the elder brother and Bulma is the younger sister. Husband, will you let Pounds know that he was adopted in the future? Let him know that he has the right to know the truth about this matter. Chapter 2. In a villa, two small babies lie on top of a crib. An old man and a rich lady like Brive and his wife both lay curiously on the edge of the bed and watched, while a large group of servants stood silently behind them, waiting for the master's favor. Gazi has been in his new home for 3 months. In the past 3 months, he has not recovered his strength, and he often says, "Why did I die?" But his Chinese cultural system ignored him, except for a few words when he was first born, and then it was like he was dead. It's like one twin life, you live and I live and you die. Gas looked at the huge library in his mind. What's the use of this system in Nima? This is obviously not Huaxia, I can't understand a word. If it's Huaxia, I can understand it somewhat. Guys, now called Pounds. Originally a librarian at the most famous university in China, he worked there for 55 years, yes, he worked as a librarian at the age of 10 until he retired at the age of 65. Gace didn't know his parents all his life, he was adopted by the old curator and died on his 10th birthday. He didn't know the taste of sorrow all his life, he didn't have any wife or female friends, even the library aunt didn't say a word to him, he had no children and no daughters in his life, and he never felt a lonely widow and an old man who was happy under his knees. On the day of his retirement, he took the last step out of the university gate and fell to his death for no reason. Well, the school doesn't have to pay a penny, and it doesn't have to pay a pension, and Gazi has no relatives to claim, and he doesn't have to enjoy 100 years of loneliness, which is a happy thing. In his previous life, Gai's only hobby was reading, and he only had one ability, a strong memory, and a super strong. To describe his memory by not forgetting it is a kind of humiliation to him. It can be said that he can clearly tell you which subject, which floor, which room, how many rows and how many shelves he is, which books, who wrote them, and what content he has in the library at that time. Envy and envy are so strong. It's useless for you to envy, you can't learn. If it weren't for Gai's obedience to his grandfather's orders and hiding his clumsiness, then he would just want to waste materials and not work hard. The protagonist of this book will not be his turn, he will shine in a materialist society and make a fortune, yes, he will be rich. How strong is his memory now? In this way, he remembers everything from the time he was a sperm. Don't talk nonsense, I only came here from the moment I entered the delivery room. Oh. Yes, from the time he was born to the present, he remembers it clearly. Dr. Brive looked at his troubled daughter and his well-behaved son, and smiled happily. Husband, you said that your son is so quiet, how nice it would be for your son to marry your daughter in the future. Dr. Brive, yes, it seems that my son must be a better scientist than me. Oh, I wish Pounds would grow up soon, so I could make him my boyfriend. Dr. Brive paid no heed to his wife's words of a tiger. A little girl in her teens, with shoulder-length yellow hair, wearing denim overalls and a necklace around her neck, squeezed in and lay down next to the crib and said, "Can they be the main characters of my new novel in SF?" Mrs. Breve hurriedly picked up. "Tace, don't joke with your brother and sister." Tace broke free of Mrs. Breve's arm. "It's boring, I'm going to ride a motorcycle, bye-bye. Be careful." "Got it." Tace's voice came from afar. "Husband, let's go too." With that, Dr. Breve and the two walked out. Gaith looked helplessly at the servants who were surrounding him. "Well, at least it's still a rich man's family." System, are you dead? You at least come out and explain why I died." Gas also wondered. "I haven't been hit by a car, I have no history of illness, I haven't been struck by lightning, and I haven't been flooded. Is it caused by a leakage of my mobile phone? Ouch. I'll go, you finally appeared, can you tell me what the hell is going on?" Host, due to lack of energy, the system will be annihilated, and the system will seal all the cultures of Huaxia to the memory of the host, hoping that the host will make good use of it. You're done talking about death first. Host, you are a normal death, because your brain is different from ordinary people, so you were selected by the system, but the system found it too late, and the host's body has no life, so you can only take the host soul to another world to be reincarnated and reborn. Then what are you bringing me here for? What kind of world is this? I don't want to live, I just want to die. I don't understand what they are saying. Host, the system can only tell you that the martial arts and Taoism of ancient China are all true, they can all be cultivated, and they can be immortal. Gaze immediately said. You said it earlier, why do I want to die if I can live forever? How do you say how to cultivate? Host, all cultivation methods are all in the Chinese culture, and after the system is annihilated, I hope that the host will be able to make good use of it. Goodbye. After that, no matter how Geth called, the system didn't move, except for the rows of books in his head. What's next? Is this the world of Shenma? Why are they so familiar, but I don't understand. The system sent me over and died, what should I do? The reason why I say this is because the little kid who sleeps in a crib with him often argues with himself. Cry, 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 cry. Gi's is helpless. Often interrupted by reading books by herself, this little girl talks a lot of nonsense, she keeps chattering, so many books in her mind, she may make herself immortal. The others live a life of clothes to open their mouths and food to stretch their hands, as long as he wants, he doesn't have to get out of bed to pee, what luxury is there? There is no way, he knows the cause and effect, but he doesn't know what he is doing in this world, so he can only live on it, and if he can cultivate to live forever, it will not be in vain. At least in this world, I have my own godmother, so I don't have to work hard. For the next 3 years, under the harassment of Bulma, Geth forced himself to read through Chinese culture in his mind. Pounds, let's go to the lab. Gas, now called Pounds, looked helpless. Bulma, I'm going to sleep, you can play by yourself. No. No, shouldn't you accompany your dear sister to the laboratory? Damn Bulma, how can you do this? Usually you have to fight to be my sister, and whenever you need to trouble me, you say that you're sister, and every time you pull me to the laboratory, you make me your test subject, so I don't go. No, they're girls, and you're going to let the girls. I don't. If you do this again, I'll go to Sister Tata's and ignore you again. Chapter 3. Pounds, if you accompany me to the lab for experiments, I won't bother you. For a week. Pounds will be skeptical, really? Don't bother me for a week. Bulma swore that. Really? Pounds decided to agree to her in order not to be harassed by Bulma for the next week. Tell me what kind of experiment you want to do first. Pounds, I invented a gravity house. in which you can adjust gravity, but it's fun, and you can fly. Really? Really? Pounds listened to Bulma's words, but still chose to believe her. Where would a child lie? However, Pounds did not notice the cunning that flashed in the corner of Bulma's eye. You said, this time, you won't bother me for at least a week. I promise. Ouch. Why are you a big man so grinding and chirping, not at all refreshing? Pounds retorted, nonsense, I'm a little boy, not a big man. Yes, let's go. Pounds was pushed into the family's scooter by Bulma. Corrupt capitalism, a villa bigger than the university of the previous life, who has ever seen it? Pounds was dragged into Bulma's so-called gravity house in a daze. Pounds, are you ready? I'm going to start adjusting gravity. Pounds said confidently, ready, let's start. Where? Would he believe that Bulma could really make a gravity house? He had hardly been out in the past 3 years, and only knew that his adoptive parents were scientists and had opened a big company. It seems to be the richest man in the world. Bang! Woo! Pounds was bent over by the sudden gravity, and suddenly he didn't bear the gravity, and his knees fell to the floor with a bang, and then he screamed. I'm sorry, Pounds, I got gravity wrong. Bulma explained, reversing the gravity adjustment button. Pang! Damn Bulma, stop! Pounds was shot to the ceiling by a sudden weightlessness. Bulma heard Pounds' screams in the house even more terrible, and hurriedly put the gravity adjustment button back in place, and was about to open the door and enter. And I heard it. Bang, bang! Hurriedly opened the door of the house. Pounds, you're all right. Pounds said word by word, help me up, waist, my waist. Where can Bulma get to move the Pounds? So she has to call an intelligent robot to help move the Pounds. Fortunately, it was past to drive and Mrs. Brive by the Smart Center, and the two hurriedly drove to the treatment center on a scooter. Bulma, you see what you've done? Daddy, I can't bear it. Dr. Brive laughed angrily, then my dear little daughter, please tell me who in my house made my son's nose and face swollen and sprained his waist. Bulma argued, it wasn't a sprain, it was a fall. That's more serious. Mrs. Brive hurriedly relieved the siege. It doesn't matter, it's not in the way, it's just that it's my future boyfriend, oh my god. Pounds said to his strange mother-in-law, Mom. Okay, I won't say it, you like Bulma, and you are not allowed to say a word about her injury. In the next 7 years, Pang Zi successfully found various knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts from Chinese culture, and then immersed himself in martial arts cultivation. But he couldn't stand Bulma's harassment, so he finally had no choice but to put on his small school bag and go to the 4th grade of elementary school with Bulma. Pounds is a problem student, neither listens carefully nor does homework, and fights at school. Pounds, can you study hard and don't always practice? Pounds looked at Bulma, who was a head shorter than him, who was huffing in front of him, and took his horse and touched Bulma's head. Dead Pounds, don't touch my head. Scart, go to father, what are you doing next to my brother? Okay, Bulma, what's wrong with you today? Bulma looked at the nonchalant Pounds, and exhaled angrily. Do you know, they say I have a stupid brother, and you don't know anything. What did your good friends say? Yes, my classmates all asked me to persuade you, and said that as long as you have good grades, they are willing to marry you. Pounds shuddered when he heard Bulma's words. You don't have 10 friends but 8 of them, right? Marry me all of them, I can't resist them, and besides, I want to cultivate, I want to live forever, so I don't want to get married and have children. Okay, I'll study well later. Bulma was satisfied with Pounds' affirmative reply, and she was going to her lab. Pounds, who was on the side, also stopped cultivating and thought about problems. Read slowly behind the books of the Chinese cultural system. It's time for me to understand the world. In this world, there are animals that can understand human speech, can speak, and can survive with people, and half-orcs, but there are no monsters, ghosts, etc., and it is still a modern high-tech world. By the way, there's also the universal capsule that my family invented. What kind of world is this? I feel familiar, but I just can't remember where I've seen it. Also, I can fly, but I didn't expect that martial arts would be able to fly in the back, and the speed is not slow. Pang. Zi is also very distressed. He is not clear about the world he is in now, and there is no way out, but the system clearly says that he can find out the cultivation method of immortality from the Chinese cultural system. Jingle bells. Hey! Little Pounds, it's time to come to dinner. Mom has prepared a 320-pound sea fish for you today, enough for you to eat. Pounds, along with Bulma and Taze, are not homeless lords. Strictly speaking, only Pounds and Taze are not at home, and Bulma is not going out. Taze dreams of becoming a novelist for SF and loves motorcycles, so she often wanders away, and her father, Dr. Brive, gives her a lot of small weapons, enough to keep her safe when she is alone, although she is still a street rider. After Pounds knew Taze's dream, he still silently complained in his heart, "You don't want to be a writer of SF, you want to be a writer of SF." Until he found out that something was wrong. This Nima would be able to say that I was smart as soon as he cultivated. Why did I cultivate the 9 yin and 9 yang? Not only the meridians were full of internal force, but also the whole body? So, he eats more and more. In 7 years, he has not only become taller, but also stronger, and the amount of food has also increased, at least 4 meals a day, each meal is at least 200 catties or more, thanks to his family is the richest man in the world. Otherwise, he will have to be eaten poor. Chapter 4. Bulma, on the other hand, went to her lab whenever she had the time to tinker with the equipment and invent a lot of strange things. Pounds got on the smart scooter and rushed straight to the cafeteria, still thinking about some questions on the way. "Little Pounds, come to mommy." Pounds had no choice but to run over. He had a clear position, and he couldn't offend his parents if he offended anyone, especially when he was cooking. "I need a lot of energy to practice martial arts now." "Mom, don't you want to eat Bulma?" "Yo, do you start caring about your little girlfriend now? My Pounds is really a warm man." "Mom, didn't Bulma say that she came to you after dinner? Didn't you meet her? She didn't seem to be very happy. Did you have a new girlfriend at school?" Pounds covered her forehead and said with a headache. "Mom, this cheap mother is good at everything, but she owes her mouth, and she dares to say anything about tigers and wolves, and she doesn't distinguish between enemies and me, and relatives from far and near." Pounds stopped talking, bowed his head and devoted himself to cooking. He had to eat much if he wanted to live forever. "When I finished eating, I threw the bowl away." "Mom, I'm full, let's go to practice martial arts first." As soon as Pounds finished speaking, he ran away, and if he didn't run, he wouldn't be able to run away, and his stepmother would catch him and teach him how to pick up girls. It's a waste of time to pick up a girl, he just wants to live forever. If he is forced to get married, how can he live forever? Soon Pounds continued to temper his flesh. "This doesn't work, there's no movement, I still have to think of a way, find a way to see if there are superpowers in this world, combine their things with my own martial arts. I don't have a teacher by myself, this kind of cultivation is too slow." Though he muttered like this, Pounds still exercised seriously. 1 day does not practice hand life, 3 days do not practice brain life. Bulma happily ran to find Pounds. "Pounds, Pounds, what do you see I've found?" "Bulma, where did you go to find ancient books? Shouldn't you be looking at scientific knowledge?" "Pounds, Pounds, come and see, look at what I found." Pounds had no choice but to take the worn-out ancient book from Bulma's hand. I saw that the ancient book read. A long, long time ago, when no one had heard of or seen it, in the deep mountains thousands of miles away from the city, there was a young man who took nature as his friend and lived alone. As long as you collect all 7 dragon balls and recite a specific spell, you can summon the dragon and make a wish to him, and the dragon can grant any of your wishes. When Pounds thought of this, he felt a sigh in his heart, and his wish for immortality could not be realized. Nima, the genius Bulma, Dr. Brive's family, my own big villa, scat, orcs who can talk, half-orcs, and Sister Ties, who loves to write novels. Isn't this the Dragon Ball manga that I read so many years ago? Bulma began to be in a daze after reading Pounds after reading her ancient book after a while. Pounds. 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 Pounds, did you listen to me? Pounds looked at the angry Bulma and snorted. Bulma, you still say that you are a genius, so brainless. Think about it, since it was a long, long time ago, everyone heard about it, everyone saw it, why there was a book record. This is obviously a novel. It's the same as Sister Ties' street novel. Bulma was stunned. As soon as Bulma snatched the book from Pounds' hand, she covered her face and ran. Only the desperate Pounds remained. The earth has been shattered many times, and it has been shattered at every turn, and it has been destroyed by the gods, and I don't know what is in the back. I just want to live forever. No, I'm missing some important information. Pounds no longer has the heart to practice martial arts. In the Dragon Ball world, no matter how you practice, have you practiced science? That is the existence of stars that explode at every turn. Ape, Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, 4. All kinds of messy power systems. I'm a native human and I'm still cultivating a fart. No, I digress. What important information have I forgotten? Pounds sat on the edge of the garden, pondering, and a very important piece of information was omitted by him. I thought, I didn't think about it until the sun went down, and I watched the moon climb up with my own eyes. What is more important than cultivation? Unable to figure it out, Pounds got on the smart scooter and was about to go back, when he met a servant who collected clothes on the way. Clothes. Pounds was already a little inspired, but he still couldn't remember what he had missed. It wasn't until he entered the bathtub in his room, took off his clothes, and only left his underwear, that he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if he had opened up the second pulse of Rendu. Panties. I'm Nima, Dr. Brive's family is named after my underwear, what's mine? Pounds, fat man. It's really hammered, and indeed Dr. Brive came up with his name according to this rule. Pounds' kingdom in Gaiza's previous life is a transliteration of the Japanese word for fat times. Pounds showed a loveless expression. So, the dam in the last life. Panties in this life. Pounds hurriedly got dressed and ran to the bedroom of Drive and Mrs. Brive, but he didn't have time to get on the scooter. Mom, Dad, I'll give it to you. You guys, go on, just as I haven't come, goodbye, I'll tell you tomorrow. Joe Pang angrily rushed into his adoptive parents' bedroom, and within a second, he withdrew in embarrassment. He was also dizzy, regardless of it, otherwise with his current martial arts attainments, he would have discovered the wind and grass a long time ago. Old man, so old, still coming. Dr. Brive would have asked angrily if he had known what Pounds was thinking. I'm not coming, you're coming. In the bedroom, Brive and his wife had just been getting ready, when they watched their second son run in angrily, and then retreated. Mrs. Brive smiled and said, "Look, our boys are adults, and now we are all thinking about learning technology." Oh hee hee. Dr. Brive had a black face, got dressed, and lost his mind. Seeing that he is in a hurry, maybe something is going on, I'll go and see first. Yes, you can bring a little disc to the child, so that he can learn and learn in advance. If it is not good, you can also find one, although he is still young, but our son is very good. Dr. Brive's already dark face is even darker. As long as you like to mess around, I'll go first. Pounds, who had just exited his parents' bedroom, ran away with a puff of smoke. It's over, it's really all about +1 now. Chapter 5. The more Pounds walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. I should have been older than them, what should I be ashamed of? I should have said directly. And so on, and again, and again, and again and again, and then I should have read so many books in vain. Pounds, facing the moonlight, walked slowly in his garden, and soon his father, Dr. Brive, came to him, and soon his father, Dr. Brive, came to him. Little Pounds, is there anything important you need to tell my father or my mother? Dr. Brive emphasizes here that he is Pounds' father, his wife is his mother, and he himself is a little brat. Pounds looked at Dr. Brive, who had caught up, and said, "Father, I want to change my name." "Oh, Pounds, are you not happy with my name, and what good name do you have, Pounds? If your sister and mother agree, I have no problem, but you have to give us a reasonable reason." Pounds looked at the sincere Dr. Brive and sighed deeply. "What reason can you have? Tell him that his family is named after panties, and your name is Brief, Terry, and Bulma, and your names are men's panties, tights, and girls' sports shorts in English, and your own name is called panties in Japanese." Pounds could only say helplessly, "Father, I just want to change my name." "And what do you want to call it?" Pounds said tentatively. "Guys, is that okay?" Dr. Brive muttered. Guys, damn it. "No, I refuse the name." Pounds' heart is full of thousands of divine beasts. "So, how do you play the Chinese homophone?" "Save me, I just want to live forever, but I don't want to carry the name of the underwear on my back." "Then why don't you change it for me?" Brive didn't think about it, and blurted out, "Trunks?" Pounds dropped a sentence and turned to leave. "Forget it, Father, Pounds is fine, so be it. I'll go back to bed, and you'll go back to your mother sooner." "Trunks, you don't hesitate to speak. What the hell? You've already figured out the name of your next son? Don't you want me to be your grandson? It's all underwear, what can I do? I'm desperate, I can't go back." In the years that followed, Pounds not only continued to work hard to exercise his body and practice martial arts, but also studied the knowledge of the Chinese cultural system day and night, which was his most important treasure. He also followed Bulma and his stepfather to learn the science and technology of this world. If you don't learn, you can't do it. The back one is too dangerous. Destroy the world at every turn, and move the spaceship at every turn. Pounds holds the mentality that hooligans are not scary, but they are afraid that hooligans are cultured. With the mentality that you are not afraid to learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry all over the world, you will study hard. Pounds' soul, serious study is really not bragging, even if it is dedicated to 3 purposes. It took a year or 2 to fully grasp the knowledge of Dr. Brive and Bulma, and even better than Blue. After that, Pounds researched 3 black technologies for himself. One is to act on the whole body adjustable gravity suit, providing 0.1 to 10 times the gravity adjustment, only acting on Pounds' own whole body. The second is to invent the energy pill, through the extraction and purification of 1,288 kinds of precious medicinal materials, in addition to the function that there is no fairy bean that can be revived as long as there is gas, when eating. It is more effective than fairy beans, which can support Pounds to not eat for 10 days and carry out high-intensity activities. The third is to modify an amphibious vehicle similar to the Batmobile, which is very fast. Pounds even went to look for the turtle immortal, but he didn't find it when he went to all the seas, which may be the reason for the world's correction power, and it was not the time when the old perverted turtle was born. After more than 10 years of hard work, Pang Zi doesn't know how high his strength is, but he knows that he is definitely not the kind of stupid fist that can only be stupid in this world, but he can skill. By the way, Pounds also engraved it on his gravity suit, and in the future, as long as the wave is on the right. After all, since ancient times, the left side of the wave has lost, except for the pig that Dana Pang Zi once thought happily, it's all written by the Japanese, the rules should be about the same. If Sun Wukong and they worship me as a teacher at that time, I teach them Chinese Kung Fu, will the world wipe me out? In addition to taking a bath, Pounds was exercising in a gravity suit at other times, and he was driving 5 times the gravity. He also made a lot of energy pills in his universal capsule, and he made 10 of his Gazi cars, put them in the universal capsules he carried, and put some energy pills in the Gazi car. Yes, he named the car he invented despite the opposition of his family. It's like a person who doesn't listen to his parents' advice and is bent on going out and eloping. On this day, Pounds and Bulma sat down in the 500 square meter dining room of their home, waiting for Drive and Mrs. Brive to arrive. As for why there is no ties, that little girl, when Pounds was 14 years old, they went out to wander, this time they let go of cruel words, the book is not popular, and they will not come back. Pounds knew that Ties was good friends with his old friend, and Gak had gone to wander in the universe and would not be able to return for a short time. According to the time, his cheap sister Taze should have met Gak, the galactic patrolman who came from the galaxy to track the Scions, when she was 4 years old, and she should have gone out with Gak who came to Earth again 2 years ago. His cheap parents are also big-hearted, and they never thought of going out to look for them. Her mother, Mrs. Brive, often clamored for a young and handsome boyfriend, and although she hardly ever went out, it didn't stop her from saying, "Mommy! Mommy! 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 Yo! My son and daughter-in-law are adults and can have grandchildren." Bulma exclaimed angrily, "Mom, you are talking nonsense again, how can we Pounds have grandchildren, and if we want to give birth, we will also have sons." "Pounds, are you because I don't exist?" "Yes, yes, yes, you have sons." "No, Mom, that's not what it means. How can I get married if Pang Zi and I are brother and sister? Mom, I want to study science and technology, I'm a genius girl, I must find a perfect lover when the time comes, so I don't want a martial idiot like my brother." "Pounds! You're not me, are you?" Dr. Brive finally interrupted the mother-daughter bickering. "All right, today is the coming-of-age ceremony for your little Pounds and little Bulma, don't make a fuss, you two will be big kids from now on." "What? We've always been older kids, aren't we?" "Father was right." Bulma kicked Pounds in a huff, and his face did not change, but Bulma cried out in pain. "Are you made of steel?" said Pounds, his face unchanged. "I'm tougher than steel in a sense. Do you want to try it?" "Oh, kid, I'm going to go back to my room and try." "Do I mean that?" They had a super luxurious, but relatively deserted, coming-of-age ceremony. "Bulma, you see, Mother gave you a beautiful pearl." Pounds sighed inwardly as he looked at the gift Mrs. Brive had given to Bulma. All this came unexpectedly. The curtain will eventually open, what should I do next? Chapter 6. When Mrs. Brive saw Pounds' face, she thought she had snubbed him, and hurriedly said to Pounds, "Pounds, you see that Mother has a gift for you." Mrs. Brive gave Pounds a very expensive watch. Pounds took it and thanked him. "Thank you, Mother. Look, it's better to be a son, and my mother will introduce you to a lot of beautiful girlfriends later." Pounds. Bulma was angry, "Mother, you are not allowed to say such things again." "Ah, Bulma is jealous, well, in the future my mother should not say such things in your presence." Drive Brive can only be a peacemaker again. It's time to eat, don't fool around. Learn from Pounds, how steady. Bulma muttered. He's called old and serious. After the family had eaten, Bulma went back into the lab to do experiments. As a genius girl, she is not convinced, she must invent an invention that is more powerful than Pounds. As soon as Bulma entered, she found that her father's cat had entered. Scatter, you're in my lab again. Then, Bulma found a mess of books on the ground, as well as the worn-out 6-year-old book. How could this book be here? Bulma seemed to remember something, and took out the gift that her mother had given him from her bosom, and read it carefully. Mother gave Bulma an orange ball with 2 stars inside. Not long after, Bulma screamed and rushed out of the lab. Pounds! 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 Sat up helplessly and waited for Bulma to come to the door. As fate would have it, there was no way to go against the will of the world. What should I do? If I go it alone, I might be able to do it now, but in the later stages, I'll start with 100 million monsters. What should I do? Pounds is still confident to resist the Piccolo Demon King in the early stage. As for Bic in the back, there is no big problem. Even Raditz, the elder brother of Sun Wukong, he should have no problem. According to what he said when he came to Earth, the old man with a gun is a combat power of 5, and before Vegeta came to Earth, he didn't have to worry about anything. Forget it, follow Bulma first, and if your strength doesn't improve, go to Garen Ta to try. Pounds actually didn't dare to go to Garen Tower. The Meow immortals inside were not afraid, they were afraid of the gods who were still above, and that thing might know that he was not an earthling in this universe, and there seemed to be something behind him to resist, the king of the realm or something. In case it is discovered, let alone immortality, even the time to live to the next cub may not be enough, maybe it is the first to die. Pang Zi didn't want to go out either, he just wanted to practice martial arts in peace and ponder the Huaxia cultural system, but when he thought of the unfortunate fate of Dragon Ball Earth, he had to go out to improve his strength, and it was better to rely on others than on himself. There is a dead loop. Pounds, Pounds. I heard, why are you so loud? Bulma kicked open the door to Pounds' room. Pounds, do you remember the far away legend I showed you 6 years ago? Pounds couldn't help it. Yes, didn't I say it was fake? Maybe it was written by a street writer like my sister. No. Pounds, look. Mother gave you a rite of passage. I saw it while I was eating. Pounds, take a closer look. Pounds looked at Bulma's expectant eyes and pretended to look seriously. You found out. Found out? Bulma was in a hurry, don't you have any ideas? Pounds looked at Bulma and said very seriously. Bulma, don't always soak in the laboratory in the future, you have to come out often to practice martial arts with me, your hands are rough, I will buy you cosmetics tomorrow. You give me death, this girl is as beautiful as a flower, so she doesn't need cosmetics. Bulma, a woman is not raised at 30, and 40 is like scum. Pounds. Seeing that Bulma was really angry, Pounds asked seriously. Bulma, do you think what that book says is true? Bulma said with a shy face. Of course, I want to find all 7 Dragon Balls and make a wish to give me a perfect boyfriend. It's possible for a brain-dead boyfriend. Pounds. Looking at Bulma, who was crossed and legs apart, Pounds smiled wryly and did not answer. Changing the subject, how do you find it? Even if you know that the earth is so big, how can you find it? Bulma's eyes rolled. Pounds, I'll invent a Dragon Ball radar, and then you can drive the Gazy car to take me to find it. No. I don't have time to practice martial arts. Pounds, if you don't take me, I'll go out by myself, you see that your sister is as beautiful as a flower, in case someone is robbed outside and locked up in a dark cave, you will never see your lovely little sister again, don't you care? Pounds nodded thoughtfully and followed Bulma's words. How can I be sad? It's too late for me to be happy? Without you to disturb me, I can practice martial arts every day without distraction. Damn it! Pounds, I invented the Dragon Ball radar, you have to follow me to find the Dragon Balls. Bulma didn't wait for Pounds to reply, and he left arrogantly. Time passed slowly. Bulma was seriously tinkering with her Dragon Ball radar every day, and there was no time to disturb Pounds, who was also happy to be quiet, exercising his martial arts with peace of mind every day, and at the same time making second-generation gravity suits. I don't know what's going on, he feels that since he has carried the weight of the gravity suit, his physical fitness has improved rapidly, and even his martial arts have improved a lot, and he often has a feeling that he wants to marry Jindan. 2 months later, Bulma finally made the Dragon Ball radar. Pounds, I'm done, let's go. Pounds looked at a pocket watch-style radar handed over by Bulma, and pressed the switch on the top. In addition to the one that was flashing and shining beside him, there were also 6 scattered all over the country. If he drove the gas car to find it, it would take a lot of money, so he still took it and left. Bulma, you go make a few more. Just in case, I'm going to upgrade my gravity suit, and we'll go back when we're done, and let's go on a trip. Pounds finally decided not to change the plot, follow the plot for a while to see the effect. If not satisfied, the first wave of timeline, he should be able to get the wish of the Divine Dragon, and see if he can realize his wish for immortality. Pounds and Bulma say goodbye to their parents and set off in their cars. Mrs. Brive stood at the door, and said with tears in her eyes, "Okay, the children are older, and the younger 2 of them will go and form their own new home, and they don't want the old guys." Dr. Brive ignored her and went back with a large number of pets of his own. Pounds and Bulma followed the route of the Dragon Ball radar, and after 1 week, they finally found the 5 planets first. Pounds looked at Bulma, who was happy like a child, and was happy himself, although the journey was not at all challenging for him. But my purpose is to follow them to see if you can exercise yourself. Travel is boring, and when you are immortal, you have time to watch. Chapter 7. On this day, Pounds was sitting in Bulma's car, drowsy. Pounds, we're almost at the next moment where the Dragon Ball will be, wake up. Damn. Pounds, you're still not a brother, besides, didn't you say it to exercise? Why am I driving and not you driving? Pounds said sleepily. Bulma, I accompanied you out to find Dragon Ball, and I didn't want to look for it. Of course you did the work, and I don't want you to do laundry and cooking. For you who can fly a plane at the age of 3, driving a car is nothing. Damn, of course it's nothing. But it's clear that your gas car has artificial intelligence and can drive autonomously. Why should I drive? Drive well, this is in the mountains. If you are not careful, the car will be destroyed and people will die. Got it. Pounds' ears moved, and he heard the sound of running and the roar of the leopard. This is Baizai Mountain, and someone's voice should be the future savior of the earth, Sun Wukong. Now he seems to be very weak, and he shouldn't even be able to beat me when I was 5 years old. Remember, the kid seems to have eaten a lot of Bulma's tofu. Thinking of this, Pounds couldn't help but glance at Bulma. Bulma said fiercely, "What are you looking at?" After finishing speaking, he stopped the car and took out the Dragon Ball radar. It should be that there is nothing wrong with this area. Pounds looked at it, and on Bulma's Dragon Ball radar, the 2 together represented the 2 star beads and 5 star beads on their bodies. The radar is still buzzing. Bulma then got into the car and continued to start the car on the road. Pounds, don't you have dreams? Pounds said casually, yes. What is it? Immortality. Cut, boring. Pounds ignored Bulma, the ignorant girl. Soon, the two met Sun Wukong, who was dragging a big fish, and Bulma had just climbed uphill, and his vision was not wide, and the brakes were not timely. Bulma's eyes closed, he didn't care about anything, he stepped on the brakes and hit the steering wheel indiscriminately. Get out of the way! Unfortunately, he still knocked Sun Wukong into the air. Bulma closed her eyes and clung to the steering wheel. I hit someone. Bulma, you calm down, you look at that person is not okay at all. Bulma listened to Pounds, opened his eyes, and sure enough, he saw a child, frightened and hiding behind the head of the fish, grinning with bared teeth. Demon! Monster! Ah, hey, oh! And walked out with vague steps. Bulma was surprised, still alive. Pounds looked at the still ignorant Monkey King with interest, and shouted angrily at the car, you stinky monster, are you trying to take away my food? And then rushed over and half-carried the car. Bulma panicked and screamed. Pounds felt the bumps of the car, and secretly thought in his heart. Sun Wukong's strength is indeed too small, the low-level warrior is really developing slowly, he should be 12 years old. The other scions are at least a few hundred combat power, and he should be about 10 years old now. Sun Wukong held up the car and shouted, I won't let you succeed, I won't let you take away my food. Bulma trembled and asked Pounds, 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 what should we do this time? Pounds looked at Bulma, who was indeed more panicked, and with a slight force under his feet, the whole car was flattened, and Sun Wukong was pressed to the bottom of the car. Ah, he's been crushed by you. As soon as Bulma's words fell, Sun Wukong's voice came from under the car. Damn, what kind of monster are you? I'm not a yokai, I'm human. What kind of monster are you? You won't die if you're hit by a car. People? I'm not a monster. Pounds waited for Bulma to get out of the car, then relented and followed. Sun Wukong then overturned the car and jumped away. He also took off his golden club, raised it in both hands and shouted. If you want my prey, attack it. With Pounds by his side, Bulma didn't shoot Son Goku bye like in the original book. Pounds, who was looking forward to this, was extremely disappointed. Bulma asked with a slight tremble, Pounds, he will neither be killed by the car nor squished by the car, what kind of monster is he? I'm not a monster, you two monsters that came out of the belly of the monster, my body is as strong as steel, and I won't let you take my prey. Bulma immediately stopped Sun Wukong and explained. Wait a minute, little brother, we are human, this is my brother. People. Yes, you see people like you, Sun Wukong said with a vigilant face, don't move when you stand there. Sun Wukong carefully circled around Bulma, bit his left thumb into his mouth, and said thoughtfully, you look a little different from me. Aren't you weak? Of course it's different, I'm a girl, you're a boy. Girls are already very weak. Sun Wukong was even more surprised when he heard it. What? You say you're a girl? Yes, haven't you ever seen a girl a hillbilly? Sun Wukong deserved to be a simple child, and immediately replied truthfully. Yes. You are the first human I have seen other than my grandfather. It's so pitiful, Pounds, did you hear that? Little brother is still the first time to see someone else. Well, I'm not deaf. Sun Wukong said to himself on the side. Grandpa told me that if I meet a girl, I must be gentle with her. Pounds, do you hear that? Everyone else knows that they are gentle with girls. Bulma, he's talking about girls, do you think you're counted? Pounds, I'll tell the eldest sister and let her punish you. Do you think the eldest sister believes me or believes you? Sun Wukong saw them arguing on the side. Are you hungry when you quarrel? If you are a girl, you come with me, and I will treat you to delicious food. Bulma groaned, looking at the direction he was about to go, and thought that it might be easier to follow him to find the Dragon Balls. At least his grandfather should know something. My name is Bulma, this is my brother, Pounds. What is your name? My name is Monkey King. Monkey King, are you still living with your grandfather? Pounds rolled his eyes when he heard this. No, Lao Sun himself turned into an ape and trampled his grandfather to death. My grandfather died a long time ago. Was trampled to death by a big monster. Bulma was overflowing with love, with tears in her eyes, and cried to Pounds. Woo woo, he's so pitiful. Pounds looked at Bulma, who was full of maternal radiance, and without saying a word, he just looked at Bulma. Pounds, what are you looking at? It's nothing, you continue to chat with Sun Wukong. Who knows, Sun Wukong will say a thunderous sentence. It turns out that women don't have tails. By the way, did you catch that tin monster? Chapter 8. What? That's a car, not a tin monster. Then Bulma saw the tail behind Sun Wukong. Pounds, did you see that? He thought we'd take it seriously with a fake tail behind his back. Pounds rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, this stupid sister. If you see him turn into a gorilla, you know how cute Sun Wukong is. Pounds, what do you mean? My stupid sister, he is a real tail. Sun Wukong sighed, ah. This is the car. I heard my grandfather talk about the car, it turns out that the car is like this. Bulma looked at Sun Wukong walking by himself in front. Sun Wukong, I see that your body is small, but you are very strong. Sun Wukong turned his head, smiled proudly and said, this is my grandfather trained me. All the way Bulma and Sun Wukong chatted with each other, and soon arrived at the house where Sun Wukong lived. As soon as Sun Wukong pushed the door open, Pounds saw the glittering 4 planets. Sun Wukong followed closely and found out, then dropped the big fish and ran forward. Grandpa! Bulma was attracted by Sun Wukong's shouting and stopped looking around. Pounds, 4 planets. It's 4 planets, that's great. We've found 4 planets. Bulma didn't care about Sun Wukong, pushed Sun Wukong away, stepped forward directly, and picked up the 4 planets. Hey, you go away, don't touch. My grandfather. Bulma held up the 4 planets and asked suspiciously, Grandpa. Sun Wukong took advantage of Bulma's inattention, grabbed the 4 planets, and said seriously. Yes, this is the only relic my grandfather gave me. Even if you're a girl, you're not allowed to take it indiscriminately. Then, the 4 planets that Sun Wukong was holding were shining, and Sun Wukong said excitedly. Look, my grandfather is shining, and he seems to be telling me something. Grandpa was doing this for the first time. Bulma suddenly understood, and took out 2 almost identical Dragon Balls from her backpack. One was the second planet of the family, and the other was found by them on the road for 5 weeks. Sun Wukong saw the 2 glittering Dragon Balls in Bulma's hand, and asked Bulma in surprise if there were 2 grandfathers. Pounds laughed heartily at the door, anticipating this step in advance. Pounds, what are you laughing at? I have 2 grandfathers, don't you have 2 grandfathers? Crunch! Sloppy! Monkey King, this is not a grandfather, this is Dragon Ball. Next thing is for Bulma to explain the ancient books she saw to Son Goku, and then tell him that he and his brother are now looking for Dragon Balls all over the world in order to fulfill their wishes. Sun Wukong, are you willing to give us your 4 planets? Now who knows, Sun Wukong, who was still a simple boy just now, suddenly said viciously. No, this is my grandfather's relic, and no one can take it away. Then you can borrow me. No, Sun Wukong finished speaking, and played a prank on Bulma. Bulma, after seeing it, seemed to understand something, and was about to do something. Bulma Brive, if you dare to mess around and don't love yourself, I will tie you back and never let you out again. Damn, Pounds, you didn't help me, and you prevented me from getting the 4 planets. Pounds said with a disdainful face. No, I won't rob other people's things for you, unless the other party is a bad person, and I won't stop you from getting the Dragon Balls through legitimate channels. Sun Wukong asked with a questioning face, what are you talking about, and Pounds, are you very strong? Bulma encouraged on the side, Sun Wukong, aren't you very powerful? My brother is the best in the world. Do you dare to compete with my brother, and the winner can take the 4 planets? Really? Is your brother really that strong? Okay, okay. Pounds looked at Sun Wukong, who was excited as soon as he heard about the battle. The second person who can transform into a Super Saiyan is really crazy about fighting, but unfortunately, you are still too weak. Silly boy, you were deceived by my sister. I can take the 4 planets if I win, and you win nothing. What? Yes. It's not fair. Bulma gritted his teeth and said silently in his heart, dead Pounds, don't help me at all. In the end, Bulma said left and right, kidnapped Sun Wukong together, and agreed with Sun Wukong to borrow his 4 planets for use when the time came. Let's go find the next moment Dragon Ball. Bulma wanted to take a trip that he could just go, and Sun Wukong also shouted excitedly. I said, if you want to find the Dragon Ball, you can't find it in a while. Can we finish eating and then set off? Pang Zi innocently pointed to the big fish that Sun Wukong dragged back. You must eat on time and eat to your heart's content. Don't be starved to death when you don't catch your life. Sun Wukong, this is the only time to react, yes. I'm so hungry. Wait a minute. He ran around with that, cleaned the fish, forked it on a branch, and lit a fire. The group of 3 people was well fed and drunk. Finally satisfied on the road. Sun Wukong asked curiously, Bulma, how are we going? We don't know where the other Dragon Balls are. Bulma said proudly. This is thanks to my clever mind, although I am also very beautiful. Bulma, hurry up and find the car, it's time for us to go. What? Pounds, don't you want to practice martial arts too? You can run. After finishing speaking, Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar, pressed the on/off button, and determined the direction of the next Dragon Ball, before taking out the universal capsule, finding the capsule containing the car, and throwing it forward. With a bang, a car appeared. Pounds thought to himself, isn't the world's corrective power involved in these little things? Bulma should get out with a motorcycle. Sun Wukong took out his golden hoop stick and carefully circled the car for a week before jumping into the car. Bulma yelled excitedly, let's go. The car flew out all at once. Wow, Bulma, you're running much faster than me. The group of 3 sat in the car and frantically advanced, startling the monkey who was sitting on a branch and eating apples happily. After walking for about 3 hours, Pounds suddenly opened his eyes, gave Bulma a meaningful look, and then continued to close his eyes. Not long after, Bulma suddenly shuddered and stopped the car. You guys are waiting for me here, I have something to do, don't come with me. I'll be back later. Sun Wukong asked suspiciously, what's the matter? Can't we come with us? Bulma blushed, and then said angrily, when the lady said such things, Muju was going to go to the toilet. With that, Bulma hurried behind a large rock. Pounds jumped out of the car and was about to follow in the direction of Bulma. Sun Wukong asked suspiciously, Pounds, didn't Bulma say that we can't follow? That's my sister. After Pounds said this lightly, he didn't follow Bulma's direction in a hurry. Sure enough. Turned the big rock that was blocking it, and saw a big dinosaur grab Bulma. It saw the 2 pounds and shifted Bulma to the top of the tail and covered Bulma's mouth. "2 stinky boys, who are you?" Sun Wukong replied suspiciously, "I am Sun Wukong, are you her friend?" Bulma fell, and a stream of liquid flowed out of the dirt under Bulma's feet, moistening a large area of land. Chapter 9. Bulma was ashamed. "I'm still peeing." Pounds didn't care, threw out a capsule, and blew up a tent. "Bulma, you go in and get dressed and get on your way." Bulma finally found an outlet. "Pounds, it's all your fault, obviously you can drive the gas car, it's a lot easier for us, maybe we're going to have to collect it." "Are you going to change? If you don't go, I'll go." "Wait a minute, I'll change, you turn your head." Pounds picked up Sun Wukong and walked straight to the car. "Damn Pounds, it's really hateful." After a moment of resentment, Bulma went into the tent and changed into a new dress. On the way, Goku asks Bulma, "Bulma, can we just find the remaining 4 Dragon Balls?" Dragon Balls are scattered all over the world, and there are many places where we can't get into them at all, so we can only rely on Pounds to get them, and besides, the world is very big. "Yes. Pounds. Yes, my naive sister. I have to do all the hard work." "Pounds?" Monkey King asked suspiciously. "Pounds, are you really powerful? Then let's fight." Pounds tilted his head. "I don't like such a boring battle." "Boring? How can a battle be boring?" Bulma stabbed Pounds in the waist and said, "Forget it, Sun Wukong, my brother is very afraid of death, you can't let my brother make a move, his dream is to live forever." "Immortality? What is that? How can a person be immortal?" Not long after, a hungry cry suddenly sounded in the car. Sun Wukong covered his stomach and said pitifully, "I'm hungry. We should find a place to pitch our tents and rest. Let's get here today." One night, due to the presence of Pounds, Sun Wukong was not given a chance to be bathed by Bulma. It also didn't make it clear to Bulma that Sun Wukong's tale was a real tale. Pounds has absolute reason to believe that Bulma didn't hear what he said about the Monkey King's tale being true. "My stupid sister." At the dinner table, Sun Wukong looked innocently at Bulma and Pounds. "Is this dinner?" he said, unceremoniously picking up a loaf of bread and stuffing it into his mouth. "This thing called bread doesn't taste good." He took another sip of the coffee in front of him. "This soup is so bitter. Bastard, if you're a picky eater like you, you're not tall." As soon as he said this, Bulma suddenly remembered something. "Monkey King, how old are you? I haven't asked you yet." 14 years old. Bulma. "Damn, you're only 2 years younger than me." Pounds, what's wrong with Bulma? Pounds looked at the confused Monkey King, and without explanation, picked up the bread and ate elegantly. It's one thing to read comics, it's another thing to get along face to face, it's not good if it's too simple. Sun Wukong frowned, covered his stomach, looked at the food in front of him and Bulma, and said to Pounds, "Pounds, I'll go find some food that can fill my stomach and come back, do you want to go?" "Don't go, I can eat enough." Sun Wukong saw that Pang Zi didn't want to move, so he ran out by himself. "Pounds, why don't you give the energy pill to Sun Wukong to eat?" "My stupid sister, are you ordering your brother? Then you give me a few, and I'll keep them for spare. If you don't give it, I'll give you one in 10 days and eat it in front of me." "Stingy, if you don't give, you won't give." Pounds looked at the angry Bulma, and secretly thought in his heart, "Of course, the rules of the world. They have only met for a day. And Bulma is so interested in Sun Wukong, and the pure maternal brilliance is not justified at all, I hope it is the rules of the world. Pounds sighed. Pounds, why are you sighing? It's nothing, you should care about your Monkey King yourself. Dead Pounds, what kind of bastard are you talking about? Pounds ignored Bulma and went straight out into his tent. Pounds is even more worried now. If it is the corrective power of the world, it is fine. If the whole king is watching, I am afraid that he has already fallen into their eyes. What can he do? Now he doesn't need them to blow his breath, thinking in his heart that he is afraid that he will be killed. After thinking about it, there is nothing wrong with me now. It should not be that the king is paying attention and discovering himself. In this way, one's immortality may be achievable. Pounds began to meditate worriedly, not stopping to recite the Tao Te Ching in his heart, hoping to immerse himself in Chinese culture and continue to cultivate his mind. Since Pang Zi came to this world, he has been cultivating very hard, hoping that he can really cultivate to immortality as the Huaxia cultural system said, and finally he can be immortal and immortal, which is the best. Pounds was still a desireless librarian in his previous life, and being able to stay in the library in that materialistic modern age is a rare thing in itself, which has shown that Pounds is a person who firmly pursues goals. Even if he changes Pounds' pursuit goals, he will not be ambiguous. But it wasn't until he was found by Bulma and showed him the information about Dragon Ball, that he understood that he probably wouldn't be able to concentrate on cultivation alone. After all, in this world, he just didn't look for trouble, trouble came to you. Not to mention that Pounds was still reborn in the main supporting character's family, and it was definitely impossible to avoid it. Pounds also understands that worrying all the time is not the way to go, and there must be a way to avoid it. So he researched the gravity suit to help him train, wanting to avoid dying in the early stage a few steps in advance. Researching energy pills to save lives, and even, he also wanted to research healing drugs with the same function as fairy beans. And researching the gas car, one is to commemorate the past life, and the other is to save life. The technology of this world is also very good. It must be a world like Marvel and DC. It can be said that in addition to being inferior to the Chinese desolate world, there is no stronger world than the Dragon Ball world. Think of the late 16th, 17th, and 18th Lazuli. Forget that number 18 is Klin's wife. Pounds didn't want to find a wife at all in this world, and he was even more afraid of meeting the main supporting roles, and for so many years, he didn't teach Drive and Mrs. Brive, his sister Tais, and Bulma to practice martial arts. If you want not to die, you must be cowardly, relying on the familiar plot to fish in troubled waters. About 3 hours later, Sun Wukong also happily got into the tent. Pounds, I caught centipedes and wolves. Do you want to come and eat together? No need, Sun Wukong, thank you for your kindness, I'm full, I don't need it. Sun Wukong saw that Pang Zi didn't open his eyes and paid attention to himself, and he didn't care, and went out to roast wolf meat and centipede meat excitedly. Later, Sun Wukong ran into Pound's tent, threw himself on the mattress, and kept tossing. This quilt is soft and so comfortable to the touch. It didn't take long for Sun Wukong to fall asleep. There should be delicious food in his dreams, and he kept drooling. Chapter 10. Nothing was said all night. Because of the extra pounds, Sun Wukong did not have the opportunity to sleep under the same roof with Bulma. On the way, when Bulma learned that Sun Wukong had lived with his grandfather since he was a child and had never seen his parents, he was even more sympathetic, and kept saying that after looking for Chi Dragon Ball, he would take Sun Wukong to live at home. Pounds, do you say it's okay? You can figure out how to deal with your own affairs, I don't care, please don't bother me. What? You're a brother. That's how you are a brother. You don't care for your sister at all, no wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Pounds looked at Bulma, who was in broken thoughts, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The next thing is to meet the old turtle, and then I will meet the turtle immortal. Should I discuss martial arts with the turtle immortal, or will I go to find the Dragon Ball with Sun Wukong and Bulma? Forget it, after all, it's my sister. If I didn't have Dr. Brive, I might not be able to survive. Even if I did, it wasn't as good as it is now. I'd better protect my stupid sister. After all, after Sun Wukong had Kiki, Bulma was often bullied. At noon, when the three of them were resting, a large turtle came to him. Pounds kept complaining in his heart. We didn't leave until we had dinner yesterday, we were a few hours late, and then we got up in the morning and drove all morning, and we were still able to meet the old turtle we had seen in the morning. Is this because we are too slow or the turtle is too fast? This Nima is also outrageous. Hello, I'm lost, can you give me a glass of salt water to drink? Sun Wukong looked at the mount of the turtle immortal who came to the door, and the corners of his mouth drooled. Ah! Pounds also touched his beardless chin with his right hand. I heard that turtle stew is very nourishing, why don't we eat turtle soup at noon? The old turtle was shocked. No, 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 I don't taste good, I'm old, my meat is not delicious. Bulma looked at the panicked old turtle and shouted at Pounds and Sun Wukong. What? Don't talk nonsense and scare people. Pounds looked at Bulma and then at the old turtle. What? Bulma, you see, it's a turtle, not a human. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Zhi encouraged Wukong to say, Sun Wukong's turtle stew is very helpful for your martial arts training. What? Really? Then let's eat turtles at noon. No, such an old turtle, cherish it very much, let's put it back into the sea. The old turtle was choked by one of them. Seeing that only Bulma was willing to let him go, he had to quickly crawl to Bulma's side. Pounds shrugged indifferently, of course he knew that he couldn't eat it. In the early stage, the old turtle also had a lot of scenes, although he should be invincible on the earth now, but he couldn't be unscrupulous, and when he disrupted the plot, he would not have the advantage of knowing things in advance. Okay, Mr. Turtle, they're just teasing you, don't worry, we have something to eat. Bulma then gave the old turtle a bucket of salt water and threw a little kelp into it. It's amazing, the turtle that has never been lost happened to be lost, and I met the Monkey King who had just come out of the mountain. Bulma was not happy with the turtle that he proposed to send it back after eating, but Sun Wukong was quite happy and said that he would send it back. Bulma wants Pounds to help her. Who is Pounds? He wasn't used to his stupid sister. I don't care, I haven't been to the beach for a long time, I can, and the distance of 120 kilometers is not very far, if it is fast, 1 hour is enough. Yes, Pounds, can you send it back with the gas car? And let the gas car come back to us on its own. Please, my stupid sister, I mean I want to go to the beach and relax, not my tool. Wukong, you carry Mr. Old Turtle on your back, let's send it back to the sea, it crawls over on its own, and it doesn't know the year of the monkey yet. Pounds has been entangled on the road, this time whether to talk to the turtle immortal and form a good fate. He knows very well that the turtle immortals should have no specific skills to teach him, but as an important supporting role in this drama, the protagonist and the teacher of their life, the turtle immortals give Sun Wukong absolutely not only martial arts, but also the luck of this world. Although Dragon Ball has not talked about luck, it should be that foreigners do not understand Chinese culture, and they are now under the existence of the Huaxia Wenhu system, even if they only have books, they should also rely on Huaxia culture to help them improve. What's more, only the cultural knowledge of Huaxia can allow him to grow to immortality just by relying on his own cultivation, and other foreign knowledge cannot, either by relying on people or by faith. The martial arts in Dragon Ball can only make him stronger, and they can all break the existence of stars, and they can't survive in space, it's really useless. If he were to go to school in Huaxia, the teacher would definitely say that this child was extremely biased. On the way, the old turtle also said to Sun Wukong, I'm sorry, you must think I'm heavy, I've gained a lot of weight recently. No problem, little meaning. Pounds. Who was following him, asked with a smile. Mr. Turtle, haven't you been missing for a year? You are still finding your way back to the sea, how can you be fat? Ah! That! This! Boom! Pounds looked at the embarrassed turtle and teased. Could it be that Mr. Turtle was surprised because he lost contact, and his weight became heavier and heavier? Yes, 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 yes. Pang Zi stopped talking, and followed Sun Wukong in no hurry, and on the way, Sun Wukong still took advantage of the situation to solve the big bear who was blocking the road. Along the way, Bulma is no longer fuss about anything terrible because of his younger brother. Sun Wukong, do you like to fight very much? Yes, Pounds, don't you like to fight as the number one in the world? What's so good about fighting? I don't practice martial arts to fight all the time. Why? Isn't it just to practice martial arts to fight stronger opponents? Pounds, let's fight once. You're too weak. What? Pounds looked at Sun Wukong, who went from surprise to disbelief. When you just fought the bears, you were too slow, your knees were too straight, your waist was too soft, and your arms were too amplitude. Also, don't be merciful and hesitant when dealing with the enemy, just cut the mess with a quick knife, kill the hand, and kill it directly. After all, the villain dies from talking too much. Oh, okay, I see, but I still want to compete with you. Pang Zi said lightly. Don't worry. If you have a chance, as long as you keep getting stronger. Soon, the two of them, a monkey and a turtle, arrived at the beach. Sun Wukong excitedly threw down the old turtle and rushed to the sea. Children in the mountains are almost always like this when they see the sea for the first time. Wonderful! Is this the sea? The old turtle said excitedly. This is the sea, this is the sea, I smell the fragrance of the sea. Bulma muttered dissatisfiedly. What the smell of the sea? It's still the saltiness of the sea. Chapter 11. In front of everyone is the blue sea and blue sky, and a few seagulls are flying comfortably in the sky. The sun's rays shine into the sea, reflecting a colorful light. Sun Wukong sighed. Turtle, the place where you live is so big. Thank you very much, little brother, you saved my life. You have to take care. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, the old turtle swam forward for a distance, and then turned around. Can you wait here for a moment? I'd like to give you a gift. Sun Wukong repeated in confusion, gift. Bulma also said excitedly, could it be the Dragon Palace treasure box? I heard that there is a Dragon Palace in the sea. Pounds, God fucking Ryugu, you also have Ryugu in Japan? The old turtle immediately replied, I'll be back right away. Do not go away. Bulma said anxiously, wait a minute, we don't have time to wait for you to come back. Pounds said with interest. This old turtle is slow on land, and when it reaches the sea, it will run far away. Pounds, it's all gone. We've had a lot of delays. The sea was constantly scouring the beach, occasionally crawling over some crabs, occasionally washing up some shells. Sun Wukong has already run to the sea to wash his feet. Bulma followed suit, and regretted. If I had known that I would be at the beach today, I would have brought a swimsuit. Sun Wukong didn't know whether he was alive or dead, took a mouthful of seawater and poured it into his mouth. It's so salty, what's going on with this water? Ha ha ha! Monkey King, this is seawater, you are really simple and cute. Bulma also laughed and leaned back and couldn't straighten up. After a while, Sun Wukong played with the sand on the side, and Bulma also picked up a wooden stick to draw some scenery on the beach. Soon, the old turtle came to the shore with a bald old man wearing a shell, a cane, and sunglasses. The old turtle was the first to speak. I've kept you waiting. Good afternoon, everyone. I heard that you saved the turtle. Who are you, old man? The turtle fairy jumped off the turtle's back. I am a turtle fairy who lives on a small island 250 kilometers southeast of the city. Pang. Zi looked at the scene in front of him and didn't speak. He knew that what was next was Sun Wukong's important magic weapon in the early stage, Somersault Cloud. When the turtle immortal was sure that it was Sun Wukong who saved the old turtle, he walked up to Sun Wukong. Thank you for your hard work, little brother. I'll give you something nice as a gift. Pounds suddenly interjected. Somersault Cloud. Little brother, how do you know about somersault clouds? Turtle immortal, I looked for you for a long time a few years ago, but I didn't find you all over the sea. Little brother, do you have anything to do with me? I said okay, I haven't accepted apprentices for a long time. You better give Sun Wukong's gift and come back. Since you already know, then I'll give you another gift. Forgive me, the turtle immortal, turned to face the sea, raised the cane in his hand and shouted. Immortal bird. Bulma was surprised, immortal bird. Sun Wukong also made do, is it a bird that will never die? This Nima is not a fire phoenix. What a mess. Will that bird fly over? After 3 or 4 minutes, there was still silence. Sun Wukong said disappointedly, there is nothing. Old Turtle climbed to the feet of the Turtle Immortal and whispered. Turtle Immortal, that kid of the immortal bird, died of food poisoning last year. Pounds heard it, and looked confused. I felt 100,000 beasts rushing by. Oops, I forgot. In that case, I can only send you somersault clouds. Turtle Immortal continued to maintain the posture just now. Somersault clouds. Soon Sun Wukong was surprised. Clouds have flown over. This is the somersault cloud, for you. Wukong circled around the somersault cloud a few times and asked curiously, how do you eat this? The Turtle Immortal said angrily, this cloud can't be eaten, and you can fly in the air as you like if you ride on the somersault cloud. Great! But only 6 pure people can drive a somersault cloud. All in all, only good kids should use it. Turtle Immortal demonstrated once, and immediately fell off the somersault cloud. Pain! The Turtle Immortal looked at the somersault cloud and whispered in confusion, it's so strange. After Sun Wukong saw it, he immediately jumped up and stood firmly on it. Except for Pang Zi, the other 2 people looked at Sun Wukong in surprise. Sun Wukong said excitedly, I'll ride up. And then jumped around on the somersault cloud. He even rode somersault clouds and flew everywhere in the sky. Interesting. Bulma, are you going to try it? Okay. Who knows, as soon as Bulma finished speaking, he turned to the Turtle Immortal and said. Turtle Immortal, you can also give me one. My stupid sister, I just don't want you to be eaten tofu, you just want to make up for it. It's a pity that there is only one somersault cloud, and the Turtle Immortal racked his brains and didn't come up with anything to give. Bulma suddenly discovers the Dragon Ball that the Turtle Immortal is tied to his chest. Turtle Immortal, give me the 3-star Dragon Ball on your chest. After Bulma finished speaking, he immediately grabbed the Dragon Ball on the Turtle Immortal's chest. Pounds, do you see if this is a 3-star Dragon Ball? Yes. Pounds, can you be serious? You didn't even look. I found out as soon as the old man came. Bulma excitedly said, great, we found 4 Dragon Balls, yes. Hey, you guys, I haven't said I'll give it to you yet. And how can you give it to us? As soon as Bulma spoke, Pounds rushed to Bulma and the Turtle Immortal. Old man, if you want to ask to see my sister's panties or corset, I will beat you flat, even if you are a famous martial arts teacher. Turtle Immortal. Pounds looked at the turtle immortal with his eyes rolling. You'd better think about it. I'm not afraid of your ceiling demon wave and turtle sect Qigong. The things you learned from the cat immortals and the super holy water you drank can't help you, and you don't know how to dance the void yet. You think it through. Cold sweat broke out on the turtle immortal's forehead. How did he know so well? Turtle immortal wanted to give up again, but he couldn't save face. Pounds looked at the hesitant turtle immortal and knew that all he needed was a fire. Moreover, Gaku is the grandson of Son Gohan. What? Is Gaku the grandson of Son Gohan? Of course, you can ask him yourself later. In that case, I'll give it to you. Pounds. Bulma and Monkey King continued on their way. The turtle fairy and the old turtle who had sat down on him returned to the sea and prepared to return to their island. The turtle immortals did not laugh and play in the past, but looked solemn. What a terrible young man, I feel like I can't beat him with a move, and even Mr. Wu Taito may not be able to withstand his move. Who the hell is he? Is the outside world so terrifying now? He still knows so many secrets. On the other side, Pounds looked smug in his heart. It should be intimidating him. Next time I'm with Sun Wukong, there should be no problem. I need to learn the martial arts of this world to save my life, and the vitality may be able to take my own Chinese orthodox martial arts to the next level. Three of them returned to their tents, put them away with the all-purpose capsules, and continued on their way. That's great, we're just getting started. As soon as Pounds thought this, he immediately interrupted himself. No, my goal is immortality, so I don't want to fight. After returning to his island, Kames Ento meets the early Big Wolf or a funny villain group like Musashi Kojiro, the Pirav King Trio. Chapter 12. After a battle of wits with King Pirav, he finally succeeded in sending the three of them into the sea. It seems that the bead is very valuable and should not be given to them. Pounds sat in the car and watched the excited Bulma and the Monkey King flying around in the sky with a somersault cloud. Pounds, we already have 4 Dragon Balls, as long as we find the remaining 3, we can summon the dragon. Said Bulma dissatisfied. What, Pounds, would you be happy? Pounds closed his eyes and spat at Bulma. Pounds, after collecting 7 Dragon Balls, I can make my wish come true and have a perfect boyfriend. Yes, yes, yes. What? Then the car fell silent, only Sun Wukong shouted in the sky. 3 days later, the three of them got closer and closer to the valley to the west, the base camp of the Zhu Beiji Oolong. After the explanation of the local villagers, although Sun Wukong and Bulma thought that the Oolong King was a very powerful character, they still said that they would help the villagers eliminate the monsters. Earlier, Bulma asked about Dragon Ball in advance, and finally knew that there was a 6-star Dragon Ball in the hands of Granny Bunzi, and Bulma promised to help the villagers kill the monster Oolong King in exchange. Pounds looked at the serious appearance of the two people, and helplessly said that he didn't want to waste time. When the Oolong changes into a big monster and comes out to snatch the beautiful girl, he directly kills the Oolong in seconds. Everyone saw that the Oolong who was killed by Pounds turned out to be a little pig. They were all angry, and they all said that they wanted to soak the Oolong in the pig cage. Or roast the suckling pig. But they were all stopped by Pounds. Don't you want to know where the woman in the village where Oolong was captured? We still have to rely on it to get the woman out. Pang! Zai Wukong and the others went to Oolong's Zhuangzi with the villagers, and everyone looked at the magnificent Zhuangzi in surprise. Later, I found that the girls who were kidnapped by the Oolong were very happy to live here, and they were all surprised. Bulma got her wish and got the 5th 6-star bead, and the group then set off for the next location. Come on, I don't know if I'll be able to make a wish for immortality at the end. Bulma looked at Pounds in the car. Pounds, you're very powerful, aren't you? Pounds looked at Bulma in amazement, and said as a matter of course. Of course, didn't you also say that I was the best in the world? So, you also look down on me, don't you look down on me? You have gravity suit exercises, you have researched energy pills, you have a very powerful gas car, you should be very strong, at least stronger than Sun Wukong, but you still don't want to help me. I remember you have 10 gas cars. Pounds looked at the expressionless Bulma with interest. So what? So, if I pull you out, you should be reluctant, right? You don't want to be with me at all, and you don't want to help me, so you don't lend me a gas. Imagination is also good. Pounds, I don't want you anymore, you're not good at all, you've bullied me since I was a child. You make it clear, who is bullying whom? Pounds, if you don't want to, you can go by yourself and go and practice your martial arts. I went to find my Dragon Balls myself. Bulma, I didn't mean that. You go. Bulma. There will be a lot of danger on the way. You're a girl. Bulma angrily stopped and looked at Pounds. So, Pounds, you still think I'm useless? I don't need you, I have the Monkey King. He will protect me. Pounds suddenly felt a pain in his heart. Yes, Monkey King, Yamuza, Vegeta. What do I think? He's my sister. Pounds looked at Bulma, who turned his head and ignored him. Bulma, I've never been as you say, I'm following behind me, just trying to protect you from harm. You're my sister. Pounds, you go by yourself, I don't need your protection, you haven't helped me at all. Pounds was a 65-year-old single man in his previous life, and in this life he is an obsessed martial artist. Looking at the resolute Bulma, Pounds said lonely. Bulma. Then you protect yourself. After Pounds finished speaking, he flew straight up and left in front of Bulma and Sun Wukong, who had just rushed back to ask why he didn't continue walking. You go, never meet when you go. Bulma. Monkey King, it's just the two of us in the future, let's go. Bulma huffed and prepared to get in the car and leave. Bulma, Bulma, Pounds, Pounds, Pounds flew away. You see, he flew away with nothing. Bulma then realized that her brother had flown away in front of her. Nothing, maybe it's a new technology he's developed. Sun Wukong wondered. Technology, what is it, can you eat it? Let's go. Wukong. Bulma and Sun Wukong Oolong headed southwest together. Pounds used the internal force to fly in the sky all the time, and soon felt that the internal force was lost too quickly. Oh no, I should have left Bulma some energy pills, and the gas car should have given her one. Pounds had been hesitant to go back to Bulma, but if he did, Bulma would have ignored him. But then it seems that I am about to meet Yamcha in the desert. Pounds calmed down at the thought of this. Find a forest and land down. In Dragon Ball, you can't live forever if you don't become a god, and when I have enough time to go and see, they should have been caught in Pirav's castle, right? Forget it, let's go and see it when they get to the Fried Bread Mountain. Pounds walked casually through the forest. According to my own research of Chinese culture, martial arts should have non-entry, third-rate, second-rate, early day after tomorrow, middle day after tomorrow, late stage of day after tomorrow, 3 realms of innate nature, 3 realms of Grandmaster, 3 realms of Genki, and the later should be almost the same as the path of cultivation Jindan, Yuanying, and the like, but the specific is not so fast. Pang Zi had read so many books in his previous life, and there were some novels, of course, he could sort out his own martial arts system. The second rate should be the peak of the Republic of China in the previous life, the late period of the day after tomorrow should be the peak of the previous life after the end of the Ming dynasty, and the late stage of the congenital period should be the Song dynasty before it can be cultivated. Pounds came to the Dragon Ball world, due to the huge world boundary, sufficient vitality and the mixed disorder of various forces, so the cultivation is very fast, that is to say, in the earth of the current world, people born have second-rate strength, and a little cultivation can reach the early stage of the day after tomorrow. If you want to be stronger, you should need professional training methods. And the turtle immortal should have innate peak combat power, but due to the different rules of the world, he can attack the moon with a burst of chi. It shouldn't be right, in that case, the stronger Piccolo Great Demon King, the Celestial God, and Bobo should all be able to destroy the moon, but there is no one at all in the later stage, and in the later stage, Sun Wukong, and they can easily have hundreds of millions of combat power. According to the power of the turtle immortals, Sun Wukong, they should be able to destroy the moon and even the earth with one blow at will. Suddenly, Pound's ears moved, and he heard a conversation. Chapter 13. Senior brother, if we come out like this, will we be discovered by the teacher? What do you think? Definitely, but if we come out to exercise, otherwise we will not be able to defeat the master. Senior brother, will we be punished? Even if I am punished, I will admit it, my 4 demon fists are about to be completed, and there is a Qigong cannon. By the way, Dumpling, how is your Dong Dong Bo cultivation? Senior brother, he is not good from time to time. Then we have to step up our cultivation and strive to win the world's #1 martial arts conference in the future. Okay, senior brother. After Pang Zi heard the above conversation, he knew that he had met the little villain in the early stage, and he was later taught by the turtle immortal to reform Tianjin rice and dumplings. The master they are talking about must be the crane immortal. I can go to him and ask for it, otherwise the chi can only be used to emit energy, which is too wasteful. Yes, Pang Zi's martial arts are divided into 2 kinds, one is the cultivation of the physical body and the cultivation of chi in the Dragon Ball world, which is not clear to some extent, and the other is the martial arts cultivation path that is refined and sorted out on the basis of Chinese culture, which is currently the late stage of the Gangchi realm. Although he doesn't know how strong his martial arts are, he must be beating all the characters on the earth at present, and the God of Heaven is not clear, but the other people don't see it. Interesting, what would happen if I took these 2 guys as disciples? Pounds did what he thought, and according to his usual personality, he wouldn't be nosy, not to mention this dangerous act of changing the plot. But Pounds was so squeezed by Bulma, don't look at him calm on the surface, in fact, he has always been upset in his heart, so he doesn't care about venting. You 2 little ghosts, why do you keep making noise and disturbing my peace? Who is it? Sneaky out. Pounds looked at the guarded Tianjin rice and dumplings with amusement. I'm on a tree 300 meters in front of you to the right. Tianjin. Rice and dumplings plopped and ran in front of Pounds. Who are you, what did you hear, said Tianjin, attacking Pounds. Pounds deftly avoided it. Tsitsizi. You have such a big temper, you disturbed my cultivation, and even took the lead, haven't you learned to be polite? They 4 demon fists saw a pair of hands grow out of Tianjin Rice's back, quickly attacking Pang Zi. Oops, what a grumpy temper. Suddenly, Nation Fan stood still, raised a finger, and shouted. Dong Dong Bo. As a result, I didn't get anything except hurting the flowers and plants. Oh, don't hurt the flowers and plants. Dumpling saw that all the attacks of Tianjin Rice were avoided by Pang Zi. Senior brother. I'm here to help you. After speaking, he controlled the chi of his whole body to release it to the ground, and his whole body rose up and attacked Pounds. Soon the dumplings were also powerless to fall. Dumplings, use that trick. What? Ooh. Pounds looked at the cute dumplings and felt very happy, and felt that all the evil breath in his heart came out. Come on, let me see if your superpowers can control my actions. Oh no, Dumpling, stop. Dumpling looked at the Tianjin rice that burst out of his voice, and had already sent his superpower to Pounds. It's a pity that this is of no use to Pounds, he is too powerful, even though he is wearing a gravity suit with 15 times the gravity force. We're fighting with you. Pounds looked at the two of them and restrained them. I said, you two rude boys, it was you who were noisy and disturbing me, and it was you who attacked me first, and in the end I felt like I was a heinous and bad person. Yes, brother, he hasn't hurt us. If you want to kill or chop, listen to it. Pounds looked at the hard-hearted Tianjin rice and dumplings hiding behind him because he was afraid. He asked with great interest. If I say that I see your bones kinky, I have a palm technique that fell from the sky here, and I want to sell it to you, do you want to buy it? Tianjin Fandaxi. What? Is there really such a palm technique? I buy it, how much does it cost? You can't afford it, and you can't learn it if you buy it. Dumplings said timidly behind the Tianjin rice. Senior, don't make fun of our senior brothers. Pang Zi's heart was full of turns, and he still said to the Tianjin chef brothers. I want to accept you as an apprentice, are you willing to worship me as a teacher? We have a master. Pounds looked at the Tianjin rice that was talking and the dumplings that nodded after him. I observe that your nature is not bad, but your anger is very heavy now, and it is not a good thing to think that your master is here. He's just going to waste all your talents. Don't say that about my master. Pounds looked at the dumpling that glared at him in surprise. I didn't expect it to be this little guy who was loyal to the Crane Immortals. What am I wrong again? Look at why your brother didn't speak. They. Dumplings pulled the corners of Tianjin rice's clothes and looked at Tianjin rice with a gloomy face timidly. Senior brother. Tianjin Fan didn't pay attention to the dumplings, but asked Pang Zi. Why do you want to accept us as apprentices, what can you teach us? You are so weak, how can you improve by 10 times or 20 times if you follow me for a period of time? What do you want? Pounds looked at Tianjin rice and stroked his chin. What can you afford? Okay, as long as you can improve our abilities, we will worship you as a teacher. Dumpling pulled the corner of Tianjin rice's clothes. Senior brother. Pounds snapped his fingers. Wise decision, you will be proud of the decision to enter. In that case, do you want to practice martial arts or martial arts? What is the difference between martial arts and martial arts? Martial arts progress extremely fast and lethal, and martial arts progress extremely slowly, but the health effect is good. Then I'll choose martial arts. Tianjin rice finished and looked at the dumplings. Senior brother, I don't want to fight and kill. Then you learn martial arts. Tianjin Fan made a decision directly for the dumplings, and then looked at Pang Zi. Master. Dumpling also said timidly. Master. Pounds was originally on a whim, and he had no experience as a teacher himself. Now looking at the two people in front of me, I feel a headache. I had no choice but to pull the tiger skin. Tianjin rice, what do you think martial arts are? Master martial arts is to keep getting stronger and defeat the enemy. Pang Zi didn't say anything, but asked Dumpling the same. Dumpling, what about you? Dumpling looked at Tianjin rice, hesitating. Master, I. Rest assured. Master, I think martial arts is to practice martial arts, and then be with the person you like all the time. You guys. Pounds shook his head, not saying anything. Suddenly, he took out an all-purpose capsule and threw it out. Bang! A chest is exposed. Pounds opened the box and took out 3 energy pills from it. This is the 10,000 worms heart eater pill, do you dare to eat it? Tianjin rice and dumplings glanced at each other and were silent. Don't dare! Dumpling gritted his teeth and stepped forward, taking one from Pound's hand and swallowing it. Dumplings, what are you doing? Hand over the antidote. Tianjin rice. It's fine. Pounds looked at the dumplings that were still about to continue eating, avoided him, and looked at Tianjin rice. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth and stepped forward to snatch an energy pill, raised his head and ate it. Chapter 14. I know you're not convinced of me, but it doesn't matter, you just need to follow my orders and work out. Knowing that you satisfy me, I will naturally give you an antidote. Similarly, this 10,000 insect heart devouring pill is also made by refining a variety of heavenly and earthly treasures, which can make you not have to eat for 10 days. Pounds looked at the surprised two, and the corners of his mouth hooked up an inexplicable smile. Let me tell you what I think of martial arts. Pang Zi suddenly became serious, and slowly said what he thought of martial arts. The so-called martial arts are actually divided into two words, martial arts and Taoism. There is also martial arts, constantly learning the way of martial arts as the inferior, taking nature as the teacher, and taking the ancients as the mirror can transcend the 5 decays of heaven and man, immortal and immortal. Dumplings sighed, it's amazing. Tianjin Fan was also very excited and asked, Master, what realm have you reached? Pang Zi looked at the expectant eyes of the two of them, and said with a smile. Do you really want to know? Regarding martial arts, I divide them according to the amount of vitality contained in the human body. 1 or more, 100 or less is the first order, 101 or more, 10,000 or less is the second order, 10,000 or more, 1 million or less is the third order, 1 million and 1 million or more, less than 100 million is the fourth order. More than 100 million, less than 10 billion is the fifth order. And so on. Regarding martial arts, I am divided into 3 realms of mortals, 3 realms of the day after tomorrow, 3 realms of innateness, 3 realms of grandmasters, 3 realms of Gangqi, etc. Master, is that Gangqi realm a 5th order powerhouse of martial arts? Pang Zi looked at the curious dumplings. What should I say? Dumplings, the role of martial arts is not for fighting, but for health. Maybe the 2nd order or even the 1st order can beat a martial arts cultivator in the Gangqi realm, but even if you cultivate your martial arts to the 5th order, you will still only have 100 years. Isn't it different to practice martial arts? Martial arts reach innate, lifespan 150, martial arts reach grandmaster, lifespan 200, martial arts reach Gangqi, lifespan 300. Of course, you need to weigh what is better and which is worse. Tianjin Fan looked at Pang Zi longingly. Master, can't we cultivate at the same time? If you are greedy and chew too much, you can cultivate at the same time. That is, you can't compare to others in martial arts, and you can't compare to others in martial arts, what's the use of you? Oh. Martial arts and martial arts are almost diametrically opposed, most of the martial arts are static exercises, and most of the martial arts are dynamic exercises, and the two are completely different. It's the master. Pounds looked at the barely convincing Tianjin rice and dumplings. You have excellent potential, although you are not pure-blooded humans, but they are no different from human bodies. My martial arts and martial arts are passed on by your senior brothers. Thank you, Master. You must know that Tianjin rice and dumplings have been worshipped under the Crane Immortal sect for several years, and they have not learned anything, just to let them kill people and teach them the cave wave and dancing technique. The rest is all up to their brothers and sisters. Now, the combat effectiveness of dumplings is 12, and the combat effectiveness of Tianjin rice is 17, I will train you fiercely in the next half month. The training volume of dumplings is only 1/10 of that of Tianjin rice, mainly to learn some common sense of martial arts. Yes, Master. Pang Zi looked at the two respectful, and knew in his heart that the simple-minded dumplings might throw themselves as teachers, but Tianjin rice was definitely unwilling, at least not for now. Master, your realm. I don't know the martial arts, they are all naturally improved, but my martial arts have been cultivated to the late stage of the Genki realm, and my lifespan is 300 years. It's amazing. Then it seems that this is an old monster, I can't offend for the time being, wait until I finish my studies, Pang. Zi looked at Tianjin Rice with his head down and didn't say anything. Although I don't know what the specific combat power of my martial arts is, it must be more than 10,000, and with you, it will take at least 6 to 7 years to be able to, and when Nappa arrived, you only had 1,800 combat power in the original book. You want to catch up with me, and there are times when you are desperate. 4. The next half-month, Pounds stayed in the forest, teaching 2 disciples. Pang Zi didn't know how to cultivate martial arts, but he remembered that they were constantly tempering their bodies, and the vitality contained in their bodies naturally increased. Of course, Pounds knew that there must be a heart, otherwise the working people of this world would have rebelled successfully, and there would be no shortage of toiling people at the bottom in any world. So, Pounds made 4 wooden stakes as high as Tianjin Rice, and 4 as tall as dumplings. Let them strap themselves on and start exercising. And asked them to write out their respective cultivation methods silently, and Tianjin Rice, the anti-bone boy, wrote it out without hesitation and handed it to Pang Zi, and the dumplings were still hesitant. Tianjin Rice's idea is very simple, he can't beat the master, he must be stronger than me, so he can't look down on the exercises for him, he must be tailor-made exercises for himself, anyway, he can't resist it, just enjoy it. Sure enough, they have a special mental method, which can absorb vitality while exercising the body. I just said, you can increase your vitality purely by exercising your body, why can't other people? Just a few people can. If your vitality is really so easy to exercise, the world's perception of vitality should be very high. After carefully reading the exercises of Tianjin Rice, Pang Zi found that it was similar to the external skills of Huaxia, but there was no refinement of the external skills of Huaxia, and the same Huaxia external skills did not have the exercises given by Tianjin Rice. So Pang Zi combined the external skills in his mind to sort out a new exercise, and he named the new exercises that fused the golden bell jar, iron cloth shirt, iron sand palm, and King Kong incorruptible divine skill, Wuji swallowing method. At the same time, according to the light skills in his mind, he sorted out a new flying technique. He named the new flying skills that fused the 8 steps to catch the cicada, Ling Bo microstep, Shen Xing change, Willow Catkin's body method, and flying on the grass, Huanyu star chasing. Pang Zi taught dumplings to memorize medical skills such as Compendium of Materia Medica and Niajing, and carefully taught Tianjin Rice. The root of the 2 of them is different. Tianjin Rice is mainly to temper the flesh at the same time to let the body absorb and store vitality. After Pang Zi saw a transformation, it can also improve the strength of the cell, slightly increase the life expectancy. Dumplings can be the 8 classics of learning Chinese things. Pang Zi can be a brain to instill useful knowledge into it, like this kind of medicine is simple, like what I Ching, Tao Ti Ching, Nanhua Jing, Zhuangzhou, Chongsu Jing, Emperor 4 books, Tongxian Zhenjing. These talents can make the dumplings have a big brain. Chinese culture has a long history, and Pounds has a collection of classics of the entire civilization in his mind. If he hadn't read more than 50 books in the library in his previous life, he wouldn't be able to figure out how many books he would have in this life. Chapter 15. Until half a month later, Dumpling still didn't learn what Pounds was going to teach. Dumpling, don't be anxious, I will create a special exercise for you to heal your wounds later, and then you will help your senior brother heal behind your back, and he will rush in front. Yes, master. Besides, your current martial arts cultivation also has about 30 combat power, and it will take you up to 5 months to break through to the 2nd rank. Thank you, master. After Dumpling finished speaking, he continued to lower his head and carefully memorize the acupuncture point knowledge that Pang Zi taught him. Pounds looked at the dumplings with his fingers down. Mistake. A scumbag who was defeated by 9-1 came to learn ancient Chinese culture, which is a bit of a master. Then he looked at the Tianjin rice that was exercising in the distance. That stupid boy was angry. In the past half a month, Pang Zi has been destroying and helping him heal, and the current value has broken through to 68 points. You know, after the next martial arts conference, Raditz will come, Tianjin Fan will only have 250 combat power, and now, Bulma they have not summoned the Dragon Ball for the first time, and there will be 6 to 7 years for him to exercise. Pounds was puzzled now. Could it be that my internal strength can speed up their absorption of vitality? Not necessarily. I also estimate their current combat strength, and there are scions like Vegeta, who have special instruments to test their combat effectiveness. After dinner, Pounds looked at the brothers who were feasting. You guys are cultivating here, don't stay away, I have something to do when I go out, I will come back in about 10 days, I will leave you 3 10,000 worm-heart devouring pills, enough for me to rush back. At the martial arts tournament in a year and a half, I'll see if you're allowed to go out and fight for fame according to the situation. Thank you, Master. Then Master, you have to come back quickly. Pounds looked at the slurred dumplings. You kid is afraid that you think my cooking is delicious, so you want me to come back quickly. I'm going for half a month, you are not allowed to be lazy, I will put the monitor to watch you, do you hear it? Oh! Pounds unleashed the gas car flying in the sky. Then he flew away directly. And after going to the sky, Pounds discerned the direction and left quickly. Senior brother. What's wrong? The master is good to us. Yes. Senior brother, are you going back to the master of the Crane Immortals? Dumplings, what about you? I will go wherever the senior brother goes, but I like the current master, he is good to us. Yes, what's the good thing about going back? You can't keep killing people. I didn't have a choice before, but now that I can stand in the sun, why don't we embrace the light? Then why don't we go back? Let's see when he comes back. It turns out that Pounds' dedication to teaching in the past half a month is not without gain. Tianjin rice and dumplings were both moved by Pounds. If there are no big problems in the follow-up, the two of them should support Pounds. But who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Pounds discerns the direction, and when he comes to the fried bread mountain, he sees Bulma, Sun Wukong, Bull Demon King, Oolong, Pool, and the Turtle Immortal. Of course, at this time, Yamusha and Pool were still hiding. But they couldn't avoid Pang Zi's induction. The Turtle Immortal saw that there was no such powerful child at the scene. Strange, isn't that awesome kid with you? What? It's the tall kid who blocked me at the time. Son. Wukong suddenly realized. You said Pounds, right? He was driven away by Bulma. What? Such a powerful boy, can you also get rid of it? Pounds is Bulma's younger brother. Well, forget it, let's eliminate the fire in the bread mountain first. Pounds in the distance sensed that the Turtle Immortal was about to extinguish the flames, and secretly thought in his heart. This old cultivator, I should be able to learn the Turtle Sect Qigong today. This trick is still a superpower that Pounds learned from Dumpling. However, Dumplings is a superpower, and Pounds' is really a use of martial arts. In terms of combat effectiveness, the internal force cultivated by martial arts may not be comparable to the Qi of this world, but the role and function of the internal force cannot be compared to the Qi horse. However, Dumpling's martial arts and his superpowers really complement each other, except that Dumpling's IQ may have a little impact, there is not much of a problem with others. Maybe Dumpling will become Dragon Ball's first nurse human. Pounds himself forgot that the original plot was that Bulma promised the Turtle Immortal to show him his figure, and the Turtle Immortal agreed to extinguish the fire, and now because of Pounds, the Turtle Immortal directly agreed. Unconsciously, Pounds is already gradually changing the plot, and I don't know what will happen in the future. The turtle fairy took off the turtle shell, threw away the crutches, and took off the clothes on his upper body, revealing all his muscles. As a result, there was a thing that the turtle immortal couldn't climb the wall. This old man. As a result, the turtle immortal was lucky, and the muscles of his whole body swelled 4 times, and his outstretched right hand shone with obvious light, which soon extended to his whole body. The lower half of the turtle immortal's body is a large angle horse step, and the upper body is as strong as a black bear, and his hands are gradually retracted and the palms are turned inward, and then he turns sideways. A powerful beam of light shot out from the turtle immortal's palm, and soon even the entire Bull Demon King's fried bread mountain and flames were raised to the ground by the turtle immortal. Seeing this, Pounds said, "I see, the old guy should still have a few more blows." "Turtle immortal grandpa, your trick is so powerful, can you teach me well?" The turtle immortal stretched out 5 fingers solemnly. "If you want to learn turtle school qigong, you need at least 50 years of practice." "Son." Wukong had no choice, so he ran to the side and cultivated by himself according to the way the turtle immortal had just been. Soon, Sun Wukong also emitted a weak light in his palm and wrecked the car. "It's successful." Then he added, "But it's still not as good as the turtle school qigong of the turtle immortals." The surprised Bull Demon King sighed that he was worthy of being Sun Gohan's grandson. "What? He is Sun Gohan's grandson?" "Yes." The turtle immortal stepped forward to talk to Wukong, and after knowing that Sun Gohan was dead, he immediately invited Sun Wukong to his house to practice, and said, "Wukong, as long as you go through a period of cultivation, you may be able to surpass me. After I find Dragon Ball with Bulma, can I come to Grandpa Turtle Immortal to train with you? Then let's say that." The turtle immortal then left. Pounds felt the crowd disperse. It turns out that the turtle sect qigong is like this. I said, how can it be possible to simply gather the qi of the whole body and release it, even if Sun Wukong imitates it, it is not right. Pang. Zi found that the qi of the turtle immortal gathered together 10 times in that instant, and after using it, it did not lose its strength. It consumed about 2%, and it was not at all what the turtle immortal said, excessive force. It turned out to be a little bit of all the energy in the body, and after a few specific rotations and concentrations, it was released together. It's just more cohesive and easier to control. The Turtle Fairy is also a genius. It's a pity that he is too lustful and too lazy. Otherwise, when Sun Wukong appears, how can the Turtle Immortals also have a combat power of 230,000? Chapter 16. On the other side, Bulma also got the 6th Dragon Ball, the 7-star bead. Great, only one last Dragon Ball is left, I can summon the dragon and make a wish for a perfect lover. Pounds was also hesitant to continue to secretly protect her behind Bulma. After thinking about it, Pounds still gave up. According to their speed and distance, it would take at least 20 days for them to reach Pirav's castle, and they had already been out for 4 days, so they had to go back to the forest to see. Pounds himself didn't know why he had been so hesitant to come out during this time. Because she is my sister, I came out without support and was adopted by Drive and Mrs. Brive, and I want to repay this kindness. Pounds muttered to himself as he used the Cosmos chasing technique to leave. I'm back. Master. Master. Pang Zi looked at the eager Tianjin rice and dumplings, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. How is your cultivation? Tianjin Fan said excitedly, Master, I feel that I have broken through 100 combat power and reached the 2nd order by following your method. Really? Master, I should have also broken through 50 combat power. Then you two come to attack me, I'll test it. So. Pounds fought with the 2 lands in the forest. Tianjin rice and dumplings are all kinds of light skills and energy shocks, plus some fist and kick kung fu. Tianjin rice, you have to learn to feel with your heart, Not with your eyes, the speed is too slow, the strength is too weak, the energy is too scattered, and the strength cannot be exhausted. Yes. Dumpling, what about your skills? You are a reckless man now, what about your skills? Your chi has experienced acupoints and meridians, and your bonus should be stronger than that of Tianjin rice. Tianjin. Rice and dumplings turned red. Fight hard to attack pounds. What are you cultivating? Why are you still so slow? Hurry up! Hurry up! Suddenly, Tianjin rice shouted. Ha hey! Ah! It seems that I have broken through the first order and reached the second order. Okay, let's stop. Tianjin Fan has broken through to the second order. Tianjin Rice's eyes lit up, really? Master, Master, what about me? How much do I break through me? Pang Zi looked at the dumplings that were excited and longing, and his face was expressionless. No change. Oh. You continue to cultivate. If the combat power of the two of you exceeds 300, I will give you a gift. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. After 10 days, Pounds looked at the dumplings that had memorized all the acupoints of the human body and sighed. I didn't expect there to be such stupid and unenlightened people in the world. Okay, the dumplings have also memorized the acupoints, and I will teach you the internal exercises I practice 9 yin and 9 yang. Pang Zi looked at the Tianjin rice that was curious and wanted to eavesdrop. And said angrily, Tianjin rice, if you want to hear it, come and listen to it. There is no need to sneak around, I don't want to teach you, I just hope you can figure out the priority, remember not to be greedy for merit, insatiable. Tianjin Fan touched his big bald head and ran over embarrassedly. Thank you, Master. Have you memorized all the acupuncture points? Remember. Master. Senior brother, the Master didn't teach you, how can you remember it? Stupid dumplings, it's just memorizing acupuncture points and functions. It's so simple that you memorize them for a month. Okay. You brothers and sisters, remember now, the exercises are not like martial arts, and there can be no mistakes. Yes. 9 yin and 9 yang is the culmination of martial arts, this exercise only has a basic program, no advanced content, but because it is a basic program, it is infinitely powerful and can be advanced all the time. That's amazing. Listen up, Tianxingjian. A gentleman is constantly striving for self-improvement. The terrain is good, the gentleman carries things with virtue, the same voice corresponds, and the same period seeks each other. Therefore, it is easy to have Taiji, it is to give birth to 2 rituals to give birth to 4 elephants, 4 elephants to give birth to gossip, gossip to determine good luck, and evil to give birth to great causes. That is, 9 yin and 9 yang. Pounds looked at the two of them and asked tentatively. Do you understand? And both shook their heads at the same time. I don't understand. Then you look like you are fascinated. It is rotten wood that cannot be carved, you remember the original text, I will come back and teach you slowly, remember not to cultivate privately, in case you are in trouble. Yes, Master. Master, you have to leave again. Pounds looked at the reluctant dumplings and touched his chin. When you memorize the original text, you also need to strengthen the memory of acupuncture points. Yes. Tianjin rice, your main focus is still on the cultivation of martial arts. Yes, Master. Okay, I'm leaving. Pounds flew away after saying that. Pounds saw Bulma again on his way to King Pirav's castle. I saw Bulma's group of Dragon Balls snatched by Pirav's subordinate Ashu piloting a mecha. Sun Wukong drove the somersault cloud to catch up. Stupid, shouldn't you take Bulma with you? It's really stupid to disperse force like this. Sun Wukong soon came back and told Bulma that he had eliminated the other party. Where's the Dragon Ball? Didn't find it. Bulma suddenly sat down on the ground as if in a desperate situation, and began to cry. It's over, the one who snatched the Dragon Ball, the last one must be in their hands. It's over. It's over. Plus the 6 Dragon Balls that were just snatched away, all 7 Dragon Balls are here. Pounds looked at the sad Bulma, covered his face and squatted down. Oh my stupid sister! Sun Wukong's one has always been on him. Sun Wukong also looked at the sad Bulma suspiciously, and pointed to the cloth bag around his waist, and said, I have another one here. Bulma suddenly crossed her hands on her hips and became angry again. That fool, it turns out that they have taken one less. Hug. Goku. Goku, thank you for keeping the last Dragon Ball. Monkey King shouted uncomfortably. Don't do this, don't do this. Bulma said angrily. Okay, then let me use the Dragon Ball radar to find out the person who stole the Dragon Ball and take back the Dragon Ball. Then, Bulma was ready to pull out the capsule and release the new car. I put the capsule in the backpack with the Dragon Balls. Not long after, Yamcha and Pool, who found something wrong, drove up in their car and were deliberately surprised to indicate that it was a chance encounter. Pounds, who was hiding behind, sighed helplessly. It's time to get to Pirav Castle. Wukong. How much combat power will you have when you transform into an orangutan? I wonder if I can defeat you with a 20x gravity suit. Sure enough, then Sun Wukong and Bulma fell into Pirav's trap and were imprisoned in an impregnable dungeon. Pirav has finally gathered 7 Dragon Balls and is taking Ashu and them to the castle to summon the Dragon God. Then he met Sun Wukong, who escaped because he didn't close the door. The awkward atmosphere in the air had drifted to Pounds. Bulma's face was full of sadness, and she asked cautiously. Your wish has been granted, hasn't it? A drop of cold sweat dripped from King Pirav's forehead and slowly shook his head. Seeing this, Pounds sighed helplessly. How stupid is this Nima to answer the enemy's questions? Chapter 17. Sun Wukong glared at Pirav and his party, and pointed at them with one hand. Change my grandfather back. Seeing this, Pirav finally remembered that he should run away. Wow, he ran away with a strange scream. Yamcha shouted. Don't let them run. Before he finished speaking, Sun Wukong chased him out. It's a pity that after a battle of wits and courage, after all, they were still unable to defeat the enemy base camp, and they were not familiar with the scene without Pirav, so they were caught and locked up. Pirav turned on the TV and showed off in front of Bulma and the others. It's a pity that Pirav doesn't know that the house where Sun Wukong is imprisoned can't resist the Turtle School Qigong at all. Sun Wukong quickly used the Turtle Sect Qigong to bombard a small opening, and Pirav and the others could be seen outside. It's so good that I'm finally going to summon the dragon out. Seeing this, Pounds put on the rabbit ear mask prepared in advance, shrunk and rushed over. Stupid, how do you summon this Dragon Ball? Pounds, who was rushing to this side in the distance, sighed helplessly. Then why did you snatch the Dragon Ball? And Pirav screamed and screamed. Come out, Shenlong, come out and realize my meta-me. Pounds took advantage of their stunned efforts to arrive and knocked out the 3 Pirav and Oolong and Pool who had just flown out. I stood on the ground for a long time. Who's that? Bulma hurriedly asked. What? There was a rabbit monster who suddenly knocked out Pirav and his party, as well as Pool and Oolong. Let me see. With that, Bulma pushed Yamcha aside and leaned down on the small hole to look out. It's so familiar. Sun Wukong didn't feel his breath at this time. Pounds looked at the dragon with dark clouds and the moon and golden light scattered. Sure enough, foreigners' aesthetics just don't work. The dragon that I saw was still somewhat similar to the dragon of Huaxia, with 2 claws and 2 dragon whiskers, but the dragon horns were not as round as the dragon horns of Huaxia. He is about 200 meters long, and his blue eyes are bloody. Shenlong's huge body slowly pressed down. So weak, who are you here to scare? Shenlong looked at Pang Ziyi and said in a deep voice. Is you the one who asked me to come out? Say your wish. No matter what your wish, I can make it happen. Pounds pursed his lips disdainfully, regardless of the 3 monkey kings who were locked in the secret room. Then you let me live forever. The universe will be destroyed and I will not be destroyed. I waited for 3 minutes, but there was still no movement. Pounds got impatient. Hey, Shenlong, have you achieved it? Why don't you speak? Said Pounds, and flew to the level of Shenlong's eyes. Change your wish, this wish will not come true. Pounds was not too disappointed. This divine dragon was just made by the gods of the earth. Where is there such great power? If it weren't for the rule power of the dragon god Salama, this thing would not be able to stop Pounds's breath. Yamcha and Bulma, who were watching, heard that Shenlong couldn't fulfill the wish of the rabbit monster, and they were happy and disappointed. In their hearts, the dragon should be omnipotent. In that case, then you can give me the ability and principle of teleportation of the Adraiths. Of course, if you can give me both the abilities of the Adraiths and the Jobbits. Shenlong immediately responded, I can only fulfill your first wish. Yes, give it to me. I saw that Shenlong's eyes were even redder, and then said. Your wish has been fulfilled. Then goodbye. Then the 7 Dragon Balls ran around. Sun Wukong, who was in the secret room, was anxious and kept using the turtle school Qigong. Yamcha was anxious, what should I do? What did that monster say? Why did he make a wish in a whisper, what did he wish? Pounds flew quietly in the air, carefully comprehending the moves and principles of teleportation in his mind. First gather one's attention and condense the qi throughout the body, and then through the mutual induction of qi, find the target's qi, transmit the qi to the target, and then extend the spiritual power to the past. Through the association between special qi, it directly reaches the other party. Originally, there is also the nature of space between qi, as well as the protective effect, so as long as you understand the characteristics of qi and be able to identify and find qi, you can learn special methods of qi control. Isn't this the quantum entanglement state that I said in my previous life? So far, all the rules of Dragon Ball have not exceeded the theoretical framework of my previous life. Bulma, Yamcha, and the others who were watching were eager to rush out and find the rabbit monster desperately. Sun Wukong's ability exploded at this time, and a turtle faction Qigong smashed the wall of the room. They escaped together. Yukai, what did you do? Pounds yelled as he watched Bulma. My stupid sister, if you were a bad person, you'd be dead by now. Pounds muttered, ignoring Bulma, and instead put 2 fingers of his right hand on his forehead, sensing their anger. It's so weak. Pounds vanished in an instant. Bulma has forgotten to find the perfect lover and just wants to catch that rabbit monster. Sun Wukong has just used the turtle school Qigong and has consumed all the qi in his body, and he is holding his stomach and screaming hungry, while unconsciously looking at the sky, trying to find out if there is anything to eat. Yamcha said helplessly, it's useless, he can fly, we can't catch up, even if we catch up, we are not sure what the result is. Shideo now, I can only go to the Dragon Ball again and ask the Dragon Ball to kill the rabbit monster. Bulma squatted against the wall in disappointment. It's useless, I can only look for the Dragon Ball after a while. Yamcha was surprised and asked, why? After the 7 Dragon Balls fulfill a wish, it will take a while to form the shape of the Dragon Balls again, that is to say, during this time, the 7 Dragon Balls are like ordinary round stones, there is no way to find them, and the Dragon Ball radar cannot detect the fluctuations of the Dragon Balls. How long? A year's time. When Yamcha heard this, she sat down on the ground in despair. I'm going to spend another year living without being able to touch a woman. Time had come to the evening of the 16th, in the early morning, which was the day of the full moon. Sun Wukong was so hungry that he had long forgotten his grandfather's advice and was not allowed to look at the moon. He was now satisfied that his brain was looking for food, and he had already finished looking around, and his eyes unconsciously saw the full moon that had just come out. So everyone could hear a very serious heartbeat and watch Sun Wukong's body continue to expand, began to tear his clothes, long fangs grew from the corners of his mouth, his body was covered with black hair, his ears became pointed, and his eyes turned red. He is more than 6 feet tall. Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Pool immediately scattered and fled, and the Pirav trio was also awakened by the huge movement. Pirav still couldn't figure out the situation. Bastard, who is so noisy and disturbs the sleeping of this king? Big king, look! Wow! Run for your life, and... The 3 Piravs immediately fled in all directions. Sun Wukong, a scion, turned into a gorilla after seeing the full moon with his own eyes. This will, Sun Wukong, his stomach is not hungry, his head is not dizzy, and he is destroying everywhere. No matter how Bulma and the others who were hiding in the distance called, Sun Wukong was indifferent and destroyed Pirav's castle everywhere. Chapter 18. When I don't pay attention. Bulma accidentally gets hit in the ankle by falling rubble. After some struggle, Yamcha finally mustered up the courage and fled farther away with Bulma, Dolongper, and the others. When King Pirav came to his senses, he watched his beloved castle be shattered by gorillas. Angrily, he took out a capsule from his hand, released the fighter jet, and demanded that Ashiu fly the plane to attack the gorilla and kill him. They don't even think that their bullets are just excitement bullets, and not only are they useless to the gorillas, but they are infuriating them. The gorillas were unable to hold the nimble plane for a while, and were hit by their Pirav missile. Instantly fell to the ground. When Yamcha saw it, he yelled, "Wukong!" And Pirav and his party were flying around in the sky above the gorilla that Monkey King had transformed. Wukong! 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 After Pirav found the right place to come down, he kicked the gorilla's finger in disgust, but when he didn't react, he jumped on the tail and stepped on the tail frantically. While jumping, stepping on. Damn! I'm not reconciled, damned! I didn't notice, the gorillas had already started to wake up. Pirav immediately fled. The gorilla, who was awakened, threw a big rock and smashed the plane. The gorilla continued to destroy, and he felt that he was not satisfied, and the corners of his mouth opened wide, and a thick beam of energy was emitted. Bulma and the others watched Sun Wukong become a gorilla, hiding in the corner of the wall in the distance and shivering. Pounds has now returned to the forest where he taught Tianjin rice. Since Pounds is shrinking and wearing a rabbit ear mask, he suddenly appears. Dumpling immediately discovers, "Who are you?" "It's me." As soon as Pounds finished speaking, he took off his mask and returned to his original figure. "Master." Pounds looked at Tianjin rice and dumplings in surprise. "This is the use of martial arts, nothing surprising, dumplings will be in the future. That's it. I'm going out this time to get a fun trick, and I'll teach you when you reach the point." "Really?" Pounds looked at Tianjin. "You have to have at least 1 million or more combat power at the 4th level. Oh. Next, I can accompany you for half a year. Cherish yet. Improve your strength as soon as possible." After Pang Zi finished teaching the martial arts cultivation of Tianjin rice, he went to sleep satisfied after inspecting the dumpling's mastery of the 9 yin, 9 yang, and acupoints. Next, Pang Zi has already figured out how to train the Tianjin chef brothers. Sun Wukong woke up and found that he was not wearing clothes, and under the persuasion and coercion of Bulma, Oolong lent the clothes to Sun Wukong. As soon as Sun Wukong stood up and said a few words, he immediately fell. Oolong immediately asked, "Wukong, what's wrong with you?" I noticed that I seemed to be a little unsteady on my feet. Yamcha touched his chin with his right hand on the side, and said thoughtfully. Maybe the tail was cut off and lost its sense of balance. Sun Wukong found that his tail was cut off. Immediately lying on his stomach, his hands backhand to the back of his buttocks and slapping constantly. Forget it, forget it, if you don't see it, you won't see it. The four people next to him were immediately frightened by Sun Wukong's big nerves. After Oolong got up, he complained. You can really see it. It doesn't matter if the tail is gone. Sun Wukong didn't answer, but looked around. But have you seen my wishful stick? Yamcha tilted his head, rolled his eyes, and pointed behind his left hand. The wishful stick may be in the rubble of that castle. Sun Wukong immediately ran to find the stick. That's the most important stick my grandfather gave me, and I'm going to get it back. After running 3 steps, he fell, then he got up and kept running, and he continued to fall, and he got up and ran again. Seeing this, Oolong immediately asked. Bulma, what should I do next? The Dragon Ball will not be found until a year later, I think we will disband it for the time being. Bulma said with a look of resentment, no way, it has to be like this. Yamcha woke up Pool, who had not gotten up after falling. Okay. Hurry up. Pool, we are going home. Bulma thought to herself, it will be another year before I find my perfect lover. But I'm 16 years old. Yamcha thought to herself, I have to live without a woman for another year. If this continues, when will I be able to get married? As soon as the two had finished thinking about it, they looked at each other and turned red. Pounds was in the forest, and suddenly became upset. What's the matter? Is there something that I don't know about, or is there something serious about me ruining the plot? Bulma, they should all disperse, Bulma and Yamcha should go back to the city together. Sun Wukong also quickly retrieved his stick and rushed back. Oolong, what's wrong with you? Wukong, look at those nerds. Bulma, what are you doing? Bulma and Yamcha immediately separated, their faces crimson. Sun Wukong, we are going back to the city together, do you want to go together? You look so cute, there will be many girls who like you. I'm going to Grandpa Turtle Immortal, I want to practice again and become stronger, the same as Pounds. Bulma was suddenly stunned. Pounds? Yamcha was curious. Pounds, who is that? Sun Wukong smiled and said, Pounds is Bulma's elder brother, and he is a very powerful guy, even more powerful than Grandpa Turtle Immortal. Monkey King, do you want to become stronger? Yes, I want to become stronger, to become as strong as the people who can destroy this castle. Speaking of this, Sun Wukong suddenly remembered. By the way, who is the person who destroyed this castle? Yamcha broke out in a cold sweat and said, yes. Yes. Then why didn't he stay? Monkey King, Pounds is Bulma's brother, why doesn't he come with you? Pounds was originally with us, but Bulma drove Pounds away. Pounds can fly? But Bulma said that Pounds flies using technology, but I haven't seen Pounds ride that kind of iron bird, don't you all ride iron birds to fly? It's strange. Bulma said awkwardly, don't discuss this. It's not early, let's leave as soon as possible. It's a pity that we can't go together, what about you? Oolong clenched his hands into fists and looked at Bulma seriously. Are there many beautiful girls in the city? Of course. Then I'll follow you too. Sun Wukong finally said, in a year, let's look for the Dragon Ball again. Bulma and Yamcha covered their mouths embarrassedly, and Bulma said angrily. Hee hee. Right. Chapter 19. Yamcha immediately responded. Yes. Oolong kept spitting. Bah, disgusting, disgusting. No, no matter what, I must get Grandpa's Dragon Ball back. But I don't know how to find it. Bulma immediately generously gave the Dragon Ball radar to Sun Wukong. Goku, I'll send you the Dragon Ball radar, you can find it yourself, you have somersault clouds, soon. Okay. Son. Wukong immediately summoned the somersault cloud and flew away. After an accident on Yamcha's outdated plane, Bulma and his party fled the forest and lost their way in the desert. After Pang Zi rested, he immediately called back Tianjin Fa and Dumplings who were practicing outside. Pounds looked at the two people standing in front of him with neat bodies and straight bodies with satisfaction. Nodding in satisfaction. You are very good, and you are also very hard-working, it seems that there is nothing wrong with accepting you as a disciple. Thank you, Master Compliment. Suddenly, Pound's mind moved. No, it's Bulma in distress. I can't remember the whole story. Wait a minute, I'll go and I'll be back. After Pounds finished speaking, he used the gas induction Bulma. Thanks to the fact that they have been together since childhood, otherwise Pounds would not have found Bulma's anger, she was too weak. Pounds instantly teleported to Bulma's side. What to do? What to do? Death, death. Bulma. Bulma opened her eyes. Pounds, why are you here? Bulma, you're really a troublemaker, and you're going to get into trouble. Yamcha on the side didn't dare to say anything nervously, and Pang Zi's powerful aura gave him a great sense of oppression. Pounds ignored Yamcha, Oolong, Pool, and the others, and didn't care about Klin, who had just run away. Bulma. This is my gas car, lend you one, and put it in my room when I get back. Pounds just wanted to leave, thought for a while, and admonished. Bulma, you are not allowed to enter my practice room and my room with these fox friends and dogs, and you are not allowed to touch my things. Otherwise. Bulma, with his hands on his hips, shouted at Pounds, how else? Pounds reached forward with one hand, and a wave of light rushed straight out, bursting the entire desert. I can't do anything to you. But these fox friends of yours, I don't have any pressure to kill them. Yamcha was scared to pee. If you want to care, and Pounds, you are not allowed to say that my boyfriend is a fox friend. Pounds ignored it. Remember, Bulma, don't touch my things or enter my room, or you'll do it at your own risk. Don't be unpredictable. Pounds flew away. After leaving Bulma's line of sight, teleportation is used inside. Bulma watched Pounds leave, and took out Bulma's gas car with a grunt. Beckoning everyone to get on the bus. Why didn't your brother give you a plane, give you a car? Bulma didn't reply, and he didn't mean to drive. Gas. Third Miss, you are still there, gas is at your service. Send me back. Okay, Third Miss, please sit tight. This time it is 3,862 kilometers away from home, and it is expected to take 1 hour. When Bulma heard this, she became even more angry. Damn Pounds, he didn't lend me the gas car so powerful, and it made me suffer so much, I must go back and research a more powerful means of transportation than the gas car. Humph. Bulma. Yamcha, this is my brother's invention of the Gazi car, which is very powerful. What's strange about your brother's invention? What's so strange that our family are all scientists? I invented the Dragon Ball radar, and my father invented the universal capsule. What? Isn't your father, isn't he? Yes, my father is Dr. Brive. What? As soon as the words fell, the gas car had already lifted off and began to accelerate. Everyone watched as a white ribbon of glass suddenly appeared in the middle of a large desert, and even if it was so far into the air, there was still no edge in sight. Bulma, how powerful is your brother? I don't know, the old man of the turtle fairy said that he is more powerful than him. Yamcha felt bitter in her heart, the Turtle Immortal is the most famous martial artist in the world, even more powerful than the Turtle Immortal. How powerful it must be! Bulma. Isn't your brother very fierce? Bulma looked at the worried Yamcha. Yamcha, you don't have to worry, my brother has been like this since he was a child, he won't do anything to you, but you are absolutely not allowed to enter his practice room and room. It was forbidden land. Even my mother can't go in. Without mentioning Bulma and them, Pounds came back and looked at the two of them in bewilderment. Your strength has improved a lot, your combat power should be 128 now, and the dumplings should also be 80. Ordinary training has no effect on you. I will give you special training in the next 6 months, and the rest of the training is up to you. Master, don't you want us? Pounds looked helplessly at the poor dumplings. Dumplings, I also need to cultivate, this environment is not suitable for my cultivation, and you can't go to the environment where I cultivate now. Tianjin Fan immediately asked, Master, you haven't told us how strong you are. Do you really want to know? I usually wear a gravity suit to act, and under normal circumstances, I am wearing 15 times the gravity of the standard Earth's gravity in my activities, and when I train, it used to be 20 times, but now it should need to be increased to 21 times. I'm going to be leaving in half a year, and I'm going to leave 2 suits, and you'll need to train in them. Yes, Master. Next, you give up all your moves and follow me to learn the basics. Next, Pounds is ready to really teach them the real content. Pounds removed their sticks and put gravity rings on their respective wrists and ankles. This is the gravity ring I got when I was very young, and it can only be adjusted to 2 times the gravity at most. You can try to wear it. As a result, after the two of them put it on, they sadly found that they couldn't just act. Pang Zi didn't care, and said to himself. Whether it is martial arts or martial arts, human movements are shoulder skills, waist skills, leg skills, hand shapes, techniques, steps, footwork, jumping, balance, stumbling and rolling. These basic movements are completed by combining movements. Next, Pang Zi began to conduct inhumane basic exercises on Tianjin rice and dumplings. The two of them started with 2 times the gravity and worked their way up to 8 times the gravity, and in this way, they and Pounds carried out lifting stones, cutting trees, walking in waterfalls, practicing boxing in the sea, running circles around the forest, and so on. Half a year has passed in a flash. Okay, that's the end of this training session. You're at your limit, you can rest for a while. Master. We can continue. Pounds gave Tianjin Rice a hammer. What can you do? The human body has a limit, you rely on spiritual support, it will affect your potential, resulting in no way to advance in the future. The way of martial arts lies in courage and diligence, but also in relaxation. Don't be greedy. Have you forgotten? Yes. Pounds took off their gravity ring and sensed it. You probably have 600 combat power and 280 combat power, but now Tianjin Rice should not be able to beat dumplings. Chapter 20. How is that possible? Senior brother Tianjin Fan is so much stronger than me. Stupid, martial arts is not based on whose apparent combat strength is strong. Pounds scolded the dumplings while giving them a demonstration. Sure enough, Pounds' breath was weak in their eyes for a while, and it was like a turbulent wave for a while. The role of martial arts is very wide, and this needs to be developed by yourself. Winning or losing a battle doesn't depend on the strength of the chi at all, like you are all in the second order, there will not be much difference at all, unless you wait until after the third order, the gap will be very obvious. Understood. Give you half a day to adapt, and after half a day, your brothers and sisters will practice. Yes. Yes. Master. They. 2 of them used the Cosmos Star Chaser to take to the skies. Since the 2 of them met Pang Zi, they have been spending 8 months in intense cultivation, and they don't need to do anything. If you are hungry, you won't be hungry at all, Pound's energy pills are full. When you are thirsty, Pounds has prepared a sufficient amount of medicinal juice for them to drink. When you are tired, Pounds uses internal strength to help them resolve their fatigue. When you are sleepy, you will sleep. This Pound really has no choice, he will still be sleepy. If you want to be lazy, Pounds will just pull a stick. Now that Pounds had allowed them to rest for half a day, of course they were happy. Brother, it's good. I'm so happy now. Yes. It's good to meet the master. Pounds looked at the two of them flying in the sky, envious. I can pursue immortality, I only have more than 200 years to live, I have to refuel, not to mention that there are so many powerful enemies in the later stage. With that in mind, Pounds adjusted his regular gravity to 16 times. Master, we're back. Are you back? We've rested enough, Master, we can start fighting. Pounds looked at the two of them full of fighting spirit. Directly lifted the two of them into the air. Just fight in the air. The two of them were stunned for a moment, and immediately used the universal star chasing technique. We're ready. Let's go. Li Yu watched the competition between Tianjin rice and dumplings. The two first used fists and kicks, and Tianjin rice was straight to the point, trying to rely on speed and strength to defeat the dumplings directly. It's a pity that dumplings is not only the universal star chasing, in the past half a year, his martial arts can also be said to have entered the house, the vitality of this world is too sufficient, and below the Gangchi realm, he doesn't need too much natural perception to be promoted. Dumplings are now a powerhouse in the late congenital stage. The skills are even learned to fold plum hands in Tianshan, fight left and right, snap fingers, 72 Kongming fist, etc., and easily resolve the attack of Tianjin rice. Pang Zi didn't memorize the scriptures and knowledge, think of some moves, and then named it according to the name of Jinyang in his previous life. Not to mention anything else, the main thing is to feel domineering. Using these, Pounds feels like he will have an invincible feeling of BGM sounding. Think about the moves that come and go in Dragon Ball, Pounds has a different name for each move, and he can also shout momentum. Dumplings, will you just hide? Do you dare to hit me hard? Slightly. Senior brother, you can't beat me. Pounds nodded with satisfaction when he saw that the two brothers actually used psychological tactics. Didn't waste the tricks I taught them. Dumpling, look at the move, Sun Fist. Look at me, Ling Bo Weibu and Mixed Yuan Thunderbolt Hand. Cunning dumplings, look at the 4 demon fists. Tai Chi Sutra plus 4 tails of 1,000 catties. Eye of Light. 6 Vein Divine Sword. After Image Fist. Fight the Stars Shift. Pounds watched the two of them really make a move and shouted out a kind of feeling a flock of birds flying overhead. Sun Fist. Kyunkan Great Shift. 4 Demon Fists. Dragon Capture Gong. Light Eye. 1 Yang Finger. Senior brother, you've run out of moves, and you don't have as many moves as mine. Damn. Dumplings, be careful. Qigong Cannon. Pai Yun Palm. Dong Dong Bo. Feng Shen Leg. 4 Body Fists. Left and right fighting technique. Soon. Tianjin rice and dumplings fell to the ground in a beating. Tianjin had exhausted his rice gas, half knelt on the ground, kicked and said. Don't fight, you are like a mouse. Yes, you can't catch it, you can't hit it. I'm tired to death, I'm lost. Dumplings flew over. Senior brother, I haven't used Qigong yet. Sure enough, martial arts are stronger than Qigong. Pounds. Also flew over and smashed his fist on the dumpling's head. Ouch! What are you proud of? It's because your senior brother is not good at learning, otherwise you won't be able to run away if you directly use force to overwhelm people. Yes, master. After Pang Zi trained the dumplings, he punched Tianjin Fan, who was sweating profusely and half-kneeling on the ground, and knocked him down. You too, since you can't solve it with your fists and feet, you can directly seal all the retreats of the dumplings with qi, can't you start qigong? In that case, even if you lose, it won't be so miserable. You look at the dumplings, there's nothing wrong with it, it's not good to say that you are dead, and he doesn't even have a bit of skin bruises. I'm sorry, master, for disappointing you. Disappointed? Pounds looked at him with hatred. What's disappointment? If you're on the battlefield, you're dead. It's really stupid as a pig. I'm sorry, master. Dumpling also came over to plead. Master, don't blame senior brother, he was afraid of hurting me before he stopped. You guys are training, you just want to be real, with me by your side, will you still worry about you getting hurt? Master, it's my fault, don't blame the junior brother. Forget it, for the sake of your brotherhood, I won't punish you. Thank you, master. Pang. Zi looked at the tired Tianjin rice, and then walked behind him and transmitted a little internal force to him. Remember that you senior brothers still need to have faith in your heart to cultivate martial arts. For example, to be the most powerful person, to protect the people you love the most, to help something, and so on. If you don't have your own martial arts beliefs, your martial arts path will not be smooth, and it will be very difficult. Yes, master. Also, the strong must not be evil, let alone show off their might in front of ordinary people. You must know that the strong have their own strong hands, there are people outside the world, and there is a truth outside the sky. You two brothers and sisters, in the current earth, except for me, should be the strongest two people, but whether it can be in the future is not certain. Yes, whether. Is there anyone else who can surpass us who have learned under the master? Pounds looked at Tianjin rice. I'm not the strongest, not to mention you, the person I'm talking about will meet you in the future, maybe we might fight together. At no time, don't give up. This is my advice to you. Master, take note of it. Okay, your cultivation results are already there. After Pang Zi finished speaking, he took out 2 universal capsules and handed them to the senior brothers. One for each of you, except for a gravity suit that can be adjusted by 0.01 to 20 times the gravity, the rest are all energy pills. Energy pills? What is that? It's the 10,000 worms heart devouring pill, what I gave you is the energy pill, and it's not toxic at all. This kind of pill is very expensive to make, if you don't have to, don't take it easily, usually rely on yourself to hunt. Dumpling. Tearfully I know, master, don't you go. Fate is caused and destroyed, people gather and people disperse, we are destined to meet again. Remember, the master led you into the door, and the cultivation is personal, and I can't help you with anything in the future. Master. Chapter 21. You don't have to be so sad, we'll meet again, there's another technique I promised to teach you yet. Remember, you can't go out of the mountain for the last 4 years, and you can't go out of the mountain until the 22nd World First Martial Arts Conference. During this time, you are only responsible for cultivation, understand? Understood. Master. When Pounds had finished his instructions, he took off into the air. He also wanted to teleport, but he hadn't been there or seen it, and he couldn't find it. Yes, Pounds wants to find Karen Tat, and then find the gods, and enter the time house to train. However, now he didn't know where Kalen Ta was. I had to go to the Turtle Immortal and ask. Pounds sensed the breath of the Turtle Immortal, and arrived at the Turtle Immortal's new address in an instant. After Wukong and the others followed the Turtle Immortals to a new place. The Turtle Immortal tested that Klin's speed was 11 seconds and 4 runs 100 meters, and Wukong ran 100 meters in 8 seconds and 4 seconds, and the Turtle Immortal showed his hand and ran 5 seconds 4 meters in 100 meters. Later, the immortal turtle fairy asked Kling and Sun Wukong to pick up the stone they had carved their mark on the grounds of a test, and threatened them not to eat dinner if they didn't pick it up within 30 minutes. Wukong and Kling didn't have dinner after you fought over me. Next is the Monkey King, Kling's devil training. The turtle immortal woke Clynn up at 4:30 in the morning. It's only 4:30. You're less verbose. Don't get up and get ready, I'll get Gaku up. As a result, the turtle immortal wanted to wake up Sun Wukong gently. But he didn't want to wake up the blonde Lan Kai. After a fierce battle, Sun Wukong knocked Lan Chi unconscious. Sun Wukong looked at the turtle immortal's milk-grabbing dragon claw hand about to grab Lan Chi, and said in surprise, "Grandpa, don't you want to practice when you wake me up so early?" "You're right, it's to practice. Wukong, hurry up and change your clothes. The next step is to officially start the cultivation of the Turtle Immortal sect. Learning martial arts is not for the sake of winning a fight, practicing martial arts will make your body and mind healthy. And then live a meaningful life with this healthy body and mind, this is called martial arts, do you know?" Kling nodded with a serious face, and Wukong blinked his eyes in confusion. "But there is one thing, if you see people who practice martial arts bullying ordinary people, you must teach them a hard lesson, they are your enemies. Do you know?" "Got it. Son," Wukong said confusedly, "I still don't know. All in all, you just need to practice martial arts seriously." When Sun Wukong heard this, he said excitedly, "That's it. Then I know." Next, the turtle fairy began to jog on the island with Sun Wukong, Klin and the others, until they arrived at a milk factory. After talking to the person in charge for a while, the turtle immortal turned to Klin and Wukong and said, "Each person holds a box and starts to deliver milk according to the route of the map." While running and jumping, he kept following the turtle immortal to read aloud, and occasionally had to take a detour. In this way, Wukong Klin's first morning practice slowly passed like this. After delivering the milk, the two of them carried the empty bottles and climbed the ladder of a mountain. Halfway up the mountain, the turtle immortals found a place to rest. Seeing Sun Wukong slowly climb up, even Sun Wukong can't stand it. "Grandpa Turtle Immortal, why can't you use somersault clouds to send milk?" "Using somersault clouds to send milk, is it still practice?" Sun Wu panted and said weakly, "That's what I said." "They." Turtle Immortal sighed, "I miss it so much." The Bull Demon King and Sun Gohan also sent it like this. On the top of the mountain, the conversation between the Turtle Immortal and the monk told Sun Wukong and Klin, intentionally or unintentionally, that the #1 martial arts conference in the world 8 months later aroused infinite enthusiasm between the two. What a treacherous Turtle Immortal, he really deserves to be the #1 master in the world, and he has a good grasp of people's hearts and human nature. In this way, Klin and Wukong were aroused by the words of the Turtle Immortal. Work harder in the next practice. After the two of them delivered milk on the mountain, they were carried by the Turtle Fairy on a single plank bridge on the cliff, in the desert, in the waterfall in the water, and chased by the dinosaurs. After the Turtle Immortal returned to the Turtle Immortal house, he said to Wukong, who was paralyzed, "On the ground, for the next 8 months, you will run like this every morning to deliver milk, and the path will be exactly the same as this morning, and this will be the daily morning exercise of the two of you from now on. The training consists of helping the farmer to plow the land with his bare hands." At first, Gaku Klin thought he was relying on a hoe, but he was stopped by the Turtle Fairy and asked to plow the land by hand. The two of them had no choice but to throw away their hoes and start plowing the ground with their hands seriously. The Turtle Immortal was still leisurely supervising the two of them. After the two of them finished plowing the field, they had a full meal in the house. After that, until noon, it was the reading training of Wukong and Klin. If the wee hours of the morning are the highlight of Gaku, the morning is the peak time of Klin. In the afternoon, the turtle immortal pulled Wukong and Klin to the construction site to start working, earning wages and starting to sweat and train. After the completion of the work, the turtle immortal asked Wukong and the two to go swimming to do swimming training, but neither of them wanted to do such training again, so they asked the turtle immortal to teach him boxing techniques. After being scolded by the turtle immortals, he was still reluctant. The turtle immortal could only point to a huge stone at will, indicating that whoever could move the stone like him would teach him how to fight. As a result, Sun Wukong moved a stone about the size of a turtle immortal. As a result, the turtle immortal asked for a stone 3 times larger to move before he began to teach. The two had no choice but to start swimming in the lake at the request of the turtle immortal. The two of them were relaxed, but there were sharks in the lake. Later, there was a rope to tie the body, poke the hornet's nest, and then dodge the hornet's attack, and at night the turtle fairy told Wukong Klin that tomorrow he would carry the turtle shell on his back for the same practice as today. The training of the turtle immortals is really strict. After Pounds came over, what he saw was the turtle fairy lying leisurely under the tree, and Sun Wukong and Kling swimming desperately in the lake with the turtle shell on their backs, trying to get rid of the great white shark. The severity of the cultivation of the turtle immortals is really that ordinary people can't keep up, and the world-famous turtle immortals really live up to their reputation. Turtle immortal was shocked and immediately sat up, dancing with his hands. Who is it? Turtle immortal, don't pretend, I didn't hide my anger, how could you not know that it was me? It's you. The brother of that hot and beautiful girl. Pang Zi looked at the turtle immortal and said lightly. Turtle immortal, I advise you not to put your lust hard on my sister, otherwise I don't mind letting the world disappear as a martial arts master. Oh, the young man is very confident. You can try it. Although you claim to have drunk the water of immortality, you know that this thing has no way to make you immortal, it can only delay your aging. It can't make you immortal, and there are still people who can kill you. Do you want to try it? No, no, no. How does this boy know so many secrets, even the fact that I drank holy water? Chapter 22. Turtle Immortals, you are really hindering their future martial arts path by squeezing their potential like this. Boy, what do you know? A martial artist must constantly surpass the limits of the human body, surpass himself, and only then can he be able to. Okay, Turtle Immortal, excluding Sun Wukong, I also have 2 disciples, and I am optimistic about it later, and we can see it at the next martial arts conference. Oh, did you start accepting disciples at such a young age? You really dare to teach? Yes, don't Turtle Immortals dare to accept disciples when they are so weak. You, respect the old and love the young. Turtle Immortals are hundreds of years old, I'm only a teenager, shouldn't you love me? Pounds looked at the Turtle Immortal who lowered his head and stinked his face and stopped talking. Turtle Immortal, I've come all the way here, don't you invite me to your house to sit, eat, or something? And entertain me? What? Shouldn't you take care of the old man? After the Turtle Immortal finished speaking, he called Sun Wukong and they continued to work hard and led the way by themselves. You are a stubborn old man, but it is because of you that the destruction of the earth has been averted. The whole earth should be grateful to you. Oh, old man, you have such a pretty girl hidden in your house. What? Lan Qi is our partner. Old man, are you sure? Said the Turtle Immortal angrily. Bad-tempered stinky boy, can you respect and care for the old man? After dinner, Pounds asked the Turtle Fairy to go with him. The Turtle Immortal slowly followed behind Pounds with the turtle shell on his back. Actually, I'm here to ask you about the location of Kailan Tat. What? You don't know the location of Kailan Tat, why do you know that I drank the holy water of immortality? That's not important, the important thing is that my current martial arts are in trouble, and I need more opponents to make me break through the limits. Well, isn't that a bad environment? Pounds. Stood and turned, looking at the incredible turtle immortal. In fact, you are carrying a 40-kilogram turtle shell on your back to practice, and I am even more ruthless than you. Oh. Pounds patted his clothes indifferently. My clothes are gravity suits of my own invention, which can adjust the gravity between 0.001 and 20 times the standard gravity. In fact, I've been acting under 16x gravity now. What? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. I'm in a martial arts predicament right now, and I can't go any further. Instead, it requires a breakthrough in the realm of martial arts. The cat immortal on the Kalanta should be the god of martial arts 800 years ago, and he should be able to answer some of my doubts. What? You say that the cat fairy is the god of martial arts? But you know so much, how can you not know the location of Kalanta? It's just troublesome to find a location. It's not that I can't find it, my family is the richest man in the world, it's not that these things can't be done, it's just slow, that's why I came to you. Well, I'll tell you. Kalanta is at the northern tip of the earth, in the territory of the Indians, where there are tower keepers who have guarded it for generations. It's about 8,000 kilometers northwest of me. Pounds. Repeated. Northwest direction, 8,000 kilometers away. Thank you. So, Turtle Immortal. See you at the 22nd Martial Arts Conference in 4 years. I hope your disciple can grow up and fight against my disciple. My disciple is now stronger than you, and all kinds of Qigong cannons can be used freely. The Turtle Immortal shouted loudly on the ground. Can you teach me this trick that you can fly? You don't have enough chi to learn it. Pounds. Finished and flew away. Damn, I'm going to have to raise the earth in the future, otherwise I won't be able to use teleportation at all. Pounds. Already knew another way to improve teleportation, but he didn't have the skills to do it yet, either because he didn't have enough strength or knowledge. There has never been a person who has achieved martial arts at home, and this is why Pang Zii has read almost all of them. Even if he has so many Chinese cultural classics, he still can't break through the martial arts realm. If it didn't exist in the original world, but this Earth's vitality was too sufficient, so he piled up his strength to the peak of the Genki realm with the classics without leaving home, and because of this, Pang Zii now lacks a foundation. This is also the reason why Pang Zii is willing to teach Tianjin rice and dumplings. If Pang Zi's current martial arts can be bravely improved, Pang Zii will definitely not want to spend time teaching them. What Pang Zii has to do now is to see different martial arts, suppress his own strength, fight against different martial arts masters, and increase his own heritage. 5 hours later, Pounds, according to the description of the Turtle Immortals, had found Garantat. I heard that the first time you can only see it if you climb up from the bottom. Pounds didn't climb honestly, but used the Cosmos Star Chaser and kept flying up the Kalantat. Soon, Pounds flew out of the clouds. But as soon as you enter the clouds, you can't see Kalantat. No matter how much Pounds looked, he couldn't find it. On the top of the tower, a cat on crutches looked at the picture of Pounds looking for the tower in the jar with a solemn face. So strong? Is this an Earthling? Except for the Scions and the Galactic Patrol, no people from other planets have come to Earth recently. Why is this person so strong, just as strong as he can't see? I hope he's not an evil person. At this time, the cat immortal was already very lucky that his Karanta was protected by the divine power of the gods, and he didn't follow the rules and couldn't come at all. Pounds couldn't find any shadow of Kalanta everywhere up and down the clouds, and he couldn't sense any breath when he tried to sense it. It should be the effect of divine power. It seems that I am still too weak, and my combat power is estimated to be only about 1 million. Coupled with martial arts, it can withstand a strong enemy with a maximum combat power of 3 million, and there is no way to break through the divine power barrier now. Pounds. Then landed on the ground. Who are you? what are you doing in the Holy Land? Pounds looked curiously as the Indian Bora looked around, but did not notice his son, Upa. I guess it's not there yet. Hey, do you hear me? Pounds didn't say a word, and directly deceived him and dealt with Beulah with a knife. Pounds shrugged as he looked at the towering tower in front of him. Then climb well, and someone else's territory is in charge. After adjusting the gravity of the gravity suit to 20 times, Pounds began to climb the Kalen Tat. Half an hour later, Pounds was already out of breath. Seeing this, the cat fairy at the top of the tower said, "This kid is so terrifying. He is climbing under 20 times the gravity. I don't know how strong his body is. I'll go, this tower is so terrifying to climb, no wonder only the turtle immortals have climbed up alone. If it weren't for the scions, few of them really have the motivation to climb this tower." Pounds looked at the earth with only a small black dot left below, and the top of the tower that was still too high above his head. Cat immortal, that old silver coin, I'm afraid they're laughing at me. Chapter 23. At the top of the tower, the cat fairy was looking at Pounds who was climbing the tower, but he didn't expect Pounds to suddenly look up at the top of the tower, and he was suddenly known and misunderstood by the cat immortals. This stinky boy won't find me. The cat fairy was frightened and retreated, and then hid. Pounds was tired, but he kept climbing with 20 times the gravity of his body. He had no choice but to hang on the tower, take out the energy pill from his arms, and eat it. This energy consumption is too great, but fortunately, I had the foresight to take out the energy pill in advance and put it in my arms. It took a few days and moons for Pounds to climb above the clouds, which is much slower than the first time Sun Wukong climbed. How high is this Nima? There is no end to this, it takes so long for a boy to chase his girlfriend. Pounds can't, either he can break through the divine power by exploding his anger, or he doesn't want to improve his strength and give up his desire to live forever, or he climbs honestly. This Nima needs magic to play. What you owe to me is martial arts, and if I cultivate the Dao method, I'll abolish all of you. Pang Zi muttered as he crawled. This is the first time that Pounds has come to Earth and has been affected by this kind of bird breath, and nothing has been smooth sailing before. Another 10 hours passed, and when the time came again to evening, Pounds himself gave up his head and only cared about his previous tower. Suddenly, Pounds' head hit the top of the tower. I'm Nima. Pounds was caught off guard, holding his head in both hands, and then fell down all at once. But fortunately his left foot stepped on his right foot in the middle and hugged the tower. It's top. Come on, it's a little bit close. Pounds kept cheering himself up and climbed to the top of the tower again. Jumping hard, he grabbed a hole and climbed up. Then paralyzed to the ground. It's been a long time since I've been so tired. Pounds looked around, and in front of him was a purple mattress-like cuboid, and behind him were 4 identical holes that he had climbed up. There are 3 jars on the left, a door on the left back, and a window on each side of the door, where you can hear the wind and bells. Pounds knew that the 3 jars should be the ones on the left-hand side where you can see the past, the middle side where you can see the present world, and the right-hand side where you can see the future. Pounds curiously walked over and opened it once, but the inside of the jar was empty. Strange, what is this cat immortal doing here with 3 empty jars? Pounds didn't expect that the 3 jars couldn't see their own causal lines. Sure enough, there are a lot of loopholes in the rules of this world. As soon as Pounds's voice fell, a voice came from upstairs. That's the world where you can see your present, the world of the past, and the world of the future. Pounds pretended to be panicked and said, Who are you, where are you talking? Isn't this the cat immortal's Karen Tat? I'm the Carlin immortal, I'm upstairs, come here. Then why can't I see my present, past, and future? Said Pounds, climbing up the door on his left. Past the ladder, Pounds ascended to the top of the tower and looked at the empty top of the tower and the sound of wind chimes. Where are you? I'm already here, give me the holy water. Little one. You're amazing. Pounds looked at the white cat with a big head and big ears and a cane. His eyes narrowed. You are a cat immortal. The legendary god of martial arts. Do you have any objections? I am a cat immortal, strictly speaking, I should be a fairy cat. Give me the holy water. That's called super holy water, boy. Cat immortal, don't pretend to be garlic, you must already know me. You don't want me to untie all the shackles and fight you. The cat fairy broke out in a cold sweat and waved his hand. Don't. If you want to exercise, it's better to maintain the pressure until now to have an effect. Then you give me the super holy water to drink first. If you really want to drink the super holy water, then maintain your pressure and snatch it from me. Then let's start. As soon as Pounds finished speaking, he had already rushed towards the cat fairy, but was deftly avoided by the cat fairy. You young man, don't talk about martial arts, come, lie, come, sneak attack, my 899-year-old old comrade. Is this good? This is not good, I advise, you young man should do his own thing, reflect well, don't make such mistakes in the future, be smart, martial arts should be peaceful, you must talk about martial arts, don't engage in nest fighting. Pounds looked at the cat fairy dumbfounded, and blurted out. It turns out that the cat fairy also came out of the earth. Nonsense, I must be the earth, but it's you, why can't I see your past and future, are you from the earth? Of course I am a pure earthling, you can go to the Dreams Maternal and Child Health Hospital to check my birth record. Okay, then I ask you, why are you getting stronger, isn't it nice to have no quarrel with the world? Pounds looked at the cat fairy. No sword in my hand and no sword in my hand are two different things, since I learned martial arts, I have never taken the initiative to provoke trouble, but at the same time, I am not afraid of the incident when it comes. The cat fairy didn't say a word, and Pang Zai also fell silent. Only the sound of the wind whistling beside the two of them remained. What? There's already a strange air here, and there's wind. I feel your worries, but I don't know what you're worried about. What? Damn! How did this old man know? Sure enough, the immortals and gods in this world are not as simple as imagined. What should I do if I meet a more powerful personal god in the future? Your heart is panicking. What are you afraid of? Pounds looked at the cat fairy angrily. Damn, how do you know everything? The cat fairy said calmly, if you don't even know how to read minds, you're not an immortal. Next. After making sure that Pounds would not have too many evil thoughts, the cat fairy began to train Pounds. Pounds himself didn't know that under 20 times gravity, many of his actions and reactions became flawed. It's not that I'm stressed and have a lot of flaws, it's that my own cultivation has flaws, and I really need someone to guide me. Pounds quickly burned out and collapsed to the ground. The cat fairy had no choice, so he took out a fairy bean and fed it to Pounds. It didn't take long for Pounds to start coming alive. Cat immortal, what did you give me to eat? Why did I not get hungry so quickly? Immortal bean, you cannot be hungry for 10 days if you eat one, as long as you don't die, and you still have a breath, multiple injuries can be treated. Pounds looked at the turtle fairy with a wistful expression. Don't think about it, fairy beans are very precious things. In the end, it took 3 days for Pounds to successfully snatch the super holy water from the cat fairy and drink it. How's it going? Don't be funny, do you think I don't know? It's not super holy water that's useful at all, it's your training? It's just ordinary water. As soon as Pounds finished speaking, he saw the corners of the cat fairy's mouth slightly upturned. No, maybe there's something I don't know. As soon as he thought of this, Pang Zai immediately sat down cross-legged and silently recited the Nanhua Sutra. There is a fish in the northern underworld, and its name is kun. The size of the kun, a pot is not right, it is the size of the kun, I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. Chapter 24. 3 hours later, Pounds finally realized something different. The cat fairy looked at Pounds' breathing and said, "Pounds, do you want to add 5 times the gravity to try?" "What?" "Cancel your superfluous movements, pay attention to my breathing, my movements, these things are the prerequisite for you to be able to martial arts, of course, suppress your unknown breath, otherwise you will never be able to defeat the strong with the weak." "What nonsense! I have a will like a mountain. The will does not guarantee you 100% victory. Your behavior, the martial arts you usually accumulate can be. Pang Zi, your strength is invincible on the earth, but if you control your strength to the same as one person, I know that there are 3 people who are stronger than you. Turtle Immortal, Wu Tai Do, who else?" The cat immortal was surprised. "How many secrets do you know? You even know Wu Tai Do?" "Cat immortal, you haven't told me yet, who else is there?" "With the same strength, you can't win against Sun Gohan." "Damn!" The cat immortal looked at the unwilling Pang Zi. "Blindly fighting for victory is not martial arts, Pang Zi, you are so strong, you are willing to suppress your strength and come to me to train." "Pounds, what is your martial arts?" The cat immortal's words resounded in Pounds's ears like an initiation. "Immortality is my martial art." "Pounds, take a good look at your own heart, do you think so? It said that I would inherit the Chinese culture, but it itself was wiped out for no reason. It told me that after a thorough understanding, as long as I practiced step by step, I could live forever. But I searched through all the ancient books, but I couldn't find a way out, so I could only find a way in this world and try my best to understand the martial arts of this world." Pounds thought in confusion, and the chaotic thoughts collided violently in his mind. "Cat immortal, you wait for me to adjust the gravity suit before I come to train with you." After Pounds finished speaking, without waiting for the cat fairy to agree, he put 1 hand and 2 fingers on his forehead, and after a little sense, he returned to his father, Dr. Brive. The cat fairy looked at it and disappeared. Pounds. "Wow, wow, wow! What kind of move is this? It's so powerful, all of a sudden, it's gone." On the other side, Dr. Brive was also taken aback by the sudden appearance of Pounds. "Father! It's me, don't worry." "Oh yes! It's Pounds. Why did you suddenly appear next to me? Is it also martial arts?" "Father will not be able to explain this for a while, and I will explain it to you slowly after me. Didn't you go out with Bulma? Why did it take so long to come back?" "Pounds, Bulma has a boyfriend, you've had a girlfriend for a long time, don't you plan to marry Bulma? Are you going to go out again when you come back this time?" "Father, when I come back, I'll explain to you slowly, I'm a little busy." The Pounds were gone, but the voice could be heard in the distance. Pounds returned to his lab, looked at the familiar equipment, and began to adjust his gravity suit with a command. The material needs to be updated, the gravity capacity needs to be updated, the other dust avoidance functions, fire prevention, and preferably the ability to produce oxygen. After 3 days of hard work, he put on his new gravity suit and took a box of capsules handed over by the robot assistant. With 1 hand and 2 fingers on his forehead, he disappeared with a thud. "Cat fairy, I'm back." "Yes, you kid really don't exist and come and go as you please." Pounds grinned and grabbed the cat fairy and handed the universal capsule to the cat fairy with the robot assistant to him. "Don't do that, cat fairy, look, I've brought you some gifts. Don't think you can bribe me by giving me a gift, boy. Oh, open it up and take a look. If you say that, I won't give it to you in the future." The Cat Fairy opened a box of capsules, and a box full of fresh big fish popped up, and there were 100 of them. The Cat Fairy blew free of Pounds like a thorn, and pounced on the top of the box at once. Wow, so many fish, so many fish! Grab one and start eating. Delicious, I haven't eaten fish in hundreds of years. So happy. Pang Zi looked at the Cat Fairy, and said with a smile on the side. Cat Fairy, since you don't want me to give you a gift, then pay me back, I won't give you in the future. Well, boy, don't talk nonsense, the more such gifts, the better. Okay, you've had enough, start training me. Okay. Pounds didn't care about the snake-like Cat Fairy on the side, and directly adjusted the gravity of the gravity suit to 25. With a snap, Pounds was crushed to the ground, and said with difficulty. You. Stand. No. Rise. Come. The Cat Fairy didn't care about Pounds, and still feasted on the sidelines. Pounds could only take a deep breath and fill his body with chi before finally standing up. This gas is consumed too fast to work, and it is difficult to move 25 times as much as gravity. Helpless. Pounds could only mobilize the internal force. Looking at the internal force that is as fast as thunder even at 16 times the gravity on weekdays, it is like a snail crawling. Pounds could only smile helplessly. Cat Immortal, I'll get used to 25 times the gravity first, you can eat slowly by yourself. Delicious. It was only after 2 months that Pounds could start to have some vigorous movements and coherent martial arts movements. Cat Immortal, I'm coming. And a man and a cat began to compete for a bottle of super holy water at the top of the tower. At this time, it was only 3 months before the world's #1 martial arts conference. Pounds panted and looked at the smug Cat Fairy. No, in less than 5 months, Sun Wukong will get here and climb the tower. It's better to avoid him for now, or at least wait until Nappa or Raditz arrives before coming out. Pounds threw a fairy bean into his mouth. Come again. The Cat Fairy looked at the tenacious Pounds and sighed, you are really tenacious. Then go on. Pounds, you have to pay attention to adjusting your breathing and superfluous movements, and the more difficult the environment, the calmer you are. You have to mobilize your chi at all times so that your body can easily accommodate it. Yes. 3 months later, Pounds finally snatched the super holy water from the Cat Fairy again under the pressure of 25 times the gravity suit. You're amazing. Haha, I've grabbed the Cat Fairy again. Yes. Impeccable in every way. Pounds looked at the Cat Fairy. Cat Immortal, tell me now how to get to the temple of the heavenly god. What? Pang Zi said with a look, of course, I'm going to go to the heavenly god temple to practice next. Pang Zi, don't you understand yet? You don't need to go to the heavenly god temple to practice now, your overall strength is already very strong now, what you need to train is your martial spirit. You don't need to go to the heavenly god temple now, what you need is to go to Hongchen to practice. What's more, no one can go without the golden hoop stick. Do you have any items that have the breath of the gods? I can find them according to the breath of the gods. No, the gods are just legends, and I don't know the specifics. Pounds could only dispel his calculations. From the beginning, Pounds knew that the world's corrective power was so strong that he couldn't resist it at all. Pounds stood up, bowed to the Cat Fairy with his hands folded, and said sincerely, "Thank you." "Oh, you're welcome. Cat Fairy, if you don't have any fish in the future, tell me, I'll send them to you." Wow! Really? Thank you so much. So, goodbye, Cat Fairy. Pounds sensed his father's breath and teleported away. Chapter 25. Pounds teleported to his father's side and was caught again. Pounds, don't you like your father too? Explain. Pounds scratched his head in embarrassment. "Father, I'm tired, can you let me go and take a break?" "Of course, provided that you explain it to my father." "That's..." "I left when Bulma told me to get out. Later, I saw that Sun Wukong was so powerful, so I left to practice." Dr. Brive smiled and said, "Pounds, you know that's not what I'm saying. Bulma already has a boyfriend, when are you going to bring your girlfriend back? And what is the matter with your ability to suddenly disappear and appear out of nowhere?" "Aha, does Daddy Bulma have a boyfriend?" "I don't know yet. I'm not in a hurry, I'm only 16 years old." "Father." Dr. Brive was still smiling, unhurried. "Pounds, you're 17 years old. Have you been practicing in the mountains and forests for the past few months?" "Father, I'm going to go first, I'm so tired." Pounds walked away. Dr. Brive's voice came from behind him, "Pounds, you haven't told me what your ability is to disappear and appear in a while." "Father, that's just a function of martial arts." Pounds went back to his room. Also in the mood to sleep. "My current strength can beat 50 of my former self, it's too obvious. If I have 1 million combat power, I should be able to defeat 10 million combat power enemies. Such a span is too large. In this case, there will be at least 5 years left, and I will improve my strength at home in these 5 years." It is actually inaccurate for Pang Zi to say this. His martial arts strength has at least doubled in the past 6 months, and although his martial arts have not broken through, he is also 1 time stronger than before he was trained. Otherwise, with the same strength, he still can't beat 50 of himself. But there is no specific measure of strength, and Pounds himself does not know how strong his combat power is in the world of Dragon Ball. Next, Pang Zi has determined the direction of his efforts, which is to break through the realm of martial arts. According to Pang Zi's division, he is now in the 5th realm of martial arts. Due to the different rules and energies of the 2 heavens and earths, the corresponding ranks cannot be directly equated, and each has a bias. Dragon Ball's combat power of 100 million to 10 billion is the 5th order, and it can explode stars at will, but its longevity does not increase at all. Over the next few years, Pounds had already decided what he was going to do. He wanted to open a martial arts academy, not teaching advanced knowledge, only teaching knowledge that could be promoted to the Genki realm, and at the same time preparing himself to break through to the next realm. The next day, after dealing with the interrogation of his mother and father, Pounds sent the robot to a welfare home to adopt 8 children between the ages of 3 and 6, 4 men and 4 women. As soon as they heard that Dr. Brive's family was going to adopt these abandoned children, the orphanage was eager to throw them all over. Unfortunately, Pounds only accepted 8. Pounds looked at the 8 children who had been brought back by the robot. Asked, "Do you have your own name?" "Matsumoto Kazuki." "Kudo Ishive." "Nakamurano." Pounds felt his head grow big after hearing this. This name, a person who has a good life, is really speechless to choose a name. "I changed your name for you," indicating that you are new. "Are you willing to accept it?" The 8 children said in unison, "Thank you, father-in-law." "Bastard, what kind of nonsense, call me teacher in the future, don't call me father-in-law, you drop, understand?" "Okay, teacher." Pounds looked at the 8 children standing in 2 columns with satisfaction. Pounds named the boys separately. Twiba Wind, Twiba Rainstorm, Twiba Thunder, Twiba Lightning, and named the girls respectively. Helian Hanmei, Helian Chunlin, Helian Xiaozu, Helian Kaihuju, and Pang Zi was satisfied that he got the name. After that, Pounds studied on his own, allowing the children to follow him in the morning to study cultural classes, start exercising and polishing their bodies in the afternoon, and continue to study cultural classes in the evening. Pounds gave them a medicinal bath every day with expensive medicinal herbs. He doesn't expect these people to become talented and help him. He just hopes that he can have something to do to pass the boring time, and try to spread Chinese culture by the way. 2 months after Pounds returned, the children had already begun to bear fruit, and they were all quite heroic. Pounds himself did not have a class today, but in his own practice room. Bulma came back with a large group of friends, and looked at the strange children in a large courtyard. "Who are you? Why are you at my house?" Yamcha and Klin both looked at this group of children with serious expressions. As martial artists, they all sensed that this group of children's breath was not weak, although it was far worse than the 2 of them, but these 8 children were stronger than most adults. Bulma didn't care about that, and asked in surprise. "Teacher, sister, do you mean my sister or brother?" Helian Hanmei stepped forward and said. "Hello Miss Bulma, we are students of Teacher Pounds." Bulma was pleasantly surprised. Pounds is back, where is he?" Helian Chunlin stepped forward and said. "Miss Bulma, the teacher should be in the practice room, he didn't come to class today." Yamcha said, "You said you were taught by Pounds." Twiba Storm angrily rebuked, "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to call our teacher by his name?" Yamcha said strangely, "Pounds is not my teacher, I don't call him by name, isn't it disrespectful to him?" The Pounds students then reacted that their own teacher did not have an honorific title, and it was normal for others to call him by name. Helian Xiaozhu had no choice but to say, "I'm sorry, we didn't react for a while, and we misunderstood you. We are teachers who teach cultural classes and martial arts classes." "How long have you been studying?" said Twiba Lightning with a grim face. "Why did you tell you?" At this moment Mrs. Brive came out and saw Bulma and his party. "Oops! Bulma is back, and he brought back the handsome guy Yamcha, do you want to date? You can be your boyfriend." "Mother, don't make trouble, you still have so many friends." "I'm sorry, please come in, please come in. You slippery heads, you haven't practiced yet, and when Pounds knows, I'm going to repair you again." "Ah, yes, Mrs. Brive." Helian and Twiba both ran away. Mrs. Brive let them go to the living room and instructed the robot to entertain them, and then left. "Bulma, you're so big," said the blue-haired Ranky. "Lan Chi, it's okay, you sit down and wait for the robot to bring me pastries to eat." "Bulma?" asked the robot. "Tell me about this time." "Yes. Miss Bulma, where do you begin?" "Just after my brother came back." "So?" The robot explained to Bulma the main events from Pounds' return 2 months ago to the present. Klin and Yamcha both heard clearly, and those little ghosts were brought back from the welfare house by Pang Zi only 2 months ago to teach knowledge and martial arts. Now those little ghosts are learning cultural classes in the morning, practicing martial arts in the afternoon, and continuing to study cultural classes in the evening. Clint poked Yamuti on the side. Chapter 26. Yamcha, do you want to go and see how those little ghosts cultivate? Yamcha hesitated. No, that's not okay. At that time, Bulma told me that I was not allowed to enter her brother's practice room, and we went. Oh, you don't go to the practice room called Pounds, you just go to the training place of those little ghosts. What are you afraid of? Why don't you let Bulma take us there? Can he still kill his own sister? Yamcha, at the instigation of Klin, had no choice but to say unintentionally. Those little ghosts are so good, you can practice at your venue, I really want to go and see and participate. Bulma said, I'll take you there. What's there? This is my home, you can go anywhere. With that, Bulma motioned for them to come along. Only Lan Chi said that it would not be bad. Kling interrupted. Lanky, this is Bulma's house, and of course Bulma can go wherever she wants. Bulma's face turned red when she heard this, Of course she knew that there were at least 3 places she couldn't go, one was her father's laboratory, one was Pound's bedroom, and the other was Pounds's practice room. Those imps aren't in Pound's practice room, so I should be fine when I go and see. They. 8 students of Pang Zishui were practicing in the practice field: shoulder work, waist work, leg work, hand shape, technique, footwork, jumping, balance, stumbling and rolling, etc., and it was not clear that someone outside wanted to spy on them exercising. Helian Kaihuju, you're lazy again, you don't practice well, I'll tell the teacher, and I'll spank you when the time comes. Don't, Sister Hanmei, I'll practice hard. Hanmei and Tempest are the eldest of them, and each has the responsibility of supervising the other children. At the instigation of Yamacha, Bulma, and their 3 people and 2 pets were slowly approaching the children's martial arts training ground. Pounds, who was in retreat in his own practice room, had arrived, the critical moment. The gravity of the practice room had been adjusted to 30 times the standard gravity of the Earth, and Pounds still kept his legs cross-legged and his hands on the danshan. The work of the saints of the past is easy, and it will be the principle of natural life. It is the way to establish the sky, the way to establish yin and yang, the way to establish the earth, the way to establish the earth, the way to establish the softness and the rigid, the way to establish people, the benevolence and righteousness, and the 3 talents and 2. The accident is less yang to the old yang at least yin to the old yin at least yang, and the accident is as round as the same. The knowledge in Pound's mind collided violently, and the internal force in his body gradually broke away from his control, and in the meridians of his body, he went on a rampage. Pound snorted, a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body emitted a huge breath. No, the unrestricted internal force actually helps the body to actively release the pressure, so that the qi does not stop emitting. Pound's physical condition has become even worse, and the internal force is rampaging everywhere in the meridians without restrictions, and some of them have even broken through the tiny meridians and entered the physical body. The strength of the body is almost overwhelmed. Unexpectedly, when the breakthrough occurred, the qi not only could not help, but because it could not be finely controlled, it caused damage to the body. If you don't succeed now, you will become benevolent, and people will die and birds will not die for thousands of years. Pounds thought of this and breathed a sigh of relief. Tianxingjian, a gentleman is constantly striving for self-improvement. Dazai Qian Yuan, the beginning of all materials, is the domination of the sky. The clouds are raining, and the products are shaped. The Ming dynasty has always been, and the 6 times are completed, and the 6 dragons are taken to the sky. The main road changes, each is life, and the Yamato is protected, and it is the right chastity. The first out of the house, Xianing of all countries. The terrain is good, and the gentleman carries things with virtue. Tizai Kun Yuan, all materials are born, and it is Shun Cheng Tian. Kun is thick and loaded, and virtue is boundless. Han Hong Guangda, Xianheng products. The horse is a kind of land, the land is boundless, soft and smooth. A gentleman walks hard, first loses the way, and then goes along with it. Gaining friends in the southwest is to walk with the like, and losing friends in the northeast is to celebrate in the end. Anzan's auspiciousness should be boundless. After several hours of trying to control, it still didn't work. Pang Zi gritted his teeth and was ruthless. All things in heaven and earth are united by yin and yang, since you are not restricted, the internal force is separated by yin and yang, and the vitality is rampant and domineering, then see which of you is strong and who is weak. Forcibly use spiritual power to draw a trace of martial arts vitality, internal force of yin and yang, in the danshan, with spiritual power as the driving force, with the vitality as the boundary, trapping the yang internal qi, and the yin internal qi. It didn't take long for Pounds to be overjoyed. It worked. Which? Cheng thought, the 2 internal forces are actually the same as fire and water, even if they touch each other, they are not integrated. Pang Zi had no choice but to give up other body areas, continue to pull a trace of internal qi to the danshan, and use the vitality as a boundary and partition with the momentum of the yin and yang Taiji diagram, leaving a trace of gap in their respective attenuation positions, so that yin and yang can circulate with each other. Soon, Tai Chi Tu Cheng, the situation in the body improved, and the vitality and internal force that put great pressure on the body were slowly absorbed by the danshan, as if a small hole was made in the interior that was about to expand and explode, and the momentum was released. Only then was Pang Zi ready to withdraw his mental power. Pounds was shocked, he couldn't regain his mental power. How is this good? Mental power represents the self, and if the self is trapped, I will never be able to wake up. Thinking of this, Pounds was in a hurry, and he wanted to withdraw his mental power even more urgently. Time passed, and Pang Zi was still trying to find a way to withdraw his spiritual power, but he didn't pay attention to it, and Taiji too absorbed more and more of his own power. Within the Taiji diagram, the four forces have gradually begun to merge into one. The four forces have also begun to slowly transform into each other. Pounds suddenly screamed and passed out. It turned out to be mental failure, and the body's protective mechanism operated automatically, forcing Pounds to faint. On the other side, when Bulma was quietly preparing to enter the practice ground, he was stopped by a robot guarding the door. "Miss Bulma, you can't enter young Master Pounds' practice ground." "Why? This is my house, why can't I go in?" "I'm sorry, Master Pounds has an order, you can't go in." Bulma is used to being rude, let alone in his own home, in front of a group of friends. Rushing forward in a huff, he didn't want the robot's instructions to be set up by his father, Dr. Brive, at all, but the combat robot set up by Pounds, which was controlled by Gaiza's intelligent program. Directly grabbed Bulma, although it did not hurt her, but it also made him extremely embarrassed. "Yes, if you hurt your master, I will let my father destroy you." "Miss Bulma, am I a home-based intelligent robot made by Dr. Brive? I am a combat robot based on the Gaiza intelligent program created by young Master Pounds. Except for young Master Pounds, you have no right to command me to destroy." "Where is Pounds? You let him out, I see if he lets me in." "Pounds." Students heard the argument outside and ran out, leaning against the gate, grinning at the argument between the robot and Bulma and the others. This made Bulma's face even more uneasy. Yamcha asked cautiously, "Bulma, do you need me to help you?" "Stupid Yamcha, of course, didn't you hear? He didn't make it at all my father, and he broke him." Yamcha must have rushed up immediately when he got Bulma. 3 under 5 divided by 2. Was beaten back. "Damn, this robot is so strong, Clint is on it." After Yamcha finished speaking, he rushed forward again. Sure enough, the two were quickly beaten back, and it can almost be said that they have no backhand. "Damn, even in the face of Mr. Jackie Chan, I don't have such a powerless time." At this moment, the robot's eyes glowed red. Warning, the same person punches the card twice, and the third time the erasure procedure is executed. Damn! Chapter 27. The scene was frozen for a while. And Yamcha and Clint didn't dare to really rush forward. If the robot really had the ability to erase itself, wouldn't it be very unjust to die if he went up? Just as the atmosphere continued to be tense, Dr. Brive arrived. "What? Gas, don't let go of my daughter." The robot heard Dr. Brive's words, and after scanning it, it immediately put down Bulma, and knelt down on one knee and said, "Doctor, I'm sorry, just didn't mean to be rude to Miss Bulma, but Master Pounds has instructed that strangers are not allowed to enter the practice hall and practice room, and Miss Bulma is not within the set range of the program." Bulma hated in her heart, "Damn Pounds, damn Geth knew to bully me, I hated you to death." "I know, guys, it's not your fault, it's my daughter who was rude, and I apologize to you." "Doctor, it's serious, please restrain them, if it happens again, Gaith will start killing, and no one on the current earth can stop Gaith except for young Master Pounds and the 2 apprentices he has accepted, not even the gods of the Temple of Heaven. They. Doctor's eyes lit up. Is there really a god? Doctor, there really is. The god of the earth is a new god, only more than 3,000 years old, and he is in the temple of the god of heaven. You know? Pounds has been there, hasn't he? I'm sorry, the special field, Geth doesn't know, but for about 6 months, Master Pounds' signal has disappeared, and Gaze can't find young Master on Earth. Then can you give me a rough area? Yes. At this moment, Twiba Tempest said something to stop him. Guys, it's time for you to practice with us and test the results. Dr. Brive needs information, so naturally he will contact Mr. Pounds, right? Dr. Brive. The last sentence was to ask Dr. Brive. Bulma was furious. Little ghost, what are you? This is my home, this is my home, why are you acting arbitrarily? Twiba ignored Bulma at all, and turned back to his practice ground. The last Helian Kaihuja said lightly, we are adopted by the teacher, we are where the teacher is, you have no right to interfere with us, we respect you because you are the sister of teacher Pang Zi, otherwise. What are you? Helian Hanmei said in a gloomy tone, Chuju, what nonsense are you talking about? Chuju didn't say a word, nor did she talk back, and gave herself 20 times. Both cheeks are visibly swollen. But she still calmly went back, leaving the stunned crowd outside the door of the martial arts training ground. So ruthless. He's a werewolf. What a terrible bunch of guys, what kind of person is Pounds? I didn't expect there to be such a powerful character in the Bulma family. Dr. Brive had no choice but to take Bulma and Klin, Yamcha, and the others back. I'm sorry, my second son has been withdrawn since he was a child, but he is still very easy to get along with, and you will know when he comes out. Dr. Brive didn't have a good time, and immediately leaned over to Bulma's side and whispered. Bulma, is that beautiful little girl over there the girlfriend you found for your brother? Bulma opened her mouth wide, her saliva splashed, and she roared, Dad, don't talk about such nonsense, besides, what's so good about that stinky ice cube of Pounds? I won't introduce him to a girlfriend. Oh. That's a pity, in that case, then you can entertain your friends. I remembered that there were still some experiments in my lab that had not been completed, so I went to the lab first. After saying that, Brive got into the scooter and left, and before leaving, he did not forget to say hello. You guys have fun, Bulma will treat you well. After saying that, he ran away and disappeared. Pounds in the practice room finally woke up and turned around. The first thing Pounds did was not to check his body, but to sigh. Sure enough, the protagonist is not so easy to die, and he is not dead from mental failure. I only felt that I had inexhaustible strength all over my body, and I found that I found a yellow-orange round ball in my danchan that was dripping and spinning. Sure enough, the next realm of the Genki realm is the golden pill, is the next realm a Yuan baby. Whether it is vitality or internal force, it is managed by this Jindan in a unified manner. Pang Zi gave it a try, and now he is like a finger to Jindan, and he is natural, without any uncontrollable and obstructive feeling of breaking the mirror. After Pound's experiments, he found that vitality, internal force, and spiritual power can all be transformed into each other by Jindan. No, this is not a pure golden pill, it can be converted into vitality, and it can be converted into spiritual power. Yuan Shendan, Yuan Li Dan, Qi Shendan, Qi Jing Dan, Qi Li Dan. Pang Zi scratched his head, feeling a little difficult. What is the new realm called? Forget it, let's talk about it later, now the realm is at least the 6th order. Pounds clapped his hands and walked out of the cultivation room. As soon as he walked out, Pounds felt wrong and was about to close the door. By the way, didn't I turn on the 30 times gravity? Pang Zi immediately returned to the practice room, looked at the 30 times the gravity on the instrument, and walked out of the house in confusion. I felt that the gravity had not changed, and I immediately returned to the house. Is it broken? But how can it be broken? Pounds wondered as he went to the gravity adjustment button and tried to slowly adjust it from 30 times to 1 times. Sure enough, it's broken. Pounds continued to increase his heart unwillingly, and soon the gravity reached 80 times, and Pounds was already feeling the pressure. Continue to increase until 100 times, and then you feel that you have not broken through, and practice under 30 times gravity. I knew that I had improved a lot, but I didn't expect the increase to be so big. The key is that gravity of less than 50 times can't cause any burden on me, and my body automatically adapts to gravity. 50 times higher before you start to slowly need to actively adapt. It's a big lift. But with such a big improvement, why am I able to adapt so quickly? I don't need to train myself to master the strength. Pounds wondered. Since there was no test, Pounds himself didn't know how much he had improved. But with the fact that he can freely carry out activities under gravity below 100 times, he knows that his improvement this time is 1 times or 2 times. When did Sun Wukong reach such a workout intensity? It seems to be the time to go to Namek, right? If you can't figure out Pounds, you don't want to turn off gravity, and go out to see the training of those little ghosts. It's only been 8 hours, and I've changed so much, and sure enough, my martial arts are still stronger. The more you go to the back, it is doubling. Not relying on martial arts to squeeze your physical potential to break through. According to the division of Qi, the 6th order should be between 10 billion and 1 trillion combat power. Pounds knows that he should not have such a strong combat power, but now he should not be afraid of fighting Frisia. He is only 530,000 in the sealed state, and Pounds can show 1 combat power in his own sealed state, and hit 100 million combat power, but Frisia can't, it must be unsealed. In this way, I will be safe for at least 15 years, and I may not be in danger until Trunks appears, but I will have to break through to the 7th order by then. Chapter 28. Pounds thought as he counted his lifespan. It's 600 years younger, it's a little immortal, it's very good. Pounds quietly realized the activity of his cells, very happy. There are 2 different kinds of Qi in the house. When he arrived at the practice ground, he nodded with satisfaction when he heard the babbling and shouting inside and the sound of fists and feet touching each other. If you want to have a harvest, how can you not give? Pounds interrupted the training loudly. Boys, it's very good. Do you have a cultural class in the morning? Yes, teacher, you are studying the Joji Sutra. Yes. Very good, you are very obedient. Remember that being physically strong is not strong, but that you need to be strong, and how much water a barrel can hold is not determined by the longest plank, but by how long its shortest plank is. Your abilities agree to so. Yes, teacher. Keep exercising. Everyone tied up their horses. Ha! Hey! Pounds looked at the imps who had meticulously completed their tasks, nodded with satisfaction, and walked out. Master! Guys, have you fought? Yes, Master. Pounds looked at the robot standing beside him, but did not speak. Miss Bulma was leading her friend into the practice field just after 2:12 p.m., but was stopped by Geis. All right, said Pounds, who needed to take a shower now. Pounds lay in his own huge bathtub. I don't know if the current energy pill is enough for my consumption, and I don't know if the bug of Xiandu is useful in the real world. No matter how strong I am, I can guarantee that I will not be hungry for 10 days, and no matter how serious the injury is, it can be cured. Pounds is now planning for the future, and judging from the fact that he is now getting deeper and deeper into the plot, he doesn't want to cultivate to immortality without being contaminated with the plot of Dragon Ball. Pounds had planned to wait at least until the first big boss, Frisia, to appear on Earth, but he didn't expect that the more entanglement he became, the deeper he became, so many people would know his strength. Sure enough, no one should be underestimated, especially those with a high IQ and a strong military force. That's why he thinks about teaching a few kids when he comes back. You look at Dragon Ball, many villains have a lot of subordinates, and the protagonists are always a few of them. This Nima is not looking at it when he plays group picking. Look at it now, if nothing else, Sun Wukong's Han Han is still alone in the Red Ribbon Army, at most he will kill Tao Bibai or at most a little behind, otherwise Yamcha and Klin will not be here, unless Pang Zi disrupts the plot. You know, the Red Ribbon Legion went to fight the Turtle Immortals, and Bulma was not at home when the divination mother-in-law was there. Now it should be the time period when they have escaped the pursuit of the Red Ribbon Legion and gone to the divination mother-in-law. Pang Zi didn't resist his impulse at that time, and after receiving Tianjin rice and dumplings, he found that teaching people was still very interesting, so he had the idea of collecting these 8 little ghosts. Pounds was also going to study androids next, and at that time, with the combat power of androids, most of the problems were not a problem, but it was more difficult to get Shalo and Android 21. And since Namek Frisia, there is no official data to sign the combat effectiveness, and the back is just a few random guesses from everyone, and the moisture here is too serious. It's not nice to say, a lot of them are plot kills. I feel that most of the villains of Dragon Ball are plot kills, and almost all of them are finished abusing Sun Wukong. Pang Zi doesn't dare to try the law, try whether he will be destroyed, whether he will be resurrected. On the other side, Yamcha is comforting a sulky Bulma. Don't be angry, Bulma, it's not a big deal, your brother may be in retreat, otherwise he might let you go if he knew you were going. You don't know, if my brother was here, he wouldn't let me go. And my parents can go in, but I don't have permission. What does this mean? Is it because his cultivation is so powerful? Are you afraid that I will learn it secretly? Kling asked suspiciously. Bulma, is your brother strong? Bulma thought about it seriously. I don't know, but my brother has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, and he doesn't teach me, and he doesn't allow me to enter his practice room. But he should be strong, anyway, he was stronger than Goku a year ago. Yamcha interjected. It should be very strong, stronger than the Bull Demon King and the Turtle Immortal. Klin's eyes lit up. So strong, and he keeps it secret from Bulma, then his martial arts must be very mysterious, if only I could learn it. Moreover, my Pang Zi not only has a high level of martial arts cultivation, but also has strong scientific research and development capabilities. I dare say that in this world, apart from me, only my father and Pounds can study it. Bulma thought for a moment, then said. And Pounds has a lot of great inventions, but he doesn't use them for us when he invents them, such as the gas car, such as the gravity suit. Clint was not interested in technology, so he casually asked. What is that? Yamcha said solemnly. The gas is the most powerful aircraft I've ever seen. Then why call a car, explains. Bulma. The gas car is not your average car, it can be driven by water, land, and air, and it is extremely fast, 1,000 kilometers can be reached in just a few minutes. I doubt the gas car can travel in space. Clint was shocked and said. What? The gravity suit is stronger. The gravity suit is a gravity adjustment suit that Pounds improved on his body based on the gravity house I invented, and when we went to find Dragon Ball, according to Pounds, the gravity that shrouded his whole body was 15 times the standard gravity of the Earth. You can imagine how strong he is. No way. Bulma, is this true? Why didn't you tell me again? Bulma didn't say anything anyway, and if Pounds knew he had leaked his secret, he might have killed you. Lan Chi sighed. Bulma, your brother is so powerful. Oolong. I think too. Pool. Yes, is there really such a powerful person? Bulma. suddenly said in a loud voice. What are you going to do? A robot who turned around and was about to leave replied. Miss Bulma, Master Pounds asked me to prepare some medicinal herbs for him. Bulma was pleasantly surprised. Pounds is out, where is he? Miss Bulma, Master Pounds is taking a bath in the bedroom. Bulma hurried out. Bulma, who grew up with Pounds since he was a child, has seen Pounds once in the desert since he took Pounds away from Oolong. And he has hardly seen Pounds for almost 1 year after that. Although he usually says fiercely, he still misses Pounds very much. Pounds. Pounds. Pounds, are you okay? Pounds rolled his eyes helplessly in the bedroom, so he had to get up and get dressed and go out. Look at Bulma standing at the door. Look, my stupid sister has come to me, is there anything wrong with you? Chapter 29. Pounds, are you still angry with me? I shouldn't have said angry words to drive you away. Bulma, you're thinking too much. I'm not bored and angry. I might as well practice more when I have that time. After Pounds finished speaking, he looked at the group behind Bulma. Look, stupid sister, you still like to be around some garbage poor ghosts, it's really tasteless. Bulma said angrily. Pounds, why are you so rude to not allow you to say that about my friend? Angry. Pounds, isn't Wukong also a fox friend? Aren't you also a good friend with Wukong? Wukong is different, that guy is not an earthling at all, and he is not comparable to the group of garbage behind you. At this moment, Lanky's nose fluttered, and suddenly sneezed, and Kling immediately flashed to the side behind the rockery to hide. The blue-haired Lanky immediately turned into the blonde Lanky, and she didn't know where she came from, so she held the gun and said to Pounds. Who are you? It's funny, innocent, and cute. You think you can threaten me with that kind of toy? Lan Chi saw that it was wrong, and immediately shot decisively. Bulma looked at the indifferent Pounds, and shouted anxiously. Pounds. Ranky finished firing a bullet, looked at Pounds, who was standing still and his whole body was intact, and was about to run, but found that he couldn't move. What's going on? Why can't the old lady move? Kling was stunned. It's so powerful, if I can follow him to practice, I will definitely be able to surpass Wukong. They. Blonde Lanky sneezed and turned back into the blue-haired Lanky, and Pounds immediately released her. What's wrong? Then he looked at the gun in his hand, the bullet casings under his feet and the bullets at Pounds' feet, and quickly bowed to Pounds and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Pounds. Pounds ignored it and looked at Bulma. My stupid sister, I'll let your friends go this time, but please don't let them into my private area in the future, otherwise, I'll kill them. Pounds. You can't keep calling me stupid sister. You haven't seen each other for so long, don't you miss it at all? You don't have any excited expression. Alright, Bulma, you have a lot of time to waste, but please don't waste mine. With that, Pounds turned and prepared to go back to the house. Kling couldn't help it, jumped out and said. Hey! Pang Pong, do you remember me? You came to the Turtle Immortal Cottage for dinner 7 months ago, and I was also called Klin at that time. Pounds ignored it, went straight back to the house, and slammed the door shut. Bulma shouted outside the house. Pounds, how can you do this? You are so rude, so uneducated. Clint lowered his head and grimaced. No polite guy. Pounds also grimaced as he entered the room. What's going on? Why did they want to enter my practice hall so many times? Pounds placed his fingers in front of his forehead. Hey! Cat Immortal! It's Pounds, what are you doing here? Cat Immortals, can you teach me your mind-reading skills? The Cat Immortals suddenly fell to the ground, and kicked their limbs wildly. Pounds, why are you learning to read minds? Aren't your martial arts invincible in the world? Do you want to kill him as long as you scold you after you learn it? Pounds looked at the cat fairy angrily. Cat immortal? Can you be serious? A fairy cat is a serious fairy cat. And people don't know if they are serious or not. Okay, I'm not going to tease you, Pounds, you say, why do you want to learn to read minds? It's nothing, I just suddenly remembered that your skills are fun, and I want to learn it. Cat immortal groaned and said. Okay, but mind reading is useless for the strong, as long as they learn to use chi to defend or can use both hearts, mind reading has no effect. It's okay, I'll see if I can improve it then, but I can't, it's just to play. The cat fairy taught Pounds the tricks of mind reading. First of all, you gather your own chi in the nerves of the brain, stimulate your mental power to reach a specific frequency by activating your own cranial nerves, and then use your mental power to sense the nerves of others to obtain the information you need. It turns out that mind reading is not through chi to sense, but through mental power, and it also requires mental power to reach a specific frequency. Pounds kept experimenting according to the idea of the cat fairy, and soon, the cat fairy standing aside suddenly exploded. Pounds, what are you doing? Why are you reading? My heart. Pounds laughed and said, it turns out that the cat fairy wants to eat a lot of fish. Pounds. I warn you not to read my heart. Hehe, don't mind so much. You didn't read my mind at first. Bastard, you're so strong, I simply can't read your heart. Hey, cat fairy, you wait, I'll catch a lot of fish for you. Pounds said and teleported away. The cat fairy was on crutches and looked at the clouds in the distance. What a terrible talent, I learned the art of mind reading so quickly, this immortal trick passed down by the divine envoy. Soon after, Pounds returned, and after exchanging a large handful of fairy beans with the cat fairy with fresh fish and small dried fish, Pounds returned to his house. Now, there is nothing on the earth other than the temple of the heavenly god that can improve my strength, or the places that the soothsayer said. But Pounds is no longer ready to go to those places, at least not for the time being. Pounds has decided to wait until Vegeta arrives, and then follow him to the universe after he is defeated and escapes. As for the spaceship, he didn't think about it, it was too slow. However, Dragon Ball's spaceship is also a bug, so slow, just by flying, it can fly over. How much speed does it take? The speed of light is definitely not good, 10 times the speed of light may not work. In the evening, Pounds was reluctant to be dragged by his mother to the living room to eat together. Mrs. Brive said happily. Oh my god, the house hasn't been so lively for a long time, and it hasn't been so lively since Bulma grew up, so eat more. You don't know, our guys have always had enough food. Xiao Pang Zi has practiced martial arts since he was a child, and he has eaten a lot. You can eat with confidence, our kitchen has been cooking, and it will be sent in a steady stream later. Kling and Yamcha's eyes lit up. Thank you, you're welcome. After the two finished speaking, they went shopping and eating. On the contrary, Brive ate too much in his mouth, and he ate slowly. I have energy pills and immortal beans, don't you need them at all? Bulma said in a yin and yang strange air. I don't know what I'm doing when I come back? Dr. Brive retorted, Bulma, what nonsense are you talking about? Originally, father, this is my own home. Why can't I go in many places, Bulma pointed at Pounds. But he can come and go as he pleases. Bulma, your brother's cultivation of martial arts is forbidden to disturb, you may hurt you if you go in at will, etc. How can you blame your brother so much? Bulma was angry and said without choosing words, what do you mean to hurt me? Obviously you and your father can go in and out at will, and I am your biological daughter, he just brought it, why can he do this to me? Bulma became more and more angry, and pointed directly at Pounds. You say, why don't you let me in, this is my house. ignoring the gloomy face of Pounds, Bulma vented loudly. Pounds, this is my home, not yours. You were raised by my father, otherwise you would have died a long time ago. Why don't you let me in? What qualifications do you have? You get out of my house. Chapter 30. Pounds looked at Bulma and didn't say anything. Spit out the food in your mouth. Mrs. Brive hurriedly reprimanded Bulma and comforted Pounds, saying, Pounds, don't listen to Bulma's nonsense. Bulma is under a lot of pressure when he goes out. Father, Mother, your life-saving grace Pounds is unforgettable. Pounds will repay you in the future. After Pounds finished speaking, he knelt on his knees and kowtowed his head 3 times, regardless of whether it would shock the world. Flew straight out of the dining room. Mrs. Brive immediately chased after her. Pounds. Dr. Brive looked at Bulma, sighed, and said nothing. Bulma now knew what a stupid thing she had done, and that she was probably so angry that she had hurt someone closest to her in a hurry. Father. Let's go and have a look first. Drive. Brive said apologetically to Yamcha and the others. I'm sorry, these things have disturbed your yaxing at home. You can eat in the dining room. Yamcha immediately answered, we're deeply sorry. Why don't we go with us? Maybe we can help a little bit. No, you just have to wait. Pounds went out and rushed directly to the place where the little ghost was studying. They usually don't eat with the Brive family, they mostly practice martial arts or study in the room after the martial arts training ground is settled. Twiba and Helion, I won't be staying here after I leave the Brive house. Is there anyone willing to leave with me? Teacher, we'll all go with you. Yes, teacher, I'll follow you. We go wherever the teacher goes. Pounds looked at the little ghost who didn't ask for the reason, and supported his own decisions. After following me, there will be no such a good life, and in the future, this kind of life of food to open your mouth and clothes to stretch your hands may be gone. We follow the teacher, not because there will be favorable living conditions, we follow the teacher because the person we follow is the teacher. Okay, then pack up, get in my gas car, and get ready to go, and don't take anything else with you except what you're wearing. Yes. Pounds looked at the people who were starting to act, and couldn't help but ask. Why don't you ask me where I'm going? Yes. 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 MRS. Brive, who knew her child, came at a gallop in a scooter. Forgive your sister, Pounds, said Pounds. And smiled bitterly as he looked at Mrs. Brive who had arrived. In the past 17 years, he has been raised by Mrs. Brive for 16 years. And unlike Bulma, Pounds was born self-aware and cognizant, and he remembered very small things clearly. Mrs. Brive, who had grown up holding herself and Bulma, had scarcely done so in these things. Even, because she had no biological parents, Mrs. Brive took better care of herself, and it was almost impossible for Bulma to sue in the past. Mother-in-law, Bulma is right, this is not my home, and she is not wrong for me to leave. What's more, it's me who frightened her today. Taking a deep breath, Pounds smiled and said. Besides, stepmother, I can come back to see you often in the future, and I won't forget that it was the Brive family who kept me alive and raised me. Otherwise, Pounds is just a fatherless and motherless baby. Pounds looked ready and took out the 8 imps of Twiba and Helion in the gas car. Mother-in-law, Pounds has taken his leave first, and Pounds will come back to see you and repay your kindness. With that, Pounds took the lead and flew away, followed by 2 gas cars. On the ground, Dr. Brive and Bulma had just arrived, watching Pounds leave. Pounds, you have to come back to see me often, old man. Got it, father-in-law. Pounds has only one father, Dr. Brive, anyway. Drive. Brive was not as caring and delicate as his wife to Pounds, and asked the smart butler to catch up, and Pounds had already left. Hear the words that Pounds left in his ear. looking at Bulma standing beside him. Bulma, no one will restrict you in the future, you can go anywhere in your home, including my lab, and no one will bully you. Father, do you blame me? Dr. Brive did not answer. Mrs. Brive replied seriously. Bulma, we are a family, and your father cannot blame you, but you even said such sad things when you were stopped from wanting to take outsiders to peep into your brother's secrets. Come on, Bulma, you still need to brace yourself and go back to entertaining your guests anyway. Dr. Brive was at the front, his back seemed to be more clumsy, and he whispered something that made Bulma sad. Bulma, you have to think about it anyway, you don't have a brother to spoil you and protect you now. Bulma felt like the world was spinning in a whirlwind, and the scenes of the past passed before her eyes. When he was 3 years old, he was punished for driving a plane alone because his brother helped him intercede. When he was 4 years old, he deleted the novel written by his sister, and it was Pounds who helped him find a way to recover data overnight. When he was 7 years old, he was bullied at school, and the next day, the children who bullied him dropped out of school. When he was 10 years old, it was his brother who told him that Dragon Ball was fake, but then he invented the gas car and energy pills. When he was 16 years old, he threatened his brother, and his brother seemed to follow reluctantly, but his father told him that his brother promised to protect him so that he could come out. When he was 16 years old, he let his brother get out because his brother didn't make a move, but he was in danger later, and even his brother appeared in the desperate desert to save him. Today, despite the 17-year brother-sister friendship, he said such a heartless thing, and his brother, who used to quarrel with him and said that he was stupid, did not say a word. How desperate he must have been. Bulma suddenly felt that her house was empty, unlike Pounds who was not at home. Father, Mother, I did something wrong. I will go and apologize to my brother, you should let him come back. I will not go to his practice room in the future, I will not go to the practice ground. It's okay, Bulma. Let's go treat your friends first. As parents, Drive and Mrs. Brive are well aware of Pound's character, and they will definitely not be able to come back. Unless that person goes to fight, but unfortunately they don't know where that person went. On the other side, Pounds took the 8 imps out of Dr. Brive's house, and thought about taking them to teleport to the forest where they were taught. Wow, the teacher is amazing. Where is this? Said a group of imps who had never seen the market. Who is it? Sneaky one. Pounds heard the familiar hue of Tianjin rice in his ears. This kid doesn't have a level of culture at all. Pounds let out his breath. Dumpling shouted happily in the distance. Senior brother, it's the master is back. Master. It's master. Soon. 2 ghostly figures appeared. Pounds looked at the 2 men who appeared. I'll settle here in the future, and these 8 little ghosts will be under your care, and we will practice together in the future. Tianjin. Rice and Dumplings excitedly said. Yes. Yes. And the other 8 also replied in unison. Yes, teacher. Chapter 31. Pang Zi looked at the happy Tianjin Rice and the 2 of them, and they were also infected. Yes, I don't have a home, but there is a large group of people who have their own home, a real home. In the future, it will be the same, study in the morning and evening, and practice in the afternoon. Dumpling exclaimed. Master, master. Pang Zi looked at the distressed Dumplings and said with a smile. Dumplings, where are you now? You haven't even learned 1/10,000th of martial arts. Dumplings. You still have to learn more arithmetic and so on, and there are many medical and Taoist scriptures. You won't be able to finish it in your lifetime. After listening to this, Dumpling said angrily, Master, since we can't learn it in a lifetime, we won't learn it well. How good it is to be happy for a lifetime. Pounds listened to the sophistry of the Dumplings, and was speechless. He seems to have a point. Pounds shook his head and looked at the expectant dumplings. Don't think about it, you better study hard. Master. Pounds didn't care about the poor dumplings, found a place to clear the trees, and set up 10 tents. Of course, he and Tianjin Fan and others can just go directly to the open without a tent, and the rest of the daily necessities are stored in the universal capsule, and they can go to the city occasionally to purchase, but there are 8 imps who are up to 6 years old. After Pounds cleared out the field, he went directly to the distance to level a mountain, used the chi to level a hardened foundation, moved the foundation to the open space, and let the imps set up their own tents. Pounds didn't even know what to do next. The apprentices must have been invincible before Vegeta and his party came, and even when Vegeta came, they were grown enough to resist or even kill Vegeta. This is what will make Pang Zi distressed, and he doesn't know whether to send Tianjin Fan and them out. In case Tianjin Fan and they directly kill Vegeta or let Sun Wukong not get exercise, then what should Sun Wukong, a strong enemy behind? Pang Zi is also thinking about another question: what if he prevents Sun Wukong from marrying Kiki, and instead lets him marry Sunyo? At least he wouldn't have forbidden his son to practice martial arts like Kiki did. Pounds had never thought of fighting on the front line himself, and to be honest, he still didn't have the confidence to resist the enemies that appeared behind him, especially the god of destruction, Beerus, or Angel Vess. Pounds has always had one idea: hold on, as long as you are immortal, you can wave as you like. Pounds is very distressed now. Due to his own inconvenience, the combat power of some people has been improved in the early stage, even if they are restrained, but in the face of life and death, they will still break through the shackles and defeat the enemy, but in the back, the physique of the Earthlings has no way to quickly increase their strength like the Scions to deal with more powerful and dense enemies. Pounds also thought that after waiting for Vegeta to come out, he would take Tianjin Fan and the others to the alien planet to cultivate, but it would be a long time, and the plot of the Great Demon King of Vic had not yet happened. This is the distress of disrupting the plot: if the small world is okay and your own strength can withstand it, this kind of big world is a world with chaotic rules, it's really not good. And if you accidentally play yourself to death. 1 point of combat power and 10 billion points of combat power coexist. The key is that 10 billion points of combat power will destroy the planet that survives with 1 point of combat power, which is impossible. You say that it's okay to destroy it once in a while, the point is that they all have their eyes on the Earth. Let's take a simple example: you said that there are 16, 17, 18, and 19 androids, but if there are 1 or 2, which planet to go to is not to be the king and dominate, but to play on the Earth. The key is to stare at the decent protagonist. You said, the universe is so big, Sun Wukong and others don't want to get rid of evil and promote good, they just live on the Earth, but all the bad guys want to come to the Earth to play. Isn't this Conan's physique? Wherever it appears, there are dead people. Pang Zi was also very helpless. You said that if you change places, you may be very leisurely practicing martial arts, living with peace of mind, and trying to cultivate until you are immortal. It's just that it was adopted by Dr. Brive's family, and he knows so many familiar people, and he knows the information of Dragon Ball. But whoever knows Dragon Ball, there is no one who is not afraid. Pounds himself was reborn as an ordinary Earthling, not a Scion, a frozen demon clan, etc. He couldn't be a salted fish, he could only resist. Teacher, the senior brother and the second senior brother asked me to come over and ask you to go to dinner. No, you eat by yourself, I'll think about something. Okay, teacher. Pounds continued to think. The current time should be before and after the Dobibai incident. The last time I went to the Cat Ferry, I forgot to ask him, did Sun Wukong go up? If he went up, it should have been more than a month ago, because he didn't feel Sun Wukong's anger. If not, it is not yet Dobibai to chase and kill. This time it's over. Do you want to follow to see the divination mother-in-law, and by the way, find a way to get the information of hell? Pounds thought that Bulma and the others would follow, so he gave up the idea of going with him. Forget it, I still continue my ideas and have been sorting out the Chinese culture into a system. I can't control it, and I don't want to be a savior anyway, I just want to live forever. On the other side, Bulma followed her parents back to the dining room. Yamcha had been looking at the door worriedly, and the moment she saw Bulma, she immediately stepped forward. Bulma, are you okay? Bulma threw herself into Yamcha's arms and cried. Woo wow woo wow. Yamcha, I don't have a brother anymore, my brother doesn't want me anymore. Bulma. What about you and me? Besides, Bulma, maybe your brother was so angry that he couldn't think of running away from home, and after a while he calmed down, he will naturally come back, after all, this is where he grew up. No, he's not coming back. Dr. Brive said. I'm sorry, it's bothering everyone at home, it's okay, let's have a good meal. Don't be sad, Bulma, Pounds is always your brother, and there will be a chance to meet later. Kling also said, yes, Bulma, if you are sad, let's go back to the Turtle Immortal's house and relax. Oolong also said, yes, you still have so many friends. Your brother really can't say a word or two, and even run away from home, it's like a child who can't grow up. What nonsense are you talking about? Oolong retorted to Pool, what? Did I say anything wrong? The meal was eaten in a rather oppressive atmosphere. After Bulma finished eating, she walked quietly to Pound's bedroom. You're gone, and you're not going to stop me from going in and out of your room again. But I don't want to go into your room, come back. Bulma also went to Pounds's practice room, looking at the house that he had always been curious about but had never entered, but this time he walked in easily. Look at the ground in the middle of the room, which is clearly recessed. Pounds, do you usually practice in this place? Why? You can teach students to practice, and you don't even allow me to go in and take a look. Why? You keep calling me stupid? I'm a genius girl. Chapter 32. In the following years, Pang Zi asked Tianjin Fan and Dumplings to lead these 8 junior brothers and sisters to train together. The training content was the same, but the intensity was different. Tuba did not lose 1/10 of the training volume, and Helion they did not lose 1/9 of the weight. Pounds himself was often in a daze. There is a lot of homework for Tianjin Rice, and many children can't keep up, so they are all taken care of by Dumplings. After Pounds adjusted the gravity of the gravity suit to 100 times, he was unable to do anything, and lay on the tree in a daze. If Wukong has already killed the Dobai White Sutra, then all that remains is to deal with the Red Ribbon Legion and find the remaining Dragon Ball, divining the mother-in-law. This time he was going to summon the dragon and resurrect Upa's father. Shall I rob this opportunity? Pounds thought carefully about what else he needed to directly let the dragon give him abilities through the rules. This determines whether Pounds is a good guy or a bad guy. Pounds whispered to himself, strange, why did Monkey King go to Kailan Tat? Why did he bring Upa with him? Monkey King, Upa, Yamcha, Klin, and Oolong. It seems that Yamcha and Bulma have broken up. Poof! Pounds suddenly spat on his saliva. It turned out that Pang Zi sensed through Qi that Sun Wukong actually took off his clothes on the street, and the reason for the itching may be that he even scratched the finches with his hands. This cranial nerve, hey, can't blame anyone. Pounds looked at the 10 disciples training in the forest. It seems that they still need to be taught basic common sense and distinguishing between right and wrong. The 10 people who were training seriously in the forest suddenly felt chills all over their bodies, and they had a very bad feeling. Senior brother, don't you think it's strange for the master to come back this time? He often stays alone in the tree, and occasionally passes by and talks to himself. Dumplings, don't talk nonsense, the master must be thinking about the problem. Yes, brother. Pounds Qi still followed Sun Wukong, and they arrived at the gate of the palace of the divination mother-in-law. Next, Pang Zi watched Wukong and the others break through the palace of the divination mother-in-law. Wukong and his party entered the palace and saw the mother-in-law sitting on the ball, wearing a felt hat on her head. Sun Wukong recklessly asked, "Are you the mother-in-law of the station sign?" "It's not the mother-in-law of the station sign, it's the mother-in-law of divination." "Sun." Wukong sighed. "What a strange name. This is not a real name, this is a stage name." Pounds covered his face. If this Nima is photographed, it will be the end of the savior of the earth in the future. Son Goku asks his mother-in-law to help him find the Dragon Ball. The soothsayer said she could help him find something, but she would have to charge 10 million for a fee. After Yamcha said that they couldn't have that much, the soothsayer immediately said that she knew they didn't have that much money, and asked them to follow her in. When they arrived, the soothsayer told them to go into the palace one by one to fight with the warriors he had raised, and as long as she could defeat her 5 warriors, she would help them divinate for free. Pounds didn't sense Yamcha and Klin's anger at all, and after waiting for a while, he gave up and continued to follow and watch the play. The next thing is their battle. There is nothing to watch at all, but the battle of that demon is still interesting, even if the later duel with Son Gohan is average. Pounds jumped down. "Tianjin Rice, you come here." "Master." Pounds asked Tianjin Fan to lead his younger brothers and sisters to study after completing the daily quota training, and then accept the attacks of the 9 of them in turn, fighting each other until they were exhausted. "Master, you are stupid." Pounds looked at the dumplings that didn't choose to speak, and kicked him directly in anger, kicking him directly away. "Senior brother, help, the master is stupid." Pounds spewed fire with a pair of tiger eyes, glared angrily at Tianjin Rice, and said word by word, "Tianjin Rice, can you shoulder the heavy responsibility of training your younger brothers and sisters?" "Yes. Yes, master." Pounds put his hand on Tianjin Rice's shoulder. "You follow me." "Oh. Yes, master." Tianjin Fan thought that his master Pang Zi was going to take him somewhere, but he couldn't see anything in front of him. "Close your eyes, follow my breath, and feel it." Tianjin Fan Muron stood in place, closed his eyes, and felt the huge vitality of his master. "Master, how strong is it?" Tianjin Fan felt that his master was tens of thousands of times stronger than him, so he couldn't afford to resist a little, so he was taken by Pang Zi to sense Sun Wukong. Tianjin Rice was puzzled and let out mental fluctuations. "Look closely, this kid will be the savior of this planet in the future, and when I grow up, I am far inferior to him. How? How is it possible? Even the master can't compare to that weak little ghost." But out of trust in Pounds, Tianjin Fan still didn't hesitate to believe Pounds' words, and watched seriously at the Monkey King being mummified and tied into a dumpling in the venue. Tianjin Fan thought seriously, "If I only have that little strength, how can I resist?" Between the tongues of the 2 demons, Sun Wukong is struggling to resist the bondage of the mummy. Suddenly, Sun Wukong looked at the bubbling poisonous water, gave up resistance, and instead jumped forward a few steps, and then jumped straight down his tongue with his heels, and in the process of descending, he bit the bandage with his teeth, and it just fell on the poisonous water, without touching himself at all. Then Sun Wukong, his feet clamped the bandage hard, so that the bandage wrapped around the whole body was scorched by the poisonous mist floating up by the poisonous water, and the whole body shook vigorously, and after a while, he continued to jump up again, glaring at the mummy, and breaking free from the bandages on his body. "Hey, hey," laughing. "Master, this kid has such a powerful fighting instinct." Tianjin Fan, you are a descendant of the Sanmyo clan, you think your talent is unparalleled, but in fact, that kid's race is one of the most powerful races in our universe. It can even be said to be the most powerful inferior race. Master. Look at it carefully. In the field, Sun Wukong knocked down the mummy with one punch, and then asked the diviner mother-in-law innocently if he had won. Master, if you are angry, I may not be able to beat him. Tianjin Rice, if your strength does not surpass him too much, you will not be able to defeat him, he is the most powerful warrior. Master. Pang Zi sensed the fluctuations in Tianjin Rice's spirit, and scolded angrily. Tianjin Rice, calm down, have you forgotten the reason I told you to practice martial arts? If you keep staring at others, you will never be able to surpass yourself. Yes, Master, I've let you down. We are all constantly going through all kinds of trials and tribulations to be able to continue to grow, and you don't mind the momentary wins and losses in the future. Yes, Master. At this time, the dumplings flew back. Senior brother, the master is stupid and kicked me so far. It turned out that Pang Zi listened to the chirping dumplings, and directly sealed the movements and mouth of the dumplings with his vitality, so that he could only freeze in the air, so there was a whining sound behind him. Tianjin Fan relied on the chi of his master Pang Zi to sense the scene and learned that the little ghost named Sun Wukong had actually grown up by himself in the recent period. I was secretly frightened. This kid can grow up so strong independently, if he has gone through the training of his master, he may really surpass me. Chapter 33. When the turtle immortal heard that the divination lady had actually sent a demon man, he exclaimed in surprise. What? Send the demon man out so soon? Everyone else in the venue hurriedly asked the turtle immortal. After all, there should be no one who knows his own sister divination mother-in-law better than the turtle immortal. Yamacha hurriedly asked, is the strength of the demon man very strong? The turtle immortal said thoughtfully. However, judging from the order of appearance, the fifth gatekeeper should be stronger. Here. Pang Zi asked Tianjin Fan to observe carefully. Master, the devil man is not strong. Tianjin Rice, reasonable use of your own advantages, and its tricks are very interesting. If you can change your own style, it will help you a lot in the future. Pang Zi also thought in his heart. Desire, sin, these soul-level things, if they can be integrated into martial arts, will definitely increase the power of martial arts moves. The more famous is Yangguo's ecstasy, but unfortunately he lives in a world where aura and materials are scarce after all, otherwise he may be the pride of the sky, as well as Zhang Sanfan, as well as Huang Sheng and the monk who invented Zhuyang Shengong. If they were in this world, it shouldn't be difficult for me to practice to immortality. Turning his mind, Pound's gaze continued to return to Sun Wukong's body. In the field, after several people's nonsense and the diviner's mother-in-law expressed her dissatisfaction with the demon man made a cruel statement, saying that they had come to the conclusion that the real battle had only begun now, and he wanted to show his real strength. Tianjin Rice, it's very interesting to think about that demon man's moves and luck roots. Yes, Master. After Pounds finished speaking, he extended the chi to the surroundings and refined the control. The turtle immortal who watched the battle narrowed his eyes. Is it my delusion? I feel that the air is not quite right. During the scene, the demon man sneered and said that no matter how kind and innocent a person pretends to be, he must have evil thoughts in his heart. Then the devil man closes the tips of his fingers to you, hollow in the middle, in a triangular shape. It means that no matter how small the evil heart is, as long as it swells up, it will definitely exceed the limit of the body's endurance and cause an explosion. Then the demon man's hands parted, and each stretched out 2 fingers into his temples to emit demonic rays at Sun Wukong. Even the soothsayer stopped the demon, saying that he didn't need to be so ruthless. It's a pity that the demon man started to activate the skill without saying a word. I saw a clearly visible pink light hit Sun Wukong in a circle, and then he began to laugh. Tianjin Fan looked at the Monkey King who was hit and looked left and right with a confused expression, and asked the devil man curiously, what kind of light is Sun Wukong? Then do radio gymnastics in front of the Devilman. Tianjin Rice, if you can learn this trick and strengthen him, 99% of the people in this universe will not be able to resist it. Master, this trick is nothing. Pang. Zi said solemnly, this is just ineffective against Sun Wukong, it is the purest warrior who is pure to the extreme. Pounds watched the battle in the field, thinking about it. If I learn it, my mind will enter a state of calm and wavelessness. Maybe it will make it easy for me to comprehend the martial arts and cultivate to the realm of immortality. Up to now, Pang Zi's martial arts realm depends entirely on reading Chinese culture, reaching superficial enlightenment, and then automatically possessing the truth and state of mind, which really has little to do with others, and the only breakthrough in the state of mind can only be when he breaks through the sixth order of the realm. Tianjin Rice, after reading it, I'll explain it to you after reading it. It's interesting down there, you can't experience it, but if you can feel it, it's good for you. Yes. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong finally started fighting with his grandfather Sun Gohan. The two soon began to exchange quick punches and kicks with each other. Not long after Sun Wukong punched, he was caught by Sun Gohan, making Sun Wukong unable to move. After a red-faced competition, the two finally separated from each other, and Sun Wukong immediately attacked. In the end, Sun Wuhan was a step ahead, first gave Sun Wukong a heavy blow, and then Sun Wukong immediately gave Sun Wuhan a blow with a carp, and the two staggered by, both facing each other, landing on one knee, panting constantly. After a short break, after the two of them regained their breath, the two attacked at the same time, punched each other in the air, and then landed on the ground and attacked each other with their legs without stopping and immediately fought together after the mistake. Sun Wukong took advantage of Sun Gohan's flaws, kicked a kick, was caught by Sun Gohan, and then threw Sun Wukong into the air a few times, and then Sun Gohan followed, kicking Sun Wukong to the ground from the air and smashing the floor. Taking advantage of Sun Gohan's pride, Sun Wukong immediately popped out of the rubble, rushed into the air and kicked him out. The unscathed Sun Gohan rebounded back on the wall and kicked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not dodge or dodge, he was angry and dancing, and his legs immediately took root in the ground, and he took Sun Gohan's blow. There was a moment of silence. Tianjin Fan sighed. Master, the one called Sun Wukong is only better than me in equal combat. Now you understand why I ask you to fight against your junior brothers and sisters every day in the future. Thank you, Master. You stinky boy, you need to work out. At least before entering the universe, he was stronger than him. What, Master? Pound's face sank, it's nothing, take a good look. Sun Wukong changed his posture, but Sun Wuhan made Sun Wukong's familiar movements. Sun Wukong took a step forward and looked at Sun Wuhan blankly, and even the turtle immortals opened their mouths in surprise, and exclaimed, Hey! It is the starting style of the turtle school Qigong. Sun Wukong was frightened by Sun Wuhan's movements, and stood frozen on the spot. Seeing that the rabbit-headed mysterious figure in front of him really glowed with qi, he successfully used the turtle school Qigong. Sun Wukong was surprised, really. As a result, Sun Wukong was surprised as if he didn't have time to dodge, and Sun Wuhan's turtle school Qigong also hit Sun Wukong, but he rushed straight into the lake. Hey! I saw that only the afterimage of Sun Wukong was left in the venue. It turned out that Sun Wukong used the afterimage fist to dodge the attack. The cat immortal taught well. They. Turtle immortal looked at the rabbit-masked man who used the turtle sect Qigong, and he already knew who it was, but he still felt incredulous. Sun Wukong, who was in the air, immediately said that he was going to start attacking. Then Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong used turtle school Qigong at the same time, but Sun Gohan was startled and forgot to use it. Hit directly, then bounce out. After Sun Wukong landed, he immediately flew forward and added a blow. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Gohan who fell to the ground, and immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I have a reason to win. Then, he raised his hand and prepared to give the final blow to the rabbit mask in front of him. But he didn't want to. The rabbit mask sneered, and directly grabbed Sun Wukong's Achilles heel, the tail. Then Sun Wukong looked shaky and panicked for a while, and fell directly to the ground. After Sun Wukong was caught, he also regretted and said, "Oops, I was careless." Sun Gohan asked Sun Wukong to admit defeat, and then directly lifted Sun Wukong's tail and kept falling to the ground. After Pang Zi saw it, he silently complained in his heart. What kind of mentally retarded situation is Nima? He won't die if he smashes the ground, he won't be injured when he smashes the ground, so he falls to the ground. What is the person next to him? This Nima is fake. Those mentally handicapped friends, I don't know what to think. I shouldn't worry about it, I shouldn't worry about it. It's a good atmosphere group, especially the stupid Bulma. I deserve to give her the award for Best Atmosphere Officer. Chapter 34. The atmosphere group on the side was doing something, but the turtle immortal said something unexpectedly. We had nothing else to do but watch. Yamcha asked incredulously. Why? The turtle immortal said solemnly, because this is a fateful battle that no one can interfere in. This guy is Monkey King's dead grandfather, Monkey Gohan. The turtle immortal's distrust of Bulma and his party only told them that although Son Gohan was dead, if you look closely at the head of the rabbit-headed masked man, you can see an angel's aura. In the venue, Son Gohan and the divination mother-in-law were both talking to provoke Sun Wukong, trying to make him surrender. When Pounds saw this, he couldn't help but be amused. Few of these scions are normal, they are all brainless. Sure enough, as Pang Zi expected, but Sun Gohan did not spare his hand, and still kept lifting Sun Wukong's tail and throwing him to the ground. At this time, Sun Wuhan found something, and suddenly said to Sun Wukong that Sun Wukong has made a lot of good friends, and his companions are worried about Sun Wukong. Master, are there many companions useful? Pang Zi said without hesitation, it's useless. Oh! But when I observe Sun Wukong, he seems to be about to rekindle his fighting spirit. Tianjin Rice, you have to remember your fighting spirit to learn martial arts, keep an eye on the goal and work hard, don't be confused by the scenery on the way, remember your goal, and then fight for it. Yes. The other Monkey King's friends in the audience decided to throw white towels to help Monkey King, but were stopped by the Turtle Immortals. Bulma yelled at the Turtle Immortal, I know you're right, but in such a situation, how can people look at it? The Turtle Immortal said with a serious expression, do you think that if we surrender for Sun Wukong on our own initiative, the stone monkey Wukong will be happy? Pounds looked at Bulma, who had been yelling all the time. If it were me, you wouldn't be so anxious, would you? You're so nice to your new friends, what am I like a lonely ghost? You can leave your parents alone at home for them, and you're alone playing around with your fox friends and dogs, and you're scared of others. Tianjin Fan, who was about to suffocate, looked at the fluctuating picture and hurriedly said, Master. At the same time, the Turtle Immortals and Sun Gohan in the field immediately noticed that something was wrong. The surrounding chi fluctuations are too great, who can stir the vitality of heaven and earth on such a large scale? The two of them spoke at the same time, who? And then looked at each other and nodded. After waiting for a while, Sun Gohan continued to ravage Sun Wukong. Tianjin Rice, who couldn't feel the oppression anymore, looked at Pang Zi and asked suspiciously, Master. Tianjin Rice. Do you see the girl yelling in the field? See, Master, that weak chicken, yelling, it's so annoying, it's a big-chested guy at first glance. Well, you're right. Tianjin Fan felt that Pounds agreed with his own views, and just felt happy, and mentally felt Pounds's next sentence. That's my sister. My stepfather's own daughter. Crunch. Tianjin Rice wants to cry without tears, is there such a big pant as you? Master. It doesn't matter, I also think he has a big chest and no brains. Keep watching. In the field, Sun Wukong continued to beat Sun Wukong. But he didn't want his tail to be unbearable and break directly. Oops, the tail is broken. Sun Wukong covered his buttocks with both hands, jumped up and down in the field, shouting in pain. The turtle immortal's eyes lit up and shouted, "Great! In this way, Wukong's weakness has disappeared." Sun Wukong angrily moved forward step by step to prepare to attack. Sun Gohan put his hands behind his back, and waited for Sun Wukong to come close, and then surrendered directly. Sun Wukong couldn't believe it, and after confirming it again and again, he realized that the rabbit head mask on the opposite side had already admitted defeat. Pounds revoked the induction of Sun Wu's heir. "Tianjin, you go and practice. I'll explain to you how terrifying the demon man's tricks are." "Yes, teacher." Pounds continued to look at the scene, and the warmth after the touching grandfather and grandson met was the moment when Pounds saw the mysterious power. Pounds sarcastically said, "It's a pity that I lived for 2 lifetimes, 80 years old, and my biological parents and grandfather didn't know about it, and they were all raised by others." Pounds watched as the soothsayer got off the ball under him, and after turning her hands in circles, she showed the dragon ball in the car and moving towards her, and there was a picture. Feeling confused. "What is this Nima seeing? I can't see anything. How can I steal from school? This Nima's mysterious power is too mysterious. It's exaggerated." Pounds touched his chin and weighed carefully. "Forget it, since so many plots have been changed, they are not afraid of another one, maybe they can still let UPA practice with them." Pounds forgot that the UPA were tasked with guarding the sacred land of Karin. Pounds made up his mind, glanced at the dumplings that were fixed by himself, and let him go. Dumpling retreated cautiously, while muttering, "Master is stupid, so dangerous." Pounds looked at Dumpling, who was facing him step by step with black lines, and ignored him. Who knows, after the dumplings exit a certain distance, they turn around and run. "Senior brother, help, the master is stupid, come and just me." Tianjin. Rice, who was in the distance, heard the shouts of dumplings, shivered, and immediately plunged into the water as if he didn't hear it. This unlucky boy is not making himself uncomfortable. Pounds didn't want to pay attention to him, but the hapless boy had to imprison him again. "I was just about to leave, but my mind moved. In front of the dumplings, take out the rabbit head mask and reduce the body size." Dumplings cried when they saw their master change greatly. Pounds ignored it and instead used teleportation. Straight to the venue. Bulma looked at the somewhat familiar figure in front of her, puzzled. Kling asked curiously, "Ah, Grandpa Sun Gohan, didn't you go back to Huangchuan? Why did you come back again?" Sun Wukong had already gone to get the last Dragon Ball. The soothsayer and the turtle fairy will all look at the sudden appearance of Pounds with a solemn expression. "Who are you? How did you get there?" Pounds used his breath to make his voice low and deep. "Thank you so much for your hard work in helping me collect the Dragon Balls, now give them to me." Bulma stepped forward, one hand on her hip, one hand pointing at Pounds. "Don't you think about it. The Dragon Balls are all we have gathered, and we have to save people. You don't want to snatch it from us." Pounds looked at the group in front of him. "The Dragon Balls are not anyone's, they are just a medium created by the Namek people relying on the power of the dragon gods they believe in to pry the rules of the world. You are looking for it to satisfy your own wishes, I am also looking for it to satisfy your own wishes. Aren't you also snatching the Dragon Balls that others have worked so hard to collect?" Bulma was speechless, and Yamcha, who was trembling all over, pointed at Pounds and said to Bulma, "Bulma, this is the one who took the Dragon Ball's wish at Pirav Castle at that time." Bulma exclaimed, It's you. Yes, there are still people who remember me. Damn, you dare to come? We are full of the best martial arts masters here. Pounds didn't pay attention to it, but said to himself. You use the Dragon Balls so frequently, it will cause the power of the gods to weaken, and then release the great Demon King. In the past, because of the indiscriminate use of the Dragon Ball, Wu-Taitu had to use the Demon Sealing Wave, and now it is about to come out. Pounds looked up at the corner of the sky. In an unknown place, a man covered in darkness retracted his gaze. What a terrible person! If it weren't for the frequent gathering and use of Dragon Balls, maybe I wouldn't have been awakened. This time the dragon is coming out again, the world is in trouble, and I don't know if this mysterious person can solve that demon. Chapter 35. Bulma shouted angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? Who is Wu-Taitu? I have never heard of it. Everyone else is the same, guarding against Pounds. But he didn't notice the solemn expressions of the Turtle Fairy and the Diviner Mother-in-law. Bulma smug. The mystery man was careless to let you run away last time, otherwise how could you run away? This time, there is the world's #1 turtle immortal here, and you can't do anything. They. Turtle Immortal listened to Bulma's words, and cold sweat fell down. When I think of it, the breath around the mysterious person in front of me is like a sea of smoke, isn't it just the breath that I felt twice? Where is he hiding? Why didn't I find out? In my sister's territory, my sister didn't even find out. Other than that, I always feel like I've seen people in front of me in other places. When the Turtle Immortal thought of this, he also looked at the divination mother-in-law. Pounds looked at the Turtle Immortal with a smile. Turtle Immortal, don't you tell the juniors about Dragon Ball. Actually, I wanted to tell you about the origin of Dragon Ball a long time ago. But this is also a legend, and I don't know the specifics. Legend. Has it that the 7 Dragon Balls were originally a very large bead a long time ago? Kling asked suspiciously, then why are there 7 now? They. Turtle Immortal snorted and asked Klin angrily, you say or I say, do you want to listen? Yes, 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 teacher, you go on. Legend, a long, long time ago. When everyone is honest and upright, the gods give the Dragon Balls to humans in order to bless them, and the humans build sacred palaces, place the Dragon Balls in the sacred palaces, and often worship the Dragon Balls and pray for peace and well-being. But among the human race, there are people who have begun to have evil thoughts in their hearts. As a result, those humans who had evil thoughts began to use the Dragon Balls to satisfy their desires for the sake of greed. Causing the gods to be angry, the angry gods split the Dragon Balls into 7 and scattered them all over the world. The overuse of the Dragon Balls by humans caused the Dragon Balls to split into 7 pieces. However, instead of knowing how to reflect on themselves, the greedy humans began to search for the 7 Dragon Balls all over the world. In fact, it is true that someone gathered 7 Dragon Balls and gained great power. But the excessive greed of human beings finally summoned the great Demon King of the Demon World, the great Demon King of Vic. After the great Demon King of Vic appeared, he began to kill wantonly, and finally it was my master Wu-Taitu teacher who sealed the great Demon King, and predicted that if humans use the Dragon Ball too much again, they will still provide energy to the great Demon King and let him rebuild the sky. Lives are in misery again. Ah, said Bulma innocently, then we'll use it one last time, and we'll just use it again. After Pounds had explained to the Turtle Immortals, he didn't intend to listen to what they had to say. Use chi directly to imprison them. What? Why can't I move? Me too, damn it. Bastard. Help. Bastard, what do you want to do? You know that you will summon the great Demon King and use the Dragon Balls recklessly. Pounds sneered and didn't speak. He remembered that the villain died from talking too much. And he has always been a villain in the current Dragon Ball plot. After Sun Wukong successfully got one planet and came back, he directly controlled him and took the last Dragon Ball. Pounds teleported away. Sun Wukong's eyes were split, and he was about to call somersault clouds. Bulma stopped him. Wait a minute, Son Goku, that rabbit monster, him. Bulma, what's there waiting for me to get the Dragon Ball back? Kling yelled, no, you can't defeat him if you catch up. He's still trembling. Monkey King, the Dragon Ball is already in the other hemisphere, 6,000 kilometers away from us, and the somersault cloud will be too late. What? Bulma showed them the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wukong ignored it, took the Dragon Ball radar directly from Bulma and jumped on the somersault cloud. It's a pity that on this side, as soon as Pounds arrived at the place, he began to summon the dragon. He remembered tightly that the villain died from talking too much, losing to the left side of the wave since ancient times, and the ink is the wise saying that failure. Sun Wukong went to chase Pounds, and the rest of the others continued to stay where they were and wait. The soothsayer said, I can't count the man with the rabbit mask, but there is a three-eyed man and a little dwarf who are his apprentices, but in the end. I see. Kling asked suspiciously, what, mother-in-law, what did you say? It's nothing, that kid from Monkey King will save the world in the end. They. Turtle Immortal repeated, Goku will save the world in the end. The diviner mother-in-law said thoughtfully, it will definitely come true, this premonition has always floated in my heart. The rest of the people were taken aback, they were useless in using the Dragon Ball this time, but it was a little regrettable. Upa was directly at the scene as if he had lost his soul. Come out, Shenlong, come out and fulfill my wish. Is it you who summoned me to come out? Say your wish, no matter what you wish, I can fulfill you. Let me have the smartest brain in the universe. After waiting for 30 seconds, Shenlong hesitated and said, let's change it. Pounds secretly complained, sure enough, it's a waste dragon. Then you have given me all the knowledge of the earth from ancient times to the present and beyond. Another 30 long seconds. I can't do that. I'm Nima, I can't bear it. I can't achieve anything I want, what's the use of this waste dragon, I have, what about this change, still uneasy, still worried. It's a string. Pounds said with little interest, then you make me the smartest man on earth. This wish is very simple, I have fulfilled it for you. Goodbye. Sure enough, Pounds felt his mind clear. After sensing the qi, Pang Zi directly teleported to the vicinity of Tianjin. On the other side, Sun Wukong, who was sitting on the somersault cloud, looked at the signal that suddenly disappeared, and shook suspiciously. What's wrong with it again? Immediately turned the somersault cloud. Bulma, the Dragon Ball radar is broken again, you fix it quickly, and I'll continue to chase it. Bulma took the Dragon Ball radar and fiddled with it for a while, then said. There's no way. It's not that the Dragon Ball radar is broken, it's that the Dragon Ball has been used and turned into ordinary stones, and there's no way to find it. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma with an unwilling face, and said to Upa with guilt. I'm sorry, Upa. Upa's tears fell one by one like golden beans, and everyone comforted them. The Turtle Immortal said that he could take Upa to practice together, but he was rejected by Upa. Upa said that he was the guardian of Karin and could not leave for too long, and that since his father could not return, he would go back to protect Karin Tat. There was no way, everyone looked at Upa with a determined face, so they had to let Sun Wukong use the somersault cloud to send him back. After coming back, Sun Wukong learned that Yamcha also worshipped the Turtle Immortal as a teacher, and Sun Wukong just said happily that everyone could practice together in the future. But the Turtle Immortal said. Chapter 36. Except. Wukong, you. Why? Wukong, your Kung Fu is already very strong. If you still want to become stronger, you are actually wasting your time if you stay under my sect to practice. You should go to more different places and learn their evolution. The world is vast, maybe there are many more exciting things waiting for you, you have infinite unknown possibilities, go and become stronger, come back and surprise us." After the turtle immortal said this, he was still thinking proudly that he had said something philosophical. Sun Wukong immediately said, "Although I don't understand, but it's interesting, then I'll try it." Then, tell them that because of the increasing number of people participating in the martial arts conference, the time has been changed to once every 3 years, and the next time will be the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. After Pounds went back, he looked at Tianjin Rice hiding in the water. Tianjin Rice come out. By the way, the confinement of dumplings was lifted. You two come with me. Wait. Until the 2 apprentices come to one of their towering trees and stand obediently. Tianjin Rice, what do you think? Dumpling looked at his senior brother suspiciously, and then looked at his master. These 2 faggots must be hiding something from me. Master, you must have an unwavering goal in your cultivation, and not be confused by the scenery on the road, and the standard of cultivation should be to surpass your own limits. Pang! Zi looked at the resolute face of the apprentice in front of him, nodding in satisfaction. Master! Combat is different from cultivation. Fighting requires a sensitive use of all weapons, terrain, environment, and own conditions that are beneficial to oneself, and quickly defeat the opponent, and it is absolutely not allowed to be careless and nonsense to give the enemy a chance to take advantage of. Very good. Tianjin Rice, dumplings, and one more sentence you have to remember, the opposite wave must be on the right, and since ancient times, the left side of the opposite wave has been lost, except for the pig of DNA. Yes, Master. Dumpling asked curiously, why? Master, what kind of pig is Dinah? Stupid dumplings, you can do what you are told to do. Have you learned multiplication and division within 100? Dumplings were shocked and said, Oh. Yes, I'm about to learn, I'm already doing the math very fast. What is 98*35? As soon as Pound's voice fell, Dumpling said, Master is equal to 65. What? Dumpling asked triumphantly, Master, am I calculating very fast? Pounds is speechless and looks at the sky. The smartest brain teaches the stupidest brain. Which one will win? Beg netizens in the previous life, ask for advice online, it's more urgent. Tianjin Rice, you go and let Twiba Lightning teach dumplings to learn. Yes. Dumpling retorted loudly, Master, I don't want it, I don't want that kid to teach. Pounds sneered and said, then you will beat him in the exam. Twiba Lightning is the youngest child, just over 3 years old, but he is the smartest one. Ignoring Dumpling's wailing and begging for mercy, Pounds continued to say to Tianjin Rice, what did you learn from the Devilman's tricks? Tianjin Fan blinked his 3 eyes and said embarrassedly, Master, I'm sorry, I didn't see how powerful that one was. Pounds sighed. Master, I'm sorry to disgrace you. Pang. Zi didn't say anything, and he knew that Tianjin Fan was not to blame for this matter, who called Chinese culture broad and profound. There are 27 human emotions of admiration, adoration, appreciation, amusement, anxiety, awe, embarrassment, boredom, calmness, confusion, longing, disgust, empathy, pain, obsession, jealousy, excitement, fear, hatred, fun, joy, nostalgia, romance, sadness, satisfaction, sexuality, sympathy, and satisfaction. But when summed up, it can be summed up by 7 emotions and 6 desires. 7 emotions and 6 desires are a psychological reaction. The 7 emotions refer to the expression or mental activity of feelings, such as joy, anger, worry, thought, sadness, fear, and shock, and the 6 desires refer to the physiological needs or desires of people's eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Whether it is the 27 emotions I mentioned earlier, or the 7 emotions and 6 desires that I summarized later, it is always the soul or spirit of the human body that emanates from it, and these factors have not yet been found in the physical body. Pang Zi looked at the thoughtful Tianjin Rice with satisfaction. This disciple's understanding is indeed very good. Follow the teacher in this life, not to mention longevity, at least you will end up with a good beginning. Then I accidentally caught a glimpse of the dumplings that were drowsy on the side, and I couldn't get angry. Forcefully, coughing heavily. Dumpling immediately cared about pounds. Master, are you uncomfortable in your throat? Do you want to drink water? Pounds. Then why don't you pour me water? Oh, I'll go right away. As soon as the dumpling heard that the master asked him to pour water, he immediately got up and ran away. Pouring water is certainly more fun than in class. Pounds said to Tianjin Rice, who was interrupted from thinking, these 7 emotions are all soul or spiritual expressions. These 7 kinds of emotions are excessive, which may lead to the imbalance of yin and yang, and the lack of qi and blood and cause various diseases, which is thought-provoking, but desire is not. That is, we usually say that sex life is not among the 7 emotions that will affect physical diseases. Tianjin Rice, think about it. For example, you are a person who is often prone to anger, and someone invents a kind of light that can directly stimulate your anger, and even make your anger swell all the time. Tianjin Fan wondered, become a giant. God fucking giant, it's still green. Stupid, it must be that your body can't withstand it and explode. Yes, master, you're right. Tianjin Rice, what if you can use this as a basis to create a kind of 7 emotions and 6 desires fist or 7 emotions and 6 desires light that you can control? Pounds looked at Tianjin Fa expectantly, hoping that his answer would satisfy him. He lived up to Pounds' expectations. Master, then the person who was hit will have 1 less emotion. Pounds fell to the ground. God trademark has 1 less emotion. Master, don't help me, let me slow down, otherwise I will be angry with your brothers sooner or later. Pounds stopped Tianjin Rice's movements. Tianjin Rice, you have to understand that excessive imbalance or long-term imbalance will lead to a lot of diseases. A slight imbalance or a short-term imbalance will make people break through the upper limit, an extreme imbalance or long-term imbalance will make you explode. Tianjin Fan's eyes lit up slightly. Master, you mean that if this skill is studied by us, we can be invincible? No, they are not invincible. Extremely powerful people can restrain this imbalance of emotions, or people with pure minds will not be affected by these emotions, because one of them is extremely in control of their own body, and the other is not affected because they do not carry their own subjective biases, and everyone else, no matter who they are, will be affected. But, Master, such a fist technique will not exist. Pang. Zi did not answer. You go and continue to exercise, I just tell you these things, plant seeds in your heart, you don't have to think about this matter now, your vitality is still weak, the most important thing is to improve your qi, not to ponder this move cannot be studied overnight. Yes. Pang Zi looked at Tianjin Rice, who was a little excited, and could only say, Tianjin Rice, if your qi reaches 5,000, I will tell you to teleport, and no matter who you find in the future, you can rush over in an instant. Tianjin Fan became excited all of a sudden. Yes, Master, I will soon practice to 5,000 qi. Well, come on. Pounds didn't say anything more, he had to throw the bait, or he might have really wasted a lot of time studying the 7 emotions and 6 desires fist. The name of Dragon Ball's most creative martial arts inventor is not obtained for nothing. If you want to talk about moves, it is still invented by Tianjin Rice. Chapter 37. Tianjin Fan took his younger brothers and sisters to practice in the deep forest, and recited in unison. Qiandui Lichen went to the left, and Sunken Jenkin turned right. Innate Gossip 1-8, 64 Trigram Tricks. The upper and lower water are dark and dangerous, the mountains are high and the water is urgent. Water needs rain in heaven, and the son of heaven disputes with his mouth. Underground water is like a teacher, and the water and land are also competing with each other. The wind rises and the animals return to the sky, and the swamps of the world are like walking on ice. The earth descends and the heavens rise to communicate with each other, the world is hot, and the fire is bright in the sky. On the ground, the mountains are modest, and the peaks are modest, Zi Shanglei and the next sister follow the brother, and the wind at the foot of the mountain to remove goo insects. There is a river in the ground to inspect the shore, and the wind blows the earth to observe the people's feelings. Playing thunder under the fire is devoured, and the fire under the mountain is icing on the cake. The mountain is higher than the ground and easy to eroded, and the underground thunder is yin and yang. The thunder in the sky is careful and there is no disaster, and the sun under the mountain raises big animals. At the foot of the mountain, there is Lei Yi at home, Zi is on the mountain and down the salty and prosperous, thunder and wind are eternal. The children of the Tian Shan mountains are like immortals, and the thunder is majestic in the sky. The fire burns the prosperous land, the wealth is prosperous, and the earth is separated from the fire and the light. The wind and fire sisters are a family, there is no way out of the mountains with heavy water, and the crisis of hydrolysis is eliminated by lightning strikes. The mountain crosses the river and damages the water and soil, and the wind helps the thunder to benefit the momentum. Zacian is as broken as a jade, and the queen of the dry sky is coming under the wind. There is a lake under the earth, and there is wind and heat in the ground. Zi is trapped in the water, and the wind is a well. Zi fire intersects the drama of change, and the blowing stove is prosperous under the fire. The wind blows the mountain and gets higher and higher. The thunder and the fire are harvesting in the harvest year, and the fire shines on the mountain road army to travel. The wind blows the water surface and the fog is sluggish, the upper and lower water should be economical. The wind blows Zi Shunzhen Zongfu, boiling on water and under fire is not enough, but heat on fire and under water is not helping. At this point, the hexagram names are all complete, and the elephant names must be remembered. It is the 64 elephant names of the Fuxi Bagua that are recited by memorization, and they are also the introductory songs of the I Ching. Pang Zi also gradually sank into his own cultivation. His cultivation was not in a hurry or slow, and it was far less thrilling than the one move and one style of Tianjin rice. Pang Zi also wants to raise his realm to the late 6th order in these 3 years. At that time, it is estimated that his combat power should be 50 million, and his lifespan should reach 800 years. Originally, Pounds had no hope of achieving it in 3 years, but after using Dragon Ball to make a wish to obtain the strongest brain, he is now completely sure. Wukong also said goodbye to the Turtle Immortal and Bulma, and the group began to walk forward according to the Turtle Immortal's request, and Yamcha and Klin also followed the agitated Turtle Immortal and ran back to the Turtle Immortal house on foot. If Pounds knew, he would definitely sigh that this world is buggy, and it won't damage their potential even if they squeeze their bodies so much. He doesn't do this to his disciples, he doesn't stop taking medicinal baths every day, practicing for half a day, and the rest of the time is spent learning cultural knowledge. You must know, if you are not afraid that hooligans will be able to do martial arts, you will be afraid that hooligans will be educated. If you learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well, you will not be afraid to go all over the world. On the way to cultivate, Sun Wukong rescued a girl Xiao Qiao who was about to be eaten by a tiger, and then learned that their village was being plagued by the bad guys of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and they were robbing them of the only food they had left, and there was still a drought in their neighborhood. The bad guys come to the village every month to snatch their vegetables and fruits, and occasionally name them. If the bad guys are named, and the people who are called do not answer immediately, they will be sucked into the gourd, and then the bones and meat will be melted into wine. Sun Wukong entered the village, and in order to help the baby, he stood up and killed the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn with 3 strikes and 5 divisions. Then after punishing them for working for the village, Sun Wukong continued on his way. On the way, Sun Wukong also climbed the mountain in the rain with a big stone on his back, walked upside down with 2 fingers, and kept heading south. Fight with Chen Dequan in Tokyo. Chen Dequan was lying on the bed because of his injury and explained to Sun Wukong the trick of Chen Jiexing's extreme boxing, phantom star boxing. I can't see the light of the stars, but the stars are there. When he was stopped by his son, he also told his son that martial arts can't be understood by the mind alone, and he must reach a certain realm to understand it. As a result, after some challenges and measurements, Sun Wukong replaced Chen Dequan to participate in the competition in front of the king, but Chen Xiaochuan put laxatives in Sun Wukong's meal because he wanted to participate in the competition instead of his father. In the process of Sun Wukong's replacement of Chen Dequan, he suddenly had diarrhea, and after being stopped, he was constantly attacked by Tianlong, resulting in the last poop and pulling inside his pants. Sun Wukong was extremely angry. Did you really hit me? Do you know that you caused me to poop and pull it into my pants? And then Tianlong was knocked down by a punch from the extremely angry Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong immediately disappeared, and then hurried to find a toilet. In this way, Sun Wukong experienced many interesting things along the way. On the other hand, Yu, Klin and Yamcha also began to practice more strictly under the guidance of the Turtle Immortals, and they are still the same. While earning money, while cultivating, I also want to earn money while playing. Sun Wukong began to break into the demon world. At the beginning, he resisted the machete of Gora, the first Hercules in the demon realm, and then stopped Mara on the side. Mara, who learned that Sun Wukong was going to the demon world to find Azura, offered to take Sun Wukong to meet Azura. Pounds, who was in retreat, sensed something. Has Sun Wukong gone to the demon realm? I'm going to have fun too. Pounds also came to Sun Wukong's side with an instant. Wow! Gora immediately attacked Pounds, who blocked it with one finger, but he didn't move. Long time no see, Monkey King. Wow! You're Bulma's brother, Pounds. Yes, you're still so naive, Monkey King. Pounds, what are you doing here? Pounds looked at Sun Wukong, smiled, and asked Mara on the side. Beautiful Miss Mara, I also want to go to the demon realm to see, can I go with Sun Wukong? Then you can come with me. With that, Mara turned and led the way. Sun Wukong looked at Pang Zhi who was together, and asked curiously. Pang Zhi, I'm going to save Princess Mei Xiao, what are you going to do? Practice. Sun Wukong grinned happily and said to Pang Zhi. In this way, I really want to fight with you once. There is a chance, we will definitely have a chance to fight later. Yes, great. Mara's cold voice sounded. Are you going? Ah. The two followed Mara to the wedding scene of Azura and Mesa. Sun Wukong took the lead and was ridiculed by the scene. And was explained by little Rolo on the side as maybe Myra was dissatisfied with their usual actions of going to the demon world. As a result, Sun Wukong actually killed all the demon creatures in the competition ring. When Gaku was naive and unleashed, he was directly kicked out of the ring by Azura. Gaku immediately got up. Damn, you didn't even notify you. Azura turned around, sat with his feet off the ground and said calmly. I just notified you. Was directly cleaned up by Azura cleanly. However, Sun Wukong used the turtle school Qigong, and because Azura was plotted by Mila's darts and was afraid of light, he was directly sent flying. Sun Wukong escaped with Misha smoothly under Mila's reminder. Misha reminded, Wukong, don't forget to draw your sword when you go out. Chapter 38. Sun Wukong turned around with Miss Misha, one of his harem groups, on his back, and looked at Mara and Gora curiously. Why are you doing me a favor? Mara laughed, I'm not doing you a favor, I have my own reasons. They were about to continue the conversation when a large group of demons came from behind. Mara hurriedly said, Okay, there's no time, goodbye. Go out and draw your sword immediately. Sun Wukong and the two left immediately. Mila looked at the Monkey King who was leaving. Monkey King, one day we will meet, I hope that day will not be too long. Several of them forgot that there was also Pounds who came with them. Pounds floated silently above his head, shielding himself from all his breath. Look below. A group of demons are about to rush out, but they are told by Gora and Mara that they can't leave without a pass. Bastard, we are on Ajura-sama's orders. Gora roared angrily, clenched his right hand into a fist in his chest and said. No one's orders are allowed, and you are not allowed to go out without a pass. This is a rule that includes the heavenly realm and the demon realm. Ajura said slowly behind him, it seems that it is indeed your conspiracy. Lord Ajura. Don't be afraid, go. Pounds knew it was time for him to come out. I didn't expect the demon world to be so lively, it's really beautiful. IMP. Oh, Ajura, the most powerful person in the demon realm. Pounds suddenly disappeared, and with a punch, Ajura was directly knocked away without any reaction time. Looking at the demon man who rushed up, Pounds flicked his dust-free clothes. Outside, Sun Wukong also pulled out his sword, and as soon as he pulled it out, he immediately realized that he forgot that Pang Zi was still inside. Sun Wukong said to the king and the villagers outside, I still have a companion inside, I will go and rescue him, and... After speaking, he rushed into the gate of the demon world. Mara saw the closed door and said to Ajura. From now on, the only person who can enter and leave here is the Grim Reaper, who has the key. Ajura got up and clenched his fists. That stinky little ghost, he put it on the table. Who are you? Pounds looked at the enraged Ajura. I'm your ancestor. Very well, you have completely me off. Really, you're not angry, I'm not interested yet. Pounds looked at the demons surrounding him, and said lightly, let's clean up the maggots first and then come and play. Pounds finished speaking, and a circle of light appeared in his right hand. Then it expanded rapidly, and soon spread 10 kilometers, except for Ajura, Gora, and Mara, there was not a single other demon left. Sun Wukong, who had just jumped in, spread his hands wide and shouted. Wow! Sure enough, Pounds, you're amazing. Pounds looked at Sun Wukong who jumped in amazement. Wukong, aren't you gone, why did you come back? Sun Wukong pulled out his golden hoop stick and made a fighting posture. Pounds, you haven't come out yet, I was going to come in to save you, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Pounds, let's get out quickly after we defeat Ajura. Pounds felt a trace of emotion and guilt flashed in his heart. I didn't expect you to think of me as a friend. Okay, then let's get rid of the Ajura as soon as possible, and then go back. Mara looked at the Monkey King and Pang Zi who came back. Are you stupid? Why don't you leave? Now only the God of Death has the key to open the door to the demon world. But you can't see death, you can only die in the demon realm. Pounds looked at Mara, who spoke, and then at Ajura. Ajura, are you sure you want to continue the fight with me? Blind fellow, I'll let you know how stupid it is to anger Ajura. Pounds pouted. Wukong, you still can't deal with this guy at the moment, let me do it. As soon as Pounds finished speaking, the man was already standing in front of Ajura. To be honest, you don't deserve the name Ajura at all, you are too weak, weaker than ants, even my current strength is not worthy of standing in front of Ajura, not to mention that you dare to use this great name. As soon as Ajura was provoked to anger again, he was quickly smashed into the wall by Pounds' punch. Bastard! He said and quickly attacked Pounds. This world is really full of loopholes, and such a powerful task is not to punch and kick the waves, boring. As soon as he thought of this, several circles of Ajura's right hand began to fluctuate in chi, directly causing the chi to attack in waves. Pound Zi crossed his thumbs and bent inward. Array, dense. Pound Zi's whole body was visible to the naked eye, and then all of them concentrated in front of him, and soon a Fuxi Bagua array appeared, directly blocking Azura's attack. Sun Wukong drooled from the sidelines. It's amazing. Mara and Gora also looked at Pounds in disbelief. Gora said to Mara, "Mara, did you see it? That guy actually blocked Lord Azura's wave fist attack." Mara looked at the field worriedly, and said angrily, "I'm not blind, I don't need you to explain." Azura in the field was also incredulous. "What, you damn thing!" Pounds quickly changed the print, also with his fingers crossed, this time with all his thumbs out. "It's all dense, edict." Golden gossip array in front of Pang Zi suddenly spread and then disappeared from the middle, leaving only a circle of golden threads, and then directly put it on the unprepared Azura, binding him to death. Pounds looked at Azura, who couldn't break free, and pouted boringly. So weak. Pang Zi didn't reflect on how strong he really was. In his opinion, the people of Huaxia could only show a little combat power after decades and hundreds of years of cultivation at every turn. "I shouldn't be particularly scary." He forgot that this world is different from his previous life, and the chi of this world is a very terrifying thing, and he himself is at least tens of millions. "Don't think it's too much, you must know that the turtle immortal can break the full moon with only more than 100, you think about what the concept of 1000 combat power is. Tianjin Fanlai can easily destroy the Azura in front of him. With your little strength, it's better not to call yourself an Azura." "In that case," Mara next to him hurriedly said. "This lord. Hey! It's good that you let go of Lord Azura, he hasn't done anything heinous and bad, and he treats the servants below very well." Pounds didn't pay attention to it, but looked at Sun Wukong. "Wukong, what do you say, do you want to spare the life of this guy with a mountain on his forehead?" Mara immediately turned her head and began to beg Sun Wukong to spare Azura. "Forget it, Pounds. He's not heinous. Let's hurry up and find a way to get out." Pang Zi said, "Count yourself lucky." And then said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, I'll take you out." Then he directly wrapped Sun Wukong with his own chi, and directly appeared outside the gate of the demon world and the human world in an instant. "Wow, come out, Pounds, you're amazing." King, who had not yet left, was pleasantly surprised to see the little hero appear. Pounds. As soon as Pang Zi came out, he left after putting down Sun Wukong. "I thought there were some powerful people in it, but it turned out to be useless, it should be just a small god who manages the earth." Azura is of course a super master for the earth, which has only 5 points of gun-wielding combat power, but for Pounds, it is still too weak. He didn't go to the demon realm to fight, but just to gain knowledge. Trying to see if there was anything that could increase his realm, but unfortunately after Pang Zi went in to induce it, he found that the so-called demon realm was very small, probably only about 10 million kilometers away. Looking at Mara and Gora, the demon realm should also be able to go to the heavenly realm and so on. However, this earth has demons, hells, immortals, gods, etc. Chapter 39. Forget it, why are you dwelling on this? I'm not here to fight, I'm sick. I'm cultivating martial arts for the sake of immortality, and I'm cultivating the methods of this world so that I won't be easily killed. After muttering, Pounds continued to read his book. Pang Zi has a lot of things that are directly borrowed from the cultural knowledge of his previous life, and he needs to create his own martial arts way, such as his own sixth order realm. No one in Chinese history should really reach it, at most it is a person, legend, Peng Xiu, who lived for 800 years. The dumplings fluttered over and said, "Master, I still don't understand the 9-character secret, and I can't release the secret technique. Those who are fighting are all moving forward in array is known as the 9-character mantra, also known as the Liujia secret wish. Enter the famous mountain, expel the day with Jiazi, use 5 inches of 5 colors each, hang on the big stone, and you will get what you want." It is also said that it is advisable to know the secret blessing of Liujia when entering the mountain. Zhu said, those who are fighting in the face of the army are all moving forward in array. All 9 words, often as a secret blessing, all-encompassing. If you don't have to worry about it, that's what you say. It is a mantra made by the 9 characters of soldiers, fighters, arrays, columns, and fronts. When practicing the Fa, chant these 9 words, and draw a total of 9 straight lines in the air with 5 horizontal and 4 vertical, and then perform the corresponding 9 secrets, and assist in the control of the hand tricks to complete the corresponding combat needs. To achieve, eyes, mouth, heart, mind, spirit, and chi to succeed. Dumplings, don't be in a hurry, first straighten your tongue, every word is fast and clear, and the 5 horizontal and 4 vertical can be drawn at the same time, and then slowly learn the following content. Pounds looked at the departing dumplings and continued to close his eyes and practice. On this day, Pang Zi, who counted the days, called 10 Tianjin chef brothers. The youngest of you is also 6 years old, and the foundation has been laid and you are ready to go out and explore. Master! 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 Teacher! Pang Zi said helplessly, I've always been here, I usually don't leave, even if I leave, it's a short time, you go out to wander, you can just come back when you're tired or how to come back. Practicing martial arts is meant to go out and explore the world to see how beautiful the outside world is. When the people heard Pound's words, they rejoiced. Tianjin Rice. Master! 5 years ago, I made a pact with the turtle immortal that my disciple would definitely defeat his disciple. Tianjin Fan said solemnly. Yes, Master, I will defeat the disciples of the turtle immortals. His disciples are the same group of people I made you feel last time. Monkey King, Klin, and Yamcha. Yes, teacher. They are all rare good warriors on the future Earth, and you will use the divine consciousness skill I taught you to interfere with the order of the lottery at the #1 martial arts conference in the world, so that they can avoid facing you in the early stage, at least ensure that they enter the top 32, and not too much to hit their self-confidence. Understood, Master. Pounds took out 10 uniform outfits. These 10 clothes are all improved gravity clothes. Among you, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings are 20 times the gravity, Twiba Storm and Helian Han Mei are 10 times the gravity, Twiba Heavy Rain and Helian Chunlin are 8 times the gravity, Twiba Thunder and Helian Xiazhu are 4 times the gravity, Twiba Electric Flash and Helian Kaihuju are 2 times the gravity, except for Tianjin Rice and Dumplings can increase the gravity according to the situation. You can't, you are still developing, too high. Gravity will make you not grow tall. Understood? Everyone said in unison, understood. Also, you can't cancel the gravity of the gravity suit until it's a real desperate situation, you must wear and use it all the time. Yes, Master. Yes, teacher. Go, there is still half a year to go. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings each set off with their 4 junior brothers or sisters, and the location of the world's first martial arts conference is Papaya Island on the sea. Tianjin Rice, I ask you to defeat him with the same strength as Sun Wukong, can you do it yourself? Tianjin Rice replied calmly. Pounds stood at the top of the tree, watching the people who were fading away. Any one of them here is invincible, everyone is at least a second-order warrior, can they not be invincible? Sun Wukong, how much combat power they have, at most 70 turtle immortals, Sun Wukong should be between 73 to 75, Klin is about 50, Yamcha is about 48, for Tianjin Rice, the difficulty is not to maintain the combat power with Sun Wukong to defeat Sun Wukong, but how to ensure that Sun Wukong is in the same combat power. He's too strong now, at least 30,000 combat power, stronger than Vegeta. On the way to the first conference in the world, Sun Wukong rescued a fox named Jinji, and then with the help of Jinji, he came to the airport smoothly, only to find that both of them were poor. Jinji originally wanted to steal 2 rich air tickets, but he didn't want to bump into the police, and Jinji was worried about being discovered, so he had no choice but to hand them over to the police. The two returned to the city to find a way to get 30,000 yuan. Pounds sensed his breath and sighed. Forget it, if it doesn't work, go and help him again. Besides, have you forgotten your somersault cloud, idiot? Calling your cultivation unusable doesn't mean that you can't use it. Pounds, who was just about to withdraw his breath, sense. Oh? There's a good show to watch. Then. Pounds watched as Jingyi paid for the previous events and was arrested as a robber. After communicating with the police, mother-in-law, etc., the mother-in-law of the diviner helped Sun Wukong to point out the route of the robber's escape. Monkey King helps the police catch the real robber and rescue Jinji. Then Sun Wukong was actually under the instruction of the diviner mother-in-law, ready to swim over from the sea. Pounds covered his face and sighed, do you know the direction after swimming in the sea for a long time? Forget it, let's take a look after a long time. Pounds sensed the 10 brothers and sisters of Tianjin Rice and Dumpling who had already converged. Nodding in satisfaction. Forget it, there's nothing wrong at home, I'll go check it out. Pounds stood up and patted the non-existent dust on his buttocks. Whoosh! Has appeared around Tianjin Rice. Master. Dumpling looked at the Tianjin Rice that spoke loudly. Senior brother, what are you talking nonsense? Where is the master? Tianjin Fan turned his head suspiciously, looked around, and opened the window to look around. Nothing. Maybe I'm feeling wrong. Pounds, who had been hiding on the sidelines, was happy again. It's good, I haven't slackened in the slightest, and I've worked hard. Looking at the 10 people who had finished registering for Tianjin Rice, Pang Zii lay in the sky leisurely and watched the crane immortal with his 2 new disciples who he didn't know to show off his might towards the turtle immortal. He also said that the disciples of the turtle immortals in the last martial arts conference were in the limelight because the martial arts conference declined, and this time his disciples will be the ones who won the championship. Then he walked off on his toes. Just when Pool was about to transform into Monkey King to help sign up, Monkey King also happened to run over. This nerd really came running. Then they went together for a dinner that the Turtle Fairy could not afford to pay, and played cards for a while. And then they went to sleep. Is tomorrow the martial arts conference? Really, boring. Sun Wukong, when are you going to grow up? Chapter 40. In the competition venue, due to the intervention of Tianjin Rice, Pang Zi's 10 apprentices, Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan pretended by the Turtle Immortals, Klin, Yamcha, and the 2 disciples of the Crane Immortals all successfully advanced to the top 32. At this point, Tianjin Rice will no longer interfere with the results of the lottery, and there is no way to intervene, after all, it is according to the number. At this point, Twiba Thundering and Helian Chunlin were unlucky enough to meet Tianjin Rice and Dumplings and failed, and missed the top 16. Yamcha met Twiba Rainstorm, that grumpy guy ended the battle directly in 1 minute, Twiba Lightning met the Turtle Immortal, and unfortunately lost to Jackie Chan played by the Turtle Immortal due to twice the gravity. Helian Hanmei directly knocked the disciples of the Crane Immortals out of the ring. So far, the top 16 have been released, which are the 7 disciples of Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan, Wukong, and Klin, and the second disciple of the Crane Immortal. The Crane Immortals looked at the majestic Tianjin Rice and Dumplings, and hated it. It has been 5 years since the 2 of them betrayed the Crane Immortals. In the venue, the host was repeatedly introducing the rules of the competition. Everyone is welcome to participate in the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference, and now the competition is about to start in 4 sub-rings, 2 in each ring. In this competition, the players have a one-on-one battle in the ring, and those who fall off the ring or are unconscious or admit defeat in person are considered losing, and the use of weapons is prohibited. Each of the 16 people began to prepare for the competition. Luckily, this time, Tianjin Fan vs Helian Natsuzu. Dumpling vs Helian Han Miai, Jackie. Chan vs Helian Kaihuju. Twiba Tempest vs the second disciple of the Crane Immortals, Twiba. Heavy Rain vs Tiger Man, Monkey King vs Ape Man, Clin vs former sumo champion, and Man. Wolf vs Mr. Explosive Head Puff. Soon the top 8 were released, namely, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Jackie Chan, Twiba Hurricane, Twiba Heavy Rain, Sun Wukong, Clin, and 8 human wolves. The Crane Immortal reprimanded his apprentice with blood. Bastard, you really can't beat the 3 wastes under the Turtle Immortals, and you can't beat the 2 traitors. The apprentice of the Crane Immortal still wanted to argue. Master, they, too strong. Bastard, how can it be strong? You can't beat that kind of waste, what's the use, go and die. The Crane Immortal actually killed his 2 apprentices in front of everyone. Real rubbish. We don't raise waste. The melon-eating crowd on the side. It's cruel, it's terrible, it's despicable. It's ruthless. They. Crane Immortal snorted coldly, and didn't leave and walked straight to the corner. Seeing this, Pounds said. Oh, is this kind of waste going to kill Tianjin Rice with your own hands? I don't know if you will be startled and run away after seeing the strength of Tianjin Rice. The host enthusiastically introduced on the stage. Welcome to the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference, and now the top 8 players have been decided after fierce battles. The battle of these 8 players is Chen Long vs Man Wolf, Tianjin Fan vs Twiba Rainstorm, Dumpling vs Clin, and Monkey King vs Twiba Wind. The next first battle is Jackie Chan against the Human Wolf player. Jackie Chan is the champion of the 21st World First Martial Arts Conference, and the Human Wolf player is a rare human race with a very troublesome physique that transforms into a human when he sees the moon. In the field, Jackie Chan and the Human Wolf began to fight after a few simple words. Suddenly, Kling turned his head and saw Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Twiba Rainstorm, and Twiba Wind flying in the air watching the battle. Wukong, look at them, they actually, unexpectedly. When Sun Wukong saw it, he sighed. It turns out that they will too. Well, who else will? It's Pounds. Bulma's very powerful brother. At the same time, Twiba Yu, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, asked Tianjin Fandao. Senior brother, those 2 little ghosts over there are discussing the teacher, are they the apprentices of the Turtle Immortals that the teacher said? Tianjin Fan scolded, Heavy Rain, watch the game carefully, these game styles can benefit you. Yes, senior brother. No, Wukong, you said you have been to the Demon Realm? What Demon Realm? Sun Wukong replied innocently. It's the Demon Realm, even behind a door, Pounds can still take me directly outside the door. Wukong, they are wearing exactly the same clothes, it feels like they are practicing under the same teacher. Wukong nodded solemnly. Well, they are very strong, and I am really looking forward to fighting them. Tianjin Fan on the side nodded slightly. Are you looking forward to it? I am also looking forward to it. I am looking forward to Sun Wukong, who even the master admires so much. What kind of ability do you have, and said that you can fight side by side with me? Poor Tianjin Rice, which is self-confident in us, will not know at all now that it is not Sun Wukong who fights side by side with him, but he who fights side by side with Sun Wukong. Of course, this will be at least 10 years later. In the field, Jackie Chan and the Human Wolf have already fought. The Man Wolf angrily swung out his claws and attacked Jackie Chan continuously, but he deftly dodged it, and then one rolled over to the back of the Man Wolf. He also said strangely, Strange, I really don't remember what I did 3 years ago. The Human Wolf was furious, still pretending to be garlic with me. Jackie Chan said a few things indifferently, but it angered the human wolf. Since you can't remember anything, then I'll tell you the truth. 3 years ago, you were here, you broke the full moon, and there has been no full moon since. I've never seen the full moon again, and I've never transformed into a human again, you tell me. Then the human wolf clenched his hands, his muscles burst out, and he opened his bloody mouth. It's all because of you, I can't transform into an adult in my life, it's all because of you. The audience fell silent. Then, the huge human wolf, covering his face with his right hand, cried bitterly, and then looked up to the sky and roared aggrievedly. I no girl pays attention to me anymore. You know? I'm in pain. I want to avenge the moon that you killed. After Jackie Chan knew the cause and effect, he could only express regret and easily defeat him. The most terrifying enemy in the world is not the one who regards you as the enemy, but the one who ignores you and can easily crush you. Jackie Chan easily defeated the human wolf and used it to advance to the top 4. In guilt. After Jackie Chan used the golden binding technique to immobilize the human wolf, he made the bald Clint often, with his back to Clint, and made the wolf stare at the back of Clint's head. Then Jackie Chan opened his hands wide, the cells in his palms moved slightly, and he kept hypnotizing the human wolf. It makes the wolf believe that the back of Clint's head is the moon, and that it is a full moon. The man-wolf yelled a few times, then transformed into a human. The audience was silent, and the human wolf also found himself transformed into a human, dancing happily, and then thanked Jackie Chan and left happily. Next is the Tianjin Rice Battle Twiba Rainstorm. Chapter 41. The referee was very dedicated and climbed into the ring. Everyone, take advantage of the fact that the lively atmosphere of the conference has not cooled down to before, and now hurry up to start the second game, which will be played by Tianjin Fan against Twiba Heavy Rain. Pounds looked at Jackie Chan as he fell. The old pervert of the Turtle Fairy is still very good. Turtle School Qigong, After Image Fist, Multiple After Image Fist, Drunken Fist, Hypnosis, Shocking Palm of All Nations, Golden Binding Technique, Demon Sealing Wave, Perception Breath, Mind Reading. It's a pity that he is too lustful, otherwise his combat power may reach tens of thousands. Tianjin Rice looked at the torrential rain of Twiba. Directly used the universal star chasing technique to fly out. Although Twiba Heavy Rain knew that he couldn't beat the senior brother, he still gritted his teeth and also used the universal star chasing technique to follow out. Outside the field, the Crane Immortals who were quietly watching the battle suddenly gritted their teeth and looked at the Tianjin Rice that came out. Damn, my dancing technique, damn Tianjin Rice, betrayed me after stealing my martial arts, I must kill you. Tianjin Rice is also a place to look at the Crane Immortals. Twiba Heavy Rain bowed, Senior brother, Junior brother has begun. Let's start. The referee who got off the field took the microphone and exclaimed. It turns out that the Tianjin Rice player and the Twiba Rainstorm player are brothers in the same school. Twiba Rainstorm didn't say a word, and started a series of fast attacks. All kinds of tricks that they have not seen before are displayed in the eyes of the audience. Jackie Chan, Clin, and Wukong, who were watching the battle in the background, all dropped their jaws in surprise. Grandpa, they're so powerful. Yes. I'm looking forward to playing against them. In the field, the rainstorm quickly fell into the wind and had to pull away. Senior brother, be careful. Don't worry, come here. I saw Twibayuyu's hands kept sealing, and there were words in his mouth. The Qi of heaven and earth, the root of 10,000 Qi. Extensive cultivation of 10,000 calamities, prove my supernatural powers. Inside and outside the universe, only the Tao is respected. There is a golden light in my body, which reflects my body. Blind to it, not to hear it. Covering the world and nurturing the masses. Recite it 10,000 times, and there is light in your body. All races in the starry sky, the spirit of the four directions. All gods salute and harness the thunder. Demons are frightened, and spirits are dead. There is a thunderbolt inside, and the god of thunder is incognito. The wisdom of the whole is thorough, and the five are soaring. The golden light appeared quickly, covering my body. The light of the sky, the light of the earth, the light of the sun, the moon, and the stars, the great light of the ordinary. The light of the 10 directions, the lord of the Chi sect, is as anxious as the law. As soon as the spell fell, the spell seal was completed, and the Chi in the whole body of the rainstorm suddenly rose into the air, shining alive all over the body. Heavy rain, your speed is too slow. In this way, the enemy has already killed you. After returning to the mountain, double your training. Yes. After Tianjin Fan scolded, the facade began to use his 4 demon bodies. Swiftly swooped towards the rainstorm. The invisible pounds in the sky nodded with satisfaction. It's a bit of a big brother's charm. But I don't know, the Tianjin rice below will be. Muttering. Damn. All junior brothers and sisters can use the master's unique martial arts, but I can't learn it. And snapped twice, quickly attacking the rainstorm. You must know that they are all wearing gravity suits to adjust gravity in battle, and Tianjin Fan does not have much advantage except for skills and on-the-spot play. Sun Wukong looked at it. Wow! The crane immortal broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, why has his strength increased so much? I feel like I can't beat him. There was still a fierce battle going on in the field. Senior brother, be careful. The 10 fingers of Heavy Rain's hands suddenly stretched out a 30-centimeter long lightsaber. 9 yin white bone claw. Damn! Everyone in the stadium watched and exclaimed, and the referee stumbled and said, weapons are not allowed during the game. Heavy Rain turned around and yelled at the referee. Idiot, do you think I have a weapon? This and this. Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity to flash directly, bullied forward, and struck an elbow. Idiot, you are still distracted during the battle. What do you usually cultivate? You will admit the punishment yourself after you go back. Heavy Rain immediately endured the abdominal pain and got up. Yes, senior brother. Tianjin Fan is ready to continue fighting, and the rainstorm bully forward. Off the field, Kling broke out in a cold sweat. They're so perverted, but it's a good thing I've met a little man, maybe he doesn't have much strength. Kling glanced at the dumplings, and the dumplings felt something, and also glanced at Klin, so frightened that Klin immediately stood on the wall to watch the game. Heavy Rain gasped, senior brother, my last move. Rainstorm puts his hands on his waist and crosses them in front of his chest to gather energy, then stretches his hands to the sides, concentrates the energy on his right hand, stretches his hands forward, and then pulls them apart to the sides, and the same white visible light appears, and then Rainstorm holds his left hand flat in front of his chest, and puts his right elbow on the tip of his left hand. Shamefully shouted, right hand light. If there were earthlings, they would definitely scold Pounds, shameless thieves, actually stealing Tiga's skills. Pang Zi also has a reason. How can the matter of the scholar be said to be stealing, that is to take? Tianjin Rice is also looking at the rainstorm seriously. He will not be careless in any battle, thanks to the sneak attack of the master and the 9 junior brothers and sisters, although the strength of the dumplings is stronger. Tianjin Rice's hands formed a triangle, and then a spherical flashbang appeared in the palm of the palm with 5 fingers. Tianjin Rice gradually widens the distance between fingers. Devouring elemental ball. Heavy Rain found that it was not good, but it was still a step too late, and Tianjin Rice seized the opportunity to crack this trick. The rainstorm panted and conceded defeat. The referees were stunned. Tianjin Fan asked the referee, haven't you started to announce the victory or defeat? Wukong, Klin, and Qingli outside the court all looked solemn. It's so strong. They. Referee reacted after being scolded by Tianjin Rice. And climbed into the ring in embarrassment. Twiba Heavy Rain players admit defeat. The second game is won by Tianjin Rice players, and then the third game is played by Klin players against Dumpling players. Kling looked at the dumplings that also flew out with a solemn face. Hey, are you from a sect? Dumpling looked at the impolite Klin, and instead of answering him, he kept sticking his tongue out at him. Little man, little bald, little moonhead. Clint was furious at the dumplings. Without waiting for the referee to finish speaking, he immediately attacked. The referee hurried off the field to avoid being injured. Hey, two players, please follow the instructions. It's a pity that the two people on the field didn't pay attention to it at all. Clin's input to the dumplings is a meal, but unfortunately the operation is as fierce as a tiger, and the record is 0-15. No, the operation is as fierce as a tiger, and when you look at the output, 0. Shorty, you are so weak. You move so slowly, your strength is so light, and your footwork is so messy. Damn, you yourself are a little man. Dumplings stick out their tongues. Kling looked at the other side in a cold sweat. I would have known to go and see how he fought. Dumplings suddenly and quickly attacked, and Klin was overwhelmed by the beating. Every move and style of dumplings can be seen clearly, but they are beaten without backhand. In between the fights, Kling seized the opportunity to punch and kick the dumplings, except for being hit at the beginning, and the back was deftly dodged. But in the end, he was forced to use the universe to chase stars and fly in the sky. Bulma exclaimed from the sidelines, that guy stopped in the air, like a helicopter. The rest of the audience also exclaimed. Jackie Chan, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, said solemnly in a cold sweat. Chapter 42. That's the unique skill of the Crane Immortal Stream, the dancing technique. Twiba Heavy Rain on the other side said coldly. Old thing, don't pretend to understand, that's not a Crane Immortal flow, a bird fairy flow, that's still our master's unique stunt. Son. Wukong said angrily at Twiba Rainstorm. Shut up, don't call old things, you have to call old grandfather. Tianjin Fan snorted coldly, flew in front of Jackie Chan, and landed on his feet. A deep bow. Old sir, I'm sorry, it's me who indulged my junior brother and let him verbally collide with you, and I will compensate you on behalf of my junior brother. Tianjin Fan shouted angrily, shut up, don't come to apologize to the old gentleman. Benevolence, righteousness, etiquette, and wisdom, where have you learned? Jackie Chan immediately said that it didn't matter, and joked that he was an old thing. The old gentleman said with a smile, the chi in your body is quite large, and it is extremely strong. The rest of the people stood aside in a proper manner, and even the grumpy Rainstorm did not dare to show any different colors. Pounds saw all this in his eyes and expressed his relief. Jackie Chan's eyes froze. I'm so strong. Look at the game that seems to be a stalemate in the field. Tianjin Fan said. Old man, we are not using the unique skills of Hexian Lu, but the universe star chasing technique taught by the master. Universal star chasing, and universal star chasing. Are Monkey King and Jackie Chan respectively. Yes, the Cosmos Star Chaser was invented by my master and can be used in space. The Turtle Immortal was frightened. 2. Space. Sun Wukong asked suspiciously, Space, what is that? I'm ashamed, the younger generation is not strong enough to go to space, so I don't know. Dumplings and Kling are pitted against each other in the field. The referee looked up at the dumplings walking in the air. It's incredible, the dumpling players can fly freely in the air. Dumpling stood in the air, his right hand holding out his index finger. Hide as much as you can. After saying that, a light appeared between the fingers of the dumplings. Sun Wukong looked at it and exclaimed, Dong Dong Bo. Dong Dong Bo, Kling be careful, Dong Dong Bo is very powerful. Tianjin Fan interrupted, no, that's not a cave wave, it's still a yang finger that is 1,000 times stronger than a whole wave, 10,000 times stronger. Soon, Kling was exhausted by the dumpling's one yang finger and was kicked off the field directly by the dumpling. The referee climbed out of the stage, still sighing. It's amazing, the dumpling contestants can actually fly in the sky, it's amazing. Hey, referee, can you declare victory? Ah, yes, this game was won by the dumpling player, and the dumpling player successfully entered the semi-finals. Congratulations to the dumpling player. Next, in the last game of the top 4 matches, the Monkey King player will play against the Twiba Wind player. Jackie Chan looked at the unknown characters in the field who had won 2 games. Tianjin Fan looked at Twiba Hurricane, who had already played, and said, "Change it to 11. Yes, brother." Twiba Wind adjusted the buttons inside his clothes. Jackie Chan was taken aback. What? This kid's breath suddenly became weak. What's going on? Twiba Tempest also came on the field and took a pose. In the backyard, the turtle immortal asked hesitantly, "Boy, that's... Don't you mind? That's just a trivial technique. I'm here for an appointment." Maybe, but it doesn't matter. Do you know the turtle immortals? What? Tianjin Fan looked at the 2 people in the audience who were staring at each other. Our master doesn't. If the master comes and sees this scene, he will be very happy. Damn! Your disciple is very weak. If it weren't for the master's request, your disciple wouldn't even be able to beat our youngest junior disciple, Twiba Lightning. Jackie Chan, played by the turtle immortal, straddled the ground with his feet and clenched his fists around his waist. Damn! Pang! Zi looked at Tianjin Rice. He didn't hold back the show-off, and he didn't blame too much in his heart. The first was because he whispered to the turtle immortal, and the second was that after all, moderate indulgence of their desires can reduce the pressure on them when practicing. Sun Wukong disappeared in a flash, and Twiba Storm seemed to be surprised by Sun Wukong, and stood still without moving. Damn, 11 times the gravity is still too reluctant, so that even if the little ghost's actions are seen, the body can't react. Case Helion. Hurricane in the field suddenly pinched an inexplicable orchid finger in his hand, and his whole body was lucky. 4 body fists. 4 identical Twiba Tempests appeared in the field at the same time. Oh, did that kid even give them 4 fists? Sun Wukong, who was running rapidly, also stopped in surprise. Hey, are you the remnant fist of the old man of the turtle immortal? No, it was my senior brother who taught me the 4 body fists, each of which is real. You have to be careful. I saw 4 people squatting at the same time, but instead of attacking, they made all kinds of strange movements. After image fist, there were 12 strong winds in the field. Then immediately surrounded Sun Wukong. It's a pity that if it is a wind under 10 times the gravity, it may be able to beat Sun Wukong, but the Twiba wind that is suddenly required to be raised to 11 times is far from keeping up with Sun Wukong's speed, even if there are as many as 12 of them. Then the wind was seized by Sun Wukong and kicked far into the sky, followed by himself and jumped into the sky. Twiba Tempest used the universal star chasing technique to move directly sideways, and Sun Wukong could only fall into the ordinary ring with left and right in the air. The referee again held one hand in front of his forehead to block the sun, looked up overhead, and held the microphone in one hand. It's amazing that the Twiba players were able to take off, as if they were all going to take off. Twiba Storm looked at the Monkey King who fell to the ground. 11 times gravity can't defeat him. No, if I have the same strength as him, I can't defeat him. He's so strong, like a big brother. The wind of the sky descended. Sun Wukong is also grinning. Damn, if he had been flying in the air, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. If only I could fly. Hurricane's right hand suddenly shone like a dumpling, but instead of attacking Sun Wukong, he drew 5 horizontal and 4 vertical rays of light in front of him and stagnated in the air. On the one hand, there are words in the mouth: enter the famous mountain, expel the day with Jiazi, use 5 colors to hang on the big stone, and you will get what you want. It is also said that it is advisable to know the secret blessing of Liujia when entering the mountain. Zhu said, those who are fighting in the face of the army are all moving forward in array. All 9 words, often as a secret blessing, all-encompassing. If you don't have to worry about it, that's what you say. Keep making gestures with both hands. After stretching out a few complex mudras with both hands, the 10 fingers are crossed inward, and the middle joints of both hands are facing outward. Array, dense. After the golden light appeared visible to the naked eye all over the wind, all the light was concentrated in front of him, and soon a Fuxi gossip array appeared. Unlike Pang Zi's use, the wind did not enlarge it, but let the entire formation wrap himself. Mainly because of this less consumption, he did not have as powerful qi as Pang Zi. Sun Wukong prepared to attack and stopped. I'm so familiar with you, I've seen it before. Hurricane looked at the cute Monkey King. Don't be kidding, how could you have seen my Qi Sex 9-character secret method? Sun Wukong suddenly seemed to remember something. Bulma, who was outside the court, heard Sun Wukong say pounds, and immediately became anxious. Chapter 43. Bulma immediately wanted to climb over the fence and stepped forward to ask for clarification. Oolong immediately grabbed her anxiously. Bulma, don't be impulsive, you're still competing, and you'll say hello when Wukong comes down. Bulma was eventually persuaded to calm down. With his hands on his hips, he stopped talking, watching the game in the ring. Backstage, Jackie Chan, who was transformed by the Turtle Immortals, heard that Sun Wukong had actually been to the demon world and had seen Azura. He has actually been to the demon world and has seen Azura. As a result, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling ignored him, and after being embarrassed for a while, they looked at the game in the field as if nothing had happened. Damn, don't pay attention to the old man, it's rude. Bastard, how can you call our sect master's name directly, damn impolite boy. The wind pinched a handprint again, and recited the incantation. Heavenly thunder venerable, dragon and tiger battle, the sun and moon illuminate, according to me, clear to me, I saw that the wind, who was protected by the Tai Chi Bagua diagram, was suddenly wearing armor, holding a spear in his hand, and stepping on the heavenly boots. Bulma saw this. The referee, he fouled, he used a weapon. Helian Hanmei, who had already appeared, looked at Bulma coldly and didn't speak. It was because of the spicy woman over there that her teachers and brothers and sisters would come out and live outside, although their strength had also increased greatly. It seems that you have forgotten everything, there are so many of us, you don't recognize any of them. What do you want to do with the teacher? Do you want him to pay you money? Yes, how old were the 8 children at that time, plus the 3 years of their night and day cultivation and polishing their bodies, they had already changed a lot, and Bulma really didn't recognize it. Pounds looked at the ground in the air, his expression was complicated. They. Referee in the field also hesitated, you said that he used a weapon. He did have a weapon, but you said he didn't, he really didn't use a weapon. Sun Wukong continued to prepare for battle. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. In the field, he soon experienced another dragon fight, and the wind was protected by the Tai Chi Bagua diagram and the divine armor, and he didn't care about defending and only focused on attacking Sun Wukong. Since Sun Wukong has no weapons, he is afraid to fight, and at the same time, the wind is also because gravity oppression can't keep up with Sun Wukong's footsteps. Moreover, the wind was constantly consumed by the 2 major tricks. Soon the wind had to stand in the ring, and even cancelled the formation. Tianjin Fan shook his head when he saw it. Senior brother Tempest is confused, he is cowardly before fighting, he shouldn't have used the array secret at the beginning, he used the word secret or all the word secret and now he has won. Yes, even if he was suddenly suppressed part of his strength, he still surpassed Sun Wukong by a large margin, but it is a pity that he himself messed up, and Sun Wukong is innocent and brave and fearless. Yes. So, the master said we would fight with him. No. Tianjin. Fan said solemnly. The master said that he is stronger than all of us, but he is so weak when he follows an unreliable and unknowledgeable teacher. Yes, he is so strong when he trains blindly. And he doesn't know how much stronger he will be than us when he trains with us. Jackie Chan heard this, and roared at them. You two stinky boys, what are you talking nonsense? What is it called being so weak with an unreliable and uninformed teacher? You can beat him. Dumplings flew in front of Jackie Chan and looked at him curiously. Dumplings, don't do it. Dumplings had to fly back. Senior brother, we said that the turtle immortal is a waste, why is the old gentleman named Jackie Chan so angry? Pounds, who was in the air, burst out laughing. No, I'm going to hold back, I'm specially trained unless I really can't help it. You don't have the strength, change me. Hurricane looked at the triumphant Monkey King, was angry, and reached into his clothes. When Tianjin saw it, he didn't care about arguing with the turtle immortals. Tempest, no, have you forgotten your master's request? Have you remembered the purpose of coming out, what are you going to do? Tempest had no choice but to lower his hand and clench his fists at his body. There is calm in every big event. There is calm in every big event. There is calm in every big event. Finally, calmed down the storm and looked at Sun Wukong calmly. Come on. Son. Wukong looked at the storm that suddenly calmed down. Attack immediately. The referee off the field stammered and said, it's too amazing. The battle between the two players is too fast to see clearly, but from the wind howling around and the rubble rolling, we can know how fierce the battle is. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the wind was knocked to the ground. He's too fast, and I don't have enough chi to use the dents to restrain him, but I should be able to slow him down. Thinking of this, Tempest immediately returned to using the Cosmos Star Chaser. Sun Wukong could only stand in place. Repeat what you just did, but the mantra and mudra at the end are different. Tempest crossed his fingers, his joints were out, and he shouted. All dents, edict. A golden thread appeared directly from Hurricane's body, and rushed straight towards Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong is naive, his innate combat literacy is so high that no one can match it. Jumping left and right, but the trick invented by Pounds was so easy to dodge, and it didn't take long for him to be haunted by golden light. Sun Wukong thought that he would be restrained like Azura, and was trying to break free, but found that he could still move normally. The wind panted and fell to the ground. Sure enough, my combat experience is far inferior to that of senior brother, and they must have seen it a long time ago, so it's no wonder senior brother suddenly asked me to use 11 times gravity to participate in the competition, and it was so. Tempest looked at the contestants' area, and then looked at Sun Wukong, who was still wondering why he wasn't trapped. Directly bully the front and attack quickly. This time, Sun Wukong's speed is a little slower. Damn, that aperture isn't restricting my movements, it's slowing me down, I have to break free. Two men fought each other in the air, staggering. The wind panted like a cow. Damn, I'm running out of energy, and I have to resist 11 times the gravity of my body. Good luck, kid. Sun Wukong had just assumed a posture to continue fighting, when he suddenly covered his stomach. I'm so hungry. A few people watching the battle backstage. Jackie Chan saw it, and immediately said in shock. Oh no, Wukong is hungry. Senior brother is out of gas, he is about to admit defeat. Well, but that's enough for now, that kid is not bad, but he needs to practice well. Son. Wukong covered his stomach and called there. But the Tempest stood up. Referee, I throw in the towel. The whole audience was stunned. No matter how you look at it, it is the victory rate of the wind. What an amazing fighter! If you train under the teacher, you may be stronger than Tianjin Fan's senior brother. Referee. Tempest finished and left the warriors backstage. The referee climbed onto the stage in astonishment and looked at Sun Wukong, who was still unaware. Now, it is our Monkey King player who has been promoted. Then, the top 4 are produced. They are Tianjin Rice players, Jackie Chan players, Dumpling players, and Monkey King players. The next top 2 matches are Tianjin Rice vs Jackie Chan, and Dumpling vs Monkey King. Taking advantage of the continued high atmosphere, we will start the top 2 competition next, and now we will immediately move on to the first group, Tianjin Fan players against the established players. Let's wait and see. Jackie Chan walked to the side of the ring with a heavy face. What an amazing young man, are they all trained by pounds? This time I definitely lost. Chapter 44. Tianjin Rice flew out with an indifferent face. The referee hadn't gone down yet, and was yelling again. Tianjin Rice players, are you from the same sect? Can you all fly? Tianjin Fan looked at the referee and bowed slightly. Yes, the other people wearing the same clothes are my junior disciples and disciples, we are all from the Qi sect, and we are taught by the same teacher. We can fly, but it is just a use of Qi. Excuse me, may I ask, do you still recruit people? I'm sorry, I don't have anything to say. Hurry up and get started. Oh, the referee reacted. The 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference Top 2 competition has officially begun. As soon as the referee finished speaking, he ran down with a smoke. Now, we can see that the players in the field are Tianjin Fan and Jackie Chan. They are too fast, the host can't see clearly, let's see for yourself. However, you can look forward to who will win the title of the world's No. 1. Referee, don't make any noise. Watch the game with peace of mind. Oh. Jackie Chan, your movements, ventilation, and footwork are very strong, but it's a pity that you are not my target, and you can't fight heartily. Young people, don't underestimate the elderly. Tianjin Fan looked at Jackie Chan, who was like a great enemy, shrugged his shoulders, and didn't say anything. Jump right into the attack. Soon Jackie Chan found out that something was wrong. No, this kid is different from the rest of them. If Tianjin Fan knew, he would definitely scold Jackie Chan. Nonsense, I didn't practice martial arts, and I didn't learn many of my master's stunts. At this time, Jackie Chan is still stronger than Sun Wukong, but his strength is limited. Tianjin Fa adjusted his gravity multiplier to 21 times before he stopped fighting. I'd like to see what amazing skills you have. Don't be so anxious about your temper, and learn to cultivate yourself. Sun Wukong, who was watching the battle in the background, looked at the two people facing each other in the field. Outside, Kling said to Bulma with a relaxed face. Don't worry, Jackie Chan's grandfather will definitely easily defeat Tianjin Rice, and it is impossible for the person called Tianjin Rice to defeat Grandpa at all. Yes, but I think they're all serious. Don't worry, I've been practicing in the hands of Master Wushan for 5 years, and I can still see the strength and weakness of this. Sun Wukong looked at the ring with a solemn expression. The person called Tianjin Rice, his strength is not ordinary strength. I will not be surprised that Jackie Chan is defeated. Hey! Sun Wukong was surprised. Weak. In the field, even if Tianjin Rice's momentum weakened, Jackie Chan still did not choose to take the lead in attacking. Do you want to be on the defensive? Tianjin Rice continued to attack left and right with fast punches, all of which were dodged by Jackie Chan, and then the offense and defense were converted, and Jackie Chan's left and right hooks and kicks were also deftly dodged by Tianjin Rice. One didn't pay attention. Tianjin Fan was grabbed by the squatting Jackie Chan with his left foot, picked it up directly and threw it into the sky. As a result, Tianjin Fan directly used the universal star chaser technique to slowly descend back to the venue. Okay, Jackie Chan, the warm-up is over. In the field, everyone couldn't find Tianjin Rice. But Jackie Chan dodged Tianjin Rice's attack on the next plate with a vertical leap. Then the two jumped towards each other at the same time, attacked each other in the air for more than 70 moves, and then landed. Outside the field, it became fierce all of a sudden. Wow! It's scary. So handsome. After confronting each other for a while, Jackie Chan said, "This time it's my attack," and directly sprinted forward, while shouting loudly to increase his momentum. On the way, he directly used his afterimage fist. Everyone watched 3 Jackie Chans appear, 6 Jackie Chans, and 12 Jackie Chans appeared, circling around Tianjin Rice, and soon formed an afterimage. It was a meal of punches and kicks against Tianjin Rice, and it was all eaten by Tianjin Rice. It's a pity that Tianjin Fan has 3 eyes, and he quickly found Jackie Chan's true body, and a flying kick hit Jackie Chan directly, kicking him to the wall. After Jackie Chan got up, he stared at Tianjin Rice. "I see, there are really 2 brushes, it seems that if you don't show your real skills, it won't work." With that, he stripped off his clothes and threw them into the sky. Tianjin Fan directly used a quick attack to attack Jackie Chan, but was successfully caught by Jackie Chan, and flew directly into the sky with a backhand punch. Soon, the 2 of them had blue noses and swollen faces. In the sky, Pang Zi watched Tianjin Rice temporarily adjust to 21 times the gravity, and he had a relationship with Jackie Chan. It seems that Tianjin Fan has not slackened himself in the past half a year, and it is still useful to take him to see a strong man with more knowledge. Come on, Tianjin Rice, I hope you can change your own original fate under my banner. The crane immortal who was watching the battle from the sidelines broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, how could he become so strong, what the hell is going on? The crane immortal slowly retreated. Damn, I'm going to stab my brothers until they are white, and kill them. Pang. Zi looked at the fleeing crane immortal, pursed his lips disdainfully, and didn't make any moves. This bad old man, Tianjin Rice, will be solved by himself later. The people watching the battle did not dare to come out, and the battle gradually heated up. Tianjin Fan really had no choice, so he jumped directly and kicked it. Jackie Chan, but was grabbed by Jackie Chan with both hands, and the scene was frozen for a while. Tianjin Fan has more combat experience than anyone else, so he went directly to the other foot and kicked Jackie Chan, and Jackie Chan hung down. Hurry up and get up, Tianjin Rice has come to Jackie Chan. 60 centimeters behind Jackie Chan is the edge of the ring. I won. After Tianjin finished speaking, he grabbed Jackie Chan's armpit with both hands and wanted to push Jackie Chan down. Jackie Chan twisted Tianjin Fan's arm with his backhand, and the 2 wrestled on the edge of the ring. Look at my tricks, armpit pressure technique. However, he was still slowly pushed to the edge by Tianjin Rice's gritted teeth. Just when Jackie Chan was half-footed in the air, the scene was stuck again. Tianjin Fan had no choice but to use a lose-lose style of play and use his own head to knock Jackie Chan's head. Jackie Chan was in a hurry, directly bent down and picked up Tianjin Rice, and then sank his strength, using a move similar to carp fighting, and the 2 flew to the center of the ring at the same time. Tianjin Fan saw that there was no way, so he had to use the Sun Fist, and then he saw the scene explode, and the light of the blind eyes shone on the audience. After that, Tianjin Fan quickly attacked Jackie Chan and tried to stun him directly. After Jackie Chan got up, he sprayed at Tianjin Rice. Sun Fist, you actually kicked me with your foot. Do you have any electrical welding, Major? You have this technology, why don't you do solar power generation related work, and you want to fight? Young people don't talk about martial arts, come to sneak attack, come to cheat. A 69-year-old comrade, is this good? This is not good. I advise you, a young man, to reflect on it and not to make such mistakes in the future. Therefore, the rivers and lakes are sinister, they don't talk about martial arts, they don't have the strength to rat tail juice, and they should reflect on it. Tianjin Fan was frightened by the sudden outbreak of the turtle immortals. This won't be nerves by me, right? Pounds in the Sky had a black line on his face. The turtle immortals didn't also cross over from the earth to the earth. Was directly bullied and attacked by Tianjin Rice. Pounds looked at it for a moment, then closed his eyes and lay across the sky. Sure enough, after Tianjin Fan surprised Jackie Chan with the use of Turtle School Qigong. Jackie Chan muttered a word, then turned his hands behind his back, jumped out of the ring and directly admitted defeat. Sure enough, the old pervert is worthy of the name of the Grand Master, and he has a strong ability to recognize people. The audience was stunned, and they didn't know why Jackie Chan wanted to admit defeat. Tianjin Fan looked at Jackie Chan with his hands behind his back. Is this the turtle immortal whose strength is weak, but the master has always respected him? It's not bad. The referee came up. In this way, the first player to enter the top 2 in advance to compete for the championship and runner-up has come out, and that is to defeat the Tianjin Rice player who won the previous championship. Chapter 45. Next, it is the second top 2 match, which will be played by dumpling players against Wukong players. What kind of pleasing and dazzling battles will they bring? Please wait and see. The dumplings flew out directly, and everyone was no longer surprised when they saw more. There is a Monkey King player. As soon as Sun Wukong appeared, he was cheered by the audience. Wukong! Wukong! Dumplings keep flying in the air. Sun Wukong is also ready for battle. The referee ran off the ring obscenely. The game is on. Sun Wukong quickly went up to the left hook and the right hook. It's a pity that the dumplings are flying in the sky. He was deftly dodged. You can't fly, it's impossible to beat me. Damn! Dumpling looked at the unwilling Monkey King. Pinching the handprint, chanting the mantra. Those who are fighting in the face are all arrayed forward. At the same time, 5 horizontal and 4 vertical rays of light instantly formed in front of him. Zing mai, e. Then a beam of light hit Sun Wukong, and then in the exclamation of everyone, Sun Wukong actually flew up slowly. Wow! What kind of chi sect is so strong? They have so many amazing skills. I really want to know where they are, and then go and worship them as teachers. Sun Wukong was amazed, and kept messing around. Wow, 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 so powerful, I can fly too. Dumpling smiled mysteriously. The dumplings flew directly into the air and crashed straight towards Sun Wukong. Pounds snorted coldly after seeing it in the sky. Stupid! Sure enough, after the dumpling hit Sun Wukong, he was hugged by Sun Wukong with both hands out of thin air. Then he was hit by Sun Wukong several elbows. And then quickly flew away. It's kind of interesting. You're also very strong, and you know how many tricks you can do. Dumpling smiled mysteriously. I saw the dumplings standing in the sky, feet open and shoulder width apart, right hand straight in front of the chest, palm down, left hand from the chest to the left downward and upward circle, standing palm down, left palm upward at the same time, right hand down, left hand standing palm down at the same time, right hand down at the same time, right hand up to the right downward palm, left hand down to the chest and palm down. Palm thunder. Sun Wukong couldn't borrow his strength in the air, and was directly hit, his whole body exploded, and his head was smoky. Ah! They! Dumpling said in his mouth. Shang Yuan Ding Mao Dei, when the name is Yin Dei, a heavenly heart, can be hidden. The so-called Dai Shen, the sun and the moon have no light, people and ghosts cannot see it. Stealth technique. I couldn't find the dumplings in the audience. Suddenly, Sun Wukong was kicked directly into the venue, and then suddenly lifted into the air. Wow! Suddenly, Sun Wukong seemed to remember something. Directly a turtle school Qigong rushed himself to the ring, and slammed into the center of the venue. After a while, I got up. Tianjin Rice outside the venue opened his eyes in horror. What? Being hit by the junior brother's secret can break free so quickly, it's terrifying. Yes, Tianjin Rice can also break free, but it can only be done after continuous training. He was hit by the secret, but there was no way for a long time, he could only be abused by dumplings. Sun Wukong was attacked a few times before he came up with a solution. Tianjin Fan was in a cold sweat. Good, amazing combat instinct, so powerful, really a monster. Senior brother, he actually broke my secret directly. Stupid dumpling, you are still fighting, be serious yourself. Sun Wukong, who was happy, found the dumplings that made a sound. I found it. And directly kicked the dumplings that were invisible in the air. Dumplings are forced to show their shape. Stopped in the air and looked at the Monkey King under the field. In that case, dumpling pulled out a handful of beans. Qi bestows divine might, spirit transmits divine charm, law transmits its form, and scatters beans into soldiers. The master of the Qi sect is as anxious as the law. Everyone saw that the beans that landed turned into giants with a height of 1 zhang, surrounded the ring, and began to attack Sun Wukong. Okay. Sun Wukong suddenly conjured a lot of shadows, and began to attack the spirit soldiers summoned by the dumplings. Everyone protested, saying that the dumplings used weapons, and finally the dumplings received their magical powers, and Sun Wu's panting hands stopped on his knees. Dumplings looked at the crowd in front of them. Hand-pinching handprints. Xian Guan Liuding, thunder and lightning take the general, Ding Zhou prolongs my life, Ding Hai detains my soul, Ding Yu controls my spirit, Ding Wei but I am a disaster, Ding Si is in danger, Ding Mao is my misfortune, Liuding Liujia, listen to my orders, the master of the Qi sect, as anxious as the law. I saw that after the dumpling suddenly emitted 1,000 rays of light behind him, 12 giants with different shapes and hideous faces but could make people calm appeared one by one and then attached to the dumpling. Then he rushed out of the dumpling and attacked Sun Wukong directly. Now Sun Wukong is still too immature to resist the various moves of dumplings. That's too much. The kid was powerless. After attacking for a while, Dumpling saw that Sun Wukong really had no choice, so he received his magical powers. Sun Wukong, admit defeat. You can't defeat me. Sun Wukong made a good posture of fighting, and said stubbornly. Don't think. The turtle immortals on the side were already stunned. Who the hell is this Pounds? The disciples are all monsters. Pounds sensed what the turtle fairy was thinking. Float in the clouds and shrug your shoulders. I don't want to, who knows that this sect will be out of control, they are getting stronger and stronger, and they can't be weaker than their own apprentices. Trademark, the world's gas is too buggy. Dumplings looked at Sun Wukong, who did not admit defeat. Okay then. I don't have to bully you. I'll fight you to the flesh. Sun Wukong was even happier when he heard it. The dumplings raised slightly with one hand, and after gathering qi, they burst into 36 small streamers, and then the streamers quickly walked through the dumplings' own 36 large acupuncture points. The dumplings pinched the Dharma seal in their hands, and recited the Dharma in their mouths. Heaven and earth are infinite, Kyunkan borrows the law. Heaven and earth return to the source, and all things turn into nothing. A thought of divine power will bring me to glory. The master of the Qi sect is as anxious as a law. Everyone was surprised to see that the dumpling had swelled from an 80-centimeter child to a giant more than 6 meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms. The dumpling said angrily, "Sun Wukong, let's fight!" Everyone outside the audience who was surprised again. What kind of immortal sect is this Nima, are they so powerful? Sun Wukong didn't care about the surprised crowd outside the arena. It's amazing, it's good. I'm here. The field was dusty for a while, and the exclamations continued. Soon, the entire ring was destroyed. Klin, how strong? Are they all monsters? Yamcha, how can this be beaten? Turtle immortal. Heavy cold sweat. Bulma hadn't spoken since she knew that they might be Pound's disciples, and she didn't feel anything when she looked at the strange Tianjin rice and dumplings, and the more she looked at the other people, the more she felt that they were the little ghosts who had left her house at that time. Are they really Pound's disciples? Pounds. Do you still blame me? What? The exclamation in the audience woke up the contemplative Bulma. Sun Wukong asked Dumpling with an unhappy face. What did you say? You admit defeat? Are you joking, right? You heard it right, Sun Wukong, I admit defeat, your opponent is not me. After the dumplings were finished, they were ready to go down. Damn, how can you throw in the towel? You're so strong. Dumpling suddenly stood still, as if remembering something. By the way, you can't compete with senior brother Tianjin Fan in your current state, so senior brother will be unhappy. After speaking, he took out an energy pill from his arms and threw it to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, this is an energy pill invented by my master, you cannot be hungry for 10 days if you eat one, after you eat it, recover your condition, and have a hearty battle with my senior brother. Pounds. They are Pound's disciples. I only know from Pounds that there are energy pills, it was the energy pill he developed when he was 13 years old, they must be Pounds' disciples, they must know where Pounds is. Pounds, who was floating in the sky, seemed to have not heard, leisurely enjoying the sunbathing. Chapter 46. Oolong admonished Bulma. Bulma, calm down, what is the use of you finding Pounds now? Oolong suddenly had a flash of inspiration, that's right. Bulma, if you can't find out this time, you can go directly to the diviner mother-in-law to try. Bulma suddenly shouted happily, yes. Thank you Oolong. You're welcome. Back in the ring, Sun Wukong took the energy pill that the dumpling threw to him in confusion, and heard that he could not be hungry for 10 days, so he threw it directly into his mouth without thinking about it. Klin, that guy Wukong, I heard that you can go without eating for 10 days, so you can eat it without thinking about it. There's really no way. Yes, Goku's shortcoming is simplicity. After Sun Wukong ate it, he immediately felt that he was full and not hungry at all. On top of the pot-holed ring, jumping and jumping. Wow, it's so full. Oh, it's amazing. Thank you. After Sun Wukong thanked the dumplings, he stood there with a happy smile on his face. Senior brother, he is really strong, and he has the belief that he will never admit defeat. Well, the master is really the master. Senior brother, come on, we won't lose the game. Of course, I won't lose to anyone. The corners of Pound's mouth lifted slightly. You won't lose to anyone, it's a pity. Everyone outside the stadium was still cheering for Sun Wukong. The referee also said, it's amazing, the ring is completely destroyed. The top 2 players are Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong, please wait for half a day, after the organizers have repaired the ring, we will start the last 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference Championship battle. Dumpling came out helplessly and said, forget it, I'll help you. The referee's eyes widened. Dumpling players, we are still good at repairing the ring. Dumpling ignored the referee and looked at Sun Wukong instead. Goku, I'm looking forward to the match between you and my senior brother. We'll give you 2 hours of rest. Can you see it? No, my stomach is full, I can start fighting now. Dumpling thought for a while and looked at senior brother and son Wukong. Then 30 minutes, is it okay? Yes. 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 I will increase the hardness of the ring tenfold to give you a better performance. Yes. Ah? What are you going to do with dumplings? Tianjin Rice looks at the cute monkey king. Wukong, my junior brother is stronger than me, he has all the skills of the master, and I am cultivating the vitality alone. Oh, really? You'll know after this game. The dumplings in the field have already started to cast spells. I saw the dumplings present groping on their clothes, and the clothes changed from sportswear to robes. The sky is clear and the earth is clear, the soldiers will follow the order, the soldiers will follow the seal, and they will follow the order. I follow the edict of the Lord of the Qi sect, and urgently dispatch the divine soldiers to the dumplings, and the dumplings will receive the gold, silver, and jewelry, and quickly receive the order to set off, and the divine soldiers are as urgent as the law. Then he took out a pile of rune paper from his clothes and lit it with gas. Continued. The 5 ghosts of the Chinese side Yao Baisong, the 5 ghosts of the North Lin Jingzhong, the 5 ghosts of the West Cai Ziliang, the 5 ghosts of the South Zhangzigi, and the 5 ghosts of the East Chen Gaixian. Then the sky went dark visibly. Not to mention that Sun Wukong was stunned when he watched it backstage, it was that so many people outside the court were stunned. Wow! It's like summoning a dragon. Suddenly, 5 golden rays of light rolled up the dumpling-fired rune paper and flew into the sky, and after a while, the wind disappeared, and the sky was cloudless. 20 minutes later, everyone felt a large shadow fly. Ah! Wow! And wow! Turned out to be a small mountain flying out of thin air. After the dumplings saw it, they secretly exclaimed badly. When Pounds in the Sky saw it, he smiled gloatingly. Tell you kid to pretend, now it's up to you how you end. They. Dumplings had a bitter face and flew to Tianjin Rice. What's wrong, dumplings? Senior brother, it's too big for me to handle. Ah! Tianjin Fan looked at the hill that was getting closer and closer, and shouted angrily. Then you don't go quickly. So, the dumplings can only be handled by the younger brothers and sisters. Everyone saw the 9 people fly into the air in unison. Standing in the 9 palaces Bagua formation, flying with the hill. Brothers and sisters have helped me. Good. I saw that the other 8 people actually pinched different Dharma seals in their hands at the same time and recited different Dharma recipes. Halfway through, the dumplings suddenly stood on the top of a hill. With the magic trick in his hand, he conjured up a golden long sword. Heaven and earth Xianzong, the root of all gases, the vast cultivation of catastrophe, the proof of my supernatural powers, inside and outside the universe, only the Qi is exalted, the body has a golden light, covering my body, I can't see it, I can't hear it, I encompass the heaven and the earth, raise the masses, hold it again, there is light in the body, the universe holds the king, and the 5 emperors are welcome. All gods salute, and serve the thunder. Demons are frightened, and spirits are dead. There is a thunderbolt inside, and the god of thunder is incognito. The wisdom of the whole is thorough, and the 5 are soaring. The golden light appears quickly, covering real people. I am the master of the Qi sect, and I am as anxious as the law. With a bang, the long sword in the dumpling hand turned into a fire rope, and it was wrapped around from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. Wait until you have just arrived at the original ring. It fell with a bang. Just as it was tightly sealed, the original broken ring was directly pressed to the ground by the new one. Wow! Dumpling didn't care about the follow-up, and returned to the hotel directly with his younger brothers and sisters. After pretending to be forced, let your younger brothers and sisters suffer, and the dumplings are really smooth. Haha! Pang Zi looked at the rock-solid ring and thoughtfully said. The disciple's cultivation is not enough, even if it is enough later, there will still be time to recite mantras and pinch the Dharma with his hands, and the corresponding content must be reduced. I have to improve it again. Pang Zi looked inwardly at the world, and the originally perfect Jindan had shrunk by 3 turns. Taoist spells are really magical, but since you are the source of the spirit and divine martial body, then let's call you the Yuan Dan. Yes, Pang Zi is still in the golden pill stage. No, it is now called the Yuan Dan stage, a 6th order powerhouse. Dumpling is a 3rd order powerhouse who is about to enter the 4th order Grandmaster realm. Tianjin Rice should also be entered by martial arts. Bulma looked at the 4 men and 4 women flying in space. Yes, it must be them, the students who followed Pounds, who at the time said he had 2 apprentices. Bulma ignored the crowd and began to chase after Helion and Twiba. You guys, wait! Senior brother, which spicy woman is it? Without waiting for Twiba Wine to speak, Helion Hanmei said in a cold voice. Don't pay attention to it, after you go back, you will recuperate in a formation, and wait for the senior brother to return to the mountain after completing the competition. Yes. Senior sister Hanmei. Helion Hanmei stared coldly at Twiba Hurricane who spoke. The wind sneered, listen to my sister. Soon. Bulma banged on their door, but no one answered. There was no way, she had to knock on one door after another. Dumpling opened the door and looked at the scantily clad girl in front of him suspiciously. Use your superpowers. Do you want to find Master Pounds? Bulma looked at the dumplings in surprise and nodded vigorously. You are really Pounds' disciples. Have you heard of it? I'm sorry, but the master never mentioned you. Bulma lowered her head in frustration, then raised it again, and looked at the dumplings hopefully. Then do you know where your master is? Did he also come to the #1 martial arts conference in the world? We came out to exercise at the order of the master half a year ago, and rushed to participate in the 22nd #1 martial arts conference in the world, and we haven't seen the master. Then where do you live? You can tell me, I'll go find him. Bulma looked at the dumplings who didn't speak, and hurriedly said. I really am his sister, my name is Bulma, the 3rd daughter of Dr. Brive, the richest man in the world, and your master Pounds is the 2nd son. He has been away from home for more than 3 years, almost 4 years, and he has taken your younger brothers and sisters from home. I can feel your expectations, regrets, sadness, apprehensions, etc., but I can't tell you where we live. Only senior brother has the right to decide whether to tell you or not. You wait for senior brother to finish the game with Sun Wukong, and ask him personally. Bulma nodded in frustration. Just got a little bit of news about Pounds, and it turned out to be like this. Chapter 47. Why didn't you remember to look for me when you went to the soothsayer last time, and then you remembered it again? The referee, who had recovered, looked at the ring that had landed with his nose, wiped his nose, and knocked bang bang twice. After climbing into the ring, the next step is to start the championship battle of the 22nd Martial Arts Conference, and the opponents are Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong. As soon as the two got on the field, a fierce battle ensued. Tianjin Fan also looked at his gravity suit, 22 times the gravity. Soon Sun Wukong was seriously injured and dying by Tianjin Rice. No, his breath didn't wane. A hint of a sinister smile appeared in the corner of Tianjin Rice's eyes. Outside the field, Poole pulled the corner of Yamcha's clothes. Young Master Yamcha. Yamcha gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and looked closely at the two people on the field. The Turtle Immortal and Kling also exclaimed. What? Tianjin Fan threw Sun Wukong high. Volleyball boxing. Pounds. Pouted, boring bad taste. Soon. When the referee saw it, he exclaimed. Ah! They. Crowd looked at the referee speechlessly. Silly referee! Shut up! That's it, waste referee, shut up! Oh, okay, I'm sorry. After Dumpling finished dealing with Bulma, he looked at the unharmed junior brothers and sisters in the room. Flew directly to the field, and had already missed the time when Tianjin beat Sun Wukong at the beginning. Referee, can I preside over it? Ah! The referee gets down and lets the dumplings preside. That's it, we want dumplings to host. The referee has no choice but to let the dumplings explain. Tianjin Rice was already jumping high at this time. Tianjin Fan used the volleyball's killing ball to hit Sun Wukong, who was powerless in the air, and Sun Wukong was directly chopped. Obviously, Sun Wukong was a little painful. Crowd on the sidelines. Your explanation seems to be very unprofessional, looking at Sun Wukong's appearance, where is it a little painful? They. Rest of the people exclaimed and felt sorry for Sun Wukong. It can be seen that after Tianjin Fan landed, he was still seriously guarding Sun Wukong, worthy of being an excellent martial artist, and he would not relax at any time. When everyone thought that Sun Wukong was seriously injured, Sun Wukong suddenly stiffened with a carp and turned over and stood up directly. Sun Wukong wiped the dust from the corners of his mouth and said to Tianjin that he was a strong opponent and was startled by you. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong, who was casual. Then I still want to tell you, you have been hit so hard by me, and your body has nothing to do at all, your body is like an iron beating. Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Rice, and said excitedly. If the opponent is you, I will use all my strength, I should not kill you, I can rest assured that I will go all out. Tianjin Fan also looked excited, there has been no feeling of blood boiling for a long time, and his junior brothers and sisters fight, you must be careful of their martial arts, otherwise you may be trapped, and the fight is more exciting. Sun Wukong, I feel that you have used all your strength. Sun Wukong nodded, well, that's the full power of my game. Dumplings immediately began to explain. Sun Wukong made a very fast sprint, and soon 3 left hooks, 4 right hooks, and 32 bursting kicks, all of which hit Tianjin Rice. And Tianjin Rice did not parry a single blow, and was all attacked by Sun Wukong. It can be seen that Tianjin Rice is very painful, it is obvious that Tianjin Rice underestimated Sun Wukong. Look, Sun Wukong directly hit Tianjin Rice with a flying kick. Tianjin Rice is still in the air and has not yet landed. Sun Wukong landed a burst and walked directly under Tianjin Rice, beyond the speed of Tianjin Rice, came to his front. Lying on his back kicked Tianjin Rice into the sky, and Sun Wukong played a carp and directly posed in the posture of turtle qigong. Tianjin Fan has not yet eased up from the attack, facing the sky, with his back to Sun Wukong. Can he dodge this attack? The situation is reversed, it is really changing rapidly. Hey! 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 Sun Wukong suddenly stopped. What does he want to do? Sun Wukong suddenly stopped and said. Don't fight! Tianjin Fan also used the universal star chasing technique to fly in the air and look at Sun Wukong on the ground. Sun Wukong smiled and said, the attack just now is very painful. Tianjin Fan slowly landed, and said with a messy breath. It's a piece of cake. Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Rice in surprise. Sun Wukong, I'm very happy, sure enough, as the master said, with someone like you who makes my blood boil, you are still the first. Tianjin Fan reused the universal star chasing technique to rest in the sky and landed. The victory in this game must be mine. Sun Wukong set up a lunge double swing fist, you are dreaming. Looking at the two of them on the field as if nothing happened, this game is getting more and more exciting. In the field, the two rushed to each other, Sun Wukong took the lead, right uppercut, left straight punch, kicked, turned around and waved his hand, kicked again, turned around and kicked. Tianjin Fan successfully resisted. Amazing. Sun Wukong gave Tianjin Fan a whip with his tail and whipped him directly in the face. They two exchanged offense and defense. Tianjin Fan began to attack. The two of them in the field were very intense. The speed was too fast. I can't say it. Let's see for myself. Everyone, then what do I want your explanation? They Turtle Immortal, who was watching the battle in the background, said to Klin, have you noticed it? What? The Turtle Fairy looked at the two people in the field with a solemn expression. After such a fierce battle, the breathing of the two is not chaotic at all. Dumpling also said, it's amazing. I really don't know how fierce the next official game will be when I watch the warm-up match between the two of them. Audience, your warm-up match is an action that we can't even see clearly. Dumpling didn't care about the audience, and explained to himself, what kind of tricks will the two of them come up with? It's too fast, 84 punches and 72 legs in a short time, and Sun Wukong has 68 punches and 99 legs. This kind of offensive and defensive battle should be the current peak battle of mankind. Sun Wukong's fierce attack has no sign of stopping. Sun Wukong threw 488 punches in just 1 minute. Oh my god, Tianjin Rice was blocked all, they are so strong. Audience, no matter how strong you are, you can't stop your magic damage. Tianjin Fan actually counterattacked, so fast. Sun Wukong used multiple afterimage punches, and everyone surrounded Tianjin Fan like a real person. Whether Tianjin Fan could find out the real Sun Wukong. I found it. Tianjin Fan directly kicked Sun Wukong in the air with a side kick. Empty, it was fake. Sun Wukong came to Tianjin Rice's back and made a flying pounce, a right hook. Oh my god. Tianjin Fan also used afterimage boxing. It was also a fake. Sun Wukong pounced. Tianjin Fan appeared from behind Sun Wukong, and his hands were empty. Klin, who was backstage, immediately shouted at Sun Wukong, behind your back, be careful. Oh my god. This Monkey King is also fake. Tianjin Rice is still in the middle of the plan. Oh my god. If so, they haven't been able to hit. Isn't this the legendary Russian nesting doll? I don't know what a Matryoshka doll is, so I just said it casually. Anyway, it's forbidden to nest dolls. Quite an amazing martial artist. This move is called I prejudged your prejudgment. I prejudged your prejudgment and predicted my prejudgment. Audience. Chapter 48. Referee, you better come back. We don't understand what this thing is saying. Oh my god. Sun Wukong is still a step ahead, and with another kick, he kicked Tianjin Rice away. In the field, Tianjin Fan fell to the ground, and the remnants of Sun Wukong disappeared one by one. Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Rice that fell in front of him. You will pretend to be fooled, and I will too. Dumpling looked at the audience cheering for victory. The bloody battle has just begun. How fierce will the battle between the two be? Audience, are you stupid with this commentary? Suddenly, a carp jumped up directly. Sun Wukong looked at the Tianjin Rice that jumped up in surprise. What, so you're still awake? The Turtle Fairy exclaimed, that's amazing. Kling nodded heavily, and a sound came out of his nose. Sure enough, the master is right, he can't be careless about you at all. Even if he has a slight advantage over you, he will be quickly equalized by you. Pounds. Tianjin Fan still looked at Sun Wukong excitedly, not remorseful at all for being attacked by him. Tianjin Rice makes a sun fist pose. Oh my god! Tianjin Rice is about to use the sun fist again. Can Sun Wukong have a way to dodge? I'll go. Sun Wukong actually snatched the Turtle Immortal's sunglasses and put them on, looked directly at Tianjin Rice, resisted Tianjin Rice's attack, and then kicked Tianjin Rice in the stomach, and Tianjin Rice squatted down in pain. I'll go. When Sun Wukong was triumphant, Tianjin Rice actually flashed and hit him directly in the back of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong seemed to be in pain. Backstage, Clint stared curiously at the turtle fairy without sunglasses. After the turtle immortal found out, he also turned to look at Clint. Hey, it's the first time I've seen Teacher Wu Tian, and I don't look like I'm wearing sunglasses. Yes. But I don't know why. Teacher Wu Tian, your eyes look so familiar, as if you've seen them somewhere. Turtle Immortal immediately turned his head in panic. That's because my eyes are the eyes of the public. But, I really seem to have seen it. Turtle Fairy covered up in annoyance. At this tense moment, what kind of boring words does Nizai say? Watch the game seriously. Ah. Very good, the two of them attacked each other again. You punched, I punched, you kicked, I kicked. I went to them, I wanted to fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan jumped up. Sun Wukong is ready to use the turtle school Qigong. Wow, Tianjin Fan doesn't talk about martial arts, a flying kick that kicks Sun Wukong's face. Tianjin Fan doesn't talk about martial arts, he doesn't hit people in the face, and he doesn't expose his shortcomings when he scolds people. Pang Zi looked at the dumplings more and more excited, and he was incoherent, although there was no one, but he still covered his face in shame. Ah! Sun Wukong is so smart, he actually used the turtle school Qigong to bounce back and rush himself into the sky. Then an invincible Hot Wheels rushed to Tianjin Rice. The two of them fought fiercely with each other again. So bad, cow beer. It's amazing, oh my god, hit, 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 yes, go up and kick him, come on, kick him, kick him. Kick him in the stomach, block, insert his eyes, tease his legs, monkey steal peaches. Bulma yelled, hey, you're here to explain, or are you here to cheer? Dumplings. Excited voice froze. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've forgotten, I've forgotten. I continued. Tianjin Fan uses a new trick that I haven't seen before, Agni with a fist. I tell you, this blaze with a fist, it's very powerful. Don't say parry, you can't see it, but I think Sun Wukong can definitely see it, and successfully resist. What should I do? What should I do in the end? Sun Wukong didn't block it. Everyone see, Tianjin Rice's two arms are like two cutting machines, sparks, and the despicable Tianjin Rice is slapping his face again, and poor Sun Wukong is beaten and has no power to fight back. Sun Wukong fell. Wow, Sun Wukong suddenly got up and kicked Tianjin Fan in the face. Wow. Tianjin Fan got up like nothing. Wow, the two of them continue to punch and kick in the air. You come and go, happy, fascinated. Excited, I'm sorry, I'm too excited, anyway, it's a wonderful fight. Damn, I must train dumplings more after I go back, I didn't expect him to be a talker. No, I should have paid attention to the last time I said I was stupid. Damn, I didn't pay attention, I lost it, I should have trained him a long time ago. Dumpling continued to explain excitedly. Wow, the two began to add punches and kicks again. You punch, I punched, the heart is so sweet. You kick, I kick, sleep together after the end. Audience. Dumplings didn't care, he won't use that move, right? That move has never been used in front of people, the four demon fists. Everyone may not know about the four demon fists. Let me explain to you, the four demon fists are the four demon fists used in Tianjin Rice. Everyone thinks that there will be four monsters when they are used, right? I tell you, no. The four demon fists are the four demon fists. Tuba Hurricane, who had recovered in the room, listened to the dumpling's passionate explanation, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his whole body trembled. 2. Second senior brother. Don't look at him in pain, it's really painful to use the four demon fists, but the combat power is strong, don't underestimate it, it's just that there are two more hands. Audience, who is underestimating the four-demon fist. From now on, the Tianjin fan contestants have begun to exert their power and slowly show their housekeeping skills. So what about Sun Wukong? Will he evolve as a monkey, a gorilla? Gorilla super evolves, what about a super gorilla? Everyone will wait and see. Pounds couldn't stand it in the sky, so he used the voice transmission to enter the secret channel. Dumplings, if you don't stop talking, I will never be able to speak in the future. As soon as Bulma heard Dumpling calling out to the master, he immediately followed and ran into the wall. Dumpling, where is your master? Pounds, you come out. I was wrong, you haven't been home for 4 years. Pounds. 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 Where are you? I know you're here, you come out quickly. Don't call it, you can't call it, I don't know where the master is. Maybe it's right here. Perhaps, on the other side of the world. You're talking nonsense, you just called the master. Yes, the master is talking to me in a secret voice. Hey! Pounds, you come out. You come out, where are you? Yamcha and Oolong rushed into the wall and pulled Bulma out. In the field, the two people who fought against each other were not affected in the slightest. Dumpling also said to the referee. Next. You can do it yourself. After saying that, he flew to the side and watched quietly. What's the matter? It's so fun, the master won't let me play. Sun Wukong's jaw dropped to the ground. It's amazing. How can there be such a thing as you? He turned his hands into 4. In the field, Tianjin Fan moved quickly towards Sun Wukong, and when Sun Wukong was about to come forward, he jumped up, jumped high, and then threw himself at Sun Wukong from the air. Ah! When the sound dies down, look into the field. Chapter 49. Sun Wukong successfully caught the two hands of Tianjin Rice, and the two were wrestling with each other. It's a pity that the other two hands of Tianjin Rice are not ornaments for good looks. The other two hands were directly raised high, and a palm knife slashed at the back of Sun Wukong's neck. Sun Wukong fell to the ground, touched the back of his neck with both hands, and suddenly bounced up in reverse, away from Tianjin Rice. Ah, it hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Tianjin Rice continued to rush to Sun Wukong unforgivingly. Sun Wukong was forced to retreat again and again, or was beaten to the ground, and even accidentally almost fell to the ground. After getting up in a hurry, he watched Tianjin Rice rushing in. Sun Wukong supported the ground with his hands, a handstand, and then used both hands to turn over directly in the air, went around the back of Tianjin Rice, and flexibly turned over in the air like a monkey in the air, directly to Tianjin Rice, who was carrying himself on his back and not far from the edge of the ring, with a flying kick. Tianjin Fan also immediately turned around, sank into the danshan, took a horse step with his legs, and steadily caught Sun Wukong's attack. Wrong! Instead of catching him, he grabbed him with both hands and feet with his 4 hands, so that his hands and legs were in a zigzag, and the whole was a soil character. Sun Wukong, you were caught by me and died. After speaking, he will lift Sun Wukong high, and then directly put his stomach against his head, and keep hitting him up and down. As the saying goes, your lungs. Turned around and was about to push him off the field. Sun Wukong sneered. Hee hee. Even if I can't move my hands and feet, I still have a tail. As soon as the words fell, Sun Wukong slapped his tail on Tianjin's face, and it hurt to look at it. Bastard, you don't hit people in the face, how many times have you hit me? Sun Wukong was also indignant and said. You yourself are not. After speaking, his tail slapped Tianjin Fan's face one after another. There was no way, Tianjin Fan had no choice but to throw Sun Wukong out. The two are in a state of confrontation again. After Sun Wukong landed. If you have 4 hands, then I have 8 hands. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he learned the appearance of Tianjin Rice. What? Sun Wukong stood up after pretending for a while. Wow! Suddenly, 4 arms appeared on the left and right of Sun Wukong. Everyone in the audience was taken aback. Then Tianjin Rice was abused by the Monkey King with 8 arms. I'm going to get some tea. Pounds thought of this, and a flash appeared in a tea shop. Get me a cappuccino. The fatter kind. In the field, Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan fought each other, and both gathered their chi in the place where they fought each other. Both fell to the ground, gasping for air. Bulma shouted worriedly, Wukong! And the referee saw both of them fall to the ground and immediately began to count. When the count reached 9, the two struggled to get up with each other. Both were teetering in the field. By now, they have been fighting for 2 hours. No, I'm going to finish the fight as soon as possible. The more I get back, the worse it is for me, and the gravity suit puts too much pressure on me. Tianjin Rice thought of this. Immediately crouched down and landed on all 4 arms. Slowly spread your own chi to the audience. Sun Wukong. I really convinced you. I didn't expect to be forced to this point by you. You are really powerful. I really look forward to you growing up and having a real battle with you. Cling. What? Turtle Immortal, what? Bulma, what? He was beaten like this, and what was the real fight? Yamcha. What? Blonde lanky, stupid, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it a real battle now? Was taking cappuccino's pounds from the waiter. The corners of his mouth opened slightly. Don't you want to play? It seems that you have worked harder than I thought in the past half a year. With Pang Zi's strength, he suddenly discovered that even if Tianjin Fan was under 22 times the gravity, he could defeat Sun Wukong. He just wanted to see Sun Wukong's combat adaptability, so he kept fighting with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, you have to practice hard, and the future will be more exciting, but your use of chi is too rough. It is simply a barbarian using a machine gun, and he will only be smashed with a stick. Hey! After Tianjin finished speaking, he used the Cosmos Star Chaser technique to fly into the sky. I didn't want to use this move, but you're really strong, and if you don't use it, it will take a long time to defeat you. What kind of strange trick do you want to use? Give you a piece of advice. No matter how strong you are, if you take my trick head on, you will die, and it would be a pity to kill you accidentally. In the audience, everyone looked at Tianjin Fan solemnly. The Turtle Immortal seemed to think of something, and suddenly shouted at Tianjin Fan. Stop, you can't use that move, do you want to die? Klin asked suspiciously, Teacher Wushan, what are you talking about? The Turtle Immortal looked at the ring with a solemn face. Qigong Cannon. The Qigong Cannon is a terrible trick with infinite destructive power, several times stronger than the Turtle School Qigong. Because of its powerful power, therefore, the Qigong Cannon will consume a lot of chi from the user, and sometimes, even die because of it. Even if it does not die, the lifespan will be lost by half. Tianjin Fan looked at the Turtle Immortal who was worried about himself. No problem, don't mention the total amount of chi I have now, even if it has been improved by the master, it will not cause damage to my body, the consumption is less than the Turtle Faction Qigong, and the destructive power is stronger than the Turtle Faction Qigong. Sun Wukong, attention! They! Turtle Immortal shouted anxiously in the background. Stop! Turtle Immortal, you are indeed a person worthy of respect as your master. Sun Wukong, got it, you must dodge. Sun Wukong looked at the Tianjin Rice in the air with a serious face. No kidding, I won't run away. Stupid Wukong, you must do what that kid said, get out of the way. They. Audience outside the arena all looked at the two people who were talking in the arena with a confused expression. No matter how powerful your tricks are, I will definitely defeat you. Tianjin Rice put his hands together, the other 8 fingers crossed, and only the remaining index finger was closed and stretched forward. Very slowly, Tianjin Rice's hands burst out of golden light. Then the hands were separated, and a vitality bullet appeared in each of them, and then each thumb touched the corresponding fingertips, leaving a hole directly at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was in the ring, tying up his horse steps and posing in the starting style of Turtle Qigong. Qigong Cannon. Turtle School Qigong, both of them were facing each other. Pounds took a sip of cappuccino. Well, the one standing on the right, steady. Then the two of them were still superior to Tianjin, and when Sun Wukong wanted to dodge, the whole ring suddenly exploded, directly forcing Sun Wukong out of the ring. I won. Sun Wukong stood blankly on the sidelines, a little lost, and said. Lost. Dumpling reminded. Referee, it's time to say the result. Ah. In the end, it was the Tianjin fan player who won. It was so touching, and the two presented us with a wonderful game, which was amazing. It's really amazing. The fierce competition of the world's first martial arts club has finally come to an end, and the Tianjin fan player who won the championship and the Monkey King player who won the runner-up, no matter how much praise we give him, I don't think it's enough to express it. Chapter 50. Tianjin Rice finally won the title of the first in the world. This battle was not as long as in the original book, at most it was more than 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was still very early before the time for dinner. Dumplings looked at Tianjin Rice coming in out of breath. Senior brother, you have at least 18 flaws in the battle. Dumpling, he's too strong, his battle instincts are simply scary, and if you don't pay attention to it, you will be forced out of his flaws. The master said, it's because you're not strong enough. After you go back this time, start practicing martial arts together, and complete the last flaw in your martial arts skills. Tianjin Fan looked at the dumplings in disbelief and clung to him. Really? Did the master really say that? I can also learn from you. Dumpling looked at the excited senior brother. What are you excited about? You just practice martial arts, but you can't practice martial arts. The master said, your martial arts need you to go by yourself. Those of us who practice with the teacher are stronger than you in a short period of time, but the more you go to the back, the more difficult it is. You are difficult now, and the more you go to the back, the easier it is. Of course, Tianjin Rice knows that the master and the dumplings are right. But this kind of thing to improve strength, as long as it is a martial artist who is eager to progress, cannot tolerate it. If it is not for the supervision of the master, the law and habit have been formed in the past 5 years, and I really can't bear that my junior brothers and sisters are stronger than myself. In that case, let's go back to the master and continue training. The master said, he has watched the whole process of this martial arts conference, he is very satisfied with our performance, and will send our senior brothers and sisters to a place to practice. He wants to organize his martial arts again, form his own system, and completely complete the fruit position of the master of the Qi sect, so as to facilitate the implementation of the law by the senior brothers in the future. Sun Wukong came in, heard these words, and immediately asked if he could train with them. He also wanted to become stronger. You can't bear it. According to the master, the gravity of that planet is 20 times that of the Earth, which means that cultivating on that planet, your whole body, including the 5 internal organs, will bear 20 times the gravity. Sun Wukong said with a puzzled face, it's amazing. Old man, what is the planet? What is gravity? Tianjin Fan looked at the curious Sun Wukong in surprise, and asked, don't tease, you don't know. Sun Wukong nodded with a natural face. I don't know. What is that? Can you eat it? Dumplings looked at Sun Wukong. After a while. Senior brother, forget it, he really doesn't know, his mind is clean and pure, and he has a 7-trick exquisite heart. Sun Wukong continued to ask the turtle immortal with a curious face. Grandpa, what is the 7 exquisite hearts? The turtle immortal also looked confused, except for the planet and gravity, he couldn't explain other terms, and it was the first time he heard it. He had no choice but to repeat nonsense, this, that, are some proper nouns of their sect. The turtle immortal is really knowledgeable, and those are some of my master's explanations of martial arts. The old turtle fairy blushed and stammered, "Ah." As soon as Bulma came in, he was like a drowning man, trying to seize the location of Tianjin Fanming Pounds. Tianjin Rice flew up flexibly. Are you a disciple of Pounds? What do you want? Bulma did not refute when he heard Tianjin, and asked hopefully. Are you a disciple of Pounds? Aren't you? I am his sister, my name is Bulma, he has been away from home for a long time, and we miss him very much. Tianjin Fan looked down at Bulma, I've heard of you. Bulma looked at Tianjin Fan in surprise. Really? Then can you tell me where Pang Zi is? Senior sister Helian Han Mei told me that you tried to break into their practice ground and steal the martial arts of your junior sisters and disciples. What nonsense are you talking about? Who will steal from school? You are not very strong, you are not reluctant to win Wukong and them, besides, it is my house, why can't I go in, and I have to be blocked by outsiders? Tianjin Fan was about to speak, when suddenly his ears moved. Tianjin Fan takes your junior brothers and sisters away, the great world is coming, the excitement is about to begin, it is not yet the moment for you to appear, take them and leave immediately, and come out when you can appear. Yes. Master. When Bulma heard this, she immediately knew that Pounds should be nearby. Pounds, Pounds. Where are you? Come out. I was wrong, forgive me. Pounds. Ignored. Tianjin Fan saw that the master didn't say anything, so he had to say in a deep voice. Everyone, I am ordered by my master to take my younger brothers and sisters to complete the experience, and now I have completed the goal, and now I need to take my younger brothers and sisters back to continue to cultivate my mind. Wait, you can take me with you. Tianjin. Rice and Dumplings ignored Bulma, they couldn't have taken strangers without the master's orders. The blonde lanky yelled, you just take her there, she's also his sister, how did you mother-in-law? Tianjin Rice and Dumplings have flown away. Only the lost Bulma and the comforting crowd on the side and the unknown Monkey King remained. What's wrong with Bulma? Don't you know Pounds? Gaku, do you know where Pounds is? I don't know where Pang Zi is, but I know that Pang Zi has a martial art that can suddenly appear and disappear, I met him when I went to the demon realm to fight Azura, he is very strong. The more Sun Wukong spoke, the more serious he became, and he was high-spirited in the back. When the turtle immortal heard this, he suddenly thought of the person who suddenly appeared at his sister's diviner's mother-in-law. Could that be Pounds? Bulma suddenly raised her head and said in high spirits. I have decided, I will go to the soothsayer and ask her to help me calculate where Pounds is. Oolong asked, shall we separate like this for now? Bulma cheered up. Then let's have a meal together and then go, in that case, let's go shopping in the afternoon. Having just finished drinking Cappuccillo's Pounds, he threw the empty cup into the trash. Fun, it seems, it's always unavoidable, then you can have fun. I play it the other way. After Pounds determined the corrective power of this world, he no longer worried, saying that even if Tenunks appeared in the end, Bulma would be the last to die. Pounds looked at the approaching group and withdrew his invisibility. Dumpling was the first to notice and shouted, Master! Master! Teacher! Teacher! I've watched the whole game of you, it's all good, and the future is promising. Thank you for the teacher's cultivation. Pounds looked at the crowd. I will continue to train everyone for 2.5 years, and after 2.5 years, everyone will be born on their own. Master. Teacher. Don't worry, since you have modified the spell and pushed me to the position of the master of the Qi sect, I will naturally sit on it. In the past 2 years or so, I will modify the cultivation spells of the entire Qi sect, which are divided into 3 categories: martial arts, and methods. Chapter 51. You don't have to be a child, I'm still waiting for you to become a teacher and then develop and grow the Qi sect. Yes, teacher. Pound's mind moved, and he looked 2,000 kilometers to the northwest. You put your arms on each other's shoulders, and I'll take you back. It turns out that the little minion down there is a speed of about 300 kilometers per hour. Yes, master. Pounds looked at the crowd who were on their shoulders and breathed together, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Let's go. Everyone saw a flower, and they had returned to the forest. Look at the amazed crowd. This trick is called teleportation, and at present, only you senior brother can learn it. His total amount of Qi is enough, and you, including dumplings, still need to go further. Yes, master. Tianjin Rice, I'll teach you the teleportation technique first, and when you're proficient, I'll send you to another planet. Okay, master. After Pang Zi and the other disciples went to rest, they directly explained the principle of teleportation to Tianjin Fan. To put it simply, first gather your own attention, condense your Qi throughout your body, and then find the target's Qi through the mutual induction of Qi, transmit the Qi to the target, and then extend the spiritual power to the target. Through the association between special Qi, it directly reaches the other party. Since you can't concentrate mentally in the early stage, you need a little help. After Pounds finished speaking, he waved his hand and volleyed a branch out of the air. Do you remember your junior brother's breath? Remember, master. Follow the mantra I taught you, concentrate your energy, mobilize your mental power to fill all your Qi, and then mobilize the breath of your whole body to sense the breath of the dumplings, and then try to let the Qi on his side pull you over. Tianjin Rice sank down. Heaven and earth are infinite, the universe is immeasurable, the master of the Qi sect, the end of the world is close at hand, disease. Quack quack quack. No movement. Tianjin Rice does not move at all. Awkwardly, he said, come on, go and practice slowly, and I'll go back to sleep by myself. After Pounds finished speaking, he walked away sleepily, as if he was really tired. The Qi in this world is really amazing, the tension is too strong. According to the previous life, Qi can be internal force, it can be spiritual energy, it can be immortal energy, it can also be divine power. Zhen Numa is outrageous. According to the Huaxia system, my current skills, where can I play space spells? Now with Qi, it is easy. After going out for an afternoon, Bulma and his party found a restaurant to eat. Just arrived at the door, Sun Wukong looked cute. I'm going to get it back. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to get it. When Kling saw it, he immediately said that he didn't need to let Sun Wukong run again, he went to help him get it. It's okay, I'll get it. Haha. It's okay, I'll go get it. Thank you, Clint, please. Clint turned around as he ran, saying he wanted to keep his share of the meal. Sun Wukong waved his hand happily. Don't worry. Sun Wukong looked at Clint's back farther and farther away, and suddenly said in astonishment. Clint, who was gradually moving away, stopped, turned around, and looked at Sun Wukong from afar. What's the matter? Sun Wukong looked at Kling with empty eyes, as if he sensed something, as if he suddenly had a bad premonition, but the simple Sun Wukong didn't know what was going on at all. Kling's smile was extraordinarily bright in the light of the setting sun. The turtle immortal, Bulma, and the others also looked at the two of them suspiciously. with a puzzled expression. The atmosphere was suddenly filled with sadness mixed with doubts. Sun Wukong suddenly touched the back of his head with one hand, and said with a smile on his face. "Ah, I suddenly forgot what I was going to say." Everyone looked at Sun Wukong with laughter. "I'll be right back." The rest of the people immediately went into the restaurant, all saying that they were starving to death, but Sun Wukong, who usually has a big stomach, was fine, but he ate the energy pills given to him by dumplings in the morning. Sun Wukong did not follow up immediately, but stood at the door and watched the back of Clin, who was running in the sunset and gradually moving away. Sun Wukong had a sense of foreboding. Everyone has ordered the meal, and it has been on the table for a long time. Bulma said weakly. "Why is Kling so slow? What the hell is he doing? The amusement park is not far from here. My stomach is so hungry." Oolong held the table with both hands, and his saliva flowed. "Ah! I can't take it anymore. Then let's eat first." Everyone ate happily, only the old turtle saw Gaku, who had not started eating. "Wukong, why don't you start eating? I want to wait for Clint to come back and eat together." Bulma chewed the food in his mouth and said vaguely. "You don't have to worry about him. He will definitely not be hungry in 10 days after eating Pounds' energy pills." Oolong also whimpered and said. "You don't have to worry about him, Kling may be grazing on the side of the road." "Yes, Wukong, you can eat first." Wukong didn't answer, he lowered his head and looked at the bottom of the table with a solemn expression. The eyes were hollow again. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's brows furrowed. "Hey!" After a second, Sun Wukong felt broken, and the whole person fell into a bottomless abyss. Clint's cries rang out in his heart, and Clint was in great pain. Sun Wukong immediately jumped out of the chair and ran outside without saying a word. "Gaku! Gaku! Gaku, what's wrong with you?" By the time he arrived at the amusement park, Kling had vomited bloodshot and fell to the ground. Sun Wukong was stunned on the spot. A person on the side who was not yet dead said intermittently. A monster appeared, and the monster flew directly by, holding the roster of the world's first martial arts association, directly snatching the burden in his hand, taking out a strange bead and escaping. "Clin! Son!" Wukong looked at Clin in his arms with a sad expression. "Gee Clin! Gee Clin! Damn! Son!" Wukong's voice seemed to be crying, and it seemed to contain boundless anger. He wondered who was so ruthless as to do this to Clin. The friends who followed Wukong also came one after another, and they all fell silent when they watched the messy scene. Bulma, who arrived at the end, hadn't figured out the situation yet. "What's wrong?" Wukong, and then stared blankly at Clin, who was lying in Sun Wukong's arms. The turtle immortal opened his forehead in disbelief. "It's difficult. Could it be?" Sun Wukong said in a sad tone and in a low voice. "Clin killed." Yamcha just said. "Impossible." The person on the side, who was not yet dead, repeated to everyone what he had just said to Sun Wukong. This gentleman tried desperately to stop it, but the other party is just too strong. Bulma covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Satoru! Empty!" Sun Wukong stood up with an angry face. "Damn! Damn!" asked Bulma. "Bulma, did you bring the Dragon Ball radar?" As he picked up the fallen golden hoop stick and tied it to his back. The turtle immortal immediately stopped. Wait a minute, Wukong." Sun Wukong didn't say a word, snatched the Dragon Ball radar that Bulma had just taken out and rushed out. Chapter 52. Seeing that Sun Wukong ignored him, the turtle immortal rushed out angrily. "I told you to wait." Seeing that Sun Wukong was still indifferent, the Monkey King turtle immortal shouted. "This is the master's order." Sun Wukong still rushed out without hesitation and smashed the poster of the amusement park. Wukong! Sun! Wukong clenched his teeth and ran quickly, while recalling the bits and pieces of his time with Klin, the insidious and despicable at the beginning, and then you chased after me, exercising each other, and in the end it was the scene of Klin's death and lying in his arms. Running to the fork in the road, Sun Wukong took out the Dragon Ball radar, and after turning it on, he saw the two Dragon Balls that were getting farther and farther away from each other. This way! Keep catching up! The turtle immortal looked out of the already empty door. Wukong, that stupid man, the other party knocked down Klin at once, plus he exhausted his strength in the fight between the martial arts club and Tianjin Rice, how could he have a chance of winning? After reading it, he said. There's a piece of paper on the ground, could it have anything to do with the guy who killed Klin? Bulma took it. What does it mean to have a magic word in this circle? When the turtle immortal heard this, he was so shocked that his crutches were dropped to the ground by his hand. You! What did you say? They! Turtle immortal immediately turned around and snatched the paper from Bulma's hand, looking at the black magic words in the red circle. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became, and his hands trembled and clenched the white paper tightly. Is it difficult? But, this, how is this possible? Bulma and the others looked at the frightened turtle immortal. What's wrong with this word? Do you know? They. Turtle immortal sweat kept flowing down like a waterfall, and the turtle immortal had to tremble and wanted to take out a handkerchief to wipe it, and after trembling a few times, he succeeded. This is the badge of the Piccolo Archdemon King. Piccolo Archdemon. The blonde lanky said with a look of disdain, whose name is so strange. They. Turtle immortal said this with a cautious face. Although the name of the Piccolo Demon King is ridiculous, he is a very scary fellow, and even we were harassed and attacked by them. When I was younger, I fought desperately with the Crane Immortals. Piccolo's combat power was something we couldn't resist at that time, and even the strongest Wu Tai Do master in the past couldn't touch a single hair of him. Bulma asked curiously. Master Wu Tai-do? That's my master. They. Turtle immortal was still dripping in cold sweat and looked into the distance worriedly. Sun Wukong still doesn't know this, and still desperately chases the monster based on the knowledge of Dragon Ball radar. Unforgivable, unforgivable. I will never forgive you, unforgivable. The turtle immortal is still talking to Bulma about their fears. The bloodthirsty Piccolo Demon King continues to kill innocent people every day, and innocent humans can only sit obediently and wait for death. In desperation, I fled into the mountains, believing what Mr. Wu Tai-do said before leaving. I kept practicing every day until he came back. One day a few years later, according to the original agreement, Teacher Wu Tai-do returned. And he kept repeating his practice in order to learn a secret trick known as the ultimate trick. In the end, Mr. Wu Tai-do used that terrible trick and successfully sealed the Piccolo Great Demon King into the electric pot, and Mr. Wu Tai-do also died because he used the ultimate trick to consume his own vitality. Yamcha hurriedly asked, that, and then? I personally sank that electric pot to the depths of the sea, and it is impossible for the Piccolo Great Demon King to be resurrected. They. Turtle Immortal said with a serious face. No way, he also made a point of emphasizing, not knowing whether he was speaking to himself or to others. On the other side, the angry Monkey King just rushed out of the forest and almost fell off the cliff. That's when I came to my senses. Yes, how did I forget that? Then he called for a somersault cloud, sat down, and followed the signal directly. On the Pirav Trio's spaceship, the Piccolo Archdemon bangs on the seat with a groaning face, and then looks at the rice cooker in front of him. The Piccolo Demon King said that he actually wanted to obtain an immortal body that would never age. Directly said that the funny stupid Pirav Trio was stunned, and it was obvious that the three of them looked at each other with a confused face, as if they had a flash of inspiration. Yes, I didn't think of it. The turtle immortal who was still in the amusement park suddenly realized. That's right, startled. The others. I know, the reason why the Piccolo Great Demon King took away the list of the world's #1 martial arts club, that guy is afraid of sealing the demon wave. He was afraid that one day he would meet a master who knew how to seal the magic wave and seal himself in the electric pot. Yamcha also said as an afterthought, that's right. As long as he has a list of martial artists, he will know who to look for. Bulma was a little skeptical, so, is he planning to kill everyone on the list? Son Goku piloted the somersault cloud and gradually caught up with the Dambalan devil who snatched the Dragon Ball and killed Klin. Sun Wukong looked at the guy in front of him with green wings on his back and a list in one hand and his Dragon Ball in the other. Don't run! Stop! Hearing Sun Wukong's angry roar, Dambalan turned his head to look at Sun Wukong who was following up with the somersault cloud. Don't run! Dan! Balan said in a gloomy tone, what are you doing? Who are you? Sun Wukong was full of anger, squatting half squatting, his fists clenched at his sides, and gritting his teeth to look at the winged monster with a disdainful face. My 4 planets, you really did it. What are you talking about? Give me back my Dragon Ball and Klin's life. Klin. Sun Wukong looked at Dambalan with a puzzled expression. Angry. You didn't pretend to be garlic, it was you who killed him and snatched my Dragon Balls. Dambalan became interested and looked at the imp in front of him. Do you mean the imp who rebelled against me? Dambalan thought thoughtfully. That's it, it turns out that the imp is dead, and I am just a kick, which is really something to be happy about. What did you say? You died, Klin, since that's the case. Let's pay with your life. That's why you caught up with me? Since you want to fight, let's start. As a result, Sun Wukong didn't expect that he would be knocked out of the clouds at once. So he forcibly called the somersault cloud and saved his life. The monster Dambalan also sneered at Sun Wukong. After a period of fighting, he was directly destroyed by Dambalan and kicked down. Sun Wukong stubbornly stretched out the somersault cloud and tried to kill Dambalan, but he was easily dodged, and then killed Sun Wukong directly. Danbaran said disdainfully, wasted a lot of my time. Then, fly away. Pang Zi felt the disappearance of Sun Wukong's chi and suddenly got up. He has forgotten a lot of plots, and it can be said that there are many that he has not watched at all, and of course he doesn't know that Sun Wukong will be killed here. On the other side, Bulma and the others waited until late at night. Wukong, come back quickly. Chapter 53. The turtle immortal looked at the moon, lowered his head, and said bitterly. I've waited for so long, and I haven't come back, which means that Wukong is probably also. Bulma hesitated and asked the turtle immortal. Also, what's wrong? I'm afraid Wukong won't come back alive. Bulma said angrily. What are you talking about? Wukong is so strong, how can you? That's it, Wukong won't die so easily. Turtle immortal looked at the crowd who loudly retorted to him. Well, I hope so, anyway, everyone goes inside the house first. Pounds was still confused. Why is Sun Wukong hanging? He is hanging, who can snatch back the Dragon Ball and resurrect him? What's going on, isn't he the next #1 in the world? Pounds was still hesitant to check it out. As soon as Oolong finished speaking, if the Piccolo Great Demon King was going to kill people one by one according to the list of the Martial Arts Association, it had nothing to do with him, and he was scolded loudly by Bulma. Bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? If he rules the world, he won't be able to live as easily as he is now. Turtle Immortal was also worried. And said, yes, for the Piccolo Great Demon King, it is easy to rule the world, and for that guy, the only pleasure is to slowly kill a person alive. After returning to King Pirav's airship, Dambalan handed over the Dragon Balls to the Piccolo. The Piccolo Great Demon King looked at the Dragon Ball in his hand. "This is the Dragon Ball." Dambaran immediately replied and glanced at the Pirav trio. "Yes, the Dragon Ball is indeed in the position that these people say they are." Pirav shuddered. "Yes, yes. I'm right." The Piccolo Demon King took the Dragon Ball to him, thoughtfully, as if questioning the three Piravs. "Just gather 7 of these beads, and I will have eternal youth and life." "Yes, of course. My body will return to its former overwhelming strength. And my masculinity will increase." "King! Hey!" The 3 of Pirav were frightened by the cold snort of the Piccolo Great Demon King. "Your charm has always been strong, my lord." Dambalan handed over a stack of papers in his hand. "Here is the list of the players of the world's #1 martial arts club in the past 10 years, because it just so happens that the Dragon Ball is also in that martial arts meeting venue." A satisfied smile drew on the corner of Piccolo's mouth. "Very well, stick the list on the wall." Dambalan then began to put it in one by one. The 3 of Pirav went to help post it like a dog. Dambalan posted a photo of Klin. "Is this guy a very powerful among them? Do you know him?" "No." After saying that, Dambalan directly crumpled the photo of Klin. "There's no need to post this one anymore, because I've already killed him." At this time, Xiao Wu exclaimed. "King Pirav, look at this person." It was the picture of the Monkey King that appeared. This guy turned out to be the runner-up of 2 martial arts tournaments. When Dambaran saw it, he bluntly said, "That guy doesn't need to post it, he has already been killed by me." Pirav looked at Dambaran in disbelief. This. There's no going to be wrong, that guy is weak, and I'll solve it in 3 or 2 clicks." Pirav was frightened and hugged in fright. "That little ghost is the runner-up. Lord Great Demon King, there is no decent martial artist in the world now." When Piccolo heard this, he smiled happily. "That's good news, but it's better to kill them one by one just in case. I don't want to be put in the rice cooker again. Those who want to rebel against me will be wiped out." Then, after finding the 7 Dragon Balls, the next step is to prepare to conquer the world. "Go, Dambalan, go and kill all the martial artists, not one can stay." "Yes, Great Demon King." Dambalan began to act step by step to move the King of Kapa, puffs. The Piccolo Demon King has just drunk a large glass of melon soda and said that he has added another warrior to collect the Dragon Balls. Then, Pirav said he really didn't want to see him perform that move. Piccolo said to himself, "Since you are a warrior who collects Dragon Balls, then regenerate a warrior in the shape of a dragon." As he spoke, he performed again in front of the 3 Piravs. The Piccolo Great Demon King gripped the handrail with his hand, his muscles flare, his eyes suddenly burst out of a seeping white light, and his whole body twitched, and he muttered Namurk in his mouth. Frightened, the Pirav trio was in a cold sweat all over their bodies, and their hairs stood on end, and they trembled. Then the Piccolo Demon King screamed wildly, his throat seemed to be blocked by a foreign object, and after a while, his throat bulged and moved little by little from the bottom to the top. Pirav was so frightened that he covered his face with his hands, and Xiao Wu and Ashiu also looked disgusted and wanted to vomit. The Piccolo Demon King opened his mouth wide and spat out an egg full of disgusting and sticky green liquid from his mouth. The Piccolo Great Demon King took a few breaths and then eased up. "Come out, your name is Simberu." The egg that had just been spit out by the Piccolo trembled, and it was broken open from the inside, and a 20-centimeter small dragon demon came out. At first, it was difficult to even stand and open his eyes, but soon he grew to more than 1 meter tall. As soon as Simberu appeared, the Piccolo Archdemon asked Pirav to point out the location of the next Dragon Ball, and Simberu immediately went to collect it. Pang Zi looked at Sun Wukong, who was already breathless, and was still hesitant to take a look. sensed that Sun Wukong's aura was gradually increasing. It didn't take long for Sun Wukong's breath to double. It turned out to be a serious injury and dying. Pounds, who had just put his mind at ease, had to complain again. The aura was suddenly doubled in strength, and the setting of the Nemesian was an exaggeration. In the back, he is 100 million, and anyone is seriously injured and dying, who can compare, what else is he cultivating, and he will find a system to be reborn as a scion again. Pounds sneered as he watched the hungry Monkey King bite the man-eating flower as food, and was about to use the kangaroo as food but was beaten. It seems that when the body recovers, the energy was consumed, and even the continuous release of energy from the energy pill was swallowed up. In the Turtle Immortal House, Bulma and the others discussed the battle plan. Damn, if you can contact Pounds, maybe you can solve it. Turtle Immortal said thoughtfully. Maybe it's okay. I always thought that Tianjin Rice they had always kept their hands during the martial arts meeting. Bulma suddenly asked, why? According to common sense, dumplings should be stronger than Tianjin Rice, and when Dumpling admits defeat, he also gave Sun Wukong an energy pill, specifically to let him recover his strength and reach the peak of combat effectiveness. Then we will divide our troops into 2 ways, and after making the radar, Yamcha, you will go to find Dragon Ball, we will go to the Diviner, and then we will go to Pounds. Good. Pounds would still groan. I'm really entangled, my appearance with my apprentices will destroy Sun Wukong's growth, but if I don't appear, I don't care if they are looking for me all over the world, my disciples are not very successful. Corners of Pound's mouth twitched, looking at Sun Wukong, who was desperate for food. Sun Wukong, you have to come on, the future of the earth still needs you. Sun Wukong ate the big fish in front of him regardless of it. Chapter 54. On the other side, after the Turtle Immortal and Burmei Amucha and the others moved the Turtle Immortal house to a place that they thought was very safe, the Turtle Immortal flew a plane alone to find the Dragon Ball, trying to summon the Divine Dragon by looking for the Dragon Ball to destroy the Piccolo Great Demon King. Only Yamcha, Bulma, Oolong and Pool were left in the Turtle Immortal house, and Yamcha did recovery training, and Bulma made a container for Klin's body to hold Klin's body. The Piccolo Demon King suddenly woke up when Simbolo died, and was trying to call Simbolo through the demon's secret technique, hoping to get a response from Himbaru. Pirav's funny trio looked at the anxious Piccolo Demon King in horror, and tried to pat himself on the back and say what a good child Simbaru was, and it was impossible for the martial artists of the earth to defeat Simbaru, so that the Piccolo Great Demon King could relax. Directly provoked the Piccolo Demon King, and angrily yelled at the 3 of them. Simbaru, it is a child that I gave birth to after labor pains, how can you people understand my sorrow, my dear Simbaru, he died to get this Dragon Ball, so to speak, it was killed by the guy who owns this Dragon Ball. It must be so, it must be like this. The Pirav trio had also tried to comfort the Piccolo and calm the Piccolo's anger. Lord Piccolo Great Demon King, it is impossible for anyone in the world to be able to kill a powerful demon warrior, maybe you have misunderstood, Great King. But he was angrily questioned by the Piccolo Archdevil, and asked Pirav's funny trio to tell him that the child he gave birth to, Sinbaru, why did he die? Why? After speaking, the Piccolo Archdemon gritted his teeth and said to himself, no matter which person it is, as long as you don't respect my Piccolo Archdemon, I'll show you what kind of tragic fate it will be. After speaking, he used the demon's secret technique to make a wireless telephonic call to Dan Balin, who was looking for a martial artist and killing. Dan Balin had just approached Yamcha to ask for the address of the Kames Enya, and then the stupid Bulma directly told them where they used to live, and then, after a brief fight, was about to kill Yamcha. The Great Demon King Calres. Lord of the Great Demon King. Damn Baron, my son, your brother Simbaru was killed, and you now go and kill him. Yes. After saying that, Dan Balin flew up and looked at Yamcha mockingly. "Count yourself lucky, I'll kill you next time." The turtle immortals over there also used the turtle faction Qigong in the Antarctic to destroy an iceberg and found a 2-star Dragon Ball, and exchanged it for another Dragon Ball in the hands of a couple with children. In this way, the turtle immortal seems to have collected 4 Dragon Balls very easily. At the same time, after eating some beru, Achilobe listened to the story of Dragon Ball told to him by Son Goku. Archirobe picked up his 1-star Dragon Ball and stared at it blankly. "I still can't accept it. I still can't believe that just finding 7 of these glass beads can grant a wish to anyone who summons a dragon." Sun Wukong looked at Archilobe seriously. "It's true, I started looking for the Dragon Balls in order to resurrect Klin. No matter what, I have to find these 7 Dragon Balls." After looking at Sun Wukong's determined eyes and clenched fists, Archilobe clasped his hands in front of his chest, shrugged his shoulders, and said easily, "If it were me, I would rather eat a little full." Sun Wukong clenched his hands, his eyes breathed fire, and he gritted his teeth and said, "However, at present, I have another more important thing that I must do. I swear I'm going to take down the guy who killed Klin." Seeing this, Yachilobe turned around and left directly, and Sun Wukong followed him with a dead face. "Why are you following me? I said that as long as you carry the Dragon Balls, those people will find you. Although you say so, it's actually you trying to steal the Dragon Ball while I'm not looking." "Right?" Sun Wukong retorted angrily. "It's not. But you also want this glass ball, right?" "I've already explained to you about the Dragon Ball, and when I find the other 6 planets, can you lend me a bit?" Archirobe bared her teeth and said in a low voice to Sun Wukong, "Don't lie to anyone. It's true, I just want to avenge Clint and resurrect him. I'm not going to take this glass ball. Lend it to you, and I'll find a place to sell it at a high price." After saying that, Archilobe turned around and walked quickly, trying to get rid of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong hurriedly followed. Archilobe couldn't stand Sun Wukong, who was following behind his ass, and turned to look at Sun Wukong angrily. "Don't follow, Sun," Wukong said with a serious face. "I'm following Dragon Ball, not you." "Archilobe, you kid. When I meet such a shameless person, there is no solution." Then he kept running forward, but after the two competed, there was still no way for Archilobe to get rid of Sun Wukong. The two were hungry, and after catching a fish and eating it, Archilobe looked at the turbulent river, had a plan, and immediately rushed over. Sun Wukong also followed, jumping over a big stone. Archilobe directly broke the big stone. Sun Wukong did not notice, and fell into the water. After a battle of wits and courage, Sun Wukong still caught up with Yachilobe, who was stopped by Dan Baron. Sun Wukong looked at Dan Balin in front of him and was very angry. "I'm full now, it's very different from before, you realize." Sun Wukong half squatted on the horse, put on a fighting posture, opened his mouth and looked at Dan Balin who was standing calmly in front of him. Dan Balin looked at Sun Wukong in front of him in surprise, and said with a mocking face, "Enlightenment, right?" Sun Wukong directly used multiple afterimage punches to directly startle Dan Balin. Taking advantage of Dan Balin's search for his figure, revealing a huge flaw, Sun Wukong directly kicked Dan Balin away with an elbow blow, and then several straight punches in the air, directly seriously injuring him, and then slashed Dan Balin to the ground with a double palm, fainting to death. Dan Balin had no power to fight back this time, and was directly stunned by Sun Wukong, and compared a scissor hand towards Dan Balin, who fainted to the ground. If Pang Zi saw Sun Wukong's current speed and strength, he would definitely complain fiercely, "The Scion's bloodline has awakened. It is really a serious injury, and the combat power has increased dramatically, waiting for 2 times, and a 3 times increase is terrifying." When Archilobe was about to eat, Dan Balin woke up. "Damn, how can our great demon warrior be knocked down by humans? With that, Dan Balin released a light cannon on Sun Wukong, which was flexibly avoided by Sun Wukong using the afterimage fist. Neither of them knew it, but they saw that Sun Wukong's clear afterimage was hit, and there were no bones. Dan Balin smirked. Ha ha ha, stupid, finally eliminated you. I told you a long time ago, it is impossible for our demon warriors to lose. Chapter 55. Akilobe half squatted and put his hand on his katana. Damn. As soon as the knife was pulled out, Sun Wukong's mocking voice was heard. You're stupid. That kind of trick, how could I not be able to dodge? What? Dan Balin gradually retreated in fear and flew away directly. Sun Wukong directly used the golden hoop stick, chased after him, and used the turtle school Qigong in the air to directly eliminate Dan Balin. The Piccolo Great Demon King sensed Dan Balin's death at once. It's dead, even Dan Balin is dead, what kind of monster is there in that place? When Gaku came down, he was confronted by Arkilobe. Hey, how can I eat it if you beat it into charcoal? I'm sorry, I forgot in my life. Then, look at the crackling flames. What? You've made all the fire. Arkilobe nodded rightfully, because that guy doesn't seem to be tasty when eaten raw. Now nothing is coming. Monkey King pointed to the dragon ball that Arkilobe was wearing and said, just wait a while, as long as you keep wearing that dragon ball, there will be bad people looking for you all the time. You'll have something to eat then. On the other hand, the worried Yamcha people still insisted on waiting for the Turtle Immortals to return from looking for the Dragon Balls, and the Turtle Immortals had begun to approach Sun Wukong. The Piccolo Archdemon also orders the Pisif Funny Trio to catch up with the two of Arkilobe and Monkey King. Soon, the two looked at the airship in the air in shock. Arkilobe listened to Xiao Wu's accidentally released voice and fell into deep thought. Piccolo Devil, I think I've heard of it. Sun Wukong looked at the sky angrily. I know, that guy from Piccolo, must be the boss of the search for the Dragon Ball monster. No, it's not. I heard myths when I was a kid. Akilobe's pupils constricted suddenly, and she cried out in fear. I remembered. As he spoke, he retreated, his whole body still trembling. After throwing the Dragon Ball directly to Son Goku, he turned around and ran, leaving the Monkey King confused. But the boss might be even more delicious. No need, I'm already full. After the Piccolo confirmed that it was Sun Wukong on the airship, he was angry and flew straight down. Sun Wukong looked at the Piccolo flying down. You're flying too, are you a disciple of Pounds? What Pounds, Tenunks? I'm the Piccolo Lord, and I ask you, did you kill Dambaran and Sambaru? Hey! I asked you first, are you the boss of the yokai who killed Kling and stole my Dragon Ball? Damn, I'm not mistaken, I won't forgive you this time. Piccolo Great Demon King looked at the angry little man in front of him, laughed. He was threatened by a little ghost and would not let him go. He really couldn't lift a knife when he was a demon. Look at you, little ghost, your martial arts cultivation is still very high, and the two warriors I sent out were defeated by you. I'm going to destroy you and snatch the Dragon Balls back from you. Akilobe hid far away and quietly entered the village to shoot. The angry Sun Wu, who was likened to an ant, directly began to attack, and a combination of punches directly knocked the Piccolo Great Demon King to the ground. However, the Piccolo Demon King stood up as if nothing had happened. Directly his eyes emitted red light, and Sun Wukong seemed to have been under a spell, unable to move directly. What the hell, I can't move. Then, Sun Wukong moved step by step under strong pressure, but was kicked by Piccolo, kicked into the sky, and then kicked Sun Wukong down from the sky. If Pounds were concerned, he would definitely complain that their fighting methods were single and boring, but it was a pity that he was already thinking about his own affairs. The Piccolo Great Demon King directly grabbed Sun Wukong's collar and lifted him up. "Oh, it's not bad, you haven't lost your breath yet." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said intermittently, "That still, use, say." Piccolo sneered and directly gave Sun Wukong a heavy punch in the face, and twisted it hard. Sun Wukong had no choice but to rely on his tenacious will to bite directly on the thumb of the Piccolo Great Demon King. He was dangled by the Piccolo and hammered directly to the ground. Then used the demon light killing cannon to try to kill Sun Wukong directly. Was deftly avoided by Sun Wukong. After several times, Sun Wukong was still hit by his strength. Then the process of being hit in a row begins. The Piccolo Great Demon King looked at the panting Sun Wukong and began to activate the villain's minute-long villain super skill. The villain talks a lot of skills. Sun Wukong took advantage of this to take a big breath and recover his strength. Just relieved his breath, the Piccolo Demon King had already attacked. Sun Wukong just found out that something was wrong, and was about to turn back, but he was hit again, and then he started a 3-minute hammer experience. No matter how much Sun Wukong increases his speed and strength, he can't hit the Piccolo Great Demon King, let alone defeat him. Sun Wukong is really dangerous now. The Piccolo Great Demon King looked at Sun Wukong, who fell to the ground and breathed heavily. "Ho ho 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 ho! What? Are you going to admit defeat?" Hearing this, Sun Wukong's combat power exploded, struggling to stand up, and he couldn't do any other movements. Seeing this, the Piccolo Great Demon King sneered. "No matter what you do, you can't win against me. Fight, can't fight, run, can't escape." It seems that he can only wait until he dies. Sun Wukong stubbornly stood up and heard the cynicism of the Piccolo Great Demon King. Begin to pose in the movements of the Turtle School Qigong. When the Piccolo Great Demon King saw it, he broke out in a cold sweat. "Is it difficult? Turtle Faction Qigong? No, it's not the demon ceiling wave, it scares me a lot." Then he didn't shy away from it, and went straight to eat Sun Wukong's Turtle School Qigong. "Great, totally hit. Hey!" Sun Wukong looked at the Piccolo Great Demon King who faced the Turtle School Qigong but was unharmed, and fell into despair. At this time, the sky has to give some atmosphere, and it will rain heavily. "Damn, he's so strong and terrible, no matter how hard I fight, I can't beat him." "That's right, since you can't beat it, just lie down in front of me like a dog." Hearing this, Sun Wukong stood up staggering again. Seeing this, the Piccolo Great Demon King directly clasped his hands and bent his arms, his whole body trembled, and for a while, the aura isolated all the rain. Soon, Sun Wukong fell to the ground, and once again he was out of breath, and the Piccolo touched Sun Wukong's right chest. Breathing stopped, already dead. After saying that, the confident Piccolo ripped off the Monkey King's Dragon Ball, flew directly to the airship and left. He didn't care about Akilobe, who was watching the battle from a distance. If Pounds knew, he would definitely complain about the importance of mending the knife. No matter where it is, the mending is important. Akilobe hesitated for a moment, preparing to bury Sun Wukong, only to feel Sun Wukong's heart beating. Then he carried him and ran straight to the river to let him drink enough water. Looking at the recovered Monkey King. "Your vitality is too strong, isn't it? What is your heart doing?" Sun Wukong put his hands on his knees and coughed repeatedly. "It's so hateful, I can't do anything about him." Next, Monkey King asked Akilobe to take him to Kailantat. Chapter 56. Akilobe agrees to take Monkey King to Kailantat at the cost of a full meal. Monkey King sat in Akilobe's car and set off towards Kailantat, and on the way, he learned the legend of the Piccolo Great Demon King from the mouth of Akilobe. Sun Wukong fell asleep soon because of his serious injuries. The Turtle Immortal also found 5 Dragon Balls and was chased by the Piccolo Great Demon King. He had to find a place to hide the Dragon Balls. Due to his solitary strength, the turtle immortal didn't know if he could snatch the dragon ball from the Piccolo Great Demon King. The turtle immortal looked at the Piccolo Great Demon King who had swallowed the dragon ball, so he had to come out to meet the Piccolo. If Pounds is here, maybe you can get by, and if I die, the hope of the world is in your hands. If he knew, and Pounds knew that Piccolo appeared and deliberately called Tianjin Fan and the others away, he was afraid that he would vomit blood. After any of Pounds' disciples lifted gravity, they could easily destroy the news of Piccolo, and when he knew about it, he might bleed. On the other side, the people hiding in the base are all looking at the gathered dragon balls. Bulma watched worriedly. Yamcha put down the teacup and sighed heavily. If I can keep up, I can do my part. No, I'm going to go to the soothsayer and calculate where Pounds is, and I need him to come out to do his part at this time. His disciples are all so powerful, maybe they are stronger than Old Man Se. Hey, I'm going to ask the soothsayer mother, are you going? Go. So, everyone immediately began to take out the universal capsule, and after putting the turtle fairy house in, they took out the plane and went to the soothsayer's place. The turtle immortal will be confronting the Piccolo Great Demon King. Looks like you're trying to challenge me? Sneered twice, it's no wonder, you must have heard my legend before you dared to challenge me, right? The turtle immortal looked coldly at the tall Piccolo Demon King in front of him. It's not the first time I've met. You're talking less nonsense, you said you've seen me before. Of course, that's why I'm going to collect Dragon Balls to destroy you. So, you've given up. Why? Because, I already have a way to destroy you without the need for a dragon. Piccolo Great Demon King laughed, and suddenly, the Piccolo Great Demon King saw the appearance of the turtle immortal, and he seemed to be familiar. How? Piccolo Great Demon King's Adam's apple choked slightly. Soon attacked the turtle immortal several times, but the turtle immortal did not fight back, no matter what means it used. The turtle immortal always looked at the Piccolo Great Demon King with sharp eyes. What's the matter? What the hell is this old man? Turtle immortal wiped the corners of his mouth. I don't want to do anything with you at all. Hey! It's a pity that my martial arts can't hurt half of your hair at all. But, I have a way to seal you. Piccolo Demon King laughed. You don't talk big there. I just said, it's not the first time I've seen you, it's not like I'm talking nonsense again, alarmist, I once fought with my master and junior brother, have you forgotten? The Piccolo Great Demon King had a gloomy face. What did you say? Hehe, my teacher's name is Wutedu, the same Wutedu who sealed you in the rice cooker back then. The Piccolo Great Demon King's Adam's apple twitched, his eyes widened, his whole body trembled, his whole body was sweating profusely, and soon the sweat fell like rain. Fear contorted his face. What? The Piccolo Great Demon King's pupils dilated rapidly, and he asked the turtle immortal in disbelief. Then what is your name? The turtle immortal did not reply. You can remember this thing when you look at it. After saying that, the turtle immortal took out the universal capsule, pressed the switch, and then released a rice cooker. The Piccolo Demon King looked at the rice cooker and the note attached to it. Frightened, the two trembled, and immediately recalled the scene at that time. No. No. No, it can't be. Of course, you must still remember. Because it was Mr. Wutedu who locked you in the rice cooker a long time ago and saved the world. Turtle Immortal, do a good fighting and offensive posture, clench your fists close to your sides, and then stretch forward, the middle finger of your right hand is bent, your thumb is naturally extended, and the rest of your thumbs are slightly bent. The left hand is first the back palm and then the eagle talon. Then move your hands back and forth quickly, make a twisted mudra, and then raise your hands flat on your chest, your right hand on top, 4 fingers together and your thumb bent on your middle finger, palm outward, left hand down in the same position, just palm inward. Delay for a moment, then stand in front of your forehead with your left hand behind your left hand and your right index and middle finger together. Finally, put your palms together and gradually cross your fingers. After a dazzling stamp, each with its middle finger pointing upwards. Work hard. The whole mountain began to shake, and the airships in the air gradually shook and began to lose their shape. The Piccolo King immediately flew quickly into the sky. It's a pity that he was gradually pulled into the rice cooker by the skill of the turtle immortal with the sealing demon wave. After a long stalemate, he almost didn't seal the Piccolo Demon King. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be off. The Piccolo Great Demon King, who escaped from the ascension, gasped for breath in frenzy. It's a shame that it failed. The turtle immortal has exhausted all of his strength. The turtle immortal propped his knees on one hand and said weakly. But, if you think that you can rest easy, then you are simply wishful thinking. Stop. I believe that one day, one person will be able to defeat you and save the whole world. After saying that, the turtle immortal couldn't hold back any longer and fell heavily to the ground. Sun Wukong, who had been sleeping deeply, suddenly woke up. He felt it again, felt the ominous premonition, felt the death of the turtle immortal. Achilob looked at Sun Wukong strangely. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Isn't it painful? Sun Wukong was unable to speak, and the spirit he had just mentioned weakened again, and the whole person collapsed on the seat. Well, there's something bad about it, I don't quite know. Something happened to you where you were injured. The Piccolo, who escaped by chance, hides his fear with laughter. Hey 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 he hey he, finally dead, you big idiot. Even then, I'm going crazy. Unexpectedly, there are still people who will seal the magic wave. However, you're also dead, and now I'm not afraid of anyone. And besides, I've found all the Dragon Balls. In this way, the Turtle Immortal faction, except for the last Yamcha, was completely damaged. The only one left is the Monkey King, who is heading towards Kalen Tat. Their faction was tragically lost at the hands of the Piccolo Great Demon King. The Piccolo Demon King summoned a dragon. For a while, the whole world watched as it suddenly got dark. Sun Wukong, Bulma, Yamcha, and others are all worried about the safety of the Turtle Immortals. It seems that this time the Piccolo guy can easily achieve his dream. Piccolo Great Demon King looked at his young body, felt the power he had not seen for a long time, and actually killed the Divine Dragon directly, preventing the rest of the people from stopping him by summoning the Divine Dragon. Chapter 57. Pang Zi saw that Sun Wukong had no major incidents, but after being injured and becoming stronger, he didn't pay much attention to it. Since my own disciples have praised themselves as the masters of the Qi sect, then I have no choice but to carry forward the culture of Huaxia in this world. Tianjin Rice is the main martial arts, but after this time, you have to start practicing martial arts and then enter the Genki realm. Only by entering the Genki realm can you use a lot of my Huaxia Dao method like dumplings, otherwise if it is all Qi, he still mainly relies on various Qigong waves to fight the enemy, which is too mentally retarded. Dumplings have now become the climate, and they must have been a generation of grandmasters in the original ancient times. The remaining 8 people, now it seems, will be at least 3 years before they can go out alone to face the subsequent disaster. The 10 of them follow me, trust me, you have to teach them some real things, now they will just be some 4 dislikes, they imitate the legendary moves, they skillfully use the Qi of this world as the foundation, and when they show it, they should be weaker than the original moves and Taoism, and again, this world is all martial arts cultivation, and when you finish singing the Taoism, you will basically be killed in seconds. Watch them be trained wildly by Dumpling using gravity in the distance. Pounds thoughtfully. However, the culture of Huaxia is too huge, and even he, a person who has read all the contents, is pieced together. Suddenly, Pound's eyes froze, looking at Tianjin Rice, who was still training hard and unknowing, looking at his distance of only 1 centimeter. According to his current level of hard work, in 3 days at most, he will be able to perform teleportation smoothly. Pounds carefully searched his mind for books he could use to refine his herbology theory. The first of the group classics, The Book of Changes, must need me to add it. Tianxingjian, the gentleman is constantly striving for self-improvement, the terrain kun, the gentleman is virtuous, and there are many Taoist classics, medical works, and so on. Thinking of this, Pang Zi carefully flipped through the Taoist books, sorted out the books first, and made an outline. The Nanhua Sutra, Tao Te Ching, and Zhou Yi in the 3 Taoist mysteries must be added. The following 13 classic books, such as Tai's Hang Induction Chapter, Gao's Hang Jade Emperor's Collection of Classics, Lao Zi Zishan Sutra, Kongxue Sutra, Wenqi Sutra, Huangting Sutra, Duran Sutra, Tongxian Sutra, Dongling Sutra, Treatise on Sitting and Forgetting, Chongyang Jiao 15 treatises, Yuan Shidong Zhen Sutra, Tai's Hang Suhuang Tianzun 49 sutras, and so on. Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts are not separated, they must study medicine. In this case, medical works should also be added to the Yellow Emperor's Niajing Suwen and Lingshu, Sheneng's Materia Medica, Treatise on Typhoid Fever and Miscellaneous Diseases in the Treatise on Typhoid Fever and Jingkui Yalu, Difficult Scripture, Differentiation of Warm Disease, Zhongzhang Sutra, Pulse Meridian, Acupuncture and Moxibustion A and B Sutra, Yellow Emperor. Niajing Taisu. The 4 small classics of 3 characters of medicine, medicinal properties, Tang Tu Song and Pulse of the Lake began to study medicine. There are also various secrets of martial arts, all kinds of practice techniques. I really think about it more and more. Pang Zi looked at the disciples who were working hard in the distance, his face full of comfort. By the way, there are also various exercises in this world. I have collected turtle immortals, crane immortals, and cat immortals, and when the time comes, there will be heavenly gods and so on. The end of the earth is a group of scions and frozen demons, as well as the exercises and tricks of various strange races in the back. Pounds looked at the group of little ones over there again, his eyes full of apologies and pity for them. He didn't think about it himself, but he remembered much more than that. In this way, as long as Pang Zi sorts out the cultivation methods and systems of martial arts, and Taoism that belong to the Qi sect, it is very simple for future generations to move forward along Pang Zi's path, and more importantly, to reach his current 6th order strength. The lifespan of human beings can reach 600 years, and if nothing else, normal cultivators should have 1 million combat power, and he is a pervert and is excluded. It's successful, I've succeeded. Pounds looked at Tianjin Rice, who had moved half a meter away, and the corners of his mouth sketched a smile. But he still scolded Tianjin Rice. What is the success? Why do you succeed? Half a meter away, your long and deathly forward swing, everyone can surpass you. Master, the senior brotherhood has teleported. What's the matter? It's very powerful to be able to move instantly. How many meters have been moved? I'll see if Tianjin Rice gives dumplings and told you to talk nonsense, and I will be criticized. Pounds looked at the struggling apprentice and didn't say anything. Tianjin Rice, you speed up yourself, try to complete the cultivation in these 3 days, and I will send you and the dumplings over. Yes, master. Pounds ignored them. Instead, I continued to think about how to organize my system. Bulma and Yamcha finally arrive at the palace of the soothsayer, hoping that the soothsayer can help them calculate the traces of Pounds and his party. Pounds? I'll take a look. They. Soothsayer got down from her divination ball, and after a dazzling operation. Are you sure you're asking the wrong question? Bulma looked curiously at the unintelligible orb. What's wrong? I haven't found this person on the whole earth, there is no such person on the earth. Bulma yelled. How is it possible, my brother and I have only been separated for more than 2 years now, how can there be no such person on the earth? The soothsayer had to do it again. There's really no such person, you see the divination ball doesn't show anything. You don't talk nonsense. Yamacha looked at the divination ball and Bulma and the soothsayer who were arguing, and muttered to herself thoughtfully. You say, could it be that the divination ball can't find pounds? Nonsense, there is nothing that cannot be found in the divination ball, unless his strength is very strong. Yamacha's eyes lit up. Divination mother-in-law, you divinate the turtle immortal and the Piccolo demon king. The divinery mother-in-law muttered, this is 2 people, and you need to charge 2 people. You're not verbose, Pounds didn't even figure it out. It's a test. The soothsayer mother-in-law looked at the vicious Bulma and agreed profusely. Soon, the divination revealed that the turtle immortal had died, and the Piccolo Great Demon King began to set out towards the king's castle. Everyone was taken aback, and they were all a little panicked. Bulma had forgotten to inquire about Pounds. You check Sun Wukong. Soon. The picture of Sun Wukong sitting in the car with his dying breath has appeared. It's Wukong. Wukong isn't dead, it's great. Yes. It's great. Yamacha was anxious. Mother-in-law, you can divinate Tianjin rice. They. Soothsayer muttered, these are the first ones. If you are told to divination, you will divination, and you will not be short of money. Looking at the fierce and vicious Bulma, the diviner mother-in-law immediately confessed. Tianjin rice doesn't have this person. Bulma was anxious, look, she really can't do it, but she can't find out if there is this person. Nonsense, I can't go wrong with my divination. Yamacha's deep eyes seemed to have discovered something. Diviner mother-in-law, can you find out where a man named Twiba Rainstorm is? In order to prove herself, the diviner mother-in-law didn't say a word, and immediately started fighting. No, she began to cast spells. Soon, the divination ball showed that there were several companions in a forest. This chapter is wrong, changed the name omitted. Chapter 58. Yamacha suddenly said emotionally. Yes, it's them, where are they? Pounds, who was thinking, suddenly moved his eyes slightly. Oh! Clever! Found the kid in the rainstorm. It's a pity that my strength is not strong enough, otherwise I will forcibly cut off the cause and effect line, and it will be up to you to investigate. Thinking of this, the vitality permeated the past. In a big forest, in the southwest. Poof! The divination mother-in-law suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and her divination ball was visibly cracked open. The divination mother-in-law lay in Yamacha's arms, and said weakly. Yes, there are strong people, violence has destroyed my divination, and now, the spell is backlashing, I'm afraid, I can't help you. As soon as the words fell, the divination mother-in-law faked her death and prepared to hide, and directly pretended to burp. Mother-in-law! Mother-in-law! Is it Pounds? Why does Pounds want to kill people, and he is not willing to help us? Bulma, let's bury my mother-in-law and then set off to find the Monkey King, now only he can stop the Piccolo. Bulma choked up with tears in her eyes and replied. Good. They. Monkey King had already reached the foot of the Kalanta with the help of Archelope. Sun Wukong saw the cautious UPA, and after a brief conversation, the two immediately said that they needed to climb the tower and then find the god Karin. To put it mildly, in the end, he used fairy beans to seduce Archelope, so that he agreed to climb the Kalanta with Sun Wukong on his back. At night, Archelope angrily questioned the Monkey King behind him. Don't go too far, no matter how hard you climb, you still can't see the top of the tower. Sun Wukong said weakly, it's almost here. Shut up, you've been repeating this since the beginning. Really? I really shouldn't have fallen for you just to get enough to eat. After speaking, he glanced at the bottomless body. Oh girl, it's impossible to climb down now. Come on. Shut up, damn it. I'm so unlucky to be involved in these things. After saying that, taking advantage of the night, Akilobe still tried to climb up. After a persistent crawl, the two of them finally reached the top of the Kalanta Tower. Hey, look, isn't that the top of the tower? Akilobe didn't get a response, and turned to look together, their breath smoking. Damn, you kid, get up, the top of the tower is here. Get up. It's almost there. Akilobe looked at the top of the tower with an appetite, and as she climbed hard, she drooled. This top of the tower is like delicious food. Bulma and the others buried the fake death of the soothsayer and left. On the way, Bulma and the others changed their minds and went to the place where the Dragon Balls disappeared to have a look. Even if they already knew that the Turtle Immortal had failed and the Piccolo Great Demon King had won, they still wanted to come and see it, and maybe they could still find the corpse of the Turtle Immortal, waiting for the resurrection of the Divine Dragon in the future. Yamcha, go down, this is the place where the Dragon Balls last disappeared. Okay, let's go down and have a look. Yamcha stopped the blonde lanky's actions. No, let's see what happens. Oolong nervously asked. Hey, it's going to be fine. I said a long time ago, don't come to such a strange place, really. As soon as Oolong's words fell, Bulma suppressed Oolong. Ah, that's it, go down, that's Teacher Wushin. Yamcha immediately began to land. Woo, Teacher Wushin. I'm worried that the capsule boat I brought in case will actually come in handy. Damn. Bulma, now it's just me and Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan they may not come out to stop the Piccolo Great Demon King, we will go to meet Sun Wukong now and discuss countermeasures. Bulma, they're going to load Teacher Wushin's body into the capsule boat. Damn, we can only wait until next year to collect the 7 Dragon Balls again and summon the Divine Dragon to resurrect them. Oolong made a clever discovery at this time. Look, look! Bulma and the others hurriedly ran over and looked at the 7 identical stones in front of them. No, no, it can't be, it's probably fake. Yamcha looked at the stone. Could it be that Shenlong was also killed by that guy? Bulma, let's set off immediately to find Sun Wukong, and we can only join him up. Akilobe, with all her strength, finally climbed to the top of the tower, where she lay on her back gasping for air. After a lot of hard work, I finally climbed up. Thank you, Akilobe. The cat fairy hid aside. I was able to climb up with Sun Wukong on my back. This guy doesn't seem to be an ordinary person, there have been many powerful people recently, Pang Zi, Sun Wukong, Tao Bibai, this kid called Akilobe, this world is so salty and dangerous. Lord Carlin, long time no see. Akilobe immediately sat up and looked at the cat man in front of him. What? This guy is an immortal. Sun Wukong stepped forward. Aye. You don't have to say more, I know it all. What do you know? The cat fairy looked up at Sun Wukong. It's a mess to lose the battle with the Piccolo Great Demon King, isn't it? Strange, how do you know? You forgot that I can read minds. What's more, because it's so boring above, I often peep below. When Akilobe heard this, he was startled, and immediately ran to the edge of the tower, and stood on the tower, looking at the rolling clouds, and he could not see the bottom. Akilobe asked suspiciously. From? Can you see from here? Of course you can't see it there, the cat fairy pointed to the location. Then Akilobe experienced the same thing as Monkey King at the beginning. Exclaimed, that's it, Immortal, you are really amazing. The cat Immortal looked at Sun Wukong in front of him. Wukong, what are you looking for me? Sun. Wukong said weakly. The cat Immortal turned around and pulled something out of one place. Wait, I'll treat your injuries first. After speaking, he took out a large jar of fairy beans and gave one to Sun Wukong. When a Kilobe found out that it was a fairy bean, she was furious. Take advantage of the fact that the cat fairy is not paying attention. Grabbed the fairy beans in the hands of the cat immortals. I've suffered so much for this kind of bean. After saying that, he grabbed a bunch of them and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Then regardless of it, he stuffed the fairy beans into his mouth one after another. What? These beans don't taste good at all. After eating 7 or 8 handfuls, he suddenly froze, and then the jar also fell to the ground. Straight to the ground. Sun Wukong laughed at a Kilobe. Ha ha ha, as long as you eat one of this fairy bean, you cannot eat for 10 days. After speaking, he threw the fairy bean in his hand into his mouth, and after a while, Sun Wukong became energetic at a speed visible to the naked eye. How's it going? Is the scarred body getting better? Sun Wukong said happily, really? It's recovered, haha. After speaking, he was doing various martial arts movements on the top of the tower. Seeing this, the cat fairy broke out in a cold sweat. This, how is this possible? His strength has increased more than 3 times, and in the blink of an eye, his strength has doubled. Chapter 59. After Sun Wukong was happy for a while, he didn't care about the sleeping Yakilobe. Presented his thoughts to the cat fairy. It turns out that you want me to be your training teacher. I hope you teach me again. The cat fairy looked at the longing monkey king. Unfortunately, I really don't have anything to teach you. Looking at the stunned Sun Wukong. I understand your mood very well, but in terms of your current skills, you have far surpassed me. What about then? The gap between you and his skill is too big, and even teacher Wushan was killed by him. It was like a thunderbolt from the blue. What? Damn ah! In this way, I will never see the old man again. Sun Wukong's mind kept recalling the scenes of the old grandfather of the turtle immortal. From meeting the turtle fairy on the beach, to the turtle fairy extinguishing the fire, to letting yourself go to find a beautiful woman to come back, to following the training, to lying down under the big tree to rest. I thought of the Piccolo Demon King again. Damn! That guy, why? After saying that, he turned around and prepared to get off the tower. Stop, what do you want to do? You're just going to die. I just tried my best, the old man was also killed, and I am going to take revenge now. Wait, you're going like this, you're going to die. I don't care about anything anymore. If this continues, there is no way for me to calm down. There are 2 other ways to strengthen you and 2 ways to kill the Piccolo Great Demon King, don't you want to hear about it? Sun Wukong suddenly jumped in front of the cat fairy. The first one is a guy called Pounds, he can definitely make you stronger, or he kills Piccolo, he can definitely kill Piccolo. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and his mind remembered what happened inside the gate of the demon realm, and then, there's no way to find him, what about the other? You become strong yourself, and then defeat him. Aren't you a cat immortal? Since you have the consciousness of mortality, drink the super divine water. Sun Wukong looked at the cat immortal suspiciously. Could it be that the super holy water I drank is a companion? No, the super holy water is ordinary water, and it is a lie. The supernatural water has a truly divine power in it. You have to trust me. Then, is it possible to become very powerful by drinking super divine water? Yes, but can you find the real super divine water? After the cat fairy finished speaking, he turned around and turned his back to Sun Wukong. At the end of the northern part of the world, there is a terrible iceberg maze. If you want to get super divine water, you must pass through that labyrinth, and in a dark cave deeper down, it is really difficult to find. Next The cat fairy told Sun Wukong in detail about the horror of this super divine water. How is it, Wukong, do you still want to go? Sun Wukong clenched his fists and said firmly. I want to go, and I must find the super divine water. Akirobe didn't want to follow, so he went down the floor by himself and found a separate jar, which he thought was a delicacy hidden by the cat fairy, and walked over with a sneer and lifted the lid. When the probe looked inside, he accidentally fell into it, and then inexplicably went to the far north of the world. Cat immortal, I don't have a somersault cloud. How much time will it take to get to the end of the ground? Said the cat immortal, pointing to the jar that Archelope had just dropped. That jar can go directly to the ice cave. The cat fairy saw Sun Wukong running over and was about to jump in. Wukong, you have to be careful there, be careful of the darkness. You said I had to be careful when it was dark. Yes, at night in an ice cave, the darkness can turn into creatures to confuse people, or to take people farther away from the darkness. Got it, I'll be small. Heart. Target. Sun Wukong didn't finish speaking, he jumped down with a swish, and only the aftermath sounded in the ears of the cat fairy. Bulma and Yamcha meet UPA in Kailan-tat. The two sides once knew each other, so naturally there would be no trouble. Damn, Teacher Wu Tian and Klin are dead, even Shenlong is dead. The blue-haired Lan Chi also sighed on the side. The old turtle looked at the turtle immortal who followed him. I still think that the door is open, and Teacher Wushan will come out of there. Pounds sent Tianjin rice and dumplings to a high-gravity alien planet, leaving them with more than 800 energy pills before returning. Pounds took out a fairy bean from his arms and played with it quietly. Without powerful experimental equipment, I can't even make a more powerful energy pill. Thinking of this, Pounds teleported to Kailan-tat in one instant. The cat fairy who was talking to himself was startled. Pounds, you. Cat immortal, long time no see. Oh, Pounds, you're here. Look, I've brought you something delicious. After Pounds finished speaking, he took out 2 capsules from his arms and handed them to the cat fairy. The cat fairy uncharacteristically did not take it excitedly immediately. Pounds, your strength should be much stronger than Piccolo, and you should also know that Piccolo is wreaking havoc on Earth. Why don't you stop it? There's no need, Turtle Immortal, Sun Wukong will be in charge of defeating him. The cat fairy was in a hurry, but the Piccolo will cause a lot of damage to the Earth. Cat Immortal, have you forgotten about the Dragon Balls? But wasn't the dragon killed? Pounds stopped him. Don't be, I'm sure you should know, you just don't want to tell me. But it doesn't matter, I'm sure he'll be coming down soon. Pounds looked at the cat fairy, and looked at the cat fairy whose face had changed drastically with a smile. What do you want to do? Cat Immortal, you don't have to be excited, there's no big problem, it's just that Sun Wukong needs to exercise, don't worry. Well, your strength is strong, and I can't ask you to do anything, not to mention that you haven't done anything wrong on Earth. Pounds looked at the cat fairy on crutches. Cat Immortal, has Sun Wukong gone to find Chaishan Shui? The cat fairy was shocked. What? How would you know? Okay, no need to do this, I came this time to ask you for a batch of fairy beans, and I need to retreat and study him later. It's useless, only Kailan-tat can grow live beans in small quantities. Pounds didn't speak, looking at the cat fairy. If you take it to the people of Huaxia, the whole earth will plant it for you. The cat fairy looked at Pang Zi, who was silent, and muttered. That's my food, what should I do if I give it all to you? Isn't that 2 capsules of your favorite fish? The cat fairy had no choice but to take out 10 of them and hand them to Pounds. Pounds didn't take it. Cat Immortal, are you too stingy? Even if you give me 200, it won't affect you. The Cat Fairy shouted excitedly. Okay, okay, I'll ask for 100 pieces, and next time I'll bring you 2 capsules of fish, live fish, it's okay. The Cat Fairy was immediately overjoyed. Yes, yes. Pounds looked at the bag of fairy beans in his hand. Flipped it. Steady, I'll take 20 to experiment, it's not too much. Pounds. Cat Fairy, what's wrong? Is it really no problem for you to let Goku Belly face it alone? Don't worry. That guy is the future savior of the earth, these small setbacks are the time for him to grow, but you can't interrupt him, only by experiencing blood and fire, can he be reborn from the fire. I'm gone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Don't worry, I'll remember. Still fresh live fish. Pounds is gone. Chapter 60. The Cat Fairy looked at the disappeared Pounds, and after knowing that he was also paying attention, he was completely relieved. Although he has the name of an immortal, he does not have the ability of Pounds to know the future. Glanced at the Monkey King running in the jar, and slept on the bed leisurely. Pounds, who came back, looked at the 8 disciples who were still exercising hard. As soon as he collected the fairy beans, he said loudly to the lazy Twiba Flash. Shoulders and hips, elbows and knees, hands and feet, waist and strength, God and will, lightning, what are you doing? Yes, teacher. After a few days of hard thinking, Pounds finally knew how to open up the path of the Qi sect would be smoother. After the impact of the massive Chinese Taoist culture in his mind, he already knew that the quickest way was to open a sect to obtain a large amount of luck and directly push himself to the altar. This is the world of Dragon Ball. From the beginning of life to the end of the Daquan King used the vitality of the outer world, he himself through the study of Chinese culture to open up the martial arts internal force, the energy of the inner world, and then pry the energy of the outer world, so that he can now rely on the vitality of the outer world to exert a powerful Tao. But this world is mainly fists and feet, all kinds of magical Qigong cannons, vitality slashes and the like are all the same, and they are only released at the end. If you want to stabilize your strength, the sect you have established must have enough strength in this world to protect itself, and you need to develop all kinds of powerful combat skills, and you must be able to withstand the enemy's attacks at the beginning. Pang Zhi has decided that during this time, he will sort out the context of the 3 disciplines of martial arts, and even if he can, it would be best to directly create some various methods that he can use at present. Pang Zhi had already made up his mind, since the apprentices had revised the original Taoist law decision to the Qi sect law decision, and even gave themselves the title of the Lord of the Qi sect, then they had to do a good job. Teacher. Looking at the tall and heroic 2 people in front of him, Pounds patted them. In the past, it was your second senior brother who taught you, and now I have come to teach you the exercises of the Qi sect. Yes, thank you, teacher. Qi sect, refining Qi, practicing Qi and transforming gods, refining gods and returning to emptiness, refining void and merging the way, nourishing Qi with strength, controlling power with Qi, nourishing strength with Qi, and resisting the enemy with strength. The exercises you practice are the Wuji swallowing exercises that are given to you by the dumplings, which are mainly based on kinetic exercises supplemented by a small amount of spiritual practice. In the same way, this technique can greatly enhance your ability to resist blows, and when you practice to the end of the 4th stage, your physical strength will surpass that of your senior brother. Pang Zhi looked at the excited 2 and said, Don't be so happy, at most 10 years, the enemies you encounter are enemies that are 100 times stronger than the current senior brother, how will you deal with it then? I will teach you the martial arts and methods of the Qi sect. Thank you, teacher. Actually, strictly speaking, both martial arts and law belong to Gong, only one is used for the growth of the body itself, and the other is for you to use to defend against external enemies. Got it. Then the shameless Pang Zhi directly used the moves of Chinese history. Taught them a total of 12 kinds of physical power moves, such as the square-inch bagwazang, the yin and yang life and destruction fingers, the vast infinite step, and the divine and ghost silent legs, each of which has 108 basic changes according to the number of heaven and earth, and ordinary people don't want to learn all of them all their lives. Pang Zi looked at the two of them who had slowly woken up after receiving the message he had sent to them with his mind. Your junior brothers and sisters are relatively weak and can't bear my teaching, so you can teach them only after you have more understanding and careful practice, and only after you succeed can you get my permission to teach them. Looking at the two students who answered the question, Feng and Han Mei, Pang Zi muttered. I still have a skill to pass on to you. This skill does not cultivate the source qi, specializes in the physical body. This skill has a total of 9 layers, every 3 layers is a large level called the source qi star technique. When you have cultivated to the middle stage of the 4th level, you can accelerate the cultivation of the source qi. After you have cultivated to the 9th layer, you can continue to cultivate the 1st layer, and the cycle will continue on, theoretically, until the physical body is eternal and immortal. Pounds didn't stop it, he had already decided to start the retreat after this time, until the scions arrived, and they also needed to rely on their own strength to sense themselves through qi before they could come back. After this time, you can still practice here for 2.5 years, and after 2.5 years, you will leave on your own, and during this time, you will have to take good care of your junior brothers and sisters, and at the same time, you will also have to supervise their cultivation. Teacher. Teacher. After the end of the martial arts meeting, I said that you will have 2.5 years at most, and then you will need to go out on your own. If you 8 senior brothers and sisters can be together, of course, even if you are separated from each other, you must love each other. They. 2 of them choked up and said, Understood, teacher. You can't teach them what I'm saying now, and you can't start teaching until they reach your current strength. As for the martial arts moves, I'll naturally let you know when I think you can. Yes. When your strength is sufficient, I will naturally pass on the other method to you. Let's go down. Thank you, teacher. Pounds looked at the backs of the 2 and the shouts of the other 6, turned and left. Where they went, no one knew. But Pounds said this, as soon as he passed it on, and when he turned around, he had already shown his students that I was now the master of the Qi sect. Sun Wukong and Archelope, who accidentally fell, are running wildly in the ice cave. It wasn't that they wanted to run, but they were forced to run. He and Archelope couldn't defeat the ice monster no matter what, and were forced to run wild in a bad position. In the end, the 2 fell together into the cave that the cat fairy said, and after a long hike in the dark cave, the 2 finally separated one by one and went up to the bottom. Sun Wukong miraculously found that the turtle immortal was still alive, and he was excited, so he followed the turtle immortal unsuspectingly. Then I saw a large family in the turtle fairy house, and then finished eating. Some people who are familiar with the Monkey King who are transformed by monsters try to confuse Wukong and let him stay here. After Sun Wukong insisted on finding Super Shen Shui, he was constantly attacked by the fake turtle immortals. Sun Wukong was also angry and attacked him. When the 2 were deadlocked, the foodie Archelope didn't know what was going on, fell from above, and hit Sun Wukong directly. The 2 almost fell again, but fortunately, Sun Wukong was quick and caught Archelope. Sun Wukong was tempted by the fake turtle immortal to let go of Archelope and told him where the super divine water was, but unfortunately who was Sun Wukong? It was a simple and terrifying character, and nothing could shake his determination. Sun Wukong was abused all over his body, and he was constantly asked to let go, trying to shake Sun Wukong's faith. Chapter 61. Soon, the fake turtle fairy disappeared. The 2 felt the earth shake, thinking they were going to fall under the cliff, and they were shouting and screaming. The illusion disappeared, and it turned out that Sun Wukong and Archelope were just lying on the flat ground, and Sun Wukong was still holding a stone in one hand. Soon a pool of water appeared in front of the two of them, and a human head appeared. The human head that appeared told Sun Wukong that the super divine water was a very strong poisonous water, and if he didn't have extraordinary physical and mental strength and vitality, he would die after a while. However, the super divine water can attract and burst out all the power in your own body, and if you don't have the hidden energy, even if you drink the super divine water, there will be no change. Archirobe asked the head worriedly. How many people have drunk the water, and told them that there were 14 people who had drunk the water, but not a single one alive. Sun Wukong ignored the persuasion of Archirobe, but still insisted on drinking. Archirobe watched Sun Wukong pour a little, and drank a little himself, and then shouted with trembling all over his body, which scared Sun Wukong a lot. You're so nosy, and I'm scared. After speaking, Sun Wukong still resolutely drank the super divine water. After several hours of fighting, Sun Wukong even showed the power of a gorilla to shock the cat immortals. Sun Wukong climbed out of the cat immortal's jar with the elongation ability of the golden hoop stick using Archilobe. On the other side, Tianjin rice and dumplings were on a hypergravity planet without any living people, and the two had to adjust the gravity of the gravity suit to 0, even so, the two of them could not move, so they could only lie there. Senior brother, is the master trying to kill us? Don't talk nonsense, we only have 2.5 years, the master left us 800 energy pills, 400 pills for one person can allow us to use for 4,000 days, during this time, we must complete the cultivation during this period of time, go back, the master said, the general trend is coming, we must not miss it. Well, besides, if we can't leave, we'll die here. The corners of Tianjin Fan's mouth twitched and looked at the innocent dumplings, but did not speak. Heaven and earth are infinite, the universe is immeasurable, the master of the Qi sect, the end of the world is close at hand, teleportation. The atmosphere of the audience was the most embarrassing, and there was no movement. Senior brother, let's get up first and then walk slowly. So the two brothers began to cultivate on this unknown planet. As for how Pounds sent the two of them here, who knows if there is gas here. Cat Immortal, I feel an amazing demonic aura, in the direction of the Piccolo Great Demon King. The Cat Star Man asked Sun Wukong in disbelief, this, you can also sense this? I'll set off to destroy him now, maybe I can do it this time. Come on, we believe in you. By the way, I have something for you. Sun Wukong looked at the turtle immortal in surprise. Subsequently, in Sun Wukong's bewildered expression, the cat immortal summoned a large somersault cloud to come over. It's really a big lump, super big kind. Wow! It's really a somersault cloud, it's a big lump. After Sun Wukong said thank you, he jumped down, and the anxious Archilobe danced with his hands. Seeing that there was no way to stop it, so he had to blindfold his hands and be an ostrich. Then he watched in amazement as Sun Wukong flew around above the clouds. Archilobe, you go with me. What's the joke? I'm not going, I don't want to die so soon. Yeah. Archilobe looked at the Monkey King who was leaving quickly. Hurry, what is that? It's still a somersault cloud, which can control the direction with people's will. Then, you can also give me a little. You are not blessed. Hey, you're discriminating. For a while, each of them was acting separately. Sun Wukong drove the somersault cloud to Keithruhin to find the Great Demon King. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling were training on a supergravity uninhabited planet, and Pounds didn't know where he went. The Piccolo Demon King is playing a lottery game, which happens to be where Bulma's house is. Number 29 Western Capital. What? Zadu? My mom and dad are there. Damn, where are you, Pounds? Parents are in danger. No, I can't wait, I'm going to find him myself. Calm down, Bulma, it's useless for us to go, let's wait for Sun Wukong to come down first. The poor group waited under the Kalanta for a few days without waiting for Sun Wukong, and they didn't know that Sun Wukong had already gone to Kesluyan to find the Piccolo Demon King directly. Ya Chilob, a foodie, was also excited when he saw Sun Wukong driving a somersault cloud, and after the cat fairy didn't give it to him, he jumped down by himself. He didn't believe that stupid boy could sit on a somersault cloud, he couldn't. When a Kilob landed, it was a series of questions from Yupa. You said Wukong, that stupid man, he just went to find the Piccolo Demon King. When Bulma heard this, she immediately ran to the plane. We rushed over immediately. Hey, you guys! Yamcha and Oolong and others also immediately followed. On the other side, Mrs. Brive and the doctor gathered in front of the television, and Mrs. Brive breathed a sigh of relief. Great, the capital of the West, my dear, is not the area where Bulma lives. It's great, I don't know how Pounds and Tays are, how many years have passed, and there hasn't been a single news. Mrs. Brive smiled and said, my dear, Pounds and Tays are so clever that they will be fine. But, my dear, is Zita where we live? And the two fools reacted. Bulma was on the plane trying to call home, but no one answered. Dr. Brive, this is going to be grabbing pets and packing up. Hey, madam, hurry up, we're going to run for our lives. Mrs. Brive found her little black cat, Jade, and said to the kitten. All right, let's go together. Xiao, are you hiding from your mother? Honey, when is it, are you still in the mood to joke? Dr. Brive was laughing when he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, I forgot to water the flowers this morning. Oh no, Hanaki must be grunting with hunger. Then hurry up and do it, you can help me too. Okay, no problem with me. Bulma was on the plane and was very worried about the situation at home, but she had no choice but to hope that Sun Wukong would stop it quickly. Damn, Pounds, where the hell have you been? Your house is going to be destroyed by the Piccolo Devil, you know? Hurry up and stop it, damn it. Mom and Dad are in danger. Sun Wukong will be on the somersault cloud with high morale, and he rushed to Kesluyan to find the great Demon King. But unfortunately it is far from being able to quench his thirst. The Piccolo Demon King has already begun to attack. Chapter 62. Inside the King's castle in Kethrujan. Piccolo, the flying ship is ready. Very well. Then go to the capital of the West. It is a pleasure to see the suffering of human beings. With that, the Piccolo Demon King stood up laughing, and took off with his bird-headed men. Sun Wukong, who was on the somersault cloud, suddenly sensed the breath of the Piccolo Great Demon King and quickly changed direction, and he immediately followed the change and chased after him. It's a pity that Sun Wukong set off too far from Kalantat, and Piccolo was soon over the western capital. Bulma, they watched the picture of the Great Demon King Vic on the plane. Mom and Dad. Damn, is it really too late? The Great Demon King didn't know about some people's anxieties, and even if he knew, it would only make him more excited. The Great Demon King's fingers were already lit up with beams. The western capital is full of traffic jams and aerial vehicles flying around. Dr. Brive and his wife had just finished cleaning up the flowers and plants in their villa. Bulma is still trying to contact the family, but unfortunately she can't get in touch. Mrs. Brive is standing in front of the mirror and wondering what kind of dress to wear. How about wearing this? It's so annoying. It's almost time to go out, ma'am. Mrs. Brive ignored it, and muttered to herself in front of the mirror. Will this dress be too tight, this one too loose, that color is not suitable for today. Brive took his cat and said weakly. Ma'am. Oh no, I forgot to go to the mall with the wife next door. That's terrible, ma'am. At this time, Bulma finally got through to the phone. Great. Mrs. Brive, without looking at it, picked up and said. I'm really sorry, Mrs. Lee, I can't go shopping with you. Because my husband said that if I don't leave now, I will die immediately. It's just a shame. I'll go with you next time, forgive me, that's all, I won't tell you, I'm leaving, bye. Bulma listened to her confused mother's voice on the other side of the phone, followed by a busy call. In a hurry, I continued to dial again. Everyone on the plane looked at the anxious Bulma and hurriedly comforted her. The Piccolo Great Demon King looked at the panicked crowd and laughed, already aiming his attack at the fleeing crowd. After admiring the fear of the crowd for a while, the Piccolo Great Demon King laughed directly and attacked the western capital, trying to destroy the city directly. Bulma looked inside the TV and shouted, "Daddy, Mommy, and..." The Piccolo Demon King laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha! The smoke and dust dissipated. I saw that the entire western capital was destroyed, except for the roundhouse of Dr. Brive's family, which was intact. What? 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 How is that possible? Piccolo, Yamcha, Oolong, Bulma were all amazed to see the intact house. Husband, what happened just now? I saw a layer of golden light outside the house. Drive. Brive also kept touching his chin with both hands, and slowly pondered. Yes. Madam, do you think it will be? Husband, did you say that Pounds stayed to help us? Dr. Brive looked at his wife. I want to say it too. At this time, a robot in the house suddenly moved on its own and flew out. It was the one that stopped Bulma at that time. Oolong made another sharp discovery. Bulma, look, that robot. Bulma was pleasantly surprised. It's Pounds, it's the robot left by Pounds. It protects Mom and Dad. Did you attack Dr. Brive's family? The Piccolo Lord looked at the robot in front of him. What kind of monster are you, you dare to talk to me in such a tone? According to the Master's orders, harm the lives of Dr. Brive's family, and even if it is an attempt, you will be punished by the Gazy Smart sub-program. As soon as the robot finished speaking, it disappeared directly, and then saw the Piccolo Great Demon King fall directly from the sky. Then a strange stream of colorful electrons ran directly through the Piccolo Great Demon King, making him powerless to get up again. The bird-headed man's eyes exploded on the flying boat. How could this brush up on the human, and the copy of the robot? No one told me that the copy of the robot was so difficult. The robot's eyes shot out a beam of red light and scanned directly at the bird-headed man. Threat level 0. The robot landed directly after saying this, leaving the bird-headed man aside and falling straight down. The bird-headed man was left in the air, not knowing whether to be happy or angry. Threat level 0. After scanning the Piccolo Demon King, the robot gave the same rating of 0 threat level, and then returned to Dr. Brive's house. The live broadcast signal sent it all out directly, and Bulma watched it all from the ship. Oolong stammered and said, This is the Pounds that Bulma scolded away, is the strength of the robot he made. It's terrifying. Yamcha was also drenched in a cold sweat. Okay, it's amazing. Blonde Lankai, Bulma, your brother is really a real man, you tell me, where is he? The old lady wants to marry her. Bulma was still shocked, but when she heard the blonde Lan Qi words, she immediately spat at her and said viciously, Lan Qi, let me tell you, you are not allowed to beat my brother's idea. What? Fertilizer and water do not flow into the fields of outsiders. Rabbits don't eat the grass next to the nest. The building near the water gets the moon first. I don't care, you can't beat my brother's idea anyway. Cut, stingy, there are good men who won't share. Sun Wukong suddenly sat on the somersault cloud in confusion. Well, what's the matter? The breath suddenly weakened. Oh no! Something happened. Sun. Wukong scratched his head suspiciously. After watching the robot enter, the Piccolo Demon King immediately got up panting in fear. Fly aboard a flying ship. His voice trembled and he said, Quick, get out of this place. His fear could be clearly heard. In the unknown, Pounds opened his eyes. There are vicissitudes in his eyes, the alternation of the sun and the moon, the vast stars, and the entanglements of the world. Guess's subroutine has been activated. Has it been 3 days outside? Pounds looked at his spotless clothes and slowly stood up. Pounds actually became 9 feet tall. Silently, the pound shrank little by little until it returned to its original size. Looked at it and nodded in satisfaction. It's been 3 years. It's been 3 years for me. This place is no worse than the spiritual time house of the heavenly God temple. It can be used as a place for disciples to experience in the future. Thinking of this, Pounds' hands were sealed, and soon the sky was covered with Pounds' handprints. Hongmeng is infinite, chaos is invisible, Taiji is invisible, heaven and earth return to the origin, the master of the Qi sect, disease. It can be seen with the naked eye. The entire space has become regular and organized, and even a square array has formed at the foot of Pangzi. Pounds panted and watched the secret realm formed. In the future, this place can be used as a secret realm for the growth of members of my Qi sect rank 5 to 7. With that, Pounds disappeared silently into the local area, appearing next to his own home on Earth. Good fellow, this boy Piccolo really wants to destroy the whole western capital. Chapter 63. After Sun Wukong felt the weak aura of the Piccolo Great Demon King change direction again, he immediately followed suit. Husband, is that a robot left by Pounds? Yes, that kid still cares about us. Well, then we don't need to move. Yes. Pounds shook his head, did not alarm anyone, and left without taking a cloud with him. Bulma, why didn't the robot left behind by your brother kill him, but let him go? How do I know? He never told me, he hid anything from me. Pounds' mind moved. Oh, are you still resentful of me after all this time? And then didn't care to look at the ground like that. The Piccolo Demon King trembled and landed from the flying ship. Soon Sun Wukong came in a somersault cloud. After a nourishing conversation, Sun Wu became angry and directly crushed the Piccolo Demon King. It's a pity, although I really want to fight you in your heyday, but for the sake of Klin and the old man of the Turtle Immortals, you can't forgive. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he knocked the Piccolo Great Demon King to the ground with a hand knife. Damn, if I hadn't been seriously injured, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you. Bulma, they're going to rush here, but they're going to have another 6 or 7 hours, and when they come, the daylilies will be cold. There will be no video broadcast, and I don't know the situation at the scene, so I am afraid. What? Why don't you attack it? Sun Wukong looked at the Piccolo Great Demon King with sharp eyes. What tricks do you have to use here? Attack with all your strength, let me see your true strength. You can see it, ha ha ha. After speaking, the Piccolo Great Demon King stood up tremblingly. Because I was injured by a monster that I don't know where it came from, if I fought with all my strength or wanted to recover from my injuries instantly, it would shorten my lifespan, and I never wanted to do this, but now it seems that if I don't do this, I shouldn't be able to. After saying that, the luck of the Piccolo seemed to be very painful, and soon the breath returned to its original state and even increased all the time, but the face of the young Piccolo Great Demon King turned out to be visible to the naked eye, and it became a middle-aged face. Fear. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with joy. In this way, I can use all my strength to eliminate you. You mean, you're not using your full strength, are you? If you don't believe me, just give it a try. Pounds watched the battle between the two below boredly, and a teleportation disappeared in place. As for where it went, no one knows. The Monkey King and Piccolo are still fighting fiercely in the place where Kesluyan was destroyed. Bulma, Yamcha, Blonde Lanky and the others were about to smoke the plane, and they kept rushing to Kethrujan's place. Sun Wukong jumped up from the hole as a turtle school Kigong. The incredible Piccolo Demon King said angrily, "This trick doesn't work for me. Piccolo raised his hands forward to resist Sun Wukong's turtle school Qigong, but he didn't expect the clever Sun Wukong to let the turtle school Qigong go around in a circle and hit the Piccolo. Great Demon King from behind. Somewhere in the unknown, a pitch-black man sniffed. God, I seem to feel people, but it can't be. You're probably scared by Piccolo, there's no one to come up here. Again, I'm suspicious. Soon, the two of them were panting, sweating profusely, and feeling very painful in their waists, which was really the exercise of a strong man. Finally, a signal came out on the way, and Bulma, and they heard the announcer's voice in the video. The Piccolo Demon King was being beaten by a child with a tail, and although the fight was not visible, it could still be seen when he stopped occasionally. Bulma excitedly said. Great, Goku rushed over, and Piccolo is about to be wiped out. After the Piccolo was injured, a huge amount of chi was gathered, and the two of them came to a pair of waves, directly seriously injuring the Piccolo again. Sun Wukong looked at the dying Piccolo. You come to your senses. Klin, the turtle immortal and so many innocent people's lives, you go to the funeral. They. Piccolo Great Demon King looked at Sun Wukong, who was still weak, and sneered, do you think I will fail? Your partner is dead forever. I just need to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Ha ha ha, I killed the dragon after I asked to restore my youth. A thunderbolt on a sunny day, Sun Wukong was shocked by the news. Damn, damn. Die, you. They. Angry Monkey King punched directly through the chest of the Piccolo Great Demon King, leaving a hole the size of the bowl, and at the same time knocked the Piccolo Great Demon King into the sky. The Piccolo Demon King looked at the big hole in his chest in disbelief. Don't think that my demons will disappear. With that, Piccolo gathered all the energy of his body, spit out an egg, and flew quickly into the distance. My child, one day I will avenge my father, and I must not let the root of evil be broken. With that, the Piccolo exploded. Then, the shockwave of this explosion not only almost blew up Akilobe's car, but also made him see the Monkey King. Therefore, he saved Sun Wukong's life. Sun Wukong, I'm here to help you defeat the Piccolo Great Demon King. Sun Wukong looked at Akilobe. Weakly, you're here again. After speaking, he laughed weakly first. What? Akilobe spun around angrily. But, then again, you're a great guy. My body is almost finished, said Akilobe, pointing to his car that was about to be scrapped. Then hurry up and get into my car. That's right. After saying that, Sun Wukong struggled to try to stand up on his own, but there was no way to do it. Akilobe had no choice, regardless of holding Sun Wukong, got into the car, and left. A reflection suddenly appeared in the distance, but unfortunately no one found it. Sun Wukong passed by Bulma and them again, and it should not be said that he missed it again. A familiar scene, Sun Wukong fell asleep in Akilobe's car again. The difference is that last time he was full of anger and wanted to improve himself to defeat the Piccolo Great Demon King, this time it was the peace of mind after killing the Great Demon King. However, in a hurry, Sun Wukong and Akilobe left Sun Wukong's own weapon at the scene of the battle. And who will end up with this artifact? After waiting for a long time, someone finally tried to come down and take a look. But there was no clue. It took 2 or 3 days before it was announced to the whole country. The Piccolo Demon King has been wiped out by the child with the tail, and peace has been restored to the country. Chapter 64. On the other side, Monkey King was once again carried by Akilobe on Kalen Tat. I met the Cat Fairy. Cat Immortals. Goku, you don't need to say it, I'll take care of your injuries. Cat Immortal, I'm hungry. You kid. After speaking, the Cat Fairy gave Sun Wukong a fairy bean and directly treated Sun Wukong. Next, the Cat Fairy said that now the world is peaceful, and Sun Wukong can also collect 7 Dragon Balls to resurrect the person killed by the Piccolo Great Demon King. When Sun Wukong heard this, his tone was sad and angry. It's useless, it can't be resurrected, Shenlong has been killed by that guy. The Cat Fairy looked at Sun Wukong dumbfounded, and then looked at Archelope, who was stupid like a pig and had no expression. The divine dragon has been killed by that guy. Then he lowered his head and looked at the ground at the top of the tower, and whispered. I see, that guy can actually kill the divine dragon. Sun Wukong clenched his hands into fists, his muscles tightened, and he gritted his teeth and said. Damn, if the divine dragon is still alive, I can have a way to resurrect everyone. There's no way. Wukong, everything is fate, some people die because of illness or accidents, they also have the same regrets, people still have to look forward. The Cat Fairy nodded in agreement. Archelope is right. And then continued. The most difficult problem is the souls of those who have been killed by the demons. Because they can't go beyond it, they can only wander in the universe in agony. Sun Wukong became even more angry, and said unwillingly to the cat immortal. Isn't this too pitiful? Is there no way to do it? Lord Carlin. Sun Wukong even changed his name. It's difficult, it's difficult. Since the dragon is not there, there is no way. The Cat Fairy was also thinking about whether there was a way, and the first thing that came to his mind was the magical pounds. No matter how strong he is immortal, and without the authority of the gods, there should be no way, let alone not finding him. What else can I do? Suddenly, the cat immortal seemed to have opened the second vein of Rendu, and said with a look of surprise. Oh, by the way, maybe there is a way to save them. Sun Wukong and Archelope glanced at each other, looking at the cat fairy in disbelief, expecting him to give a good method. Sun Wukong was just tentatively asking the cat immortals, even then he didn't have hope, he didn't expect the cat immortals to really say that there was a way to save them. The cat fairy also reacted, and said with annoyance, my head is really good, and I forgot the most important thing. Sun Wukong looked at the cat fairy expectantly, and said, Lord Carlin, then, what should I do? The cat fairy clapped his palms and said, since the dragon has been killed, as long as you find the person who made the Dragon Ball, and then ask him to make the Dragon Ball again, wouldn't it be good if you resurrected the dragon? After listening to the words of the cat fairy, Sun Wukong broke out in a cold sweat, and said in horror like a stab, What? What do you want to find out who makes Dragon Ball? Archelope immediately stepped forward to question. The cat fairy suspiciously, what do you say? Could it be that someone made those Dragon Balls? Can you take responsibility for what you say? Don't think that you are a cat, you can talk nonsense. Meow. Meow. The cat fairy nodded as a matter of course, well. Someone must have made it, as long as you find the person who made him, please ask him to make a new Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong asked the cat immortal in surprise, who is so powerful? The cat immortal replied proudly, do you still need to ask? Of course it's a god. What stupid? Archelope put his head in his hands, with a mocking face. Said, Cut, I thought you were going to say something, you actually said that it was a god, what are you kidding at this time? Where is there a god in this world? There is really a god, why didn't the Piccolo Great Demon King come and kill him? Both times it was solved by humans themselves. Sun Wukong ignored Archelope and looked at the cat immortal seriously, then we just need to ask that god to resurrect the dragon, and then make a wish to resurrect the turtle immortal. Archelope looked at Sun Wukong incredulously, hey, Sun Wukong, don't you still know what's going on? How can there really be such a thing as a god in the world? Think about it with your brain, how can there really be? The cat fairy looked at the sky in the distance and said solemnly, if you want to see the gods as you wish, you must be someone I agree with. He has to have strong perseverance, indomitable determination, and most importantly, a clear mind. Sun Wukong looked at the cat fairy in a daze. Wukong, you are the person I have identified as the one to meet the gods. After saying these words in a serious manner, the cat fairy suddenly roared at Tooth Nobby. Akilobe, you can't, you are not qualified to see the gods. Akilobe originally mocked it, but he didn't expect to be ridiculed by the cat immortal. Akilobe clasped his hands around his chest, his face turned red, and he originally had one foot on the other and turned his feet into 2 feet. I want you to take care of it. Sun Wukong looked at it. The cat fairy happily, then where are we going to find the gods? The cat fairy clenched his fist behind his back with one hand, and with a cane in one hand, he said solemnly. The celestial god is in the celestial temple, above this tower. The cat fairy said, raising his cane upwards and facing it vigorously. Sun Wukong followed the cat fairy's crutch and cast his gaze to the sky. Hey! Then he realized that there was a dome above the tower, so he immediately ran to the edge of the tower, leaned on the railing, tilted his head and looked more into the sky to try to see the temple of the celestial god. Look! He's clearly deceiving people, this is the top of the tower. They! Cat Immortal said angrily, you are really noisy. Son! Wukong looked at it, couldn't see it, put one of his hands on his forehead, and tried to see the temple of the heavenly god in this way. In the temple of the heavenly god, the dark Bobo sniffed hard. Heavenly god, I still think that there are human beings who have come to the heavenly god temple, and there is a different aura, and the aura that has never appeared here before. In the air, Pound's voice suddenly sounded. Sure enough, the mysterious Bobo was the first to perceive my arrival before the gods, which is really terrifying. Suddenly, Bobo disappeared and Pounds was directly knocked out of stealth by Bobo. Bobo said in a cold voice, "Who are you? You dare to trespass into the heavenly god temple without permission. I'm just a cultivator. I've heard that the temple of the heavenly god is very mysterious. And I want to come here to practice. The nether demon is raging, why are you coming to the temple if you don't resist? The demon boss. Mr. Bobo, if I make a move, the Piccolo Demon King will die, and the gods you serve will also be destroyed, are you sure?" Pounds looked at Bobo who was silent. Besides, Wukong needs to exercise, otherwise who will bear the disaster in the future? Bobo's face changed greatly, and his dark face turned from black to purple. Chapter 65. What else do you know? Mr. Bobo, Monkey King is a scion. Needless to say, the reputation of the scions in the universe is believed to be good. Sun Wukong has gone through the guidance of 2 good masters and my sister to be good, but other scions are not, who can resist the scions who will appear in the future? Bobo was still not moved by Pound's words. Don't quibble, no scion can defeat you. Pounds ignored Bobo this time, although he found that Bobo was too mysterious as soon as he came up, but after all, it was the gods who were in charge, and as long as he persuaded the gods, Bobo would not stop him. Pang Zi saluted politely, "Hello, heavenly god. First time we met, my name is Pang Zi, this time I took the liberty of bothering, purely out of curiosity, hoping that the heavenly god temple has a way to promote my martial arts progress. How to solve the problem of the son of the Piccolo in the nether? Celestial, do you know the scions in the universe?" "I don't know." Pounds looked at the silent Bobo, and saw that he didn't care at all, and he didn't stop himself, so he slowly spoke. "Celestial, the scions in the universe are much more brutal than you Nameeks, even Sun Wukong can be influenced, and I believe that the son of Piccolo can also be influenced. And in the near future, you said that the world's first martial arts club that you are worried about. But, the son of Piccolo is now killing people in the nether, and what are you talking about? Do you know where I come from? Heavenly God, he is now demonic, his kindness has not been revealed, and the great enemy has not yet arrived, although he is suspected of killing innocents. How is this not fate? Heaven and earth are unkind, and all things are dogs, and saints are unkind, and people are dogs. Between heaven and earth, it is like the way of heaven, and it is like a bow and a bow, and the higher one suppresses it, and the lower one lifts it, the surplus loses it, and the insufficient one makes up for it. The way of heaven is to make up for the deficiency by losing more than is lost, but the way of man is not, and the loss is not enough to give more than enough. Who can have more than enough to serve the world? Only the Taoist. Celestial, Mr. Bobo, as a human being, of course I feel sympathy and anger for those who have been killed, but what if I am an ant? The god looked at the young man in front of him and was speechless for a long time. You're right, you have a deep view of the world, of heaven and earth. Bobo opened his mouth to the side and didn't say anything. Pounds would have thought triumphantly, I have a opinion, I can't handle that little bit of shallow stuff at all. Pounds looked at Bobo and stopped, knowing that he must understand the nature of this world. This character is too mysterious. The most mysterious thing on earth should be Bobo. If you don't guess wrong, Bobo's lifespan should be longer than that of earth. So the gods, tell me what to do? On the one hand, kill Vic and then you will also die, and the dragon will disappear, and on the other hand, let Sun Wukong fight against Vic all the time, grow each other and make Vic reform. However, Vic may kill many living beings during this period of time. Tenjin, you tell me, what should I do? The choice is yours. Pounds looked at the hesitant Celestial, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. It's hard to choose, right? You have divine power, you can save those creatures later, and Vic can also reform and add a great combat power to the earth. This is the most rational way. However, as a god, you want to love the world, so you have to choose to directly destroy Vic. After Pounds finished speaking, he ignored the hesitant god and looked at the black Bobo. Mr. Bobo, you are well informed and knowledgeable, may I ask, what should I do in such a situation? Bobo, I don't know, Bobo only knows that you have bad intentions. Pound's eyes lit up, and he was attentive. Mr. Bobo said with a smile, I said at the beginning that I came here to improve my strength, not to debate and reason with you. Or be a selfless person. Pounds didn't wait for Bobo to speak, and continued to be aggressive. What's more, I don't know what Mr. Bobo's bad intentions are in my mouth, whether it is to hurt you or destroy the earth, or something else. It stands to reason that you, as a divine servant, would not judge my intentions so arbitrarily, even if your mind-reading skills are superb, or how evil my thoughts are. Bobo was choked by Pounds, and opened his mouth several times to refute Pounds's fallacies. So, what do you want to do when you come up? Pounds laughed. This is the third time for me, I'm looking for a place where I can make a big difference. If there isn't one here or you don't want to, tell me, I'll just leave. God thought for a moment and said. I have a spiritual time house here, 1 year inside, 1 day outside. If you want to ascend, you can go in. Gratefully, honorable gods. God didn't say anything, but said to Bobo, take him, Bobo. Yes, Tenjin. Pounds slowly followed behind Bobo. Mr. Bobo, can I leave something in the spiritual time house for future generations? What do you want to do? No one has been here except you. Pounds smiled. It doesn't matter, after I cultivate in the spirit time house, it would be great to be able to leave some of my martial arts insights to later destined people, and help them. Yes, I will leave your imprint on the house of spiritual time, and the people behind you will face you. Infinitely grateful, Mr. Bobo. They two were speechless all the way. Kalen Tat, the cat fairy, saw the two boys leaning against the railing, trying to see the temple with their eyes. The temple of the celestial god floats somewhere farther above this Karan tower. Akilob looked at the cat fairy suspiciously. You say floating, this joke is too much, it's too casual, I don't see anything at all. The cat fairy said in a respectful tone, because the distance is very far, and the temple can be seen by ordinary people. Looking at the cat immortal, okay, then I'll sit on the somersault cloud and take a look. Wukong, there is no way, the somersault cloud can only fly so high, and it can't fly up to higher places. Son. Wukong looked at the cat fairy in confusion, ah! How could a mortal thing reach the temple of the gods? Son. Wukong looked at the cat fairy and asked suspiciously, then how can I get there? Chapter 66. The cat fairy was amused by the naive monkey king and laughed, Wukong, I have to say, you guy is really lucky. Don't you have a wishful stick? That wishful stick will take you to the temple of the heavenly gods. Sun Wukong, excited, surprised suddenly realized, Ruyi stick. They. Cat fairy continued to explain to Sun Wukong, the Ruyi stick was originally connected to this world and the heavenly god temple, and after teacher Wushan came up to Kailanta in the past, he had been pestering me, so I lent him the Ruyi stick. Because I think that it is impossible for someone who can be qualified to go to the top of the heavenly god temple. Sun Wukong nodded understandingly. In this way, it was finally passed on to my dead grandfather, and then he passed it on to me. Then, Sun Wukong tried to grab his Ruyi stick behind his back and said, I always thought that the Ruyi stick was a weapon. Sun Wukong grabbed several times on his back, but he didn't catch it. No, gone. Sun Wukong said anxiously, and then kept scratching his back with his hands funny, and turned his head to look at his back. No. I guess it was when you were fighting Piccolo, you fell somewhere. Think about it again, I remember when you set off, and it seems that you didn't come back all along, and I didn't pay much attention to it. Akilobe shrugged and reminded Sun Wukong helplessly. Sun Wukong thought for a while, he was injured at the time and used the Ruyi stick as a crutch, and was knocked away by the Piccolo Demon King, and then there was an even more tragic battle and the appearance of Akilobe saved him. Sun Wukong, who figured it out all of a sudden, immediately summoned a somersault cloud and set off to find a wishful stick. The cat fairy watched Sun Wukong jump on the somersault cloud, and danced at Sun Wukong and foamed at the mouth, Wukong, you must find the golden hoop stick, now, all the hope is on the wishful stick. Okay. Sun Wukong's voice replied again from a distance away. Sun Wukong sat on the somersault cloud and first went to the place where Kesluyan and the Piccolo Great Demon King fought. In the ruins, the king was being interviewed by reporters next to the plain. Excuse me, king, who is fighting the Great Demon King of Piccolo? It has been 2 days since the final battle, can we meet the heroic boy who defeated Piccolo? The king had no way to answer this question, and looked up at the sky, just in time to see the Monkey King flying in. Then he immediately pointed to the sky and said, it was him. So the reporters followed the king's line of sight and saw the Monkey King who had landed. Immediately swarmed around Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked curiously at the reporters surrounding him and asked them, have you seen my wishful wishes? Everyone was stunned and immediately said that they didn't see it. Sun Wukong didn't care about it, and immediately lay down and drilled around in the crowd, trying to find his wishful stick. Time goes back to 1 day ago, Akilobe left with Sun Wukong, Bulma, and others came to the scene to look around, but found nothing. In the end, it was Oolong who was the first to discover Sun Wukong's golden hoop stick, and everyone had no choice, and they didn't know Sun Wukong's life or death, so they had to take his wishful stick away and go back to the Turtle Fairy house together. After looking around a few times and asking all the people around, they all said that they didn't see Sun Wukong's wishful stick. Sun Wukong suddenly opened his mind and went directly to the divination mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, you calculate for me where the golden hoop stick is, and I'm ready to fight with your 5 warriors. Sun Wukong said to the divination mother-in-law while holding his right arm, eager to fight. The divination mother-in-law said aggrievedly, don't be joking, you have killed the Piccolo, how can my warrior fight with you? Forget it, I'll give you a free divination this time, after all, it is also related to my brother's life and death. After speaking, the divination mother-in-law immediately began to divinate Sun Wukong. Then informed Sun Wukong that his wishful stick was in the turtle immortal house. Sun Wukong jumped on the somersault cloud. Thank you, mother-in-law, then I'll go get the wishful stick first and ask the gods to resurrect the dragon. After saying that, he flew away with a whoosh. The divination mother-in-law looked at Sun Wukong, who flew away, and sighed silently in her heart. Amazing, that kid really saved the world. Sun Wukong rushed to the turtle immortal house, and without knocking on the door, he broke straight in. As if telepathic. Wukong. Oolong was also immediately discovered. Wukong. If it weren't for Bulma's feelings, the cliff would have been the first Oolong to discover Sun Wukong. The rest of the people shouted in surprise. Ah! Bulma ran forward and took Sun Wukong's hand. Wukong, are you okay? Piccolo was killed. Well, I've been killed, I'm coming back to get my wishful stick, where's my wishful stick? After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he rummaged through the boxes and cabinets and searched everywhere in the house, throwing out a lot of underwear, and I don't know whose it is, and no one cares. Yamcha looked at Sun Wukong's appearance, and pointed to the corner thoughtfully. Wukong, we went to look for you, and after we didn't find you, we found your wishful stick and didn't bring it back, just there. Hey, I remember putting it in the corner, how could it be gone? The rest of the people also got anxious, only Lan Chi, who had turned into blue hair, bit her mouth with one hand, tilted her head and thought about it, and went straight to the toilet, and then took out a broom that had just been made. Isn't this it? Great, it's my wishful stick. Sun Wukong snatched the broom in LanQi's hand, cleaned up the excess things, and restored the appearance of the wishful stick itself. Great! After Sun Wukong was happy, he jumped on the somersault cloud directly with the wishful stick. If I find the wishful stick, I can go to the gods to resurrect the old grandfather and Klin. The corpses of the two of them must not be burned, and the rest will be left to everyone. Before the words are finished, the Monkey King is already in the air. Bulma looked blankly at the direction in which Sun Wukong disappeared, and asked blankly. What did he say? He can save the turtle immortal and Klin. And said to go to the gods. Let's not burn the corpses of the turtle immortal and Klin. I'm not dreaming, I'm not dreaming. Probably not. Pounds came out expressionlessly, glancing back at the spirit time house. Sun Wukong, it's up to you what you create. Go straight to the square of the temple of the heavenly god. Pang Zi looked at the empty square and said loudly. This sect once again thanks the two of you for your help and hospitality. If you have anything in the future, you can crush this letter talisman, and the nearby disciples will come to serve. I hope that the two of them will first hide the news for the sect. Sun Wukong still needs to grow, and the future enemy still needs him to face. The green mountains do not change, the green water will flow for a long time, and there will be a period in the future. After speaking, Pang Zi disappeared in the temple of the heavenly god. After a period of trekking, Monkey King returned to Kailin again. Cat Immortal, I'm back. As soon as the words fell, the furious Monkey King jumped into the Kailin on the somersault cloud. Chapter 67. Hey, so fast. Just after sighing, the cat fairy said happily, it seems that the gods are also helping you. After Sun Wukong stopped in the tower, he looked at the cat immortal. I want to find the god as soon as possible, ask him to resurrect the Dragon Ball, and resurrect the turtle immortal and Klin as soon as possible. Okay, Wukong, you can climb to the top of the tower with the wishful stick. Sun Wukong immediately climbed to the top of the tower according to the instructions of the cat immortal, holding the supporting pillar of the railing, and the cat immortal also violated gravity step by step and stepped on the pillar parallel to the ground to the top of the tower. Akirobe looked at the ground and shuddered, but gritted his teeth and climbed up, and when he was about to go up, he almost fell, but he desperately grabbed a small bulge at the top of the tower to not be fallen. In the end, I managed to climb up. Eventually, a group of 3 people stood at the top of the tower. The cat fairy pointed to the spire. Wukong, do you see a small hole at the top of the spire? I see. You insert the wishful stick in there and fix it. Son. Wukong immediately acted according to the cat immortal's instructions. The cat immortal said confidently. Then as long as you hold the wishful stick and stretch the wishful stick, you can go to the temple of the heavenly god. Akilobe pretended to understand it and said. I see, it's like an elevator. He was ready to laugh with his hands on his hips, but he went and then because of his hands on his hips, his center of gravity was unstable, he didn't stand, he almost fell, and he stuck to the top of the tower with his hands and feet, and stood up carefully, and he couldn't stand up again. The cat fairy glanced at Archelope and didn't say anything, but said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, bring this bell with you. Sun Wukong took the bell handed by the cat fairy with a puzzled face. What is this going to do? What's the use? Only those who carry me, the bell, can see the gods. Sun Wukong carefully placed the bell handed to him by the cat fairy on the waistband of his trousers, and patted it uncomfortably to make sure that it would not fall off. Archelope looked at Sun Wukong, hesitated for a moment, and said, Sun Wukong, if you really want to go to see the gods, you are wearing such tattered clothes, it is too rude, right? Hearing this, Sun Wukong looked down at his tattered clothes. Is that really the case? Said the cat fairy with bad intentions. It doesn't matter, anyway, when you go up to see the gods, your clothes will become tattered, and they won't be better than this. Both of them turned their heads at the same time, looking at the cat fairy suspiciously. Archelope said to the cat fairy dissatisfied, what does this mean? Could it be that the person called the god is very dangerous? The cat fairy immediately refuted. Archelope, don't talk nonsense, respect the god, he is a great man. Archelope held the top of the tower. Cat fairy, you say this, you make me confused, can you just explain it? Sun Wukong also looked at the cat fairy suspiciously, hoping to get his explanation. The cat fairy said mysteriously, you will know when you go up, it doesn't matter if you are slow, you can't die. Both of them looked at the cat fairy in confusion. The cat fairy continued to add, I believe that with your strength, you will be able to meet the gods smoothly. Come on, Sun Wukong. Akilope said in a dissatisfied tone, what, don't you say it without finishing it, doesn't this statement make people feel more worried? Sun Wukong said optimistically, it's okay, I must go up and find the gods. They. Cat fairy looked at Sun Wukong, who had firm eyes, and cheered Sun Wukong with vitality, come on, Sun Wukong, don't be discouraged, you will definitely be able to. Sun Wukong grabbed the wishful stick, okay. Then I'll go up. Akilope worriedly told Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, you have to remember that you must never fall. After saying that, he shivered, and he still had palpitations in his heart. Stretch it out. Archelope looked up at the higher sky, reluctantly put a hand in front of his forehead. Looked at the smaller and smaller Monkey King, and muttered, that kid, what can make him afraid? The cat fairy also looked at the sky with a smile, and responded to Archelope as if talking to himself, this? I think only by asking the gods can I know. Monkey King will be fine, right? I always feel that I have a bad premonition. The cat fairy snorted and laughed inexplicably. Sun Wukong also doesn't know how long he has been flying or how high he has flew, anyway, he must have climbed much higher than himself. Sun Wukong broke into a dark cloud, and began to be constantly attacked by the thunder and lightning in the cloud. On the way, after being struck by lightning many times, he didn't grasp the wishful stick and fell. In the middle of a period of time, Sun Wukong, who was really powerless, could only tie his tail to the ruyi stick, and let the ruyi stick fly with him and thunder and lightning to split himself. He could only take advantage of the time when he was hanging on the golden hoop stick to rest as much as possible and recover his strength. It can really be described as splitting wires with a kitchen knife in hand, and sparks and lightning all the way. After an unknown amount of time, Sun Wukong, under the leadership of Ruyi Stick, finally crossed the cloudy minefield with difficulty and entered the environment of clear skies again. Sun Wukong was ragged and looked up with scars. There seems to be something. Sun Wukong's eyes saw that thing getting closer and closer. Heavenly God Temple, it must be the Heavenly God Temple. The entire Heavenly God Temple is a super large cone suspended at an altitude of I don't know how many thousands of meters. The bottom is the interface of the wishful bar, and on the side is a ladder made of steel. After the wishful stick just closed with the interface, Sun Wukong exerted force in his abdomen, deftly grabbed the ladder next to him with his tail, and climbed straight up to the temple of the heavenly god. On the other side, inside the Kalen Tat, the anxious Akirobe was boredly playing with a fairy bean. Cat immortal, you say, did Sun Wukong go to the temple of the heavenly god? What does the heavenly god look like? Why is Sun Wukong so surprised? Is he so terrible? Not only is it terrifying, but Wukong also knows the heavenly god. Akirobe looked at the cat man with a puzzled expression, his face full of curiosity. The cat immortal smiled inexplicably. He will definitely be surprised when he sees the gods. After Sun Wukong struggled to climb up to the temple of the heavenly god, he took a long breath. And then carefully looked at the mysterious temple of the heavenly god. The whole ground was a circular earth, with 3 domed houses at the back, and where it came up there was an avenue with 2 rows of trees on either side. There are intermittent trees along the edges of the ground. Walking through the avenue, Sun Wukong looked at Bobo sitting on the red carpet. A few pieces of Bobo are completely black, and if it is night, wearing black clothes, it really has its own stealth effect. His head was wrapped in a white bandage, and his forehead was a brilliant gem. 2 ringed earrings hang from the ears. The whole body is surrounded by birds, and he is feeding them. Sun Wukong stepped forward and greeted politely. Chapter 68. Hello, are you a god? Then again, when Vic blew himself up, he once spat out an egg and flew far away. A small village that doesn't know the name of the land. An old lady who was washing clothes by the river inadvertently raised her head, was frightened, and immediately ran away with a shout. The old lady ran home with sparks and lightning all the way, and then came an old and strong broken star fist, which directly smashed the wooden door of the house. The room was watching the king speak, saying that it had been completely confirmed that the great demon king of Piccolo had been killed and disappeared. The kingdom will soon restore order, the patrols will maintain law and order, the escaped prisoners will be captured by the army, and the world will be peaceful again, and the old man will look at the old lady who broke into the door in surprise. What's wrong with you? Old man, I was washing clothes by the river, and a huge egg swam down from the river, and was stopped by a stake in the river, so frightened that I lost my clothes and ran back. The old man had to go to the river with the old lady to see it, and then use a wheelbarrow to bring the eggs back. Old man, could this be a dinosaur egg? As soon as the old lady finished speaking, she heard a clack. They looked at the giant eggs on the wooden cart in horror and hugged each other. Immediately after that, the crack in the giant egg grew bigger and bigger, and soon a large hole was opened. The cracked hole revealed a fat kid inside, who looked like a piccolo with a 9-point appearance, and an eggshell with a disgusting green liquid and a flickering light. All this frightened the 2 old men, and they immediately ran back to their wooden house and hid inside. Soon the eggshell of the child, who resembled the piccolo inside, came out. My name is Vic, the son of Piccolo. After speaking, Vic stretched out his finger and directly annihilated the wooden house and the 2 old men immediately. Vic's evil presumptuous laughter chose a direction, and walked slowly. At night, in the forest, a man in his 30s is celebrating the birthday of his daughter with his wife. The mother gently encouraged her child. "Open it and see what gift your father has prepared for you." The daughter carefully picked up the gift her father had prepared for him and opened it carefully. "Wow! It's a model airplane." "Thank you, Dad." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Do you like it?" "Yes, thank you, Dad." The family laughed happily. "Blow out the candles and make a wish." Vic, who had just been born for a day outside the window, was alone and attracted by the light of the room, looking at the warm scene in the room, grinning and looking very angry. Inside the house, the little girl was happily blowing out the candles, and the little girl only blew out 3 at once due to the lack of breath, and only blew out the remaining 3 in the second blow. Just as the little girl was about to make a wish, there was a clang, the sound of glass breaking and the barking of the big dog outside the door. The father immediately got up, picked up the shotgun on the wall, opened the door and went out, shouting who it was. Unfortunately, there was no one outside the door, and then the little girl and her mother followed, and what they didn't notice was that a big hole had been broken in the glass that they had opened the door to block their view. And little Vic had already entered the house and looked at the family behind them. The more he thought about it, the more sad he became, the more angry he became, and the more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became, so he directly smashed the layout on the table and the little girl's model airplane in anger. The family of 3 suddenly turned around, and Vic found that he was found and immediately broke down the back door and left. The middle-aged man scolded behind his back. "Little Billy, don't go." Vic quickly ran into the forest without saying a word, trying to get rid of them. The middle-aged man was worried about his wife and daughter, so he had to order his big dog to chase him. Little Vic accidentally fell in the process of escaping, and saw the big dog pounce from the air. In a hurry, Vic stretched out his hands and directly extinguished the pursuing big dog with a laser. Vic looked at his hands suspiciously, then climbed up and clenched into a fist. "Father, Piccolo has left me with such great power." With that, he got up and disappeared. Pounds on the side suddenly came out quietly. "Combat power is 120, but you can't use gas, you can't grow quickly without the magic help of Piccolo, and now your combat power is up to 40. 3 years later, it should be more than 250, and Sun Wukong should have more than 260 at that time." Then, Pounds followed straight up. It wasn't until the early hours of the next morning that 2 forest patrol officers received a report from the patrol center that there was an unidentified creature invasion in the central forest of XP and asked them to come and check it out. One of them, who had a good eye, suddenly noticed something, and immediately turned around and rushed towards the path on the right. Then the 2 of them saw the bear that had been killed by Vic. After the 2 stopped the patrol boat and carefully studied and observed the bear, one of them said, "It doesn't seem like he was killed by a shotgun, it seems that he was killed by a heavy object. Yes, these damn poachers, they really can't be guarded against, they are everywhere. It's disgusting." As soon as he finished speaking, as if he had found something, he walked to the other side with a gun and no road. "Hey, what are you doing?" The forest patrol who spoke up also followed, and whispered, "Are there any poachers?" The 2 forest patrol officers followed the footprints slowly, but when they came to a big tree, the footprints were gone. Vic appeared from behind them, looking at the 2 of them with a blank expression. "Who is it?" "It's a child." The patrolman who spoke immediately walked over, squatted down, and comforted Vic. "Child, where are you from? Why have you never seen you? What is your name? What are your parents?" The patrolman didn't notice that when he talked about his parents, the little boy in front of him had a distorted face for a moment, and the patrolman was still talking to himself. "You know it's dangerous for a child to play alone in the forest, hurry up and get to Mom and Dad." Vic said with a blank face, grabbing the gun of the patrolman crouching in front of him. The patrol officer was immediately shocked. Children don't play with guns, don't rob like this, it's very dangerous. Vic started to crush the gun of the patrolman in front of him directly from the barrel of the gun, scaring him into discoloration. And the other patrolman immediately picked up the bolt and fired, but he nimbly avoided it. The two patrolmen were so frightened that they immediately fled. Vic stood there without speaking, and just half raised his hands and looked at them seriously, as if he was intoxicated by his great power. Pounds, who was hiding in the shadows, smiled silently in his heart when he saw this. I'm bored too. Thinking of this, Pounds' heart moved, and a trace of his strength became a thin rope. Help you, otherwise if Sun Wukong really meets me, your martial arts club will be nothing to look at. Chapter 69. Heaven and earth are infinite, two void mirror, the soul is invisible, and the divine will is like a knife, the master of the Qi sect, disease. The effect of this spell, Pang Zi did not point out, and he did not know the impression of Vic, only to see that the string turned into a trace of power turned into a complex mark, quietly appearing in the Fengqi point on the back of Vic's head, and the young Vic was unaware. Of course, the piccolo was also in the same effect. The next morning, Vic stood alone in the middle of the sea, carefully feeling something. The captain of a cargo ship had just gone out to brush his teeth and wash his face, not wanting to see Vic standing in the middle of the sea, and he and another man who was brushing his teeth out of the deck were frightened. Vic ignored it, still standing quietly at sea. Suddenly his fingers moved, and a flash of lightning appeared, and a big fish was caught by Vic, and the captain was trying to go in and turn the rudder to avoid the mysterious child. Vic raised his index finger and smiled evilly, and the same lightning flashed, but it was thicker, and it quickly hit the cargo ship, and soon the cargo ship was swallowed by the waves. With both hands, Vic directly grilled the fish until fragrant, and tore off a large piece of fish meat in one bite. Pounds had already left, but even if he hadn't left, he didn't care. This was also when Sun Wukong had just said hello. This mysterious figure also replied to Sun Wukong honestly. Hello. I am not a god, my name is Bobo, and I am the attendant of the god. Then Bobo exclaimed, you are really powerful, you can actually defeat the Piccolo Demon King. Sun Wukong looked at Bobo in surprise, wow! Can you know this kind of thing? Bobo said as he should, the gods know everything, and the gods are very great. Sun Wukong looked at the house behind Bobo, and continued to ask Bobo. May I ask if the god is inside? Proof that you are recognized, did you bring it? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, tilted his head and thought for a while before reacting. Is it this bell? I've brought him here, he said, taking out the intact bell from his belt, the same one that the cat fairy had given him. Bobo took a look at it, nodded and said. That's right, you are the person Karin agrees with, and you are qualified to be tested. Sun Wukong repeated stupidly, test. That's right, you have to fight me, if you win against me, you can meet the gods. Sun Wukong immediately became excited, there is such a simple thing? I know. Then hurry up and do it. You are the first person to take the test, it will be fun. After speaking, Bobo put his hands behind his back and stood in place casually, and Sun Wukong immediately bullied him unceremoniously. A few minutes later, Bobo looked at the panting Sun Wukong and said in disappointment, you are not strong at all, you are so weak. Are you really the one who defeated the Piccolo Great Demon King? Not even a single hair of that person. Sun Wukong said angrily, you kid dares to say that I am weak, I will defeat you. After Sun Wukong defeated the Piccolo Demon King, he has begun to be arrogant, and even impetuous. For him, it is a very fortunate thing to see Bobo now, otherwise arrogance will ruin him. No wonder that guy said that Sun Wukong needs to be tempered, is that the case? This kid is still far away. Bobo looked at Sun Wukong in front of him seriously, and said very honestly. You are really weak, really weak. Sun Wukong continued to attack. Well, yes, I'm going to be serious. Really? I'm very happy. At this moment, the bird that had been quiet on Bobo's shoulder suddenly chirped and flew away in panic. Bobo looked at the bird flying on his shoulder. Your murderous spirit scared the bird away. You can't win me. I'm also very good. Don't look down on me too much. Sun Wukong immediately attacked quickly, but he couldn't even touch the corners of Bobo's clothes, and was even hit by Bobo's random attacks. No matter what Sun Wukong does, he can't beat Bobo in front of him. Sun Wukong gasped and said in annoyance, Damn, no matter what, you can't attack him, he's so fast. Sun Wukong didn't say anything. If you have the ability not to hide, face up to this kind of mentally handicapped villain. You can't keep up, no matter how much strength you have, you can't grasp his weakness, and the power is rootless duckweed. The mysterious god in the temple watched Sun Wukong being abused by Bobo on the top of the main hall of the temple through his observation ball. Bobo looked at Sun Wukong, who was powerless to fight back. I'm very disappointed, you are so weak. I can't let you meet the gods. Why did Carlin let you come here? What has he been doing for hundreds of years? Is it really excessive? It's impossible, damn it. Sun Wukong got up, still can't believe that he who has drunk super divine water will still have no power to fight back, and the angry Sun Wukong will directly use the turtle school Qigong regardless of it. Seeing this, Bobo didn't care about it, and even directly ate the turtle sect Qigong into his stomach, and then hiccuped and vomited a few circles. Sun Wukong opened his mouth wide, numbly looking at Bobo who ate his turtle sect Qigong into his stomach, and then a sense of humiliation hit Sun Wukong's whole body. The even more angry Monkey King kept making useless attacks towards Bobo. Bobo looked at the crazy Monkey King. Although you have a strong strength, you can't use it at all. This is not good. Even if you continue to be a test, it is useless. Hearing this, Sun Wukong sat down on the ground in frustration. Bobo looked at Sun Wukong, who seemed to be about to give up. Bobo is going to help the gods deal with some other chores. Bobo is very busy, you better go back quickly. Bobo finished speaking, turned around and prepared to enter the hall behind him. Wait a minute. Bobo stood with his back to Sun Wukong, did not turn around, and did not continue walking. I will never give up on the matter of meeting the gods. So, please give me another chance, okay? Looking at Bobo, who was unresponsive, Sun Wukong shouted to lift his breath and continued to attack. Bobo didn't even turn around, and Sun Wukong still tried his best, but it had no effect on Bobo. Don't you give up? I said it was useless. You're too weak, too far worse than that man. You are not good in spirit and technique, and you are not qualified to meet the gods. Let's go back. Sun Wukong looked at Bobo excitedly as if he found his prey. You think you're the strongest person in the world if you beat Piccolo? But you forget that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of the sky. You can't win me with brute force alone, so you'd better give up. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Well, yes. It's a shame. If you understand, go back quickly. Sun Wukong ignored Bobo's blow, but said excitedly. Can I use this place? Use this place? Chapter 70. Yes, I want to do special training here. Bobo said indifferently, if you want to, you can do it. Looking at Sun Wukong, who turned around excitedly and exercised on his own, Bobo said to himself. This guy. This is not much worse than that guy. After saying that, he entered the temple of the heavenly god by himself, leaving Sun Wukong alone there. The excited Monkey King didn't find the loophole in Bobo's words at all, and while talking about his first person to come up, he said that he was much worse than the other guy. Sun Wukong kept running circles in the main square outside the Temple of Heaven, and after a few laps, he was out of breath and sweating profusely. It's weird, a little dizzy. Bobo came out and looked at Sun Wukong with his hands on his knees. It's very high, the air is very thin, and you humans don't get used to it, so it's not okay to have too many indifferent movements like yours, which is important everywhere. You have to remember not to waste your efforts. Sun Wukong looked at the serious Bobo, thought carefully about what he said, and thoughtfully, so that's the case. Bobo continued to say without waves, standing as pure and quiet as the sky, faster than the speed of thunder. Sun Wukong unconsciously repeated Bobo's words, standing as pure and quiet as the sky, faster than the speed of thunder. After thinking for a while, Sun Wukong touched his head with one hand and said with a smile, "It's so difficult like this." Bobo looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. "For example, you are like this, you want to make your state of mind nothing." After the two stood quietly with each other for a while, Sun Wukong blinked his eyes suspiciously, and Sun Wukong was surprised to find that Bobo's surroundings were very quiet, not that there was no sound, but that there was silence in his heart, so he also learned to do that. "It's not right for you to do this, you just don't think about anything, it's not that your state of mind has become nothing." After speaking, Bobo turned his back to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at Bobo suspiciously, and after a while, he touched his face with his hand. "You just touched your face with your hand, right?" Sun Wukong was shocked and asked him suspiciously. "Well, why do you know? Do you also have 3 eyes like Tianjin rice? The other one still grows on the back of the head." Bobo replied honestly, "No." "Then how can you see my movements?" "You can't see all of them just with your eyes, and that's why you can't see my movements." Bobo continued, "The movement of the body, the position of the object, the fluctuation of the air, the dust, as well as the breath and feeling, etc." Sun Wukong said excitedly, "It's amazing, no wonder I can't win against you." Bobo said proudly, "Because Bobo, I learned a lot from the gods, so it's very powerful." Of course, Sun Wukong can't see it, and at that time, Bobo's pride can be heard from the tone. Sun Wukong said expectantly, "Is the God of Heaven even more amazing than you?" Bobo replied with a laugh, "Then you need to say, the God is much more powerful than me." Sun Wukong said with great enthusiasm, "I know, I am so happy to have such a powerful guy here." Bobo smiled and said, "You are so lively." After a while, Sun Wukong asked suspiciously, "However, since he is so powerful, it would be nice for him to defeat the Piccolo Great Demon King. I can't do it. The gods also have a lot of things to do." Sun Wukong said to Bobo open-mindedly, "Okay then. I decided not to leave this place for the time being." "Hey!" Sun Wukong looked at Bobo happily, and the posture of the 2 dragons forming 2 dragons playing with pearls on the gate of the temple of the heavenly god was engraved on it, and there was no light in the darkness. Sun Wukong stood in place and quietly understood Bobo's 2 sentences. "Be as quiet as the sky, as swift as thunder and lightning." Bobo looked at Sun Wukong's quick entry and exclaimed, "You are not only very lively, but also quite smart." For this reason, Sun Wukong happily interrupted Bobo. "You are finally willing to teach me, aren't you?" Bobo shook his head and denied, "I don't want to teach you, you need to learn this yourself, I just give you tips." Sun Wukong muttered, "It's so stingy." Bobo didn't care, but asked Sun Wukong, "Have you brought the bell that Carlin gave you?" "Bell? Oh! Is it the bell that the cat fairy gave me? What are you going to do?" After speaking, Sun Wukong took out the bell given to him by the cat fairy from his belt with a puzzled look and handed it to Bobo. Bobo will not hesitate to tie the bell around his waist. What the hell are you going to do? Bobo looked down at the short Sun Wukong, and asked calmly. Do you want to compete with me again? Sun Wukong excitedly put on a fighting posture. It turns out that you want to practice with me, like this. That's good, look at me. After speaking, Sun Wukong bullied forward, but was dodged by Bobo silently. Sun Wukong came from behind, but was dodged by Bobo, who was avoiding him, and gave Sun Wukong a kick in the back of the head. Oops! Pain, pain, still can't win. Bobo. Bobo looked at Sun Wukong, who still didn't understand, and asked in disappointment. Is this the only way? What do you mean? Bobo hated iron and steel, didn't you notice anything else? Sun Wukong clasped the back of his head with one hand, tilted his head and said. Listen to what you say. Then look at the bell on Bobo's waist. Surprised, he said. Your bell didn't ring. Yes, you just made such a big move, but the bell didn't ring. Why is that? Think for yourself. Sun Wukong had no choice but to step forward and take the bell on Bobo's waist, tie it to his waist, and then do a few simple exercises. The bell ding ding dang kept ringing. Sun Wukong sat on the ground cutely, and said to himself in confusion. It's strange. As soon as I make a move, the bell starts ringing. Ah! Bobo said angrily, you better go back. With that, Bobo turned and walked backwards towards the temple with his hands behind his back. I'm joking, I'm sorry, I'm really joking. Sun Wukong was really angry when he saw Bobo, and immediately stood up and explained. Bobo is a servant of the gods and doesn't like to joke. Sun Wukong looked at Bobo's back, who turned around angrily, and said to Bobo with a thoughtful look. But I remembered some things that I used to train with the old grandfather of the turtle immortal. Bobo first turned his head, and then turned his whole body around and looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's gaze drifted upwards, trying to recall. His eyes were as big as a bullseye, trying his best to recall more details. That was when I was practicing martial arts with Kling at the Turtle Immortal Grandpa. Chapter 71. The thing that Sun Wukong recalls is that the Turtle Immortal taught him and Kling to be on the top of the mountain where there is only one foothold, and his brother and sister are both following the Turtle Immortal with a jar full of water on his head. And he and Kling just started to do martial arts movements, not to mention doing martial arts movements, a little careless, both of them almost couldn't stand. At the beginning there was no way to make the water stable and quiet. At this point, he couldn't even compare to Kling. Sun Wukong said innocently, but the old man of the Turtle Immortal has no problem with what he does. Could it be that the water at that time was the same as this bell? So if the bell doesn't ring, don't do too many unnecessary actions, right? After speaking, he looked at Bobo nervously, as if he was afraid that he would deny himself. Bobo looked at Sun Wukong with satisfaction. It seems that you still have hope, but even so, it's useless to just understand. Sun Wukong suddenly realized. It's the same thing I said, and we have to do it. However, if this bell doesn't think about it anymore, I might be able to win against Bobo. So you still have to practice to win against me. I don't know how much time, even after many years, you still can't win against me. Hearing Bobo's words, Sun Wukong lowered his head in embarrassment. Sun Wukong, what are you going to do? Do you want to keep practicing hard until you defeat Bobo? At this time, Sun Wukong was full of passion and said. I am very willing. I don't know if it will work, but I want to try. Suddenly, an ethereal voice came from the temple. I admire you. Sun Wukong immediately asked vigilantly into the temple where the voice came. Who is it? Could it be a god? Bobo is still the same. The tone, yes. The voice continued to come from the hall. I admire you very much, I am willing to see you, you come in. Sun Wukong said happily, really, it's great. Yes. And then kept jumping around in place to express his joy. Bobo seemed to smile. You are really very lucky, congratulations. Son. Wukong happily followed Bobo and said happily, thank you, God. Bobo led the way in front with a smile on his face. Is this the person that Pound's values? How long will it take for him to reach Pound's strength? What is Pound's talking about saving the earth? Karantat. Achilobe and the cat fairy watched as Monkey King vanished. I don't know if Sun Wukong saw the gods. They. Cat fairy turned his back with one hand and said calmly, it must be possible, but I don't know how long it will take. Yachilobe looked at the leisurely cat fairy, and asked dissatisfiedly, by the way, you just said that Sun Wukong would be surprised when he saw the gods, but you haven't told me yet. The cat fairy squinted his eyes and said with a smile, when he sees the gods, he will be scared and weak, that face is very familiar to him. After saying that, the cat fairy laughed and went down to the spire. Sun Wukong followed Bobo to the door and stopped, talking to himself excitedly at the door. I'm so happy, Tenjin is such a good person. Soon Bobo said solemnly, the gods are here. They. Celestial God quickly revealed a palm. Grab the door frame directly. Sun Wukong looked at the gate excitedly, looking forward to it. In a second, the full picture of the gods appeared. Piccolo Archdemon, you're not dead? As soon as Sun Wukong found out, he immediately stepped forward to attack the gods. P.S. Author, I haven't described it yet, monkey, you wait for me to finish describing before fighting. You damn frizzy monkey. The Monkey King, who disappeared quickly, was brainstormed by the gods, and appeared at the gate even faster, and was caught by Bobo and suspended upside down with his feet upside down. P.S. Shampoo, pull, eat, anyway, I said, hurry up, there is a god to help you. Calm down, he is a god. Damn, let me go, I'll kill him. Bobo shook vigorously, Sun Wukong, you calm down, he is not a piccolo, he is a god. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted that this was the temple of the heavenly god. Quickly covered his forehead with both hands, and looked upside down at the god who came over. Didn't you hear about it from Carlin? Bobo heard the celestial god speak, and then let go of the Monkey King. Cat Immortal, came out of a copy of the old Piccolo Demon King. The difference is that the clothes on the chest are written on the god is on crutches in one hand, the other is behind his back, his face is expressionless, and his tone is not shocked. That naughty guy. After speaking, the god walked out completely and stood in the sun. Once upon a time, I was one with Piccolo. Then I heard that a god came to this place, just like you. Sun Wukong was shocked by the words of the gods, and kept blinking his eyes to relieve it. The celestial god continued calmly. Unfortunately, the celestial god will die too. But I very much hope to be the new heir of the celestial god. However, the gods have always been reluctant to agree with me. I have always believed that there is no one more suitable to be the heir of the gods. However, the gods saw that in the depths of my heart, there was a small part of evil existence. So, after a lot of hard training, I finally banished the evil from my heart, and the evil that came out of my body was the Piccolo Great Demon King, and I became the new god, but he fled to the earth and brought a lot of pain to mankind. I'm sorry, too, but Piccolo has been defeated by you, so I'll grant your request in return. Great! The god said solemnly, however, you must promise me to stay here for a while. Son Wukong said happily, I am very willing to stay here and continue to practice. If you don't say it, I want to please you. That's good, I know what your request is. But even if it is a god, it can't bring people back from the dead. Sun Wukong looked at the god with a dull gaze and disbelief. The gods came with a big gasp. But I created the dragon, I can resurrect the dragon, and then you can ask the dragon to resurrect them. Only then did Sun Wukong turn from disbelief to elation. Is it true? Thank you. The god continued, but I can only help you to this extent. After all, your own world needs your own efforts to create it. Chapter 72. Well. I see, the god said satisfied. Okay, then I'll bring the dragon back to life right now. Sun Wukong immediately danced. Great. Great. They gods were also very puzzled when they saw Sun Wukong dancing. This is the person who the terrifying powerhouse said will save the earth in the future. The god said quietly, then I will resurrect the dragon now. Bobo will take out the dragon ball. Yes. The god looked at Sun Wukong. I can only do you a favor here, Sun Wukong, I think you should understand this. Sun Wukong folded his hands and bent down to thank him. Yes, thank you, God. Soon, Bobo brought out the 9 dragons divine fire cover. Ah! I've already taken it out. God looked at the stone dragon that was broken into several pieces. And sighed, I didn't expect the dragon to be so broken. Bobo, can it be repaired? Yes. Sun Wukong watched curiously as Bobo sat on the ground and glued the dragon with 502 glue. Bobo, is this a dragon? Bobo replied to Sun Wukong while focusing on the sticky stone dragon carefully. The things that the gods need are made by Bobo and me, and then the gods give it life. God also said on the side, I was going to stop caring about the dragon, but the Dragon Ball has lost its original meaning, and everyone uses the Dragon Ball for their own desires. But you're different, as long as there is no one like you in the world, I can resurrect him. First of all, Bobo cut off the dragon's claws, the dragon's whiskers, the scales, and something, and then the broken body was also glued and put on the plate, and he was a good man again. Phew! Another good dragon. Above the Kalim Tower, the Akilobe sat boldly on the railing, facing the sky, his legs and stomach trembling, and then he tried his best to look at the sky. The cat fairy roared unexpectedly behind his back. Ouch! My mom too! Akilobe almost fell straight down in fright. After a lot of hardships, I hurriedly grabbed the railing and tried my best to climb up. You're thinking about spring, suddenly shouted. Bastard, I'm an immortal. Son, you, immortal, human, scared me. Believe it or not, I threw you down. Akilobe stubbornly tilted her head and didn't speak, as a way to express her dissatisfaction. Cat Fairy didn't care, and asked with a smile, what are you doing? Are you really so worried about Sun Wukong? Akilobe hurriedly retorted. No, I'm just worried that Sun Wukong will suddenly fall from the sky. It's been more than a day, and there's not a single message. The Cat Fairy smiled and praised, I didn't expect you to value friendship quite much. If you don't talk nonsense, it's not like that. Actually, there is that person who is paying attention to Sun Wukong, he is only seriously injured at most, and his life is not in danger. Who? Who are you talking about? Is he a god? When he comes out by himself, you will know, and I don't know who he is in our world. Aren't you an immortal? How could you not know? Nonsense, the ancestors will definitely not know, and the descendants will know. The Cat Fairy didn't wait for Akilobe's answer, and his sharp eyes found that the Cat Fairy looked at Akilobe's arms bulging, thinking that he had hidden something delicious, and after snatching it and uncovering it, he found that it was actually a bag of fairy beans inside. The Cat Fairy didn't care, but asked curiously. Didn't you say that this thing can't be eaten? Akilobe clasped his hands to his chest and said angrily, what's the matter, anyway, aren't you too much to eat? The Cat Fairy looked at Akilobe seriously and said, you can't sit on a somersault cloud in your life. You don't. Mind your business, you stupid cat who has nothing to do. The Cat Fairy felt that he had been seriously insulted, and jumped up like a stinger. What? Do you say I'm a cat? Or a stupid cat? Or a stupid cat with nothing to do? You! Archerope snorted angrily with her nose. You pig, fat pig who is good for nothing. Archerope's nose was white, her face flushed, and her hair stood on end. You were originally a cat. The cat fairy was about to continue to fight back, when he suddenly reacted at once. Tongue licked his hands. That's right, I'm just a cat with nothing to do. Archerope punched the air, full of anger and no way to vent his anger, when the whole sky suddenly turned black. What? What's wrong? The cat fairy turned his back with one hand. The celestial god waited for Bobo to glue the dragon with 502 glue and let the two of them stay away. Sun Wukong ran a few steps, saw Bobo standing far away, and ran 7 or 8 steps behind before he stood up, turned to look at the gods and the stone dragon glued with glue. The god lowered his head, looked at the stone dragon seriously, and raised his fingers, only to see that the fingers raised by the god of heaven emitted red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple light in turn, and then converged into a white light, and the god directly shone that white light on the stone dragon. The stone dragon also lit up with colorful lights in turn, accompanied by background music. Daddy's dad is called Grandpa, Daddy's mom is Grandma, Mom's dad is Grandpa, Mom's mom is Grandma. Tenjin, what is this talking about? Bobo made a general gesture to silence and not to disturb. Sun Wukong's cute hands covered his mouth. But he thought to himself, Daddy's dad is called Grandpa, then I can call Daddy's dad to the old man of the turtle immortal. What a strange name! It's as funny as Bulma. While Sun Wukong was shaking his kung fu, a huge projection of the dragon appeared in the entire sky of the temple of the heavenly god, and the phantom of the dragon was strung in the air, just like a peacock opening the screen, showing his majesty and majesty. After a while, the phantom of the dragon scattered and separated, and disappeared. The god gasped slightly and said, Sun Wukong, originally it took a year for the divine dragon to maintain the shape of the stone to absorb the vitality, but this time, I will repay you by directly injecting the vitality into the divine dragon's body. Now Dragon Ball can instantly fulfill the user's wishes. Is it true? Sun Wukong asked the god in surprise. Then can I go and see how everyone is resurrected? God said slightly angrily, didn't you promise me to stay here and practice? Sun Wukong bowed his head in frustration and responded, that's what I said. What I promised you now to resurrect the dragon has been done, and the dragon has been resurrected. You can finish what you promised me. And it only takes 3 years of patience for you, and you will be able to meet your companions at the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. Chapter 73. Sun Wukong said in amazement, you even know the first martial arts in the world. You are so powerful. God said solemnly, Piccolo should go that day, and he will take your life. The world depends on you. Sun Wukong jumped 3 feet high. Wait, what are you talking about? Piccolo will also participate in the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference? Hasn't he been killed by me? The god let out a sigh and said in a low voice, it's a pity that he is still alive, he left his descendants before his body exploded, and his descendants will definitely find a way to get rid of you and dominate the world again. And his offspring will be even more powerful than Piccolo. What? The god continued, as long as you stay here, he won't be able to trouble you. During these 3 years, you have to work hard to practice, and the next time you can really eliminate the Piccolo. Bobo and I both have reasons why we can't fight him. And now, you are the only one who can defeat him and bring true peace. Do you know? Sun Wukong said solemnly, Heavenly God, although I am not the only one who can defeat him, I will definitely fight him and then defeat him again. I'm going to beat him, I'm going to beat him. After speaking, he repeated. It's really to cheer himself up, work hard, he has to work hard, goodbye to the donuts. Since that's the case, I immediately started cultivating. Bobo and the gods were curious, looking at Sun Wukong, who was still majestic and high-spirited just now, stunned in place. Then he hurriedly said, "But I want to pee first, where is the toilet?" Row! His god and Bobo's skills are outstanding, and they were also defeated by Sun Wukong's innocence, and he gave himself a stumble, lie 4 tones key 4 tones. Bobo pointed in a direction, Sun Wukong immediately ran over, and before he went in, outside the house, Sun Wukong covered his crotch with his hand. "Mom and Dad! Pee out, pee out! I can't hold it back!" With that, he ran in. Looking at the Monkey King who entered, Bobo looked at the gods with a worried expression. "Celestial, you are now one with the son of Piccolo. If you destroy the son of Piccolo, Celestial, you may die." The god looked up at the sky. "This is the will of heaven, after all, it is the evil fruit of my own sowing, and I must take this responsibility. Besides, it is impossible for the gods to commit suicide on their own. In fact, I've been waiting for someone like him to show up. I believe that the one called Monkey King will definitely succeed in defeating Piccolo. Bobo, I'm in a complicated mood. God, can't I ask Ponzi to seal Piccolo's son? Sealing is never a solution. He will always come out, and as long as I don't die, if he doesn't die, we won't die. Besides, do you think pounds will help us? Celestial, we borrowed his spirit time house, just to let him seal it. In fact, even if we let Sun Wukong seal him now, there is no difficulty. Forget it, I'm tired too, just let the heavy rain wash away, and the sand in my memory. Let's end it completely. Sun Wukong can be the new god of the earth." At the same time, the turtle immortal house of the nether. Yamcha and Oolong were bored watching cartoons, and Pool was also looking out the window in a daze, not knowing what to think. Bulma was about to take out his underwear from his drawer to take a shower, took out the capsule containing the corpse of Klin, the turtle immortal, and stared blankly. Still unconsciously, he said, "I can definitely be resurrected. It must be possible." Oolong stood on the sofa and looked in the direction of Bulma, and asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" Bulma turned around and replied, "It's nothing." Due to the angle problem, Bulma found that Oolong was looking at him blankly, thinking that Oolong was thinking about it, and yelled at Oolong, "Oolong, what are you doing?" Oolong did not answer Bulma, and pointed to the table on Bulma's side in a sluggish manner. "Look, look, look, the stone has become a Dragon Ball." "What? What? 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 What's wrong? One is Yamcha, one is Pool, one is Bulma, and finally it must be the blue-haired lanky who is so gentle." Everyone stepped forward in surprise and surrounded the Dragon Balls, and then Bulma immediately took all the Dragon Balls in her bulging arms and ran out. Bulma opened the capsule in her hand that she had not yet put down, and stood next to the Dragon Balls, looking at the glittering 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma clenched her fists. "Come out! Shenlong, come out and grant my wish!" Everyone stared at the Dragon Balls, and soon, the sky was once again covered in shadows. The Dragon Balls flickered, the bright light shone on the earth, and the dragon appeared again pretending to be forced. Bulma looked at the divine dragon in the sky curiously, and asked curiously, "Aren't you killed?" Unexpectedly, the divine dragon actually opened his mouth to answer. "It was Sun Wukong who asked the gods to resurrect me, so I was resurrected by the gods." Oolong was shocked and repeated, "Wukong asked the gods?" Walmart asked Shenlong, "What the hell is going on? What about Sun Wukong?" "Sun Wukong, for the next world's first martial arts meeting. I am practicing in the heavenly realm. The next time you see him, ask him yourself. Now say what you want." Walmart clasped his hands firmly and said sincerely, I hope all of our friends killed by Piccolo can come back to life. It's too easy. Yamcha suddenly interrupted, wait a minute, and the many innocent people killed by Piccolo will also be resurrected together. Oolong looked at Yamcha, who made a wish in shock, and was slightly suspicious. When it comes to resurrecting so many people, is it okay? No problem, right? Shenlong was silent for 3 seconds. Well, I know, I will resurrect all the people who are killed by the Piccolo Great Demon King. Bulma hugged each other and laughed. Your wish has been granted, so goodbye. After saying this, Shenlong scattered and separated, and the Turtle Fairy and Klin, who were lying in Bulma's special coffin, also woke up immediately. Bulma was even more excited, and hugged the Oolong that came forward tightly. Oolong's face was full of intoxication and said, "Great." Bulma reacted and flew an Oolong with a punch. People around the world who were killed by the Piccolo Demon King have been resurrected by the power of the dragon's rules. Sun Wukong finally finished peeing. I'm sorry, I didn't hold back. Bobo said honestly, it's okay, Bobo will clean it up later. It's better for you to find out as soon as possible and solve it in the future, otherwise you may be incontinent when you get old. Okay. I'll take notice. Tenjin. I'll change your clothes, your smell is too big, I can't stand too close. Sun Wukong looked at his tattered clothes and did not refuse. After changing his clothes, Sun Wukong jumped. With your legs crossed and your hands folded, your eyes closed and your ears drooping, you're ready to start a new practice. Chapter 74. Is it okay to stand still like this? Said Bobo with his hands behind his back, motionless, you can't move. The god bowed his head and said earnestly, first of all, you must exercise your spirit. Sun Wukong secretly opened one eye and tried to justify something with them. You can't open your eyes. Sun Wukong immediately closed his eyes smartly and grinned. It's like playing hide and seek when I was a child, and I couldn't let my sister find out, I couldn't kill him, and I couldn't catch it when I saw it. You can't laugh either. You must be calm like water, calm, and be calm every time there is a big event, and then you can be at peace, and you can be at peace after peace. Bobo wasn't done yet. Sun Wukong opened another eye. I want to pee. Bobo sternly refused. No. After a period of practice, Sun Wukong finally grew a little. Sun Wukong, you seem to have grown a little. Sun Wukong immediately forgot everything, opened his eyes happily, and looked at Bobo excitedly. Really? Was directly hit by Bobo's fingers and screamed in pain. But the progress is still not very slow, according to your progress, it should be impossible to beat Vic. Sun Wukong has never understood that it is as fast as thunder and lightning and as quiet as the sky, and he is still used to judging by his eyes and listening to sounds. Sun Wukong looked at the bell and a long strip of cloth in Bobo's hand suspiciously. I hang the bell on the cat's tail, and you blindfold it and catch it. After half a day of training, Sun Wukong took off the blindfolded cloth. It's so difficult. I can't learn anything. Bobo said with a little hatred, that's because you can only see with your eyes and hear with your ears and smell with your nose, and you still can't do anything else. Sun Wukong smiled embarrassedly. Bobo, you said that you have done some very strict training, and I want to do those trainings like you, is that okay? Sun Wukong looked at Bobo curiously, and asked in a pleading tone. Bobo hesitated and looked at Sun Wukong. That kind of training is very, very hard and difficult, and it is still dangerous, can you stand it? Sun Wukong heard Bobo say this, clasped his hands, and said firmly. Yes, I think I'll succeed in my practice. Bobo turned his hands behind his back, and walked toward the temple. Then you come with me. I will take you to see the gods, as long as the gods agree to see it, I will send you there. After Sun Wukong followed Bobo into the temple, the gods looked at Sun Wukong. Have you already made up your mind? I can do anything, don't worry. The gods looked at Sun Wukong with firm eyes. Maybe it will be more painful than death. Aren't you afraid? Don't be afraid. Then you go and retrieve the sacred crown first. Sun Wukong danced excitedly. Wow! Thank you, I'll get you the sacred crown. Bobo took Sun Wukong to another room, and after a dazzling operation in front of a very modern machine, the machine emitted colorful light. Bobo! What is this? Wherever the god wants to go, he can use this thing to come and go freely. Wow, this is a 7-colored rainbow. Bobo, is this a rainbow bridge? Feel free to go anywhere. Pounds, Monkey King, you've played a show. No, it's a teleporter. Sun Wukong was about to say something, and was sent directly to a large group of mountains. Sun Wukong confirmed to a little girl with a bird standing on her shoulder and ran directly towards Klo Mountain. After winning the sacred crown without much effort, Sun Wukong was about to go down, but was constantly struck by the thunder and lightning in the sky, and after some gritted teeth and insisted on being knocked down the mountain. The sacred crown is also under the divine power of the gods, returning to its original position. After Sun Wukong was rescued again, he has been meditating hard. How the hell can you get the divine crown? The thunder and lightning are too fast. Sun Wukong looked at the little girl next to him and knew the movement of the bird, and walked over curiously and asked, "Why do you know how the bird flies and how far it flies?" Sun Wukong seems to have been empowered, and he understands it all of a sudden. Immediately rushed to the Crow Mountain. This time Sun Wukong avoided a thunderbolt, was hit again, and was chopped down again. Damn! 3 days later, he still couldn't avoid it completely. This time he was seriously injured and was picked up by the gods. Sun Wukong looked at Bobo who was standing next to the bed and came to his senses. "Bobo, please let me continue, I am already about to get the divine crown. It's still too difficult for you, you change the training program. Sun Wukong, you come with me." With that, Bobo took the lead and went to the portal's room again. "Wukong, you have to remember that you have to be as quiet as the sky, you see yourself as a stone, and you have to learn other methods, such as feeling the subtle fluctuations in the air, not just by your eyes and sound." After saying that, after another dazzling operation, Sun Wukong disappeared again in the temple of the heavenly god. Bobo looked at the disappeared Monkey King and said to himself, "Monkey King, you have to come on. There is not much time left for you." After a while, the gods walked in. Did he go to the Lost Forest? Yes, Celestial, Crow Mountain is still too reluctant for Goku now. I hope he can gain something in the Lost Forest. After speaking, he operated the machine again, and the picture actually showed the current scene of Sun Wukong. In the picture, Sun Wukong was so hungry that he escaped from the swamp and used the turtle school Qigong, and after a coincidence, he went to the hunter Moose's house and had a sumptuous dinner with his 9 children and Moose's father. During this period, Sun Wukong said that he came to the forest to practice and find a strong person. "Sun Wukong, why do you want to come to find a powerful person to practice?" Sun Wukong gulped down his food and said vaguely, "Because I made an appointment with the gods." A child innocently asked, "What is a god?" They children chattered to describe the god, and their grandfather Moose also said happily, "This young man is very strong, and his body is full of qi." The Moose family told Sun Wukong that there was one person, Yatomu. Sun Wukong excitedly heard that the person was faster than lightning, and immediately said, "I really didn't know that there were such powerful people in the world. The world is so big." Moose's father said, "Tomorrow when I go fishing, I'll take you with me." Next morning, Sun Wukong quickly found Yaemu under the guidance of Gaiza's father, and after defeating him at once, he looked at him in disappointment. And left disappointed after learning that he couldn't be faster than lightning. Chapter 75. Sun Wukong unconsciously lay on his back on the big stone by the river and sat by the river. Think about who you should go to make yourself better. Is such a powerful guy really in the forest? Slowly Sun Wukong fell asleep, and suddenly the voice of Moose's father came from the side. See you again. Sun Wukong looked at Moose's father in surprise. When did you show up? Moose's father smiled and said, What are you talking nonsense, I've been here since morning. But I was clear just now. You little fool, forget it, you can try it too. After speaking, he handed Sun Wukong a fishing rod. After Sun Wukong subconsciously took it, he had no choice but to start fishing, and muttered. I used to eat fish by myself, and it was the first time I used a fishing rod. You don't need to work so hard, just relax your body. Then take a deep breath, take a big breath, and exhale again. Moose's father said as he looked intently at his fishing rod. And then said. Look at the sky. It's beautiful, isn't it? Like that, the mind can be calm. It's as silent as the sky. Sun Wukong sighed, Bobo said the same thing. And then turned his head to look at the old man suspiciously. Your mind doesn't seem to be focused enough, close your eyes, calm your mind, and listen carefully to the sound of the flowing water. Not long after, under the guidance of the old man, he successfully caught a fish. Bobo looked at the picture of Monkey King and the old man in harmony. That kid doesn't know anything. Not necessarily. Bobo looked up at the god suspiciously, and the god looked at the picture of Sun Wukong and the old man happily fishing. After Sun Wukong returned to the temple of the heavenly god again, he finally made great progress, and he could already start to feel Bobo's movements through the air, although he was still no match for Bobo. Bobo takes Sun Wukong to a room full of clocks and says, This is the spiritual time room, the past, the present, and the future, all time is completed in this room. Sun Wukong looked at Bobo suspiciously, I don't know what you're talking about. You have to travel to different times from now on, and you will meet great people. Sun Wukong looked at Bobo suspiciously. Great people? How powerful will that person you are talking about? Bobo did not answer, but Pounds's figure appeared inexplicably. Unconsciously muttered, It's strong, it's incredibly strong. And he's special. You'll know when you see it. After saying that, Bobo activated the spirit time room and sent Sun Wukong inside. Sun Wukong just fell. Bobo's face changed greatly, not good, it's not the time and space I set. After speaking, he hurriedly prepared to pull Sun Wukong back, and at this time, one of the clocks glowed with infinite white light. Mr. Bobo, you don't have to worry, it's just a formation set up by this sect with the help of divine power. I'll train him inside, don't worry. Bobo looked at Pounds with a solemn face. That's what you said, a gift for posterity? Do you know he's coming? Mr. Bobo laughed, don't you know he's coming? I don't. No, I never spy on time, and those who play with time will eventually be played with by time. Light and Shadow Pounds smiled, Mr. Bobo, I understand. Thank you. This is a trace of the spiritual imprint I left behind, and now that the power is about to escape, then, we will see you again. And so on. Bobo looked at the vanished Pounds and was about to report to the gods. Turning his head, he met the gods who came in. Celestials. I know, it's okay. Bobo, that's it, he won't hurt Sun Wukong. Celestial, can Sun Wukong withstand his test? Hopefully. After speaking, the celestial god waved his scepter, and a real-time picture of Sun Wukong appeared in front of him. After Sun Wukong fell, he saw that there were clocks all around, and there was nowhere to focus. Ah! Sun Wukong immediately fell from a circular black hole and smashed a person. This man immediately said ruthlessly, "Boy, you." Before the man finished speaking, Sun Wukong slipped in front of his eyes and disappeared. Everything that follows will be faced by him personally. Sun Wukong changed the environment and was covering his head and shouting pain. Suddenly he was knocked away. Who? I. Sun. Wukong looked at in front of him in surprise. Pounds, your pounds. After speaking, Sun Wukong relaxed. What are you doing? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Pang Zi quietly came to Sun Wukong and directly gave Sun Wukong, who was hugging his head, a kick. Sun Wukong was knocked into the air again. Wow! What are you doing? Suddenly entering a strange environment, you have to guard against everything, whether it is people, things, or air, etc. How do you know that it is harmless? Not to mention, how do you know that I am not a fake pounds? Sun Wukong fell heavily to the ground. Fake pounds? Is there any fake pounds? Monkey King, have you forgotten the fake turtle immortals you met when you went to find the super divine water? Ah! That's amazing, Pounds, how do you know what's going on in the ice cave? Pounds has stepped forward again, a pusher, and the Monkey King who hit again flew out. What are you doing? You haven't figured it out, who said I'm Pounds? Well, you're not Pounds. Of course I'm a real Ponzi. Sun Wukong suddenly stood in place with his head in his hands and looked at Pang Zi blankly. Since you're Pounds, why are you beating me? Aren't you Bulma's brother? It's my brother. Aren't you Bulma's brother? Pang Zi looked at the naive Sun Wukong helplessly, gave up the idea of teaching him this, and wanted to make Sun Wukong complicated, but his own daughter-in-law Kikai couldn't do it. I had no choice but to say directly. I am your teacher in the Spirit Time House, and I am responsible for training you before you go out. When Sun Wukong heard Pang Zi say this, he immediately became excited and immediately put on a fighting posture. Really, are you going to fight Pounds? Great, I'm looking forward to fighting you and seeing how good you really are. Both the gods and Bobo, who were observing outside, were scared out of a cold sweat by Sun Wukong's ignorance and fearlessness. God, should I praise him or should I? They. God of Heaven said, Sun Wukong has a pure heart, which is rare, maybe under the teaching of Pang Zi, he can progress faster. The praise of the plus push it, I'll add a more to the big brother who rewarded me. Thank you for the big brother's big eye frog quack. Today is the last 4 more up to 3 changes a day in the future. Thank you for liking my book. Thank you very much.